Do you think I'm taking advantage of you? Qin Sheng smiled indifferently and said, you should know that I have taken a great risk to cure you. Usually, the poison of this curse is terrible. A little carelessness is to end up in a disaster. If it is not for the sake of ending the cause and effect with you, I will put myself in danger. Hearing this, both Yinggu and Shen Mengxi are silent. Shen Mengxi's poisoning is too deep. Even as the most powerful semi-holy place, he still has purple phoenix blood in his body. His anti-poison ability is far beyond ordinary people. But even so, he still can't carry it, just barely hanging a breath. According to Qin Sheng's guess, if Shen Mengxi didn't meet himself, he would never live for 3 days. Well, I believe you. Shen Mengxi suddenly clenched his teeth, then looked at Qin Sheng with big eyes as clear as the lake, and asked, what's your name? Qin Sheng arched his hand and said, Qin Sheng. Let's go. Qin Sheng didn't waste time, he said directly. Good. Shen Mengxi turned to Silver Gu and Green Ling and said, wait for me outside. Green Ling's face was worried. She was so worried that she said, but, Princess, there's nothing left. If I don't fight again, I don't think I can last long. Shen Mengxi waved. Good. Yinggu is a straightforward person. She has always attached great importance to Qin Sheng. Before she left, she had a deep look at Qin Sheng. I hope this son is the real dragon son of Shen Mengxi. Naturally, Yinggu also felt that she was crazy. She even put the hope of the whole Purple Phoenix Kingdom on an extraterritorial warrior who only had the Divine Kingdom. However, Qin Sheng's sacrifice of the god-made steel, as well as the breath of the terrible Emperor sword, left indelible marks in the heart of Silver Gu. In the end, only Qin Sheng and Shen Mengxi were left on the pond. Follow me. Qin Sheng said hello. Pu Tong. Qin Sheng's voice just fell down. Shen Mengxi was short of physical strength and fell under the golden lotus pond. Qin Sheng rushed into the water and picked up Shen Mengxi. Shen Mengxi's air was as soft as silk, and his face was sick. However, holding this gorgeous beauty so close still made Qin Sheng's heart beat slightly faster. If it is not contaminated with the curse, Shen Mengxi's temperament and beauty will be improved a lot. All of a sudden, a black light burst out of Shen Mengxi's chest wound, with a ferocious and twisted shape, accompanied by a strong sense of decay. Is this the curse? All the poisonous can turn into spirits, but they just turn into complaining spirits. What a rich blood to eat. The poison of curse has produced wisdom. It controls Shen Mengxi's body. His eyes are red and black. His fingernails are very long and sharp. He tries to suck Qin Sheng with his teeth and claws. Play poison with me? It's really a broadsword in front of Guangong. I can't help myself. Qin Sheng sneers loudly, but he doesn't care. He greets him at will, but he recites the formula of the 9 death kung fu silently, which ignites the flame of death on his palm. Shen Mengxi, who cursed the spirit of resentment, was infected with a flame of death and screamed bitterly. It's a strange fire from an extreme skill. It's much more powerful than the fire in the Yellow Spring. It's said that once the cultivation reaches the extreme, even the gods can burn to death. How can they fear the little curse and resentment? Human beings know, stop and let me go. The voice of cursing and complaining echoed loudly on the golden lotus pond. The sound of terror led to the calm lake, which jumped to tens of meters high. Well, there's still a day for the spirits who get their energy by cursing people? Qin Sheng's eyes were as bright as electricity. His mouth was cold, and he didn't pay attention to the threat of curse and resentment. Dozens of fingerprints were printed with the breath of terror and death. Each of them ignited the flames of death. Abominable man, I will die with you. Cursed and resentful spirits burst out from the blood hole in Shen Mengxi's chest, like spiders and vipers, with 6 nihilistic blood wings in his abdomen, turning into a blood-red light, which fell into Qin Sheng's eyebrow with a puff. Violent and cold, with a violent atmosphere filled with Qin Sheng's mind. Just for you, want to take away? Qin Sheng sneered loudly. The power of the spirit burst out in an instant, and an emperor sword over the sea of the spirit was generated in an instant, cutting into the cursed and resentful spirit that rushed into the sea of the spirit. What is that? Emperor's sword, God, how can there be emperor's breath? Cursed and resentful spirit is scared to lose color. It screams loudly to escape from the sea of spirits of Qin Sheng. It's too late to escape now. Qin Sheng is sneering. The emperor's sword comes down from the sky. One sword is cut down, just like splitting a large area of heaven and earth, with a kind of taboo power only belonging to the emperor. Pooh. The cursed spirit is split in two by a sword. The breath of the emperor's sword, which is even hotter than the flame of death, makes the cursed spirit crackle. Ah, emperor sword, it's clearly human. How can there be the breath of emperor sword in the body? I'm not willing to. After so many years of dormancy, I almost refined a host of holy land. Cursed and resentful spirits roared loudly, but no matter how hard they struggled, they could not change the fate of being destroyed. Qin Sheng sat with his knees crossed, silently digesting the soul power decomposed from the curse and resentment spirit. His soul power had never soared before, and he was only a line away from the legendary Holy Soul. The spirit realm is divided into several levels, namely, the Earth Soul Realm, the Heaven Soul Realm, the Life Soul Realm and the Holy Soul Realm. The Holy Spirit state is extremely difficult to reach. Even if the cultivation of martial arts has reached the Holy Spirit state, the Holy Spirit state may not reach the Holy Spirit state. But now Qin Sheng, after swallowing the massive soul power of the cursed and resentful spirit, is only a tiny distance away from the legendary Holy Soul. If this kind of thing spreads out, it will definitely frighten and cry a large group of Vientiane realm, or even the strongman of Holy Realm. Especially in the Vientiane realm, most of them can't reach the Holy Spirit realm. Generally speaking, they are like the 9 stars of life soul. Shen Mingxi groaned. She woke up and opened her eyes in a daze, without the just violent smell of blood eyes. I am still alive. Shen Mingxi exclaimed in a low voice that she thought she couldn't see the sun again. Now she woke up again. Although she felt the weakness of her limbs, the blood hole in her chest had already healed and scabbed, leaving only a little pink mark. And the curse that has been dormant in the body has long been gone. He saved me. Shen Mingxi's heart set off a stormy wave. Before, she believed that Qin Sheng had no choice but to do it. She never thought that a chance of 1 in a billion had happened. Qin Sheng really saved his life. At this time, Qin Sheng's eyes were closed tightly, still digesting the soul power of the cursed and resentful spirit. Qin Sheng's eyebrows glow like the stars just born, and waves of substantive soul power like ripples, which make Shen Mingxi, a semi-holy land power, also shocked. What a terrible wave of soul power! Shen Mingxi's eyes gave out a shocking light and her voice was shaking, because she obviously felt that she was being awed, which belonged to the awe of the spirit. Shen Mingxi is a strong semi-holy state. The spirit state has long reached the 9 stars of life and soul, but it is a long way from the legendary Holy Spirit state. That is it the legendary Holy Spirit state? Shen Mingxi was shaking all over. If she didn't have strong willpower, she would probably crawl on the ground. No, it's not. Yinggu appears. She doesn't know when she will appear behind Shen Mingxi. She quietly looked at Qin Sheng, who was in the process of painstaking cultivation. Both her face and eyes were hot. It's worthy of being the descendant of Emperor Zhan. It's really amazing. Yinggu seldom praised the younger generation's disciples. This Qin Sheng is better than our Zihuang country. No, we should add Inuit country and Haifeng country, and we will never find such a real dragon emperor. Ingu's evaluation of Qin Sheng is too high. Che, he is not a low-level warrior who just smelted the Shenfu. Green Spirit can't help but turn her mouth. She has been following Shenmingxi since she was a child. She has also seen many prodigies of the heaven. Those prodigies have not melted the cave, condensed everything, and even touched the Holy Land. Tut, at present, Qin Sheng is a little fierce. He was able to save Shenmingxi. However, in the real battlefield, the martial artists in Shenfu exist at best as cannon fodder. Shut up, shut up. Silver Gu's fierce eyes are like a sharp sword, which stabs the soul of Green Spirit. She spits blood and looks at Wennu's Silver Gu in fear. You are a servant girl. What do you know? Ingu sneered and said, although Qin Sheng is only in the divine realm, his foundation is much stronger than that of Mingxi. In my opinion, his body alone, and his estimation, controls some skills that contain ancient taboos. In addition to his imperial sword breath, as well as the terrifying spirit state of wireless access to the Holy Spirit state, you can be suppressed by lifting your hands. Ingu's words didn't give her any face. Green Spirit's strength is really excellent. But compared with Qin Sheng, it's almost the same. Who? Qin Sheng slowly finished his work. He woke up, opened his eyes, just looked at the Green Spirit, and the horror of the soul was instantly generated. If she didn't insist on biting her teeth, she would flop down on her knees. Green Ling's heart leaped wildly, and she obviously felt severe pain. She looked at Qin Sheng directly, and felt that this young man outside the country was like a young emperor. She was so powerful and inconceivable that she quickly lowered her proud head and dared not look at it directly. Senior. Qin Sheng smiled and said hello to Andine. Ha ha, don't be polite, young king. Silver Gu's attitude is very low. People outside the country are really hiding dragon and crouching tiger. We have a high yearning for outside the country. Hearing this, Qin Sheng felt a little curious and asked, You've been mixing the secret places? Why don't you go out and wander? It's not hard to leave with the strength of your predecessors. Leave the secret place of Hunyuan? Ingu couldn't help but smile bitterly. It's not hard either. When Qin Sheng heard this, he could not help frowning and asked, How can I say that? Qin Sheng, you should have heard that there are 3 kingdoms in our Hunyuan secret place, and our Zihuang country has been cursed, and it is impossible to leave the Hunyuan secret place. Unless you can go to the dark forest and get the so-called pass and a yellow paper talisman, at the same time, your accomplishments must be at least semi-holy land before you can leave the secret land of Hunyuan. The dark forest is too dangerous. Even the strong in the Holy Land may not be able to leave alive. When it comes to the dark forest, Silver Gu looks a little scared. In the Imperial Palace, there were half-passes to leave the secret place of Hunyuan, which were occupied by a group of eunuchs. Silver Gu voice indifferently said, and Dreamstream body also has half. We need to go back to Zihuang country and take back the remaining half of the pass, so that Mingxi can leave the secret place of Hunyuan with you. Back to Zihuang? Qin Sheng hesitated a little. He didn't want to get involved in the wars of these aborigines when he came to the secret place of Hunyuan. His biggest purpose was to win the mineral vein of Hunyuan, and the best was to get the mother gold of Hunyuan, a treasure that even the powerful people in the Holy Land should be envious of. Qin Sheng, I know the purpose of you coming into the secret place of Hunyuan. Silver suddenly said. She turned her hand and took out a piece of gold stone the size of a slap from the ring. Gold and stone shine, not just gold, but colorful. This is? Qin Sheng squinted and his heart leaped. Wow. Longwei jumped out of the ring. He woke up early and was smelling a very strong fragrance, which was the fragrance of mixed yuan mother gold. Give it to me quickly. I'm too hurt. I need to mend it well. Longwei is yelling, and a pair of squint eyes are all the shadow of Huanyuan's mother gold. Yingu ignores the dragon power directly. Although the dragon power has been shouting that she is of dragon origin and has the true blood of the ancestor dragon in her body, Yingu is very clear that this is just the boast of the toad. He eyes, her former war pet, once boasted that it has the real dragon blood. What's the result? Qin Sheng, I have 10 gene of mixed yuan mother gold here. Silver Goose says with a smile, this even is to save the gold of Dream Brook for you. Yingu is very straightforward. She directly throws the Huanyuan mother gold to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng takes over Huanyuan's mother gold, and immediately feels a pure force infiltrating into his body, refining his body and soul. Qin Sheng, although the mother gold of Huanyuan is the mother gold, it can be taken directly. It's a tonic. Longwei's saliva is all over the ground. It is said that in the archaic times, those emperors ate all kinds of expensive metals. In that time, they dug a piece of ore at will, which was all kinds of mother gold. In fact, even the mother of Huanyuan, in the ancient times, was the food of the emperor. It's really precious to take Huanyuan's mother gold as food. You should know that the gods just eat Jiuzhuan gold lotus, which is far less precious than Huanyuan's mother gold. The difference in food can be seen in different races. The mother gold of Huanyuan is very soft. It's not as hard as expected. It's as soft as a marshmallow. Qin Sheng breaks it off and throws it away. There should be a gene or two and hands it to Longwei. Longwei gobbled up the food and ate it quickly. He was radiant all over. He melted the cave, and there were all kinds of shadows behind him. Give me some, I want everything. Longwei is shouting that the taste of Huanyuan's mother gold is so good. What's more, it polishes the body and soul foundation, which will not greatly improve the strength. For example, if a bucket of water is used to describe a warrior's accomplishments, the mixed yuan mother gold is to improve the bucket's short board and water storage capacity. The strength of a warrior is related to the water storage capacity of a bucket. If Qin Sheng polished the body and soul with the mixed yuan mother gold and smashed 100 kilograms, its foundation would have a leap. Go, I haven't tried. Qin Sheng took a bite. The mixed gold is really as soft as marshmallow. It dissolves at the entrance and becomes the purest energy. Mother Jin's rune spread to Qin Sheng's 4 limbs, and took root in Qin Sheng's body. One by one, the runes constantly nourished Qin Sheng's body, making his body stronger than many of the strong in the cave. 1 gene of mixed yuan's mother gold, Qin Sheng took 7 or 8 in one breath, and the rest was given to Longwei. Qin Sheng, if you are willing to go to Zihuang country with us to save our monarch, I can guarantee that the reward will not be less than 100 gene of Huanyuan mother's gold. Silver Goose smiled and said, she looked at Qin Sheng, with a look of expectation in her eyes. 100 gene mixed yuan mother gold? The mouth of the dragon is shining, and the sun is shining. It is the essence of heaven and earth, dropping on the ground, and it can produce a fruit of mixed spirit. Qin Sheng, don't you agree? Longwei is already urging. He feels it's a big deal. The secret place of Huanyuan is the world of the local tyrants. It's really a very generous move. Opening your mouth is Huanyuan's mother gold. Longwei's eyes are shining. Qin Sheng asked in a deep voice, you, the monarch of Zihuang Kingdom, are also poisoned by this curse? When she mentioned her father, Shen Mingxi's eyes were foggy. She nodded and said, yes, but my father's curse is much worse than mine. My father is infinitely close to the realm of Little Sage, and he can't bear the curse. Smell words, Qin Sheng's face is a little dignified. The Holy Land is divided into ordinary saints, small saints, great saints, and holy kings. Shen Mingxi's South Father is infinitely close to the level of Shaoxing, and even cannot bear the curse. It can be imagined how terrible the poison of the curse is. Shen Mingxi is only a semi-Holy Land strongman. He can bear the curse and easily resolve it. However, the curse of the little Holy Land is very difficult. Maybe one of them is not careful, Qin Sheng will catch up with him. After 10,000 steps back, Zihuang is now suffering from internal and external troubles. It's no different to go with Yinggu and Shen Mengxi now, no doubt, than to rush into Longtan and Hushue. Seeing Qin Sheng's hesitation, Yinggu couldn't help saying, 500 Jin mixed yuan mother gold. If you are willing to go to the capital of Zihuang country with us, you will be given 500 Jin of mixed yuan mother gold. If you can save Mingxi's father, give you another 500 kilograms of Han yuan mother gold. Silver Gu made a promise. Qin Sheng moved, a whole kilogram of mixed yuan mother gold, that is the legendary mixed yuan mother gold, not any cabbage. Not to mention 1,000 jeans of mixed yuan mother gold. Even 100 jeans of mixed yuan mother gold can make Qin Sheng's strength reach the cave, let alone 1,000 jeans of mixed yuan mother gold. If Qin Sheng owned all the gold, even half of it was given to Long Wei, it would be enough for them to practice to the top of the cave. And Long Wei can even touch semi-holy land directly. Rich and dangerous, although going to Zihuang country is absolutely no different from going to Longtan and Tiger's Den, it's worth taking a risk for the 1,000 Jin Han yuan mother gold. Well, I agreed. Qin Sheng forced to suppress the inner excitement, and stood up with his hands down, indifferent to the way. The temperament suddenly soared to the extreme. It seems that it's not the cultivation of Shenfu realm at all, but the unique, strong style of Xingyu realm. Yinggu was so excited that she almost fell down with 2 tears. Because in her opinion, Qin Sheng, as the descendant of Emperor Zhan, has a faint breath of Emperor's sword in his body. That's the weapon of Emperor Zhan. Just because of this, Yinggu knows very well that even if Qin Sheng is in the branch of Emperor family, even if it's from 9 days to 10 places, it's not that their Zihuang country can climb high. With the help of the real Dragon Emperor, Zihuang Kingdom is definitely saved. Smell speech. Shen Mingxi is also a face excited. She suddenly blushed. Think of just met Qin Sheng when the kind of shy things. Originally, in Shen Mingxi's eyes, Qin Sheng was not a god's house, with low accomplishments and humble strength. He didn't even think that he came from outside the country, and he still had the breath of Emperor's sword in his body, and he also had the medical skills that were more rebellious than the doctors. In such a short period of time, she not only saved Shen Mingxi's life, but also dispelled all the causes of the disease. She felt that she was about to break through. Shen Mingxi can even feel that as long as she returns to Zihuang country, opens the treasury and brings out a large number of treasures, she will be able to soar to the sky, become a holy body and become a real saint. It's a long time to practice. Even though Shen Mingxi is as talented as Shen Mingxi and has won the title of the whole Han Yuan 3 kingdoms, it will take hundreds of years to cultivate the holy body and achieve the holy land. Boom. Shen Mingxi's 4 limbs and hundreds of skeletons are moving at a speed of nearly 1,000 times. Under the huff and puff, it feels like a big sun, devouring the yuan power that drifts between the heaven and the earth. At this point, Shen Mingxi couldn't help but look at Qin Sheng more. This kind of person seems humble, but in fact, he is so strong. Silver Gu arranged for a while and offered their chariot again. Let's get rid of it. It may be dangerous for us to return to Zihuang this time, but be careful. It shouldn't be a big deal. Yinggu talks and laughs. With her, even if she is surrounded by the strong and holy land, she will not have much life danger. Be careful. At this time, Qin Sheng raised his head, and his spirit realm was only a trace away from the legendary Holy Spirit realm. How sharp was his sense of God, his pupils suddenly contracted, and all the pores on his whole body could not help erecting. A surprise attack. Qin Sheng Fei's quick voice, warning everyone. Voice just fell, poop, a big black hand, as if the god revived the big hand, a slap fell on the silver goose chariot. Chasm. The ancient chariot sends out the brilliant spirit pattern light, a translucent border is generated in an instant, but in the face of the big hand like the giant palm of the spirit, it can't bear a breath, and directly burst. Ah! The most humble green spirit screamed, and then suddenly stopped. It was affected by the horror of the endless black hand and turned into a blood mist. Green spirit! Shen Mingxi cried out. She was heartbroken. Green Ling was a servant girl who grew up with her since childhood. Although there was a huge gap between the two women's status, they had a lot of difficulties after their relationship, but they didn't expect to be separated forever. Qin Sheng is shocked and flies. He feels the burning pain in his internal organs. The golden mother of the Hun Yuan is shining all over his body, repairing his internal injury. If the naked eye can see it, it will be a big surprise. He looked up at the big black hand in the sky and felt the awe. The strong and holy land. Qin Sheng's face was a little dignified. Before he left Jin Lianqi, his pursuer arrived. Moreover, the man who took the action was still a strong man in the Holy Land. Qin Sheng is very strong, but in the face of the real Holy Land, it is also hard to contend with the strong, and the Heaven Monument cannot be used in a short time. Unless Qin Sheng is beaten half dead, it is possible to activate the Heaven Monument. Qin Sheng is not a masochist. Even if he has 9 death miracles, there may be a gold medal for saving himself from death on the Heaven Tablet. Qin Sheng doesn't want to try it again. Who is it? The silver ant was furious, and her body swelled. Her silver hair turned into a huge silver war sword, which stabbed the big black hand on the sky. Pooh! The big black hand didn't flinch at all. He slapped it, and the silver war sword, which was made of silver hair, pierced the big black hand, and the big black hand broke the silver war sword. The battle between the two Holy Land strongmen directly breaks down the mountains and rivers, and the void cracks spread like spider webs. There are terrible void storms rolling out and devouring a large rock mountain. A warship came from a very far place. Qin Sheng looked at it and found that it was not a warship, but a star beast with 3 heads, a city, and a poisonous snake. The familiar breath spread, and Qin Sheng frowned. Here comes the pursuers. Qin Sheng and Long Wei have a look at each other. That group of people was the group Qin Sheng had met when he landed in the secret place of Hun Yuan. At the beginning, Qin Sheng killed their 39 and fished out a large number of mother and child fruits. Bang! 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 The huge and incomparable astral beasts come from across. Those lofty mountains are just small stones for the astral beasts, which can be easily crushed. People of Heifeng country. Yinggu sends a message to Qin Sheng and Shen Mingxi. When Heifeng country was working in India, Yinggu had long suspected that Heifeng country was playing tricks behind the changes of Zihuang country, and that doctor had disclosed his transaction with Heifeng country. Now just after the doctor died, the pursuers of Heifeng country arrived. Hey Wu, what do you mean? The silver goo shrieks, the voice is not big, but contained the terror spirit attack. The shock wave mad of the spirit that can be seen by the naked eye falls on the city above the starry beast, where there are many heroes of the Black Wind Kingdom. Poof! The old black martial arts didn't stop them. Some of the arrogant sons of the weak Black Wind Kingdom couldn't bear it. They burst their spirits and died. This is the way the Black Wind country acts. Internal competition is fierce and cruel. It sounds cruel, and there is not much humanity. However, in the dangerous place of Hun Yuan secret land, especially the Dark Wind country, which is close to the dark forest, this is their belief. The strong are respected, the fittest survive, and the fittest are eliminated. Be careful, everyone. The pursuit is here. Yinggu sends a message to the public. She looks at the familiar figure on the star and the beast, and her old face shows some dignified color. This beast is very powerful. It's far beyond the ordinary semi-holy land. It's hard to rely on Shen Mingxi alone. But the black martial arts, that is, the master of the black big hand who just shot it, is a Saint territory strong man who is 2 points stronger than Ingu. Besides, there are some strong breath in the city that the star beast carries. Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned. He didn't expect that this was just the beginning of his career, and that the pursuit of soldiers was coming. It seemed to be fierce, and each of them was extremely powerful. Have acquaintances? Qin Sheng's eyes were shining and golden. He broke through layers of array and saw several acquaintances. Shanyuan Dongjun? Qin Sheng wondered, how does Shanyuan Dongjun collude with the people of Heifeng? I haven't seen it for a while. The change of Shanyuan Dongjun is so great that he has taken the last step to transform from Dongtian to Vientian. It seems that there are many adventures of Shanyuan Dongjun in the secret place of Hunyuan. He is worthy of being the first son of the royal family and the first son of Dian Emperor. He has great fortune. From Dongtian realm to Vientian realm, even the royal people have to go through hundreds of years, while Shanyuan Dongjun only wandered in the secret realm of Hunyuan for a few days, which can be imagined that the opportunities he met will not be much worse than Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng? Shanyuan Dongjun has long been stronger than before. With his talent, even if he has just been promoted to Vientian, if he meets those old-fashioned Vientian strongmen, he can match them, and it is impossible for him to fall. This is the advantage of the prodigy. In the same realm, it is almost invincible. Is this humble insect the reincarnation of archaic cockroaches? How can it not die? Shanyuan Dongjun thought of the original grudge against Qin Sheng in the Magic Dragon Wasteland. His fellow schoolchildren were killed, and as His Royal Highness, he was unable to avenge his followers. This grudge was very unpleasant. Today, I came to the Hunyuan secret place, far away from the strength of all the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, especially my father couldn't push to perform what happened in the Hunyuan secret place. He had no scruples at the thought of it. My lord, some humble insects in the imperial dynasty are colluding with Zihuang. Shanyuan Dongjuan's posture is very low. He bows to the black martial arts, but the other side is more powerful than his father. Even because of some curses of the Hunyuan secret place, he can't leave the Hunyuan secret place. But it's worth Shanyuan Dongjuan's bowing up anyway. Oh? Black Wu's eyes suddenly sharpened and gave out a substantive light. At this moment, Shanyuan Dongjun felt his heart beating wildly and trembling, as if he was in a hell abyss. That's right. I'm cleaning the door. Shanyuan Dongjun suppresses the inner panic by force. It's true that there are people outside and there are days outside. At first, he thought he had some adventures. After years of accumulation and development, he was promoted to a higher level. However, he still felt very powerless for Heiwu, who was a higher level than himself. And don't say it's a real saint, even a semi-saint can easily suppress him. Yes, no openings. Black Wu said indifferently, his voice was not very loud, and he didn't release any killing intention, but all the people in the room felt a sense of suffocation. Hearing this, Shanyuan Dongjun takes a deep breath, suppresses his fear and salutes respectfully. Shanyuan Dongjun strolls in the court. He stands in the void with his hands in his hands. He stands high and looks directly at Qin Sheng and looks down at the world. Qin Sheng, when you see the prince of the dynasty, don't you kneel down and climb over? Shanyuan Dongjun is very powerful. He has long suppressed a sense of resentment in his heart. Now he has a chance to vent his anger when he comes to the secret place of Hunyuan. Well? Qin Sheng looked up at Shanyuan Dongjun, the eldest son of the emperor, as if he were an idiot. How can you be such an idiot with the blood of the emperor? Qin Sheng murmured in a low voice. The voice was not loud. However, the onlookers were all highly cultivated. How could they not hear what Qin Sheng was saying? Boom! Shan Yuan Dongjun was furious, and his Yuan power was like divine fire. He was furious, and a huge yellow crown was shining and dazzling. What are you talking about? Shan Yuan Dongjun gnawed his teeth and said, dare you say it again, believe me or not? I've been promoted to Vientiane. How can my hearing degenerate so seriously? I'm calling you an idiot. Shan Yuan Dongjun's voice hasn't fallen yet. Qin Sheng's sarcastic voice comes out again. I know you. You killed 39 when you blacked us in the mother-child god tree. At this time, a young warrior with a golden spear and a small braid stood out. He was awe-inspiring, and the spear in his hand was shining like the sun. He started to revenge for 39. Shan Yuan Dongjun grabbed an elder brother and said, this son is my hand blade, so I will send you a congratulatory gift. Comfortable. Shan Yuan Dongjun called out indifferently. A cold figure burst out, wearing silver armor, and carved a complete holy stripe, but in some core parts, the holy stripe was peeled off, which was a semi-holy weapon, but even so, the defense was amazing. Your Highness. Shu Bubi is very old. He should be close to 100 years old. He carries these 3 spirit swords. He doesn't know what kind of skill he has practiced. His eyes are all silver. Bring his head back. Shan Yuan Dongjun's voice is indifferent. Yes. Shu Bubi takes the lead and shoots at Qin Sheng. The ants of the Qin nationalities branch come to die quickly. Shu Bubi is shouting and makes Shen Mingxi frown. She wants to fight for Qin Sheng, but Qin Sheng holds her hand. That's a matter outside our country, so don't join us. Qin Sheng didn't avoid the war this time, but he chose to go out. Before the war, he didn't have a gambling fight with Shan Yuan Dongjun. He wanted to test himself for a while. Shu Bubi, the talent of Shu nationalities branch, grew up from the bottom of Shu nationality step by step. He has never lost in all his life. He is invincible and is called Shu Bubi. If his identity is not too humble, and there is no strong support among the Shu people, he would have replaced the crooked species of Shu Heng and become the first successor of the Shu people. That is to say, due to the identity restriction of Shu Bubi, there are not many resources in the family. Even so, he has reached the peak of the cave world. Only a little bit short of him can take the last step and become the strongest in the Vientiane world. Rumble. Shu Bubi starts, the 9 channels that lie dormant in his body, just like the awakening of the 9 responding dragons, roar up to the sky, and the spirit sword behind him, just like the satellite beside the stars, twines around himself. Come on, I can promise you a good time. Shu Bubi is so arrogant that he doesn't pay attention to Qin Sheng, who just smelted the Shenfu. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. He stood up with his hands on his back. His face was calm. He was not frightened by the breath from Shu Bubi. The defeated people, what's the right to speak up here? Qin Sheng sneered indifferently and said, your first successor of Shu family was defeated by me at the beginning, and it took a lot of treasures to redeem. Qin Sheng mentioned the dishonorable past that made Shu people ashamed at the beginning. Don't mention the waste of Shu Henji. He is just from a good background and comes from the main vein. Shu Bu's eyes were deep, and he said, I'll kill you like a dog. Don't be so full, or you'll be embarrassed to kneel down and beg for mercy later. The war is on the verge of breaking out. Shan Yuan Dongjun is very calm. He talks and laughs with Yaij from Haifeng country and discusses how to divide the Purple Phoenix country. Originally, with the strength of Shan Yuan Dongjun, it was not qualified to talk about the conditions with Haifeng country. Even the strongest of the whole Dian dynasty just barely touched Shan Yuan Yanjun on the edge of the semi-holy land. You should know that in Haifeng country, there are more powerful people who can reach the real Holy Land, especially in the dark forest. In fact, no matter it's Black Fog or the young strong man named One, they like Xianyuan Dongjun because he comes from other countries. As long as there's a chance of 1 in 10,000, they don't want to let go of the chance to leave the secret place of Hunyuan. I've heard that the first princess of Zihuang country is as beautiful as a fairy, just like the 9 heavenly Zuanv. It's true when I see her today. Xianyuan Dongjun was very relaxed and did not pay any attention to the battle between Qin Sheng and Shu Bubi. On the one hand, Qin Sheng is too weak. Even though he made a lot of noise in the Magic Dragon Wasteland, he can easily fight across a large realm. But this time, he was different. He has never been defeated since he started his career. He is very powerful. If not for his low status, his reputation would have spread throughout the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. The Shu people also regard Shu Bubi as a secret weapon. This time, Shu Heng never entered the secret of Hunyuan. Only when the Shu nationality wants to rise, can the Hunyuan stone and even get the mother gold of the Hunyuan rise up in this small extinction. However, the elder brother of Haifeng country is not in a mood. He looks very worried. I always feel that Qin Sheng is not as simple as he thought. One elder brother lightly said. He recalled that he had fought with the holy tree in his mother's womb. First brother knows that Shen Mingxi has been critically ill for a long time. Now, he is not dead, but his breath is more vigorous than before. Smell speech, Xianyuan Dongjun, but one face disdain, a pair of disdain appearance, he mouth corner, contains sneer. It's just a subordinate of Qin nationality's branch. He will surely die today. With the voice of Xianyuan Dongjun just falling, the war broke out. Sonorous. Shu Bubi's 3 spirit swords burst out, and the horrible sword Qi rushed to the sky, turned into a big fish, and swung a big tail. It seemed to be ordinary, but in fact, it was extremely dangerous. The horrible sword Qi came from the hanging, and the void was almost open. It's worthy of the fact that he has never been defeated since he started his career. It's just that he was so terrible when he started. Qin Sheng looks up, his eyes are a little dignified, and he instantly knows that Shu Bubi is using an ancient sword formula. With 3 spirit swords as the core of the sword array and the ancient sword formula, this sword can cut anyone in the cave. Even if you are a real all-powerful person, you should avoid the sword of comfort and invincibility. Qin Sheng put out his hand and covered it with a layer of black jade-like material, which was the lifeless qi of the research extreme skill and the 9 death skill. At the beginning, even a wisp of dead gas could easily poison a strong man who was 1 level higher than Qin Sheng. However, the spirit of 9 deaths was extremely indifferent, and Qin Sheng was not willing to use it. Now it has melted the Shenfu, the body has experienced the nourishment of the mother and the mother tree, and the refining of the mixed yuan mother gold has long derived a lot of 9 dead qi. What an idiot! He is a lower level than me. How dare he fight my spirit sword with his bare hands? Shu Bubi was sneering at him and shaking his head. He felt that what a rebellious young talent Qin Sheng was spreading outside was just like that. Chong. But in the next moment, Shu Bubi will be foolishly dazzled. The fire is all over the sky, and the chaotic sword Qi rolls around like a storm. You let go, he said in a deep voice. Everyone wow, only to see Shu Bubi's spirit sword was grasped by Qin Sheng with bare hands, and there was no scar. God, it's a spirit sword. It has a complete spirit pattern and is extremely sharp. Let alone the martial artists in Shenfu, even the strong ones in Dongtian are beheaded by a sword. But Qin Sheng's hands were completely intact, not to mention the scars, not even the white ones. If that's the case, 9 dead magic can be used like this. Qin Sheng was ecstatic as if he had found a new continent. The 9 death skill can not only deprive the opponent of his skill, but also absorb the damage. Qin Sheng's heart had already set off a storm, once the cultivation to the extreme, to the magic free of terror. Of course, Qin Sheng is still a long way from magic immunity, but it's okay to resist the sword array damage of Shu Bubi. Erase. Qin Sheng sneers and wipes his palm on the struggling spirit sword. The spirit mark on the spirit sword is erased instantly. Pooh. This spirit sword is an immortal soul weapon, which consumes a lot of soul power. Now it's erased by Qin Sheng, and it's suffered a lot in an instant. It's coughing up blood with a big mouth. Finally, with a bang, I knelt on one knee. Qin Sheng, what did you do? My spirit sword, give it back to me quickly. Shu Bubi is finally in a panic. This set of spirit swords is his ultimate weapon, and there is absolutely no need for any loss. It's a spirit sword. It's the heart and soul of Shu Bubi. He is not a lineal member of the Shu family. He is only from the branch. He is humble and can be promoted to the cave. That is a terrible achievement. No one knows how much he has paid behind his back. When Shu Bubi was young, he once got the inheritance of a sword formula in the remote area of Shu nationality. Since then, he has changed his life against the sky. Now that I have lost a spirit sword, its combat effectiveness will definitely plummet. Qin Sheng's finger is holding the spirit sword, which contains the mysterious and difficult spirit grain. It has already produced the instinctive intelligence. Its sword is powerful and radiant, sending out the clang of the sword, just like the ancient war shark arrested. The body of the sword is crazy and twisted. Qin Sheng's fingers ignited the flame of death in an instant, and a wisp of wisdom, which was dormant in the sword body of the spirit sword, was eliminated in an instant. The spirit sword can also be seen by the naked eye, just like the half-year when the star fell. The dazzling sword light is fading down at the speed that the naked eye can see. Asshole! Go to hell! Shu Bubi's whole body exuded a terrifying rage. His eyes were red, his body was shaking, and his power of terror broke out at an incredible speed. Since he dared to change his name to Invincible, it is impossible for him to fail so easily. Boom! Shu Bubi starts. There are 9 Yuan Mai in his body, 7 of which are Xingjie Yuan Mai. They are extremely powerful. The horrible Yuanli fluctuate in the crazy jump. Dozens of Shu Bubi figures burst out in the sky of Jinlianqi. This is the result of too fast speed. The comfort of the sky is invincible. One by one, the spirit is awe-inspiring. Qin Sheng looked up, with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. In a long voice, he said, on this level, how dare you call invincible? Qin Sheng stepped out step by step, like a shadow, without any hesitation, and made a dragon whale fist. The violent virtual shadow rises behind Qin Sheng and explodes all the comfortable and invincible shadows. Phew! Phew! The 2 sword lights are faster than lightning. The wind is swift and the electricity is sincere. One sword cuts to Qin Sheng's throat and the other to Qin Sheng's heart. The hand is extremely fierce. Boom! Qin Sheng offered the steel of the heaven, just like Mount Tai, which directly suppressed the spirit sword. The spirit sword is absorbed on the top of the heaven steel. Of course, it is not placed on the top of the heaven steel, but is suppressed on the lowest level. It's not qualified to be placed on the top of the heaven steel. Poof! Poof! Shu Bubi fell from the sky, and he vomited 2 more old blood. Get up! Qin Sheng burst and shot away. His hands flashed out, grabbed Shu Bubi's throat, lifted it into the air, and confronted a group of people from Heifeng. Shanyuan Dongjun, this kind of minion is also called invincible? Qin Sheng sneered and his face was full of sarcasm. Air. Shu Bubi was oppressed by a mysterious force, and 3 of his life's spiritual tools were wiped out. The spirit was severely damaged and lost its fighting power. Like this level of slag, how much to come, how much I cut. Qin Sheng had no mercy. This Shanyuan Dongjun is not the first time that he wants Qin Sheng's life. If in the Dian dynasty, the world is nothing but less, Qin Sheng will also taboo the Dian emperor. However, this is a secret place of Hunyuan. It's impossible for the emperor of Dian to come in at all. Even his divine sense can't be explored. On the Golden Lotus Pond, except for the shrill wailing sound of Shububi, there was a dead silence. All the faces that were waiting for Schadenfreude were frozen, and they were all stupid. Especially those geniuses from Haifeng are deeply shocked. Generally speaking, a warrior of this level in the Shenfu realm, not to mention in the horrible place of the Dark Forest, even in the Haifeng kingdom, is only a cannon fodder-like existence. But Shububai, the peak of Dongshenjing, whose real combat power is at least half a step of Vientiane, was defeated. And it's so ugly. The first brother from Haifeng is the strongest genius of Haifeng. His eyebrows are full of unhappiness. Shanyuan Dongjun, is this the strength you said? One elder brother said indifferently, even the ants of a god's mansion can't be cleaned up. How can I cooperate with you again? Smell speech, the face of Shanyuan Dongjun is red like pig liver, hot and spicy. He was even questioned in full view of the public. This kind of thing has never been experienced since childhood. Who is he? The eldest son of Dian Emperor, His Royal Highness Prince, the first successor of Dian Emperor. In so many halos, Shanyuan Dongjun has never been questioned like this. Who? Shanyuan Dongjun takes a deep breath and suppresses his anger. He is very clear that these people in Haifeng are not good people, and this is not the Dian dynasty. There is no Dian royal family to protect him. Besides, Shanyuan Dongjun is absolutely not allowed to lose this kind of ally before he gets the Hunyuan mine vein. It's worthy of being the prince of the East Palace. How deep the city is. The anger and dissatisfaction in his heart disappeared in a flash. Even the powerful elder brother didn't catch it. You should know that the Dark Forest is not a place for fun. If you are not strong enough, you should quit and stay well. When we harvest the Hunyuan mine, you will get the share you deserve. Elder brother Yid's words are severe. No one dares to scold Shanyuan Dongjun like this except him. Wait for me to clean up now, you will see. Shanyuan Dongjun stood up and turned to look at Qin Sheng. His eyes suddenly became sharp. Qin Sheng. Shanyuan Dongjun roared loudly, like the wrath of the gods. The dark clouds on the sky gradually drew close, and the darkness covered a large pool of water. Yes? Qin Sheng smiled and asked. Qin Sheng's calm and even mischievous appearance made Shanyuan Dongjun angry. At this moment, no matter how deep he was, he could not hold back. Clean your ears and listen to me. I'm ordering you with the Prince of Dian. I'll give you a chance to live, let go of it, and roll over. Shanyuan Dongjun's voice is as loud as a bell, full of emperor's temperament, and looks down on everything. Shanyuan Dongjun is very cold and arrogant. As the legitimate son of the royal family, he has never faced Qin Sheng squarely, because in his opinion, Qin Sheng is just an arrogant and despotic minion. No matter how to fight against the sky, or how to fight across one or even two realms, it's just personal combat power. Without the background of the royal family and the support of the royal dynasty, it is impossible to go too far. Shububi is such an example. Ha ha. Hearing this, Qin Sheng didn't respond, and then he clapped his hands on Shububi's Tian Lingai. Click. The sound of bone breaking is loud, full of the poisonous gas of death, and the horrible flame of death, even worse than the yellow spring fire, instantly covers the body. The body is disintegrating and the soul light is dying out. But after 2 breaths, Shu unbeaten turns into powder. The most powerful young generation of Shu nationality is much stronger than Shu Hingi. Up to now, Shu Bubi has never failed. Today, he is defeated by Qin Sheng. And because of this defeat, Shu Bubi paid the price of life. Shanyuan Dongjun is stupid. He thought that he would use his crown prince's identity to frighten Qin Sheng, but he never thought that Qin Sheng was so careless. He killed Shu Bubi directly. Qin Sheng. Shanyuan Dongjun roars to the sky, and the prince's dragon robe is glittering and shining. It's a spiritual weapon with amazing defense. The burst of light converges into one Tianlong and hovers on Shanyuan Dongjun. Humble insect, how dare you disobey the emperor's order? Shanyuan Dongjun gnawed his teeth. He wanted to fight for Qin Sheng by himself. Shanyuan Dongjun's long hair is flying, accompanied by extremely fierce momentum. As the ancient warrior wakes up, it is a fist to Qin Sheng. Buzzing. The golden color of the fist print is like a big day rising slowly, which makes those martial artists with low strength dare not open their eyes. De Yen will not kill the fist. Shanyuan Dongjun's momentum is like a rainbow, climbing day by day. With the arrival of Boxing Seal, the power has climbed to the top. Dayan Immortal Boxing is the core boxing of Dayan Dynasty. It is said that it was well known before the Great Annihilation. It comes from the inheritance boxing of Dayan sect, a small school of 9 days and 10 places before the Great Annihilation. 10,000 years ago, the Great Annihilation of the world spread to the whole Great Famine. It took 9 days and 10 places to roll up seats. Those weak sects almost died. Shanyuan family dug out such a boxing technique of Dayan Gate at the edge of the mountain where the magic dragon is immortal. The dazzling fist light is too dazzling. To the extreme, the sky over the golden lotus pond suddenly becomes dark. It's just that the fist print is too dazzling, which reflects the darkness of the sky. This is a research phenomenon. After all, the successor of the imperial dynasty is the successor of the imperial dynasty, and his martial arts cultivation has reached the Vientiane realm. The power that erupted is naturally powerful and outrageous. Qin Sheng has no hard resistance, not to mention the sacrifice of heaven steels. Because he couldn't carry it at all. Long way. Qin Sheng shouted out, gang fight. Long Wei is just squinting and digesting the Hunyuan mother gold. Here we are. Long Wei responded with a loud roar, facing the storm, especially his eyebrow eyes, shooting a brilliant, puffing sound, just like a laser, shooting through Shanyuan Dongjun's fist. Ah! Shanyuan Dongjun screamed. He looked down at his hand, and the blood came out, showing the ferocious wound. The sharp pain made him cry. What kind of big inflammation does not kill boxing? It's also the miscellaneous boxing. Long Wei's disdain on his face made him stand up with his hands in his hands and look arrogant and exclusive. Don't think you can scare people if you take the name of Cool Blow and give out the light like a candle. Shanyuan Dongjun was so angry that he vomited blood. However, the royal family of Dayan didn't pass on the extreme martial arts, and Dayan didn't kill the fist. His father once beat many of the most powerful people in Vientiane. Shanyuan Yanjun once fought in the Forbidden Area in the north, which made him famous. You can even say that in the Dayan dynasty, Dayan Immortal Boxing is the most powerful martial art. No one. But when it comes to Long Wei, how can this toad mouth with 3 eyes of ice toad become a miscellaneous martial art? Shanyuan and Dongjun fight again. The red fire's fist marks the sky, and the sky seems to be burned through. The law of heaven and earth in the secret land of Hunyuan is much weaker than that of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Therefore, even Shanyuan Dongjun, who is just broken through the Vientiane realm, can tear the void. Come back? Long Wei has a pair of squint eyes to despise Shanyuan Dongjun. This time, he is too lazy to open the third eye. The furious Yuan force erupts from his body. He looks at Shanyuan Dongjun with a squint, and he also plays an excellent fist technique. It seems that there are dragon chants and howls. A dragon with 1 fist, a white tiger with 1 fist. Long Wei is very good. He has reached the Vientiane realm for a long time. In addition, he keeps the true blood of Zulong in his body and inherits many research skills. Chasm. Xianyuan Dongjun flies upside down and crashes into an island in the hard golden lotus pond. The violent force rolls to all sides. The whole island is divided and the water flows in. Wow. Xianyuan Dongjun spits blood in his mouth, breaks his fist and makes his scalp numb when he looks at it. It's not only that, his viscera are cracked and his mouth is filled with spirit fluid. However, he finds that the injury is irreversible and there is no possibility of recovery in a short time. After work, Long Wei claps his hands. His words are very arrogant. Shen Mingxi takes a look at Qin Sheng and Long Wei, especially the Long Wei. Although it looks ugly and like a toad, it contains such terrible power in its body, which is no less than her. Shen Mingxi is powerful. She has been practicing in the semi-holy land for a long time. She is not so interested in the battle between the Vientiane lands. However, Shen Mingxi was also impressed by Long Wei's performance. She felt that this Long Wei didn't try her best at all, even though its real strength was not even used in Chengdu. If Xianyuan Dongjun knew that Long Wei didn't even use 30% of his power, he would be angry and faint. Come on, come with me. Qin Sheng laughed and scolded and led Long Wei to land on the divided island. Xianyuan Dongjun's blood can't be stopped at all, and his life breath is constantly weakening. The strength of Vientiane border and semi-holy border is far from each other, which is not a level existence at all. Moreover, even the prodigy of Tianzong, who just broke through the Vientiane realm, like Xianyuan Dongjun, is only able to fight against or defeat the old and declining Vientiane realm strongmen. You're on your way. Qin Sheng looks indifferent. He has no pity and is decisive in killing. You want to kill me? Hearing this, Xianyuan Dongjun's eyes are silly, and his face is no longer invincible, but gradually there is a color of fear. Otherwise? Waiting for you to return to Dian Dynasty, and then bring me endless revenge? Qin Sheng squinted and asked with a smile. Xianyuan, Dongjun and Giganthus will report. Now Qin Sheng has beaten him up and hurt him so badly, it's impossible for him to continue to have any chance in the secret world of Hunyuan. If he was allowed to leave, he would return to the Dian dynasty, waiting for Qin Sheng's eternal revenge. As for the Emperor Dian, he once said that he had a good relationship with Qin Sheng, but Qin Sheng was hurt by his own son. Maybe he didn't blame Qin Sheng for saying that. What kind of revenge would the ghost arrange for Qin Sheng secretly? Emperor's heart, that is the most difficult to guess. Since there will be endless future troubles, it's better to put an end to this potential trouble now. Anyway, the aborigines of the Hunyuan secret place can't go out, and the Emperor of Dian can't come in. As for soul-searching, Qin Sheng is even more afraid. Long Wei has touched the edge of semi-holy land, and its combat power is no less than that of the Emperor Dian. 10,000 steps back, Qin Sheng's spirit realm is infinitely close to the holy soul state. The soul power is powerful, and he is not afraid of Xianyuan Yanjin's soul searching at all. Xianyuan Dongjuan's face turned white as soon as he heard it. As his prince, he was so smart that he thought of Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, I am the prince of the current dynasty. In the future, I will inherit the Emperor of Dian. How dare you kill the king? Xianyuan Dongjun suddenly drinks, but the voice has no foundation. Yes, you are right. Qin Sheng smiled and disagreed. He approached Xianyuan Dongjun step by step. He said, but this is not Dian dynasty. This is the secret place of Hunyuan. Your father is very strong, but he can't reach in here. Let's go. Don't be so aggressive in the next life. Qin Sheng's boxing seal is shining, his eyes are sharp, and he is determined to send Xianyuan Dongjun on the road. Xiamishi is about to come. Qin Sheng doesn't want to return to the Dian dynasty, but to meet him is a steady stream of revenge. No, I don't want to die. Shanyuan Dongjun turned his head to the direction of the beast, and the first brother on the sky rushed in and said, "First brother, help me." A brother frowns, he really didn't think that things should happen to this point. The elder brother snorted coldly and said, "What a waste." Although swearing, but the first brother, the most powerful genius in Haifeng country, started to save Shanyuan Dongjun's life. Haifeng country also wants to take Shanyuan Dongjun to leave the secret place of Hunyuan and travel to a wider world. Stop. One elder brother burst and drank a sound. Before the sound fell, there was a backlog of void and a large void crack. The spear in his hand burst out and wanted to nail Qin Sheng to the ground. At this time a beautiful shadow came to Qin Sheng. It seemed to be slow. In fact, it was almost to the extreme. In a moment, it was blocked in front of Qin Sheng. It was like a jade-like hand lightning, and it gently patted the spear from the explosion. Chong. The spear forged from black stone and mother gold gives off fire light. The whirlpool of violent force spreads to all directions at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye. The water surface of the pool is torn and in a mess. Shenmingshi. One elder brother frowned, and was a little unhappy between his eyebrows. His 5 fingers and 1 claw were changed into shadow by the spear, and they came back to his hands. It's hard for you to protect yourself. Do you want to protect the insects outside the country? One elder brother looked at Shenmingshi like this, and there was a flash of greed in his eyes. When Shenmingshi heard this, his gorgeous face didn't have any waves. He was like a snow goddess who refused to be seen thousands of miles away. He said coldly, "Haifeng, you and I haven't settled our direct grudges. I'll make a good calculation with you today. There are many enmities between Haifeng Kingdom and Zihuang Kingdom. In addition, the eunuchs in the palace of Haifeng Kingdom and Zihuang Kingdom should cooperate with each other inside and outside, and sow strong poison." He poisoned a large number of royal relatives, and the ferocious scars on Shenmingshi's chest were also given by the Black Wind. This is definitely the eternal feud. Black Wind, a full face of ridicule, brandishing the spear in his hand, "There is a terrorist atmosphere in the spread," said, "Ha ha. Depends on you." Boom. Shenmingshi didn't respond, but moved his hand directly to the Black Wind. The fighting between the semi-holy land level destroyed the sky and the earth, killing the sun and the moon. There were hundreds of miles of golden lotus pool torn and a large area of water evaporated. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the battle between Shenmingshi and the 1 or 2 of Haifeng. It was a battle between the strong in the semi-holy land. Even if he was as strong as Qin Sheng, he felt that he would take a breath of cool air. The strong at that level would be far beyond Qin Sheng's strength. Qin Sheng is now in control of the 3rd death of the 9 death magic, plus his body has experienced the refining of the 9-turn gold lotus and the Hunyuan mother gold. He is a strong man who can easily tear the cave with his hands. As for the strong in Vientiane, it is necessary to use the soul power, use the infinite proximity to the Holy Soul to launch the spirit attack, and directly crush the strong just promoted to Vientiane like Shanyuan Dongjun. But this kind of spirit attack is the strongest card of Qin Sheng. It can't be used until it's necessary. Moreover, the spirit attack cost a lot. If the opponent has spirit-level soul weapon, Qin Sheng's spirit attack will be blocked. However, soul wear is very rare. Spirit-level soul wear is even rarer. Let alone the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Even after crossing the North Forbidden Area and entering the broader Tianyuan continent, a spirit-level soul wear is also precious. "Antine, let my man go, or..." the old man on the astral beast shouted. With a sneer on her face, Antine said, "What else? If we want to fight, then we need to fight. There is no such nonsense." Silvergoo also set off. She fought with the strong in the holy land of Heifeng. Boom. The endless power is venting. It seems that all the days will be beaten down. Fight fast. Qin Sheng looks up at the semi-holy land above the sky and the strong people fighting in the holy land. He can't help but take a breath of cool air, let alone fight with them. Even if he is infected with the after effect of the battle, he will be seriously injured, and all organs will be displaced. On the road, Qin Sheng approaches Shanyuan Dongjun. At this point, he doesn't relax at all, but offers the strongest attack, even the steel of heaven. Roar. The steel of nature sends out terrifying power. The overwhelming pressure makes Shanyuan Dongjun's body disintegrate and the soul and light crack. No, you can't kill me. Shanyuan Dongjun looks up to the sky and roars. His eyebrows are split and a piece of rune paper floats out. The sacred meaning of Fuwen paper is strong. It should come from the great hand of the powerful people in Holy Land. A great figure burst out. Qin Sheng was completely stupid at first sight. Big Fire Emperor? Qin Sheng was shocked by the powerful and familiar atmosphere. After all, it's His Royal Highness, the eldest son of Shanyuan Yanjun, who enters the secret world of Hunyuan alone. It's very important. How can the Emperor of Dian leave behind? The breath of terror and the decadent temperament of Shanyuan Dongjun changed dramatically. Humble insect, you still want to send me on the road? The incarnation of the Emperor Dian came, and Qin Sheng could not breathe because of the terror. Is the Emperor really coming? Qin Sheng raised his head, his face was a little dignified, and he was holding the formula of the 9 death magic skill in his mouth. The sense of oppression on his chest disappeared for more than half of the time. What a bullshit is just a body of law with rough workmanship. Longwei licked his mouth, and his squint was full of contempt. He spoke rudely and had no respect for the Emperor. As a descendant of the ancestral dragon, Longwei has the blood of the ancestral dragon in his body and is very proud in his bones. He has no respect for the so-called Emperor Dian at all. It's not just a human warrior who just touched the edge of the semi-holy land. Longwei, with a low voice, said, "How dare you call yourself emperor at this level? Emperor Renhuang is a kind of supremacy called, in 9 days and 10 places, those legendary royal strength is huge, even the demigod does not necessarily call himself emperor. The alchemy talent of Emperor Wanjie is so terrifying." In the end, he was not detained by the so-called royal family. It is feasible to know how terrible the real emperor is. Suppression. Before Qin Sheng gave orders, Longwei pulled up his sleeves. He was full of strong light, especially those eyes, which gave out substantive light. The hot eyes were surging out of his body, accompanied by the breath of awe. Double dragons out to sea. Longwei looks up to the sky and roars. His voice is like thunder god's wrath. Tut, that posture looks frightening. Bang. Without any suspense, the empty shadow of the inflamed emperor was directly blasted by Longwei's double fists and turned into violent energy, rolling the mat to all sides. Poof. Shanyuan Dongjun was blown away by the terrible shockwave and hit a pile of rubble. His spine was broken like mud on the ground. Qin Sheng's heart was frightened. Longwei's goods were too grumpy. If they didn't agree with each other, they would be suppressed. But it's too hard to raise. The Hunyuan mother Jean, who weighs a few Jean, will soon finish eating. That's the mother gold of Hunyuan. It's a treasure that even the strong in Holy Land are envious of. It's usually used as a lost treasure, but Qin Sheng is used to feed Zhan Chong. If we let other people know about this, we will definitely scold Qin Sheng for being a loser. Qin Sheng, leave the goods to you. Longwei's face was full of fun, and he bowed down to flatter. As expected, milk was his mother. Qin Sheng was so delicious that he could live and support him. Longwei was very convinced. Well. Qin Sheng nodded his head indifferently and approached Xuanyuan Dongjun, who had lost all his fighting power. At this moment, Xuanyuan Dongjun is in a mess. His head is full of blood. Most of his bones have been broken. Especially the shinfu has been smashed by Longwei's fist. He looks up at Qin Sheng resentfully. Qin Sheng, if you dare to kill the king, it's a big crime to kill the 9 families. All to this point, Xuanyuan Dongjun not only did not kneel to beg for mercy, and even increased the clamor. Qin Sheng sneers, his eyebrows are split, and a horrible smell of emperor's sword spreads. He picks up a dead branch from the ground and cuts it down as a sword. No. Xuanyuan Dongjun howled loudly. He was desperate and struggling frantically. He sacrificed all kinds of runes, even some complete spirit tools. The dead branches wrapped in the breath of Emperor's sword seem fragile. At this moment, they become extremely sharp, like the sword of God. Even the sky can be cut, and a small world can be divided into 2 parts. With a puff, Xuanyuan Dongjun was cut in 2, and his flesh and soul were broken by the terrible sword. Xuanyuan Dongjun, die. Who? Qin Sheng took back the breath of the emperor's sword, breathed a long breath, and said, finally, I killed the prince of the dynasty. Although it's a bit big, it's because this place is a secret place. Even the Emperor of Dian can't know what happened here. Unless this group of aborigines can also leave the mystery of Hunyuan, only in terms of the information currently under control. However, all the natives born in the secret place of Hunyuan have left their imprints in their soul light, which is a curse, and it is impossible to leave the secret place of Hunyuan forever. Unless they can get a pass in the dark forest, it is impossible for them to leave the Hunyuan secret place. Boom. A mountain burst and the ground cracked. The battle between Shen Mingxi and Heifeng became white hot. It was obvious that Shen Mingxi fell down. After all, it was the beginning of a serious illness, and he was so much younger than Heifeng I. Let's help. Qin Sheng called Longwei. Good. Longwei rubbed his fists and rubbed his hands. He was full of energy. Looking at the black wind, his eyes were shining. It was the light of greed. He said, what a big fat sheep. It's estimated that he can eat for several days after killing it. At this time, as soon as Heifeng and Shen Mingxi were fighting, he almost fell to the ground. He was angry. He was the first day of Heifeng Kingdom. He was so powerful that he was already the most powerful man in the semi-holy land at a young age. Now he was regarded as a thing in the bag by a toad? You can't be humiliated. Take your dog's life. As soon as the Black Wind's whole body was beating with horror light, his eyes shot out evil spirit, and his spear burst out. For a moment, the sky was dim, and only the spear was left between the heaven and the earth. Quack! Longwei was so excited that he cried out. His body swelled like a mountain, as if he was afraid that the spear would not hit him. Gollum. Longwei opened his mouth and swallowed the spear of Heifeng I. Everyone was shocked and turned white, especially the Black Wind. He screamed and almost fell to the Golden Lotus Pond. The spear is a spiritual weapon with great value. Even he cherishes it. Moreover, the spear has been to the dark forest and has made great achievements, which is a symbol of glory. The most important thing is that this spear is Heifeng I's soul weapon, covering a ray of his soul light. Now the spear is swallowed by Longwei and his soul light is erased. The corners of Heifeng I's mouth were bloody. He was seriously injured, especially on the spirit. His face was white. In any case, he didn't think of the ugly appearance in front of him. He couldn't see any monsters, Toad was so strong. Not only swallowed his original life spirit instrument, but also erased his soul light. You should know that the soul light on his original life spirit instrument was painted by his master, a real Holy Land strongman himself. How could it be erased so easily? Cut, why are the good things? Why only one layer of mixed gold? Bah! As soon as Long Wei opened his mouth, he vomited out the lifeblood artifact of Haifenjai. However, the original golden spear has become dim, and the surface layer of mixed gold has been digested. The Black Wind almost fainted at a glance or two. Beast, return my life spirit device. The Black Wind howled loudly. It was a total of 8 liang of Hunyuan mother gold. It was worth a lot of money. He didn't want to use it. Now he was swallowed by the 4 unliked toad in front of him. He ate all the Huanyuan's gold. He was also picky and complained about the lack of gold plating. It's killing me. Haifeng's whole body was shining and his chest was beating violently. He opened his mouth and vomited a sword, which was another life spirit instrument. The saber is very old, but it is well maintained. The spirit lines on the blade are still very clear. There are 9 rings on the back, all of which are gold. And the artifact that crossed the Hunyuan mother gold? Long Wei couldn't help but Daliang. He didn't need Qin Sheng's, commander of the law, so he went up. To die. When the Black Wind cuts over, the mountain collapses and the earth splits. Where it passes, there are not only brilliant golden lights, but also all kinds of ghosts. Those who are all the dead souls under the knife, who can make the sword imprison the ghost, are all the formidable strong ones. Seeing such a horrible scene, Long Wei had no fear at all, and was still slightly excited over the eyes. Long Wei's sword is mine. Be careful not to damage it. Qin Sheng followed Long Wei without hesitation and said loudly. As soon as the voice comes out, the Black Wind jumps and feels great pain in the chest. That's why the anger attacks the heart. This man and beast really deserve to die. He even regarded the most powerful genius of Haifeng as a fat sheep and his own life spirit as a trophy. They have not really fought, but have started to distribute the spoils. Well, I'll take 30% of the treasures in the fat sheep ring. At this moment, Long Wei even unwittingly bargained. 30% is a little bit more, but forget it. There is an old fat sheep behind. Kill the little fat sheep first. Qin Sheng thought about the time of breathing and agreed. Poof. The Black Wind has been spitting blood. He is frantically blowing the Yuan force in his body. He wants to cut off the 2 goods. I turn a fist into a dragon and break the sky. Long Wei cried out, his fist print was shining like the sun, which blinded the Black Wind one's dog eyes. Chong. Mars is everywhere, the blade pours down, the power of terror makes the tiger mouth of Haifeng one crack, and the blood flows. Black Wind a chest drama shock, feel 5 viscera are cracked. Why so strong? As soon as the Black Wind fell, he suffered an internal injury. A mysterious force came in his body, which made him unable to heal the internal injury in a short time. Bang! As soon as Haifeng felt more and more wrong, he felt as if he was poisoned. How could this be? Black Wind wanted to veto it at the first time, but the breath was more and more rapid. Finally, it fell on the dry golden lotus pond with a bang, and through a big hole, which raised the dust all over the sky. Hua! Qin Sheng Hua becomes a streamer, holding Haifeng's neck in one hand and holding it like a chicken. This? Shen Mingxi looked stupid directly. Who is Haifeng I, a peerless genius who is as famous as her? Among the countless talents in the mixed secret world, she ranks in the top 10. Such a talent, or semi-holy land, is actually controlled by Qin Sheng and Long Wei? Originally, Qin Sheng and Long Wei were talking nonsense. They regarded Haifenjai as a little fat sheep, and those who were fighting with Yinggu in the distance as old fat sheep. Shen Mingxi seems to be dissuading. Although he has completely torn his face with Haifeng Kingdom, he is so frivolous that it makes Shen Mingxi very unnatural. Qin Sheng, in particular, is nothing but a divine state. It's really only a divine state. However, now Qin Sheng is carrying Haifenjai like a chicken, and Shen Mingxi's feeble frustration is slowly generated. She has been fighting with Haifenjai for half a day, but it still falls. Qin Sheng and Long Wei just suppressed Haifenjai face to face. They are really more popular than people. Bug, you humble bug, let me go. The black wind is violent, and its body is crazy and twisted. It's like an angry spirit beast, fighting against it finally. If you are so unruly, you will be abandoned first. Qin Sheng's eyebrow flashed a trace of displeasure, and he slapped him on the elixir field of Haifeng. Roar. Haifenjai's body is shining. He was wearing Lingjia originally. It's really difficult to defeat Haifenjai's Dantian through Lingjia with Qin Sheng's strength. Long Wei, he's stripped of his armor. At Qin Sheng's command, Long Wei, who can't wait for a long time, pounced on Haifeng 1 and 3 or 5 times, and then stripped him naked. You. Shen Mingxi's face was blushing, so he turned around immediately. How can they be so skillful? Shen Mingxi was angry. She suddenly thought of the picture of undressing treatment not long ago. It didn't contain any impurities. The pretty face like a work of art turned red instantly. Just a few breathing times when Shen Mingxi turned around, Qin Sheng and Long Wei had already split up. It's the thing for receiving the ring. Later, it's lighter. The Lingjia and the saber belong to Qin Sheng. If there's mixed yuan mother gold in it, give it to Long Wei. Long Wei is not dissatisfied with this arrangement. You must die. Black Wind's face is full of resentment and poison. His Dantian has been abandoned. The powerful man in the Holy Land has been abandoned by 2 foreign people like ants. If this is passed on, it will definitely become a laughingstock. Pa. Long Wei slaps his hand and stares at him. He says, you little fat sheep, you don't have a few gene of mixed gold in your pocket. You call yourself the first genius of Haifeng country. What kind of genius is your poverty? Bah. Long Wei swears and slaps Haifeng. At the time, Haifeng almost killed them in the holy tree of her mother's womb. Now it's over. It's a cause and effect. As soon as Haifeng was about to spit blood, he was completely stupid. He had never seen such a shameless man and beast. What is there not a few gene of mixed gold in your pocket? Do you really regard Hunyuan mother gold as Chinese cabbage? Not to mention a few gene, even a few liang, for the strong semi-holy land, it is definitely a very terrible wealth. Now in Long Wei's mouth, he becomes poor. After being beaten several times, Haifeng was completely honest. At this time, Qin Sheng jumped out to fight the court and said, Long Wei, don't kill him. He is poisoned and can't stand the tossing. I'm going to be killed by you. How can I sell this to the old fat sheep later? Shen Mingxi finally understood that the reason why Haifenjai failed so quickly was that he was poisoned. How can poison exert such terrible effect? Shen Mingxi is not only curious, but also deeply taboo to Qin Sheng, instinctively back 2 steps. Qin Sheng was so keen that he immediately realized that he had let slip. It's a poison made of a little mixed gold. It needs the cooperation of Long Wei to poison this product. Qin Sheng calmly explained. Qin Sheng inherited the memory of the Emperor of the 10,000 robbers. He could refine the pill, and naturally, he could also refine the poison. In fact, Qin Sheng lied. His poison is not made of mixed yuan mother gold at all. It's just the poison purified from Shen Mingxi. Most of the curse poison of Shen Mingxi has been transformed into the purest energy. However, only one part of the highly poisonous part is lost. It can't be refined at all. It can only be turned into treasure. When it's unexpected, poison it. This kind of curse poison, purified by Qin Sheng, is even more outrageous, and the time of poisoning is faster. Even the strong man of semi-holy land has lost any resistance within a few breaths. Of course, this enhanced version of the curse of the poison, not much weight, has been wasted by Qin Sheng, all used in the Black Wind one, this unlucky egg. What? Are you going to sell me? As soon as Haifeng vomited blood 3 times, his first brother of Haifeng country fell into such a situation, and was sold like a slave by a subordinate in Shenfu. Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned again and said, "Are you dying? I can give you a good one." His voice was cold, and he didn't seem to be joking. His body was as straight as a spear, and it was full of horror. The Black Wind shut up for a moment, dare not speak more. "Haha, brother, those who know the current affairs are great heroes. Step back and spread the sky." Long Wei leans back to Haifeng and tries to persuade him. As soon as Haifeng looked up, he felt that the dragon power was smooth. Although he looked ugly, he didn't kill as decisively as Qin Sheng. "You are the first brother of Haifeng country. You should know a lot of treasures in Haifeng country," Long Wei asked in a low voice. "Don't be afraid, just tell me one person. Then we will dig up the treasury of Haifeng country and divide it into 30% of you." Black Wind, a silly eye, this toad is mad, unexpectedly hit the attention to Black Wind country's treasury body. "You see that your dantian is abandoned now. I will sell you to that old fat sheep later. I don't think you will have a good ending when you return to Haifeng country. In this case, it's better to sell the whole Haifeng country without doing anything." Then hey. Long Wei is really extremely cheap. How many treasures are there in the treasury of the whole Haifeng country? I'm afraid it's 100 Jin if it's pure Hunyuan mother gold. Thinking of these, Long Wei unconsciously put his mouth on the head of Haifenjai. "No, I'm not that stupid." Black Wind shook his head severely. In the case of poisoning, his state of mind, like a rock, was shaken and almost fell for it. "Just like Haifeng, I really sold the whole Haifeng country, even if it got 30% of the benefits. How long can it live? Besides, Haifeng is not alone. He also has a big family. If he did such a traitorous thing, Haifeng would die, and even affect the whole family, even the 9 families would be killed completely." Bang! Once Long Wei slapped, he took off. With a click, Haifenjai's skull was broken and blood flowed out. He was a poisoned patient. Now he was so beaten by Long Wei that he almost died. Obstinate! Long Wei finally kicked, and the Black Wind screamed and passed out completely. Boom! The wave of terror spread out again. Qin Sheng and Shen Mingxi raised their heads, and the battle between the 2 strong men of Holy Land had reached the stage of deization. The sky is broken, the void cracks are all over the sky, the thunder and lightning flash, the dark clouds cover one layer after another, the sun and the moon are dim, just like a picture of extinction. Qin Sheng's face changed a lot. He never thought that the real strong man in Holy Land could be so terrible. He raised his hand to make the sun and the moon dim. He turned his hand over to make the mountains and rivers broken, and the void cracks were all over the sky. This is far beyond Qin Sheng's expectation. He feels thirsty. His God-made steel hasn't cooled down completely. He can't play to the strongest level and suppress the strong in Holy Land. Just now, I plan to take this Black Wind as a hostage and sell it to the strong man of Holy Land of Black Wind country. Now, isn't it a bit of a tiger snatch? Antine, you want to fight with me? There was a roar from the sky. It was the old man of the Black Wind country. He was holding the tortoise shell in his hand, and the light was shining all around. He turned it into array after array. It made Silver Goose seem to be in a maze, and there was no turning back. Hunyuan copper stake. The old man of Haifeng country, he cried out, opened his mouth and spit out a copper stake only the size of a slap, which was shining. As soon as the Hunyuan copper stake appeared, the whole world lost color. No, Hunyuan copper stake? Why do you have such a spirit in Haifeng Kingdom? Silver Gu was shocked. One of her silver hair flew out and turned into a silver sword, especially her silver snake sword, which stabbed at the Hunyuan copper stake recklessly. No way. How could people in Haifeng have mixed yuan copper stake? Shen Mingxi is also stupid. She looked shocked and unbelievable. What is a mixed copper stake? Is it great? Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned and asked. It's very powerful. The Hunyuan copper stake is the 9 copper stakes that guard the whole Hunyuan continent. If there is no support of the Hunyuan copper stake, there will definitely be unimaginable consequences. Shen Mingxi's voice was shaking, and his pretty face was all flustered. Qin Sheng understood in a flash. That is to say, the Black Wind country dared to take the world's lead and dig out the copper stake that supports the whole Hunyuan secret place. The most serious consequence is that the whole Hunyuan secret place collapses. And countless creatures living in the secret world of Hunyuan are destroyed instantly. This is also the reason why the most powerful of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland dare not enter the secret land of Hunyuan. There are 9 Hunyuan copper stakes to support the Hunyuan secret place. Even the powerful in Vientiane outside the country can't bear it. Now a Hunyuan copper stake has been dug away, which is the risk of collapse at any time. Here I'd like to explain that the reason why Long Wei, as a stranger of the domain, was promoted to the Vientiane realm and didn't let the Hunyuan secret realm collapse is because he had experienced the nourishment of the mother and the mother tree, and the Hunyuan secret realm regarded Long Wei as an aborigine. Rumbling. The copper pile of the mixed Yuan dynasty came down from the sky. The huge red copper column stood up to the sky and gave out a horrible atmosphere. In a moment, it settled down in Yinggu. She looked up to suppress her Hunyuan copper stake. She had only heard of this kind of utensil in ancient books and murals before, but she actually met it today. Poof. Yinggu's big mouth spits blood. Her 7 holes are bleeding, and her body seems to disintegrate anytime and anywhere. Silver Snake. The Silver Snake Spirit Sword, which is integrated into the Silver Snake Spirit Sword, bursts out in an instant, just like a round of silver sun rising, illuminating the whole world. Chong. It seems that the Silver Snake Spirit Sword has infinite power. It can easily kill a large group of powerful Vientiane realm. However, when it kills the Hunyuan copper stake, it can only set off a large number of flames, and then it loses any breath and falls to the dry golden lotus pond. Wow. Antine can't help spitting out some more blood. Silver Snake Spirit Sword is her life spirit tool. Now it's destroyed by Hunyuan copper stake, which is no doubt equivalent to destroying his heart blood. Ha ha, it's just an inferior spirit tool, and you want to compete with my Hunyuan copper stake? Spirit utensils are divided into inferior, medium, superior, and best. Among them, the best power is the most terrible, the rarest, the lowest, and the most common. Of course, even if it's an inferior artifact, it's precious and valuable. Even the strong in Holy Land, it's also precious and regarded as a treasure. The Silver Snake Sword, which was abandoned by Yinggu, is also a high-level one among the inferior spirit weapons. It has been kept by her for many years, and can be promoted to the medium spirit weapons only by a short distance. However, even if Silver Gu's Silver Snake Sword is promoted to a medium-quality artifact, it will be crushed by Hunyuan copper pile. This is the level of compaction. The copper stake of Hunyuan is a vessel that can support the whole secret place of Hunyuan. It has long been beyond the category of spirit tools. It is not the existence of Silver Snake Sword, which is comparable to other kinds of hair spirit tools. The old man from Haifeng country has a cold face and a slight pull-up on his mouth, showing a joking smile of cat and mouse. His hands are raised in vain, with black light all over his body, devouring the power of Jin Lianqi. Yinggu is also shining with silver. She releases her holy land and tries to get rid of the confinement of Hunyuan copper stake. Now you want to escape? The old man in the holy land of Haifeng Kingdom, whose face is full of killing intention, said, "It's late." At the same time, his hand, controlling the Hunyuan copper stake, pressed down hard. Bang! Ingu has no resistance at all. She directly presses it to the bottom of Jinlian pool. Click. Silver ant is full of silver light, but in the silver light, with the poignant blood, she screams loudly. Rumble. The copper stake of the Hunyuan is too terrible. It sweeps all over and surpasses the power of ordinary saints. It can rival a little saint. Silver Lady. Shen Mingxi couldn't help shouting. Her eyes were already wet. There were 2 deep tears on her face. She was full of Yuanli and wanted to save Andine. Mingxi, run away. Ingu's face was determined. She made 3 pieces of rune paper, offered a large space for sacrifice, and then let Shen Mingxi and Qin Sheng leave. I want to escape when I'm dying? The old man of Haifeng country laughs cruelly. He slaps his hand on the copper stake of Hunyuan. With a click, the body and soul of Ingu collapses. In the middle of the air, 3 ancient rune papers are burning, and the power of terror erupts. Rumble. One after another is enough to make the altar of the Holy Land strong be built in an instant. Go. Qin Sheng clenched his teeth and took Shen Mingxi, who was heartbroken, to the altar. The old man from Haifeng country saw the ancient altar, and his face changed on the spot. Ingu fell down, and Neji was taken away by the old man of Haifeng country. He clearly saw the origin of these runes and didn't rush out. It's stupid. If you can run a monk, you can't run a temple. In 3 days, the army of Haifeng will step on the level of Zihuang Kingdom. The rampant voice hasn't fallen yet, and the ancient altar is the wave that makes the strong and holy land tremble, and then Qin Sheng and others disappear in front of everyone. Buzzing. Another weightless tumbling, Qin Sheng and Long Wei fall. What is this place? After a short period of maladjustment, Qin Sheng looked up blankly, looked around, and found that it was a huge palace, with purple floor tiles, 9 phoenix and phoenix, kneeling in the middle of a dragon bed. This is the palace of Zihuang. The cold voice sounded, and a white plumping Z shot from the deep of the temple. It was a gorgeous woman. Although she tried to restrain the breath, Qin Sheng was still shocked. Because this is a real Holy Land strongman. The water in the secret land of Hunyuan is really too deep. Why are so many powerful people in the Holy Land? Qin Sheng retreated a little. As long as he smelted the Shenfu, he had already met several powerful people in the Holy Land. That's the strongman of Holy Land. As long as their Holy Land comes out, they are the masters of a large Holy Land. No one can resist it. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, let alone the real powerful of the Holy Land, even the semi-Holy Land is rare. Even though he has lived for so many years, he still stays in the Vientiane realm and barely touches the edge of the semi-Holy realm. He is still 18,000 miles away from the real Holy realm. That is to say, no matter the Silver Lady or the white-haired woman in front of her, as long as she can leave the secret land of Hunyuan and come to the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, she can surpass all the 36 emperors. Don't say it's the people who touch the semi-holy land. Even if it's the real semi-holy land, the white-haired woman can kill a large group by raising her hand. Despite her unique appearance, Qin Sheng can still see the traces of time on her face. Her face is somewhat similar to Shen Mingxi's. Queen Mother. Shen Mingxi stormy pear blossom pours on the white-haired woman. The white-haired woman held Shen Mingxi in her arms, full of tenderness, and said, "Why are you back? Where's the Silver Lady?" Shen Mingxi looked up and lost his color. After we left the capital, we were chased and killed by people from Haifeng country. The poison of my curse broke out. At last, in order to let us leave, Ingu had already fallen down. The white-haired woman's face is a little white. Ingu is her relative. Now she has also fallen. With her husband in a coma, Zihuang Kingdom is really going to disappear in the secret world of Hunyuan. What? Are you also tainted with the curse? After a short period of heartbreak, the white-haired woman suddenly realized and asked anxiously. Curse of the poison, look at the whole Purple Phoenix country, no one can solve. Whatever is touched, there is no doubt that it will die. The Zihuang family, the royal family infected with the curse, has already got a score of 7 to 8. Even the Zihuang, who is strong enough to touch the edge of the little sage, the strongest of Zihuang country, is also unconscious and has a weaker and weaker breath. Yes. Shen Mingxi nodded and explained, but the curse on me has been neutralized. Result? Who helped you out? The white-haired queen's pretty face is full of shock, and her eyes are full of wonder. After my mother, he helped me to defuse the curse. Shen Mingxi pointed to Qin Sheng with his green fingers. Is it him? Looking at Qin Sheng, the white-haired empress clearly felt that his Yuanli was not very powerful, and the Shenfu had just been melted. On the contrary, this son's shoulder was ugly, and the strength of the ice toad with 3 eyes similar to a toad was fairly good. However, even so, the Empress of the Grand Purple Phoenix Kingdom would not look twice at this combination. Now, Shen Mingxi tells her that this son is so weak that he can defuse the curse that no one in the whole Zihuang country can defuse? Yes. Shen Mingxi takes a look at Qin Sheng and remembers the process of detoxifying himself. His face turns red with shame. It's impossible. Before the white-haired queen could respond, a more aloof voice began to ring. Shua. An old man burst out from the deep part of the temple. He has a good appearance, with a gossip mark on his eyebrow and a red stove burning different fire on his palm. He doesn't know what kind of pill he is refining. Before he is near Qin Sheng, he can smell a kind of red fragrance. Obviously, this old man in a danpao with a gossip mark on his eyebrow is a very powerful alchemist. The poison of the curse is like the pawn of the tarsal bone. Even I can't easily dissolve it. Except for the Purple Emperor, anyone who is infected with it will surely die. The old man in Dan's robe stroked his long beard, glanced at Qin Sheng coldly and proudly, and soon took back his eyes. Where are you from? You can't be used by sinister villains now that the chaos is coming. The old man in the danpao was not only arrogant, but also opened his mouth to define Qin Sheng as a liar. Hello, you are a liar, you are a bad old man. Your family are liars. Qin Sheng's #1 fighter, Long Wei, opened his teeth and danced his paws. He looked down upon the old man with a pair of squint eyes and a spray of foam on his mouth. Well? The old man in the danpao glared at Long Wei, and his face was gloomy. He said, Where are the 3 eyes of Ice Toad? It's really a barrier. It's just the Wanhuang antidote pill I made. It lacks a kind of auxiliary material. I'll make you into a pill. Emperor Dan, I'll keep you. Shen Mingxi panicked. She was very clear about the temper of the Danhuang. The Danlu in the palm of her hand was excavated from the depths of the dark forest. It was an ancient site with a very thick foundation, especially the Danhua in the Danlu. However, the so-called emperor didn't give Shen Mingxi face at all. As the chief alchemist of Zihuang Kingdom, he would give a third face even if he touched the edge of the little sage. Now, he is scolded by Long Wei in public. His face is naturally unbearable. Without any mercy, he accelerates the attack. Phew! This so-called Danlu, which desalinates the palm, only sees the Danhua on the Danlu, which turns into a spear and stabs Long Wei fiercely. Crackle! The hot and incomparable Danhua makes people's scalp numb in the vast palace. Due to the high temperature, the void will crack. Qin Sheng gave a cold snort, he moved a step, and his speed was also fast to the extreme. He has experienced 9 turns of Jin Lian's refining body, even if it is far from mature, but it is really the staple food of the legendary gods. The 9-turn lotus originally used to nourish the gods is now refining Qin Sheng's body, which makes Qin Sheng's body change at a speed that can be seen by the naked eye, and then under the legendary research skill 9 death skill, the body is even stronger. Qin Sheng's hand appeared a black light, containing the highest mystery. His eyes became sharp and incomparable. Under the sneering eyes of the so-called Emperor Danhuang, he grabbed the spear of Danhua, which shot at Long Wei with one hand. Ha ha, the Danlu of Bentan Emperor is the ultimate object of the Hunyuan Divine Mountain, dug from the dark forest. Its name is unclear, but the only thing we can be sure of is that it is not the martial arts in the Holy Land, but the Super Holy Land. Even the legendary saint is not qualified to control it. If we had not gone through many eras, suffered many times of such terrible reincarnation of small and great annihilation, and branded indelible ruins, we would not have been able to control it. Between the lightning and the firestone, the emperor recalled the origin of the Danlu in his palm, and looked at Qin Sheng as if he were a dead man. The spear of Danhua, even the powerful in Vientiane, can turn into ashes in an instant. At present, Qin Sheng is just a subordinate in Shenfu. Once he touches the spear of Danhua, not to mention the body, even the spirit will turn into nothingness, and both the form and the spirit will be destroyed. Since then, he will never be able to surpass life. He has no qualification to walk a wave of Huangquan Road. This so-called first Danhuang of the court of Zihuang Kingdom has no pity in his eyes. However, in the next moment, Emperor Dan's superiority, ruthlessness between his eyebrows, and sarcasm at the corners of his mouth solidified like falling into the ice and snow. Not only Emperor Dan, including Shen Mingxi, but also the white-haired queen of Zihuang country. Qin Sheng is holding the spear of Danhua with one hand. The spear of Danhua, which was burning fiercely, could not burn half an inch of Qin Sheng's skin even though it was about to burn through the void. The black light that contains the highest mystery is covering the golden spear of Danhua with the speed that can be seen by the naked eye. In a short time, the spear of Dan fire was assimilated by the flame of death of Qin Sheng, and became a spear with black flame. Hear this. Danhuang's mouth is open to the eldest brother, enough to fit into a fist. The original disdain, arrogance, and superiority become shocked, and disbelieving in an instant. How could that be? At this moment, the first palace alchemist from Zihuang Kingdom started a huge wave in his heart. After living for so many years, he had never seen such operation. But it's Danhua. It's extremely hot and unique. How could it be changed like this? That is to say, if Qin Sheng can bear the spear of Danhua, even if he can, Danhuang will think that Qin Sheng has a treasure, which can cut off the burning of Danhua, but change the breath of Danhua, which is undoubtedly to change the structure and nature of Danhua. The mystery of Danhua, let alone the warrior of Shenfu, even a great sage, can't be understood. And Qin Sheng, who looks very young at present, is no more than 100 years old. In the secret realm of Hunyuan, he is absolutely a cannon fodder. He can understand the mystery of Danhua and change it at will? It's scary. It's not only the shock of Emperor Dan, but also Qin Sheng himself. His 9 death skill is so overbearing that he can not only swallow it, but also copy it. Now it has reached the point of assimilation? Swallowing is the legendary magic immunity. Once the cultivation reaches the extreme, it is inviolable. Copying is the legendary stealing. Once the cultivation reaches the extreme, all dharmas are mine. Assimilation is the legendary seizing and giving up. Once the cultivation reaches the extreme, it means that all dharmas are slaves. Whether it's swallowing, duplicating, or assimilating, once the cultivation reaches the extreme, it's a research skill alone. It's all the inheritance skill of the Kaiyuan school. Qin Sheng's heartbeat sped up inexplicably. He didn't expect that the 9 death magic power was so terrible. He could understand that the cheap elder martial sister who woke up in the wasteland mining area was so arrogant that she abandoned the rest of Qin Sheng's skills and left only the steel of nature. Now it seems that Qin Sheng really underestimated the horror of the 9 death magic. All this happened between the lightning and flint. Qin Sheng held a spear burning with the flame of death. He took the body as a bow and the spear as an arrow. With his fierce eyes, he locked the first palace alchemist of Zihuang country, and then suddenly stabbed the spear. The black flame filled the whole temple in an instant, and the face of Emperor Dan was furious. Finally, he recovered from shock and disbelief. He burst out. "You dare, mole ant!" However, the speed of the spear is too fast, faster than the lightning. Qin Sheng's body has been able to blow out the powerful people in the cave for a long time now. With the blessing of the 9 death magic skill, the spear of the Danhua is surprisingly fast. The most important thing is that the Danhuang has just lost his mind. Light enemy and so close distance, the Emperor really did not react. Boom. However, after a brief flurry, the Emperor is worthy of being a strong man in the Vientiane realm. He threw out the furnace with his big hand, and in a moment, the fire spread all over the sky, forming a shield of fire, and it is still 3. The shield formed by the condensation of Danhua flows the obscure scriptures, which should be archaic scriptures. However, due to the damage of Danlu, the shield is also defective. Even so, the so-called emperor was still confident. He thought that the shield of the fire could easily resist the black spear. Under several hot eyes, the black war spear with the breath of terror fell on the burning red fire, and depicted the broken ancient scripture shield. Ding! The shield made by the combination of spear and red fire makes the sound of metal collision, and Mars is everywhere. Little fat mayor, also want to shake the god tree? The nervous emperor saw that the shield had resisted Qin Sheng's black spear. He breathed a long breath, and a hint of sarcasm reappeared on his face. Click. However, the sarcasm on the face of Emperor Dan has not fully spread out, and it has solidified again. Because the ancient scripture shield, which was covered with a layer of broken scriptures, broke open, and became more and more dense like a spider's web. At last, with a bang, it turned into pieces all over the sky. No! The emperor roared. He wanted to escape, but everything happened so fast that he ignited his body. Sniff. The flame of death is like a wolf attacking food. It's only a few breath time, and it devours all the Dan fire of the ancient Danlu. Chasm. Not only that, after the Dan fire was extinguished, the archaic Dan furnace instantly weathered, cracked into pieces and turned into powder. No, my archaic furnace. The so-called Red Emperor of Zihuang country has a ferocious face. His brow is full of violence. He was born in a reckless family. The reason why he was able to rise in a short time depends on the Taiga Danlu in the palm of his hand. Now the Taiga Danlu has turned into powder. His Red Emperor is like a tiger pulled out of its teeth. Emperor Dan killed with awe-inspiring mind. His eyes were as sharp as eagles. If his eyes could kill people, Qin Sheng would have died thousands of times. When death comes, how can you be rude? Qin Sheng, with a sneer on his lips, came from the void, like a god's mansion from the sky, stepping on the colorful auspicious clouds, and the so-called Emperor Danhuang. Bang! Emperor Dan was trampled on the hard and incomparable ground, and the whole vast palace was shocked, as if the mountain were falling and the ground was cracked, and the endless spiritual lines were shining. Qin Sheng's foot has reached the critical point of the Vientiane realm. It is impossible for him to step on the bottom of his foot according to the principle. However, today's Emperor Danhuang is entangled like a pawn of tarsal bone, and his yuan force is swallowed up. At this time, let alone, Qin Sheng, a unique genius who can cross one or even two realms, is fighting. Even a martial artist who can pass life can step on the foot of the emperor. Poof! Emperor Dan's chest collapsed, and his mouth spit out black blood with a serious rotten smell, which was obviously poisoned. He took the antidote pill out of the ring and poured it into the mouth full of black blood. It was a high-level antidote pill made by the ancient Donlu. Even some of them were sleeping in the deepest part of the dark forest for many years and didn't know how many years the poisonous insects and snakes could heal themselves. However, in the body that the flame of death corrodes, it doesn't work at all. How could this happen? Emperor Dan's face is dead. He starts to panic. He doesn't want to die. Little friend, I'm wrong. Help me. At the time of life and death, the Red Emperor of Zihuang Kingdom held Qin Sheng's thigh and begged for mercy. At this time, Shen Mingxi and her mother and Empress also came here. Seeing the more and more pale Danhuang, they couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. If Shen Mingxi had known Qin Sheng's excellent medical skills for a long time, and had a lot of background cards, but he had no idea that he was so powerful, it was the first alchemist in the court of Zihuang Kingdom. Little friend, can you look at the face of the palace and let the emperor live? The queen of Purple Phoenix country with white hair, her delicate eyes only look at Qin Sheng, and her tone has not just been cold. Hearing this, Qin Sheng shook his head and refused directly. Well? The empress's face is slightly cold. The life and death of the Purple Emperor is related to the emperor's life and death. It is absolutely not enough to allow any difference. If the emperor falls, who can guarantee the life of the Purple Emperor? Qin Sheng glances at the empress indifferently and penetrates her mind. He bursts away, and the black flame of death covers the sky. In the imperial palace of Zihuang Kingdom, it's not in the secret place of Hunyuan. The whole palace is in a tiny secret place. That is to say, the imperial palace of Zihuang Kingdom is in a territory, and there are a large number of empty cracks between the imperial palace and the secret territory of Hunyuan. Here, there is a transmission array to connect the Hunyuan secret place. Except for the rune paper made by Zihuang himself, it is absolutely impossible for others to come in. This is also the most important reason why the white-haired queen has not been killed by the eunuch party for so long here. The whole imperial palace is very large. It's afraid that it's more than 100 li long and continuous pavilions and pavilions, including a star palace above the sky. There stands a purple phoenix. How noble is Zihuang's bloodline? There lies a middle-aged man with a sword eyebrow and starfish. Although he is sleeping, he can still find a circle of purple halos between his eyebrows. These purple circles, like the ripples on the lake, spread all over the purple phoenix, protecting the man's body and spirit. Shwa! With the flame of death, Qin Sheng stepped out and came to the Purple Emperor. Boom! Qin Sheng just got close to it. He felt a huge pressure like Mount Tai. His chest was extremely dull, unprecedented depression. Is this the Purple Emperor? Qin Sheng takes a look at the sleeping Purple Emperor, the strongest of the Purple Phoenix Kingdom. It's worthy of the existence of terror close to the little sage. He was so intoxicated and unconscious that he could emit such a horrible atmosphere. Qin Sheng's heart had already set off a storm. He was not untouched by the strong man of Holy Land, but the faint Purple Emperor in front of him, Shen Mingxi's father, gave Qin Sheng a feeling that he was much stronger than the strong man of Holy Land of Haifeng Country and Yinggu. Even now, when I'm in a coma, it can be seen how terrible that little saint is. Little friend, you are too much. When the queen with white hair arrived, her phoenix eyes shot out substantive sharpness, and she was also slightly oppressed by the spirit. Her chest was undulating, a group of people were fluttering, and there was a sense of killing between her eyebrows. This unknown Qin Sheng is too much. Although he saved his daughter's life, he did not know what method he used to get rid of the curse for his daughter. However, this son is merciless and ruthless. Even though he doesn't know how to measure his hand, he is not guilty to death. He killed Danhuang town in the middle of waving, and he died so miserably. Although Zihuang country has fallen into the doldrums and even faces the end of being destroyed, she is the empress of Zihuang country after all. Jinko has already opened, and Qin Sheng has not yet stopped his horse from the precipice and left Danhuang alone. If it's normal, the white-haired queen will clap Qin Sheng to death. Now Qin Sheng also refers to dyeing his own husband's imperial body. It's just a crime that can't be forgiven. It's a crime of deceiving the king. Qin Sheng looks up and faces the fierce queen. There is not much confusion on his handsome face. He looks indifferent and says, I have negotiated the price with Yinggu before I come to save Zihuang, 1,000 Jin mixed yuan mother gold. Your daughter should be very clear about this business. Smell speech, white hair empress immediately face big change. Wei, can you save wake up purple emperor? There was a little disbelief in her unique face. The curse poison of purple emperor was far more than others, and it was in a state of extreme illness. According to the words of the emperor, even the great sage's personal visit could not save his life. The strength of the little saint is tremendous, let alone the great saint. In some small planes, a great sage exists like a god. For example, such a small position as the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, let alone the great sage, does not even have ordinary saints, so the Vientiane realm dare to be called the most powerful. If we come to some large-scale positions, such as the vast position of Tianyuan continent, the so-called most powerful of the Vientiane realm, is just a minion, or even some extremely powerful countries, and a terrible war breaks out, the Vientiane realm just acts as a cannon fodder. Therefore, the Vientiane realm was very strong in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, but it was not worth mentioning that even if it entered the forbidden area in the north, Vientiane realm was not strong or weak. At present, Qin Sheng is just a martial artist in the Shenfu area, not to mention the existence of the great sage. There are two big differences between him and Vientiane area. There is such a huge gap in cultivation, which makes the queen of Zihuang how willing to believe that Qin Sheng can cure her husband. What's more, 1,000 Jin of mixed yuan mother's gold is needed for diagnosis. Not to mention even a kilogram of mixed gold is extremely precious. A Jin of mixed yuan mother gold is enough for a group of Vientiane realm, and even the saints of Holy Realm will fight for red eyes. Now a whole kilogram of mixed gold, which is the mother gold, can refine the body, nourish the spirit, and even serve as a guide to an important elixir, turning corruption into magic and turning life and death. This kind of treasure, a Jin, is very terrible. Now, if you want a Jin, it's almost as rich as the enemy. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's face was calm. He didn't panic at all in the face of the Queen of Zihuang Kingdom. He was very confident. He was full of pride. That kind of temperament could not be performed by pretending. That is the inborn temperament. Of course, I can say it bluntly. In the Hunyuan secret place, only I can save your purple emperor. Qin Sheng said quietly. In this moment, the white-haired queen of Zihuang country set off waves again. The white-haired queen of Zihuang kingdom wants to question, but she can't say anything. She looks at her daughter Shen Mingxi. Dreamstream? Here. Shen Mingxi took a look at Qin Sheng, took a deep breath, and said, after mother, Antine did have a good deal with Qin Sheng. I also believe that Qin Sheng can save his father's life. Shen Mingxi's voice was not loud, but he spoke very firmly. She just looked at Qin Sheng quietly, a young man who was not old, not high in cultivation, or even a bit bad. Shen Mingxi knew that this son came from outside the country to dig out the treasures of the secret place of Hunyuan. As soon as the white-haired queen heard this, she took a look at Shenmingshi, took a deep breath, and then looked at Qin Sheng seriously. She said, "Okay, after that, open the treasury and give you 1 kilogram of mixed yuan mother gold." As soon as Qin Sheng heard it, his eyes were bright and his heart was stormy. It's really a hunk of gold. It's terrible. At this time, a pair of squint eyes of Long Wei have long been occupied by the shadow of Hunyuan mother gold. "My dear, if you give me 500 jin of mixed yuan mother gold, you can directly touch the Holy Land." "Deal." Qin Sheng nodded his head. It seemed very calm on the surface, but in fact, he was excited for a long time. 1,000 jin of mixed yuan mother gold, how could Qin Sheng not be excited? Boom. At this time, a terrible wave rolled up from the sky, which contained the shock wave with no upper element force. Poof. Qin Sheng turned upside down, as if he had been hit hard by an adult star beast. His chest collapsed, and it was obvious that his sternum was broken, spitting out 3 big mouths of blood. The sky seemed to collapse, and the holy lines on the palace were dazzling, as if they were under what kind of terrorist attack. Finally, a crack appeared. "Queen Mother!" Shenmingshi's face changed wildly, and her face was white. It was obvious that she had just been under a lot of pressure. Shenmingshi is a semi-Holy Land strongman. The just terrible shockwave also suffered a positive impact and even got hurt. It can be imagined what kind of attack the imperial palace of Zihuang country is suffering now. Empress Zihuang looked up and saw the cracks in the sky. She felt the creepy smell coming from the cracks, and her face suddenly went crazy. "Someone has found it." The voice of the Queen of Zihuang is trembling. "This is a small secret place. The spatial coordinates have never been revealed to the public. Only the rune keepsake forged by Zihuang himself can enter the palace. Otherwise, it's impossible to find this place." "Impossible, how could it be?" Empress Zihuang's white hair is flying all over her head. She is the strong one in Holy Land. Although there is still a long way to go from the realm of Little Saint, her face is in panic. According to the principle, the Queen of Zihuang Kingdom is the strong one in Holy Land and the Queen of the 3 big countries in Hunyuan Secret Land. But in this moment, the Empress of Zihuang country is really a little gray, and her bright eyes are beginning to become dim. "When the strong come, I can feel the cold breath of the Black Wind country." The Queen's delicate body is crumbling. If Shenmingshi didn't hold her in this moment, she would have fallen to the ground. Bah! At this time, Qin Sheng also raised his head. He took a look at the crack in the sky, a pair of eyes turned into purple gold, penetrated the crack, and saw a horrible object in the void crack. "Pain!" Qin Sheng screamed. He just had a sneak look. His eyes were stabbed. It's far away from the void crack. There are even strong people crossing. Qin Sheng only glanced at it, but his eyes were burned. You know, although Qin Sheng's eyes were not made into the legendary eyes, they were extremely powerful. At the end of the day, Qin Sheng's accomplishments are too low to cross the void. Even sitting on an ancient warship, Qin Sheng's real strength is far greater than that of the ordinary strongmen in Holy Land. "Save the Purple Emperor first." Qin Sheng woke up, he burst out and came to the sleeping Purple Emperor. "The flame of death." Qin Sheng angrily drank, and the turbulent black flame instantly covered the sleeping Purple Emperor. Chatter. A ferocious curse appears, and the face of Zihuang's sword eyebrows and stars is distorted instantly. Boom. The sky is breaking, and the endless void cracks are letting out, just like the empty Milky Way lacks the dike, and the terrible void storm comes. This scene is like the great annihilation coming. Even though the imperial palace of Zihuang Kingdom is inherited from the last great annihilation, with deep-rooted deposits, it is still teetering in the face of such a scene. Large spiritual lines are peeling off, and endless temples are collapsing. heaven will kill my purple phoenix. The queen's face was as gray as the earth, and she was in complete despair. As a real saint, her spirit was so sharp that it could penetrate into the depth of the void crack in an instant, and there was a strong and incomparable power dormant. Click. At this time, the palace's sky, where there is this endless complex rune top, crackling crazy whereabouts, has been hairy, extremely luxuriant, flashing with the dark breath of the palm extended in. Sniff. Endless void cracks pour down on the hairy black hand that makes the strong and holy land suffocate. Seeing the black big hand, I don't know what kind of meta beast it comes from, the breath it sends out, the horrible void cracks, each void crack, can tear a strong man at the peak of Vientiane, or even a strong man in semi-holy land into pieces. Even those who are really powerful in Holy Land cannot survive for long in the void. It is said that only the little sage and even the great sage can survive for a period of time in the void cracks, and only for a period of time. Roar. A roar came from the sky. It was the scream of the beast of the sky. It was like the mountain breaking and the earth changing. The cracks in the palace sky were getting bigger and bigger. An ancient warship crossed the void. The warship is black, very old, and carved with ancient runes, which have long been lost, but are still very gorgeous. On top of the warship, there is a starry beast with a head of ox and a body of snake. It has 3 heads and 6 arms in its belly. The hard and incomparable scales are torn by the cracks in the void, and there is no damage at all, just a white mark. Ha ha, I've heard that the imperial palace of Zihuang country is in a small secret place. There was a roar of laughter from the black archaic warship. A black robe was on the gun, and the shining stars were on the gun. At a glance, we knew that it was not ordinary. It was an old man in black, very arrogant on the warship. His brows were marked with blood, and his black hair was flying with the storm of violent void cracks. Zihuang Kingdom, today is the destruction of the kingdom. Everyone, such a piece of meat is too much for me to eat. Please join me in the table. The roaring landing of warships is like a rock break. The imperial palaces have disintegrated one after another. Those holy lines that can easily strangle the most powerful in Vientiane have no effect on blocking such an ancient warship. They don't even fear the cracks in the void. They can come across, not to mention these little spiritual patterns. Black Emperor. Empress Zihuang's face was wild, and her body was crumbling. He never thought that the legend was true. He dug out the legendary ancient warship in the dark forest, and was able to cross the void, find the spatial coordinates of Zihuang, and bring a group of strong men from Heifeng. Click. The supreme holy stripe erupted from the imperial palace of Zihuang Kingdom, just barely supporting a breath time, then it broke into countless pieces. Boom! The black Archean warship comes across with a terrible smell, just like the god beast coming out from the deepest part of the wasteland. The power and pressure that permeates it, not to mention the warrior in Shinfu, even in Dongtian, and even the most powerful in Vientiane, will be unbearable. Especially those who are promoted by external forces to be the most powerful in Vientiane, in the face of such terrible pressure, will definitely be crushed into a blood mist. Fuck, this time it's big. Longwei's pair of squint eyes look at the ancient warships coming from the sky, especially the starry monsters entangled in the warships. It has 3 heads and 6 arms. Its nostrils are facing up to the sky. It spews out a fire that can ignite all the powerful from Vientiane. Even though it is far away, Longwei still feels the hot feeling. It's hot. Longwei only glanced at it, and its eyes had to be closed. His strength was as strong as that of semi-holy land, and he could not bear it. Besides, Longwei could swear that he really just looked at it. Ah! Longwei screamed. He recited the old mantra, and the 3rd vertical eye in the center of his eyebrow cracked. He shot an old rune to resist the terror of the star beast. The astral meta beast can cross the void in the ancient warship without fear of the attack of void cracks. You can imagine how powerful it is. Little sage? Longwei cried out loudly, saying, "Is the beast with 3 heads and 6 arms, the head of ox and the body of snake, the little sage in the legend? A strong man in Holy Land is powerful enough to be invincible. But the bull head and snake body with 3 heads and 6 arms in front of Longwei is the legendary little saint? You should know that even as the monarch of Zihuang Kingdom, he only touches the edge of the legendary little sage, which is not really a little sage. Little saint, it's a little saint." The face of the Queen of Purple Phoenix, with white hair, was as dead as ashes. Her delicate body could not help shivering, which was from the shivering of soul. Even though there is only a small gap between Holy Land and Small Holy Land, the gap between them is even greater than that between Vientiane and Holy Land. Boom! The ancient warship with terror and awe came across and stopped in the sky. A strong man came out of the ancient warship. He was covered with black head. The black robe gave out a dark light with terror halo and blood eyes, just like the power of killing God. Emperor Space is collapsing. Jihong. The Black Emperor looked at the Queen of Zihuang indifferently. The voice was not very loud, but it contained the power of terror. He showed his true face and looked at the Queen of Zihuang with white hair. He was full of superiority. "When you didn't see me, you were going to follow the Purple Emperor. Now you are going to be a slave to the country." Black Emperor small, very proud, all at this time even mentioned the past. Hearing this, they all looked at the shivering Queen of Zihuang Kingdom. Although she had white hair, she was still cool by her unique body and beautiful appearance. The 3 kingdoms in the secret territory of Hunyuan have always been the strongest in Zihuang. The strongest person here has always been the poisoned and unconscious Purple Emperor. Now the Black Emperor of Haifeng Kingdom came through the sky, and even touched the Purple Emperor's level, infinitely close to the realm of Little Saint. When the Black Emperor came, the palaces covered with layers of mysterious patterns collapsed one after another. The magnificent and insidious sound reverberates in the collapsing palace. The sound wave of terror contained in the sound is mysterious, not to mention the martial artists in Shenfu, even those who have melted the cave. Once they are directly impacted, they will turn into powder in an instant. All shapes and gods are destroyed. Queen Mother. Shen Mingxi holds the crumbling Queen Jihong. At this moment, Shen Mingxi is shocked. She has no idea that her mother and He Huang have a past experience. Jihong used to have red hair, but now it has become a white hair. Even so, the attraction of Jihong is still very strong, and has not weakened much. This point from the deepest part of the Black Emperor's pair of stinging eyes, which bloomed with strong possessiveness, the Black Emperor did not forget the loss to the Purple Emperor. "Black Emperor, what do you want?" Jihong raised her head and her eyes flashed a fierce look. She was also a strong man in Holy Land. Although her body was severely damaged, she still had the power of World War I. The Black Emperor's mouth corners contain a sneer, a pair of scarlet eyes are more intense. He indifferent way, "I said, I will conquer you. You can't escape my Wuzishan. Now I'll give you 2 ways." The Black Emperor stands with his hands down and the battle clothes are hunting. He is really too powerful. In addition, the plane is too small, and the laws of heaven and earth are very weak. Even though the Black Emperor tried to suppress it, the terror and pressure from his body still caused the void to crack. Each ray of void crack can make the most powerful person in the Vientiane realm die and disappear, and never surpass life. However, the Black Emperor didn't suffer any damage. His war suit also had a great beginning. It seemed black. In fact, the black war suit covered a layer of fierce qi that even the strong in Holy Land would tremble. It was blood, and I don't know how many years. It's the archaic battle clothes dug by the Black Emperor from the deep ruins of the dark forest. It's obviously a fierce thing. That's why the legendary strong man like the Black Emperor dares to wear them. If you change to another Holy Land strongman, you will be backfired by this battle dress full of violence, even it seems that it hides the smell of great evil spirits, which is likely to fall into the situation of being robbed forever. First, put yourself in my arms, and you will be the mistress of Hefeng Kingdom. The Black Emperor's mouth was cold and his voice was in an indisputable tone. He was very strong. The Purple Emperor, who he looked up to, had become extremely ill and had been poisoned by the ancient poison. Even Deluo Jingxian could not save his life. Once Zihuang died, he came back from the dark forest with a great adventure. It's even impolite to say that it's hard for anyone who can compete with him to find the second one. You dream. Jihong grins her teeth and jumps out cold. She refuses without hesitation. Even if I die, I can't be with you. Don't dream. The words are dead, there is no room at all. It's said that the Black Emperor's iron and green face, all over his body, has released a rolling-like substantive violence. The pressure formed by it, even the strong in the cave, will be crushed into meat mud, and the dead can't die anymore. This is the terrifying pressure generated by the infinite approach to the legendary terrifying realm of Little Sage. It's not something the average warrior can take. Since you are going to die, go to die. The Black Emperor's long hair was flying, and his battle clothes covered with ancient blood rose up to a strange picture, as if there were some big terrorist spirits lurking in them. This is not the power of the Black Emperor. Jihong feels the shivering of her soul, directly, and there is no idea of fighting in her mind. With a puff, even under the support of Shen Mingxi, Jihong could not support her anymore. Her feet were soft and she knelt on the ground. Boom. With a wave of the Black Emperor's big hand, the sky broke, the palace collapsed completely, and a black big hand condensed in an instant, which seemed to be the palm from the god's residence, whose surface was covered with layers of mysterious spiritual patterns. However, the breath and pressure of the holy stripe, even the strong ones in the Holy Land, felt timid and scared. The magic big hand of the Black Emperor was full of destruction. Before it came, the imperial palace of Zihuang Kingdom began to collapse, and a large number of empty cracks rolled out, like a great destruction of the world. Mingxi, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for your father. I want you to die with me. Jihong has been completely suppressed. She has lost the ability to move her mouth. She can only transmit messages to Shen Mingxi. Shen Mingxi had been storming Pear Blossom for a long time. She tried hard to shake her head, but found that she couldn't move at all. I don't regret it, mother. Shen Mingxi is not afraid of death. In fact, if it wasn't for Qin Sheng, she would have died because of the poison of the curse. It's impossible to delay until now. Although today she is bound to die, but to be able to die with her mother, the situation is not desperate to the extreme. At this time, Qin Sheng's idea flashed in Shen Mingxi's mind, that seemingly humble young man, though not for a long time. However, Qin Sheng has always been able to do things that even the strong in the Holy Land can't do. Qin Sheng said he could save his father. Shen Mingxi didn't know why he had a kind of inexplicable trust in this young king from other countries. Although he must die first, he still imagined Qin Sheng to save his father. Mingxi, let's hold tight. The road is not lonely. Jihong said in despair, do you still think of the young king outside the country? Well, he may have run away. At this time, there was a riot in the sky, and the laws of heaven and earth were tumbling violently. Boom. At this time, Zihuang, who closed his eyes tightly, woke up. He opened his eyes. Qin Sheng felt that he had been stared at by a god's mansion. He seemed to be seen through all over his body. There was no secret in his body. Black dog, you dare to bully my woman. The Purple Emperor is furious. His long hair is flying wantonly. The speed is extremely fast. Even though Qin Sheng almost became a hot eye, he still catches his movement track. So fast. Qin Sheng's face changed a lot. He turned to catch Zihuang's track, but he found that Zihuang's speed was too fast. With his strength, he could not catch it at all. Is this still the speed of the little saint level strong after a big injury? If it is really a mountain, there is still a mountain high. Before Qin Sheng, he felt that his body and spirit had experienced the washing of the Hunyuan Mother Gold, and he had been so strong that he could fight with the powerful in the Vientiane realm. If you are reckless to ignite your life, you can also escape from the strong in the Holy Land. But in the face of the real little saint, I feel that the strong one who has reached this level is really too strong. No matter how many cards Qin Sheng has, it is impossible to defeat the other side. Purple Emperor burns purple and red fire all over his body, which is definitely not ordinary fire, because the secret environment has been burned and collapsed. Although it's just a small plane here, even the most powerful in Vientiane environment can be shattered with all their strength, but, like Purple Emperor, it can burn and collapse in such a large space. It's creepy to watch. The Purple Emperor snorted coldly. A ray of sword chi burst out from his fingers and turned into a purple war sword. This sword is not simple. Although it's just a magic sword, it's actually a breath from its sword. Even the strong in Holy Land should give up. Phew! The Purple Emperor wielded his sword fiercely. The purple war sword crossed a rainbow and split a vast void. In the eyes of countless people, he cut to the Black Hand who came down from the sky. Pooh! The purple war sword flashed away, and a shrill scream broke out and spread all over the little secret place. The big hand that the Black Emperor turned into was split into two parts by a sword, and there was a bloody rainstorm under the sky. The cultivation of the Black Emperor has reached such a horrible level. Although it's only a great hand made of illusions, it can be so lifelike that even the blood can be illusions. It is said that those ancient Shindi know the real 8-9 Xiangong, such as the stone monkey Sun Dashing, who has been circulating for countless years in the Great Wasteland. That is to say, they know the 72 changes of 8-9 Xiangong, which can be transformed into 72 changes, which can be transformed into dragon, phoenix, and gold. And the distance between the Black Emperor and the 72 changes is 188,000 miles, but even so, the big hand that his random illusions come out is so lifelike. It's not even different from the real thing. I am not dead? Ji Hong, who felt that she was bound to die, looked up at the familiar figure and breath on the sky, making her delicate body tremble. Mingxi, didn't I dream? Ji Hong's voice was shaking obviously. She asked Shen Mingxi anxiously, is that your father? Shen Mingxi also felt very dreamy. He pinched his thigh hard and found that it was extremely painful. It's true. That's the father. Qin Sheng did it. He woke up the father. Shen Mingxi cried out excitedly, and the two lines of tears left behind again. The Black Emperor on the sky looked at his severed palm. He waved his hand and took it back. Although the big hand is only illusory, it also contains the supreme mystery. Even the Black Emperor can't stand the loss. Purple Emperor, how can you wake up? The Black Emperor's face changed wildly, and said, no way, you can't survive even if you are a real saint. That's the deepest part of the dark forest. It's the immortal curse poison that has been handed down since ancient times. In the distant archaic times, even if the gods with divinity were as strong as the gods' residents and were infected with the curse poison, they would be slowly decayed and the gods would fall. If it had not been isolated for so many years, let alone the Purple Emperor who is close to the small Holy Land, even the real small Holy Land, even the big Holy Land, would have died of the devil, and the big Luo Jingxian could not have saved the Purple Emperor. No matter how reluctant the Black Emperor is to believe it, the fact is that the Purple Emperor wakes up, and it doesn't look like the situation that the oil is exhausted and the light is dry, and the disease is beginning to heal. Purple Emperor, that a pair of purple eyes coldly glanced at the startled Black Emperor. He chose to ignore it directly, but soft look at his life's two most important women, Ji Hong and Shen Mingxi. Are you all right? Zi Huang asked with concern. Ji Hong shook his head and said, we are okay. You should be careful of the Black Emperor. His strength has soared a lot. Hearing this, Zi Huang's handsome face showed a touch of sarcasm and said, he can't escape today. Qin Sheng looked at the Purple Emperor from afar and couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. This is the style of the strong. Even 2.5 saints of the Black Wind country, the Purple Emperor was still confident when they came to the city. Moreover, Qin Sheng had just tried his best, and his death flame was almost exhausted, so he cleaned up a lot of curse poison in Zi Huang's body. In fact, there were still some curse poison in Zi Huang's body at this time. Qin Sheng, can you still receive the mixed gold of 1,000 Jin? Long Wei sneaks up to Qin Sheng's side. He's just hurt badly and almost died. The Black Emperor, who is infinitely close to Shaoxing, is too horrible. Just look at him, Long Wei is seriously injured. Hard to say. Qin Sheng looks at the confrontation between Zi Huang and He Huang. At this time, he has nothing in mind. Can you escape later? Qin Sheng suddenly asked. 1,000 Jin of mixed yuan mother gold is very precious. I'm afraid it's going to empty Zi Huang's inventory for so many years. But their lives matter more. Escape? Long Wei's squint was a little hesitant. Although he had the true blood of Zulong in his body, and had experienced the nourishment of Jiuzhuan Jinlian and Hunyuan Mother Gold, his strength could compete with the strong of the Holy Land for a period of time, but in the face of the real small Holy Land, such as the Black Emperor, even if he was not the real strong of the small Holy Land, he could be killed by a slap. It's a little difficult, or we shouldn't be greedy? Now Qin Sheng has saved Zi Huang. Of course, he wants to collect the diagnosis money, but he has no confidence in Zi Huang. In case that Zi Huang is cold in front of him, they have no good end. Let's have a look. Be ready to cross the void, and then escape back to the secret place of Hunyuan. Qin Sheng made the decision. Chatter. When the Black Emperor heard the words, his face suddenly twitched. The sullen air between his eyebrows was so gloomy that he could dribble out of the water. In a deep voice, he said, Purple Emperor, you still want to leave me? It's a joke. It's not the same now. You may not have heard it. The Black Emperor wandered in the void, and his black and stained with ancient blood was hunting. He said, I don't even need to do it myself to clean you up. Bull demon. Take Zi Huang to the road. The Black Emperor roared loudly, shaking the sky and earth. Moo. Hovering on the warship with the ancient breath, the bull-headed snake body, and the 3-headed and 6-armed astral beast in its belly made a roar of destroying the sky and destroying the earth. Mountains and rivers are broken, and empty cracks appear one after another. It can go through the void for a long time and face no mania, and no damage. The bullhorn on the ox head is like the legendary sky knife, and it can pierce Tian Xiongfang with simultaneous interpreting. Purple Emperor looked up and saw the beast from the sky. His face was disdainful. He didn't hide it. That's right, he disdained it. Without extra cruel words, Zi Huang's eyebrows and heart split, and a Zijing war sword erupted. It was not the magic of Yuanli, but the real war sword. Zijing sword, it was Zi Huang who had been nurtured since he was a child. I don't know how many years he had been nurtured. Once Zijing sword came out, even He Huang's face changed. Death. Zi Huang carries Zijing sword. This posture and breath reminds Qin Sheng of Tai Bai, the sword god of 9 days and 10 places. It's the inheritance and memory from the emperor of 10,000 robbers. Tai Bai is a god because his tactics are too terrible. Even in the great wilderness, his legend is known as Tai-Bai Sword Immortal. The Xianzu is better than the Shenzhou in the existence of terror. Those who are infected with fairies are very horrible. And Zihuang's heroic posture of carrying Zijing's sword made Qin Sheng have something to do with the Tai-Bai Sword Immortal in 9 days and 10 places. It is a huge monster that can block out the sun. It just started, making the sky and the earth dim and the sun and the moon colorless. The Purple Emperor, who carries the purple crystal sword, seems to be a little small in size, as if it is not the same level of existence. However, in the next moment, the bull demon felt creepy, because the Purple Emperor waved his sword, and large pieces of amethyst came down from the sky, as if it had been raining. Air. Those purple crystal rain, each drop with a terrible sword, each ray can make a saint fall. No. The bull demon panic, it seems to be the same as the ghost, crazy shrink body, want to escape. Now you're running? Ha ha, it's late. Zihuang's face was sarcastic and ruthless. He swung his sword again and cut hundreds of swords in a flash. The ox demon's voice stopped suddenly, and the huge body was cut into powder by the endless purple crystal rain. Bull demon, die! Bull demon! The Black Emperor roared, and he jumped out. He was shocked and angry. The ox demon was originally a meta beast at the level of Holy Land, but in the dark forest, after nourishment, it has been out of the scope of Holy Land. Even though it is a distance from the small Holy Land, it is not comparable to the general Holy Land. Now, such a huge beast in the sky, and it's still the war favorite of his Black Emperor. It's so dead. Take your life. The Black Emperor was very angry. He threw a tattered flag out of his arms. Without waving it, some ancient soldiers jumped out of the void. These soldiers were all broken and rotten. They had not known how many years they had died, but they gave Purple Emperor a dangerous feeling. Zihuang didn't hesitate to go up with Zijing's sword. The war was a dark one. Both the Purple Emperor and the Black Emperor suffered from serious injuries. Stop. The Black Emperor didn't want to fight anymore. He fixed his eyes on Qin Sheng and said, "Hand over this man, and the grudges between you and me will be eliminated." At this time, Qin Sheng's pore stood up. He had no idea that the master of the Black Wind country should make such a request to the Purple Emperor. He Qin Sheng is just a mole ant in front of the existence of the small Holy Land level. How could he cause the Black Emperor to name him? Not only Qin Sheng, but also Longwei was wet with sweat. Longwei squint at Qin Sheng, seems to ask him what to do. Even if the Purple Emperor is more powerful than the Black Emperor, he can cut off the terror of the bull demon by lifting his hand. Even though there are still some cursed poisons in his body, Qin Sheng believes that it is not very difficult to force out the cursed poisons with the strength of the Purple Emperor or the blood force love. In other words, today's Qin Sheng is of no use to Zihuang. At this moment, Qin Sheng's mind echoed 2 idioms. Birds are all bows. Death of cunning rabbit, cooking of running dog. Although Shen Mingxi's character is good, his father and emperor may not be worse. But 1,000 caddies of mixed gold almost emptied Zihuang's treasury stock. Driven by such huge interests, no one can guarantee that Zihuang would have other ideas. It's really bad luck. Qin Sheng felt that he had miscalculated. This time, he had nothing to keep. He cured the Purple Emperor once and for all. But no one can blame Qin Sheng, because if he didn't do his best to cure Zihuang just now, their lives might be explained here. Father, you can't hand Qin Sheng over. He saved my life. At this time, Shen Mingxi stood out and said, "I once made a soul loaf." Hearing this, Qin Sheng's eyes brightened. Yes, Shen Mingxi made a soul loaf, but he was afraid that Zihuang's heart would be too dark. The strong man who experienced the great storm was very dark. Children? For them, it's just a passing moment. Especially for those children with weak talent, their lifespan is very short. Maybe they are reincarnated after several close-ups. It's impossible to have much emotion at all. 1,000 caddies of mixed yuan mother gold can also cancel the grudges of Haifeng country, while Zihuang only needs to move his fingers to let Qin Sheng roll away. This deal, for Zihuang, is absolutely a big sale. Hearing this, Zihuang looks back. He looks at Qin Sheng and is very indifferent. Then he looks back at the Black Emperor, who gasps and has some cracks in his eyebrow. He smiles and says, "Dream. You." When the Black Emperor heard this, his face was full of evil spirit. He was too angry. The black war clothes were beating the black fire wildly, burning through the void. When Qin Sheng heard the words, he immediately felt relieved that the stone in his heart was bowing to the Purple Emperor arch. "What are you?" The Purple Emperor smiled, his eyes locked on the Black Emperor. He said sarcastically, "If I don't guess wrong, you are digging the corpse in the dark forest, right? It's stupid. Do you think this power really belongs to you when you trade with the great evil spirit and forcibly promote your cultivation? Today, I will kill you," said Zihuang, with a cold face. The Purple Emperor raised his sword again. At this time, the heaven and the earth trembled, and golden snowflakes began to fall under the sky. Dong! 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 There is an ancient bell ringing. Through the endless void, it is passed from the secret place of Hunyuan to here. This is. The Black Emperor looked back at the golden snowflakes falling from the sky, glittering with other spiritual patterns, as well as the familiar and mysterious atmosphere. That's the Huyuan tree in full bloom? The Black Emperor's face was overjoyed and cried loudly. For many years, I didn't expect that the Black Emperor would have the chance to witness the scene of the blooming of the Hunyuan divine tree in his life. The God Tree of Hunyuan, which is a god tree, is located on the mountain of Hunyuan in the depth of the dark forest. It is said that the existence of the God Tree of Hunyuan can support the secret place of Hunyuan for so many years. Hunyuan Mineral Vein, Hunyuan Shinshan and Hunyuan Shinshu support the whole secret place of Hunyuan. No matter which of the above mentioned, there are also great legends in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. The Hunyuan divine tree is blooming. I don't have time to spend with you. Emperor Zihuang, I will revenge on you for killing me today." The Black Emperor fled. He drove the ancient warship and left the secret place of Zihuang. Purple Emperor did not stop, so watching the Black Emperor left, waiting for the Black Emperor finally disappeared. Pooh! Zihuang fell from the air, spit out a large mouth of black blood, and corroded a large area of rocks. Zijing's sword was inserted on the ground, supporting Zihuang's shaky body. Purple Emperor! Father! Ji Hong and Shen Mingxi are both shocked. They shoot away and help Zihuang. "Let's go too." Qin Sheng greeted Long Wei and walked to Zihuang's side. "Qin Sheng, look at my father." Shen Mingxi was so worried that he took Qin Sheng's hand. "Well?" Purple Emperor and Ji Hong are very keen. Their first daughter has a very high vision. She has never been so close to other men. Now, she is pulling down an overseas teenager in front of their eyelids? Ah! Shen Mingxi screamed, releasing Qin Sheng's hand and blushing. "Father, mother, not as you think." Shen Mingxi explained, blushing with shame as if he were a deer. "Is it?" Ji Hong takes a deep look at Shen Mingxi, while Zihuang's eyes stay on Qin Sheng. What is the sanctity of this young king outside the country? What is his virtue and what is his body? Can he make his precious daughter adore him so much? Qin Sheng is a strong man who is very close to the little Holy Land. Even though he has suffered a lot, he can make Qin Sheng fall into the ice cellar with only one look. Just hand in hand. If the Purple Emperor knew you saw through his baby daughter's body, what would the old man do? At this time, Longwei's pair of squint eyes looked at Qin Sheng, with a bad smile on the corner of his mouth, and passed it on to Qin Sheng. Go away, Longwei. Do you want to die? Qin Sheng's 10,000 dragon blood horses galloped past, hoping to trample on the toad. Who is the Purple Emperor? He is the most powerful man close to the little Holy Land. Longwei's goods are dead. How could he be heard under the eyes of such a powerful man? In case of being caught by the Purple Emperor, Qin Sheng would not know how to die. Well? Sure enough, Purple Emperor's face slightly changed, a pair of purple eyes narrowed up, looked at Qin Sheng deeply, asked indifferently, "What are you talking about?" Hearing this, Qin Sheng suddenly became stiff and faltered, bowing to salute, saying, "I have seen the Purple Emperor." Purple Emperor's eyebrow is purple, and some ancient marks are shining. Although there is the poison of curse in his chest, he is still strong. He nods indifferently, and draws a complicated palm print. Bang! Bang! The palm print with endless and complicated breath is mercilessly printed on his chest, and the power of terror all over the sky breaks out, blowing up a huge vortex, and the void breaks up. Pooh! Zihuang spits black blood from his mouth and flies on the hard and incomparable rune. It is obvious that the black blood has a horrible corrosive force. It not only corrodes the rune, but also corrodes and penetrates the location of the secret place. The curse poison falls into the endless void, and it can no longer be found. "Father, are you okay?" Shen Mingxi asked Zihuang in a hurry. Purple Emperor wiped the blood. Although he vomited a lot of black blood, it was still the essence of his heart. Every drop was precious. But in order to clean up the curse thoroughly, even if it is to kill 1,000 enemies, 800 Zihuang will not hesitate to hurt himself. It's okay. Fortunately, the origin has not been damaged too much. If you rest for a while, you will be able to really recover. The purple light in the Purple Emperor's eyebrow became stronger and stronger when he spoke. Obviously it was much better. Qin Sheng. At this time, Zihuang again focused on Qin Sheng, but this time it was not as sharp as before, but full of appreciation and admiration. It's worthy of being a young king from other countries. At this age, he has the awesome ability to cure the legendary curse poison. The Purple Emperor couldn't help exclaiming. If there were any prodigious talents of Zihuang Kingdom here, the words of Zihuang would certainly set off a storm. Who is Zihuang? He is the only one who can get close to the little Holy Land. He is closed all the year round and never comes out, rarely praising the young generation. Now Qin Sheng, who is only a warrior in Shenfu, has been so highly praised by Zihuang. It will be rare in 1,000 years. Fluke, fluke. Qin Sheng nodded in shame, and he thought to himself, this Purple Emperor likes me so much, doesn't he want to be in debt? A whole kilogram of mixed gold, how many years will it take to accumulate? Even if it's the secret place of Hunyuan, and the mother gold of Hunyuan is rich in it, even if it's an old-fashioned Holy Land strongman like Yinggu, all his life, it's just the secret place of Hunyuan that has accumulated 100 Qin. And it's still in the secret land of Hunyuan. If we change to the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, or even in the Tianyuan continent, it's almost impossible to find so many Hunyuan mother gold. Suddenly, when Zihuang turned his hand, pieces of crystal mixed gold were placed in front of Qin Sheng. Hunyuan mother gold. Qin Sheng and Longwei's eyes were shining, especially that Longwei, almost drooled. That's Hunyuan's mother gold, not to mention 1,000 Qin. Even if it's only 1 Qin, it can get great benefits. You deserve it. Zihuang's mouth was smiling, and with a big wave of his hand, he sent all the mother gold of Hunyuan to Qin Sheng. So smooth? Qin Sheng is a little suspicious. Isn't 1,000 Qin Hunyuan's mother gold worth nothing to the strong in the little Holy Land? Is there no deceit in it? Purple Emperor indifference way, take it, rest assured, I am not Black Emperor, will not dismount to kill donkey. When Yen, Qin Sheng and Long Wei look at each other, especially that Qin Sheng, his eyebrows and heart are changing. It's the wealth of a man who seems to be the most powerful in the little holy land. He is like a tiger. Although Qin Sheng is a great leader, he not only saved the lives of Shenmingshi and Zihuang, but also saved the whole Zihuang country to some extent. This kind of credit is too great, and a kilogram of mixed gold is too valuable. The heart of the strong is not black, even if the Purple Emperor said that he would never kill the donkey, but in case Qin Shengzhen moved the Hunyuan mother gold, who knows if the Purple Emperor would turn his face and disown people. Especially if you don't have such nonsense, it's okay to cheat the little fart kid. Qin Sheng really can't believe it. Well? Zihuang looked at Qin Sheng and Long Wei, who were hesitant. The eyebrows were slightly curdled, and the eyebrows began to get a little upset. He said, "How few are you?" Purple Emperor's voice is not very loud, but it's like thunder in his ear. Qin Sheng's pores are all up, and the imperial sword breath dormant in the heart of eyebrows is about to break, as well as the god-made steel in the deep of his soul. I dare not. Qin Sheng spoke directly, but he couldn't say, "Let the Purple Emperor make a soul pact." Take it. Zihuang's handsome face showed a two-point smile and said, "The Hunyuan divine tree is blooming, and Shinshan's ranking is about to start. I don't lack the Hunyuan mother gold." Zihuang's words let Qin Sheng breathe a sigh of relief. He grinned and accepted the 1,000 Jin Hunyuan mother gold. Zihuang, I don't know what you just said about the blooming of the Hunyuan divine tree and the ranking of the divine mountain. Qin Sheng was curious. Qin Sheng has experienced the mother-child divine tree, but he has never seen the Hunyuan divine tree. Well, you saved our Zihuang kingdom. It's nothing to tell you. Purple Emperor Light said, "You hand of the Hunyuan mother gold, you can know where to come from?" Hunyuan vein? Qin Sheng's tentative answer. The ore vein of Hunyuan has been existed in the Malong mining area, but it has withered for a long time. In fact, the ore of Hunyuan only exists in the secret place where the next secret place of the Malong mining area is opened. When Zihuang heard this, he immediately smiled, nodded and shook his head. The ore of Hunyuan is under the mountain of Hunyuan, and the mother gold of Hunyuan is only produced on the tree of Hunyuan. That is to say, the mother gold of Hunyuan is actually the fruit of the god tree of Hunyuan. When Qin Sheng and Long Wei heard this, they immediately opened their eyes and looked incredible. It's amazing, isn't it? The precious mixed gold is the fruit of a tree? Qin Sheng's heart was so shocked that he had set off a huge wave for a long time. The world of Hunyuan's secret place is too magical. Entering this secret place is the nourishment of the mother and child god tree, and Hunyuan mother gold is also the fruit of a kind of god tree called Hunyuan. Maybe it's true. Long Wei said, "When I was young, I once broke into a Jedi in the wilderness by mistake, stayed in it for 3 days and 3 nights, and witnessed many murals. It's said that 9 days and 10 places, even the immortal people who have disappeared for countless years, were born on a tree. I once asked the elders, but I was covered with my mouth, saying that this kind of thing is a taboo in ancient times, and no one can talk about it. 10,000 years have passed. I didn't expect it to be true." Long Wei could not help sighing. In fact, at the time of the birth of the mother tree, Long Wei had doubts. Now, if Zihuang is right, Long Wei is more certain. Maybe the whole 9 days and 10 places were born from a tree. Of course, this kind of thing, Long Wei only said with Qin Sheng, not with Zihuang. "Do you want to make more money?" Purple Emperor suddenly said slowly, pulling out a delicate arc from the corner of his mouth. As soon as Qin Sheng heard it, he was moved. He has a kilo gene of mixed gold. This expensive metal can not only be used to refine spiritual tools and pills, but also to smelt the cave. Of course, this practice is too luxurious. If it is passed back to the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, or even to the forbidden area in the north, some of the strongest, even the saints, will swear at the losers. Melting the legendary Hunyuan Mother Gold in Dongtian? Ordinary martial artists in the cave world use some rune gold or even spirit grain gold to smelt the cave. For example, Qin Sheng uses Mother Gold completely, and only the mixed Yuan Mother Gold recorded in the ancient myth wallpaper to smelt the cave. This kind of big hand thing, don't say unprecedented, but it's absolutely no one after. After the great extinction of the world, the resources between the heaven and the earth have been exhausted. It is absolutely difficult to find the Hunyuan Mother Gold in various secret places. If I can get more mixed gold, then it will be the most powerful one if I can melt the cave completely. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng's breath is more and more rapid. It's the most powerful cave. When he raises his hand, he can knock out the most powerful in the Vientiane realm, even the powerful in the Holy Land can fight head-on. Who? Qin Sheng suppressed the joy and excitement in his heart, took a deep breath and said, "Zihuang, what do you mean?" Zihuang smiled indifferently and said, "The god tree of Hunyuan blossomed once in thousands of years. It is estimated that it will soon bear the mother gold of Hunyuan. I want to represent Zihuang country in the ranking of Shinshan Mountain." Mount Shinshan? Qin Sheng was moved. It's not the first time that he heard about Shinshan's ranking. The Black Emperor left in a hurry. Before he left, he also said about the competition of Shinshan's ranking. The scramble for Huanyuan's Mother Gold is divided by the so-called Divine Mountain ranking. Only the strong of the young generation can take part in the Shinshan ranking. This time I think you and Mingxi will take part in it, Zihuang explained. When you get the Hunyuan Mother Gold, I can share half of it with you, said the Purple Emperor. Half? Qin Sheng was immediately moved. Half of the Huanyuan's Mother Gold was already abundant. For example, Qin Sheng got the quota from the Malong mining area and entered the Hunyuan secret place for the purpose of Hunyuan ore. Now you can get the Hunyuan Mother Gold. Maybe a gene of Hunyuan Mother Gold can be exchanged for 10,000 gene of Hunyuan ore. Good. Qin Sheng agrees. Although he doesn't know what challenges Shinshan will face, Zihuan has said that the Shinshan ranking, which only takes place once in thousands of years, can only be participated by the Nianqiang generation in the secret place of Hunyuan. Maybe Qin Sheng, a strong man in the Holy Land, would be afraid of something. But how could he be afraid of the Vientiane environment, even the young generation of Dongshenjing? Who dares to stop him? Qin Shengtong slaps him to death. Boom! A black flash of lightning fell from the sky, like the sword of the god's residence, splitting the sky, rolling out a lot of empty cracks. It's so dark, without a ray of light, even the rain is black. Qin Sheng stood quietly on the deck of the warship. The warship, also from the archaic period, was so well preserved that even the void could cross, so he was not afraid of these void cracks. However, Qin Sheng's face at this moment is not very good looking. Even if he swallowed 1,000 gene of mixed Yuan Mother Gold in one breath, the Shenfu has been melted to the extreme and has laid a very good foundation all over. But if we want to smelt the cave, it's still a little short of fire. Qin Sheng doesn't want to melt the cave, but his body has a kind of mysterious power to absorb his mixed Yuan Mother Gold. Whether it's to create the Heaven Tablet or the Imperial Sword Breath is not very certain. The Mother Gold of Hunyuan is so precious that Qin Sheng dare not squander it, because no matter it's the breath of Emperor's sword or the steel of heaven, Qin Sheng has not really controlled it. In this case, it is more impossible for Qin Sheng to indiscriminately spend the Mother Gold of Hunyuan. Welcome to the Dark Forest. At the moment when Qin Sheng lost his mind, a cold voice came from behind him. Who is it? When Qin Sheng looked back, he first saw a tall and straight young man with a big platinum head and a faint imprint of light between his eyebrows, and a strong force between his hands and feet. Even behind it, there is a blur of strong and horizontal virtual shadow. Vientiane, the most powerful. Qin Sheng's pupils slightly contracted, and he was surprised. It's too closed for ordinary people to leave, but there are no outsiders competing for resources. It's very common for such a young man with long platinum hair to reach Vientiane at this age. Beside the young people with long hair of platinum, a group of strong people in the cave are like stars holding the moon. Hello, are you deaf or mute? Seeing Qin Sheng didn't answer, a young man with long hair and platinum, a powerful man in the cave, could not help shouting at Qin Sheng. Lung Xiao asked you something, but he didn't answer or ignore it. The dog's legs were very arrogant and his nostrils were facing the sky. It seemed that Qin Sheng was not in his eyes at all. It's also said that a warrior in the Shenfu kingdom is only at the level of cannon fodder in Zihuang kingdom. Unless it's the people of big families or even royal families, it's impossible for him to come out forever. Even being a regular soldier is enough. Yes? Qin Sheng frowned, and Long Wei ate 300 jin of Huanyuan's mother gold in one breath, and went to sleep directly. He didn't know how long it would take to wake up. Of course, this is not why Qin Sheng is afraid of these people. However, this is Zihuang's warship and the way to Mount Hunyuan. Qin Sheng doesn't want to make a big deal. Get out of here. I don't need to ask you anything. Seeing Qin Sheng's response, the dog leg even wanted to rub Qin Sheng's face and step on it, which was more and more excessive. Clean your mouth, or... Qin Sheng's face was cold, and a breath of death suddenly burst out, covering the dog's legs. The dog's legs felt a chill, which spread from the backbone to the four limbs. He fell like an ice house, shivering with cold. The dog leg's face changed greatly. He stared at Qin Sheng and found that Qin Sheng's eyes were like killing gods. In the end, the dog's legs fell to the ground, just a little, he was scared to pee. They were shocked and sneered at the fallen legs, especially those who had fought with him. It's so funny that I was scared by the cannon fodder of a god's mansion? Someone murmured and mocked. Get up. Platinum long-hair cold young man said quietly, and then looked at Qin Sheng. It's obvious that the attitude of platinum long-hair youth towards Qin Sheng has changed a little, but that's all. You are Qin Sheng, aren't you? The young man with long hair of platinum, named Ling Xiao, was so arrogant that his eyes seemed to grow on his forehead and looked at Qin Sheng indifferently. He felt superior all over his body. In addition, the terror breath of Vientiane realm, if the martial artists of other Shenfu realms had changed, they would have been scared to pee and crawled on the ground, and would not dare to raise their heads to meet them. Qin Sheng squints, looks at that cold little, calm face. His spirit realm has reached the 9 stars of life's soul, only a trace can reach the legendary Holy Spirit realm. Once the spirit realm is promoted to the Holy Spirit realm, its spirit power can be compared with the real one. That is to say, Qin Sheng's power of spirit is no less than that of the ordinary martial artists in Vientiane, and even can be compared with the strong ones in semi-holy land. This is the biggest advantage of Qin Sheng, and it is also why he can play such a huge role in the creation of Tianbei. Yes? Qin Sheng is still indifferent, not afraid of the so-called cold little. As expected, Lung Xiao saw that Qin Sheng was so calm, and he was very sharp. He could feel that the power of Qin Sheng's spirit was not weak, and finally made some changes to Qin Sheng. However, no matter how strong, it was just the cannon fodder of a god's mansion. I won't beat around the bush. I know you come from outside. Lung Xiao said directly, but his face became colder and colder. I advise you to stay away from Mingxi, or kill me? Qin Sheng smiled. For such a person, he really can't help the weak. If you flinch a little, he will step on your face. Lung Xiao's eyes were as sharp as the eagle's, saying, Dreamstream and I are childhood sweethearts. If you join in, I can't be merciful. Is it? Qin Sheng doesn't think so. Qin Sheng really hates this kind of escorts. If you want to be Shen Mingxi, then you should chase me. What kind of man are you pulling me? Qin Sheng sneered, with strong sarcasm on his face. To die. As soon as Leng Xiao heard the pain, his face twisted. Shen Mingxi's kind of goddess has already reached the semi-holy land at a young age. It's said that Purple Phoenix's blood is about to awaken in the body. If he can form a Taoist couple with Shen Mingxi, he can get great benefits even if he is cold. Before Zihuang country did not change, Shen Mingxi's pursuers were so many that it was his turn to be cold. Now because of the great changes, those followers died a large part, and he finally got such a chance. However, at this time, there was an extraterritorial warrior named Qin Sheng. If Qin Sheng is the most powerful man in Vientiane, he may not have any chance. After some investigation, Leng Xiao was excited to learn that the overseas youth, who was valued by the Purple Emperor, was just a warrior in Shenfu. He is the most powerful man in the Vientiane realm. It's not easy to suppress this warrior in the Shenfu realm who has no foundation in the Hunyuan secret realm. In his opinion, it's no different from stepping on a mole ant to suppress Qin Sheng. Not to mention the background, even the strength is also higher than Qin's two great realms. What does this kind of ant take to fight with him? Take life. Think of here, less cold heart disdain more rich. Go, save his life, but let him remember. Suddenly, Leng Xiao's cold eyes turned to the dog's legs, who had just been frightened, and ordered coldly. The dog knelt down on one knee and took orders. He made a gesture and clapped his chest to make sure, it's not too cold. I will do my duty. As soon as the voice fell, the dog's leg's face became cold and gloomy. He approached Qin Sheng. Just now, the ant outside the country made him make a fool of himself in front of Leng Xiao. How could the strong man in the world swallow this complaint? Wait a minute. In this case, Qin Sheng beckoned the dog leg to stop. Ha ha, I'm afraid now? The dog leg's face is a sneer with bad intention, and the smile contains a lot of disdain. Ha ha, what foreign genius is afraid of death? It's true that the martial artists in Shenfu area are just ants with stronger strength. Yes, a mole ant, that is to say, it's only cheating under the name of foreign genius. Leng Xiao is surrounded by a group of dog legs who can't help murmuring and mocking, without looking at Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's face was still calm in the face of the people's taunts. He looked at the dog's leg indifferently and said with a smile, I intended to get along with you as an ordinary warrior, but what I got was taunts and disdain. No, I'm also a strong Vientiane. I have a showdown. Qin Sheng said. On the ancient warship, suddenly fell into a dead silence. People stared at Qin Sheng, and finally burst out a huge laugh. Ha ha ha, I am so happy that I have no choice, but to show my cards to others. No, it's just ants. They're about to be killed. They're still shouting that they are dragons. Is this the legendary extraterritorial power? What a cry. Li Wei, hurry up and break his bad mouth. Those as cold as the stars and the moon can't help but command again. Li Wei also suppressed the internal banter by force. He started, and the violent Yuan force broke out from his body. He rose to a higher level than Qin. He had no scruples at all. He didn't even use martial arts. Boom. Although Li Wei is just a dog's leg, he is also a strong man in the cave after all. This time, he has the opportunity to take part in Shinshan ranking. In addition to his weak family background, he has a high talent. Qin Sheng looked at Li Wei so quietly, his face getting colder and colder. Since the showdown is over, I won't keep my hand. Qin Sheng suddenly punches. It's not surprising. There's not even a bit of Yuan force fluctuation. We can see some clues between the strong and the lightning and flint. Che, I still think this guy called Qin Sheng is a young king from other countries. The color of irony on Ling Xiao's face became more and more strong, and he could see through Qin's roots at a glance. It's true that Li Wei's accomplishments were not as good as Li Wei's. He dared not to use advanced martial arts, so he only used his body and flesh fist to fight. It's death. Li Wei's eyes are also sharp. His eyebrows and heart are shining, and his whole body is full of brilliant yuanli. Behind them, a void shadow of the cave appears. It's a shadow of ice and snow. It's Li Wei's melting cave. However, this cave is not high level, just melting out a piece of ice and snow. Like Shenfu, there are different levels of cave. Some fragile caves can only smelt a mountain or a river. Even so, the strength of the powerful in Dongtian is far beyond the ordinary martial arts in Shenfu, because a mountain is rolled down, and the most powerful martial arts in Shenfu are crushed into meat and mud. There is a Tiangong called overturning the sky seal in 9 days and 10 places. The most basic of this Tiangong is to practice from the Dongshenjing. Smelting out a mountain peak, from small to large, and finally become a giant seal that can crush all Shindi. Of course, the legendary Tiangong has never been seen even by the emperor. Li Wei's cave is obviously much more powerful than ordinary mountains or rivers. A piece of ice and snow is forged by endless spiritual patterns. It's not a virtual shadow, but exists in the void. Once Li Wei is activated, he can sacrifice. Qin Sheng looked up and saw the real ice and snow. This was the first time he had a fight with the strong in the cave. At the beginning of the 36th dynasty in the wasteland, he had not seen the strong in the cave, but at that time, his martial arts cultivation was too low. Qin Sheng's boxing imprint is faintly glowing, and he recites the formula of 9 death magic skill in his heart. The boxing light spreads to all sides like an electric snake. In countless hot eyes, Li Wei is hit lightly. Ha ha, on this strength, ants are still ants after all. Li Wei's words were rude. He offered a sacrifice to Dongtian, but he didn't dare to suppress it with real force. Because he was afraid of using excessive force, he killed Qin directly, which made it difficult for him to make a deal. After all, Qin Sheng is also from outside the country, but also Shenmingshi brought people. As the saying goes, dog beating also depends on the owner. If you don't look at the monk's face, look at the Buddha's face. However, this kind of thought just flashed in Li Wei's mind. Because in the next moment, Li Wei's chest will be broken, and his hard and incomparable armor will also be pierced, and the power of terror will come to him like the adult star beast. Bang! Li Wei, like a broken kite, fell heavily on the beam of the ancient warship. Click! The sound of bone breaking was heard, followed by Li Wei's frantic scream. On the deck of the ancient warship, there was a dead silence. In the distance, there were some other heroes from Zihuang country. They were totally stupid. They didn't expect this situation. It was Li Wei who was beaten up. Someone is blankly whispering, shaking his head hard, and it's very untrue. Ah. My chest is pierced. The cold little face is so gloomy that it can drip out of the water, and the brow and heart are blooming with horror. Although he didn't want to believe it, Li Wei's scream was really incomparable. Ling Xiao is very clear that Qin Sheng really has some strength. He even punched Li Wei in the chest. Others don't know Li Wei's strength, but this cold little is very clear. Li Wei is also a strong man in the cave, but he can't support Qin Sheng's seemingly soft, light and weak fist. Think of here, a pair of less cold sword mu becomes sharp. Qin Sheng, you are too much. Ling Xiao scolds Qin Sheng loudly. He starts, and gradually approaches Qin Sheng. A sharp edge like the sword of ancient times comes down from the sky, covering Qin Sheng's whole body. This cold but real Vientiane is the most powerful, and can let Zihuang choose to take part in Shinshan ranking. How can it be a straw bag? It's real combat power even if it looks at the whole Vientiane realm, is also the top one of the pyramid. In the face of such breath and pressure, if you change the martial arts of other Shenfu, you will be crushed to pieces, kneeling in front of Ling Xiao. Qin Sheng took a deep breath. Naturally, he also felt the terror like a beast in the sky. However, he experienced the refining of several hundred jin of mixed yuan mother gold and the cultivation of 9-turn golden lotus that was not yet fully mature. Both the body and soul have been tempered for a long time. The ordinary martial artists in Shenfu may shiver at the most powerful in Vientiane and crawl on the ground. But Qin Sheng is the exception. He opens his mouth and swallows it. His eyes are shining purple. His long hair is flying wildly. For a while, he looks very proud. With his calm and detached temperament, he suddenly feels to Ling Xiao and others that Qin Sheng's goods are hiding his martial arts accomplishments. Dress up as a pig and eat a tiger. Dig a pit for Ling Xiao to jump. Li Wei is just fighting with you. You are so ruthless. Cold Xiao is too shameless. It's just clear that he ordered Li Wei, the son of a dog, to give himself a lower horsepower. Now the son of a dog has been beaten by Qin Sheng, but it's a duel. Qin Sheng's hand is fierce. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, smiled indifferently, and said, it's showdown, it's not loaded. You don't have to pretend anymore. I will not only crack your dog, but also you. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng moved and stamped his legs hard. Boom! The whole ancient warship that is moving at full speed is shaking fiercely. You should know that this is the ancient warship dug out from the dark forest. Even though it has not been known for many years, it has rotted apart. However, it is still an archaic warship that can cross in the void. I don't know how many layers of mysterious spiritual patterns are covered in it, and the weight is also too big to be feared. Qin Sheng, a warrior in Shenfu, was able to shake the frightful ancient warship. Cold little time to shock, see a shadow flash. So fast. Ling Xiao's heart was really shocked. He could feel that Qin Sheng didn't output much yuan power. What does that mean? This means that the speed of Qin Sheng's body alone is faster than that of the strong in Dongtian, even no less than that of the ordinary Vientiane to the strong. It's stupid to think that this speed alone can shake me. Ling Xiao is still proud of himself. He claps his palms. He also doesn't activate Yuan Li, let alone exert martial arts. He was so proud of himself that his own martial arts cultivation was 2 great realms higher than that of Qin, and he regarded Qin Sheng as his rival in love. How could such a person have the face to exert martial arts to suppress Qin Sheng? What's more, Qin Sheng's speed is very fast, but for him, who is the top group in the Vientiane realm, his real combat effectiveness is no less than that of the old Vientiane strongmen of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Even the strength of this cold little is not much worse than that of the Dean of the day-by-day holy courtyard, Huanyu. Get down. Qin Sheng suddenly drank, and a little imaginary sword shot out of his brow. Well? Spirit attack? Ling Xiao was a little shocked. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng attacked the spirit at such a critical time. You should know that in the close combat, if the spirit attack is carried out rashly, it's okay if it succeeds. It's a surprise attack. But how can a warrior in the divine realm be too high? Pooh. The translucent illusory little sword, faster than lightning, fell into the cold little eyebrow. Cold less like electric shock, had huge pain, a day turn around, want to faint. Pa. Before Ling Xiao could react, there was a sharp pain on his handsome face. He was slapped and attacked by Qin Sheng's spirit in his head. His limbs were weak. Bang! Finally, Ling Xiao was slapped and knelt in front of Qin Sheng. People are stupid, just like petrified, and they don't want to believe this scene at all. Cold little kneel down? Am I right? Is it really cold? Leng Xiao has the talent of Tianzong. He is only one step away from becoming a semi-holy land. With his family's information, it is no difficulty to become a real holy land in the future. A saint of the future should kneel in front of a minion in the divine kingdom? Heaven, earth, tell me it's not true, it's illusory, it's illusory. On the ancient worship, some people don't believe it, some people are suspicious, some people are crazy. How did I get down on my knees? Leng Xiao feels a huge pain in his head. He covers his red face. His handsome face is distorted. Doubts and unbelief flash between his eyebrows. What's going on? Leng Xiao stands up, his whole body is beating with hot flames. I remember. I just got attacked by your spirit. Leng Xiao finally remembered that he was shocked and angry. It's amazing how Qin Sheng is so strong, especially in the realm of spirit, much more powerful than him. Even Cold has a little illusion that the spirit realm of Qin Sheng is not much weaker than those who are semi-holy. What's angry is that he even knelt in front of Qin Sheng in full view of the public. All the people who can take part in Shinshan's ranking are all the prodigies of Zihuang Kingdom. They should be gifted and have background. The most damned thing is, if such a humiliating thing had been heard by his goddess, Shenmingxi, what would Shenmingxi think of him? I'm afraid I won't give him the chance to pursue any more. Think of here, Cold Little lost control, eyes are all angry, he burst up, sacrifice the most powerful means, a vast world reflected, that is his cave. In that vast world, there is a saber clanging and bathing in the fire. Stop. At this critical moment, when Leng Xiao and Qin Sheng were about to fight with each other in a word, a cold and piercing voice came from the deepest part of the ancient warship. Boom! The sound hasn't fallen yet, and the terrible wave of Yuan power suddenly sweeps over, as if there were a horrible star beast to be born. The purple light is all over the sky, like a light column, rising to the sky, illuminating the whole dark and dead dark forest. Moo! Purple light passes by, unexpectedly disturbing those terror Yuan beasts that are dormant in the dark forest. The Yuan beast of the dark forest is much stronger than that of the Hunyuan secret realm. Even under the same big realm, the Yuan beast of the dark forest can also sweep the Hunyuan secret realm. There is no other reason, that is, this place is the dark forest. To survive in the dark forest, the difficulty coefficient is too high. Some people call it the dark forest rule. The fittest survives and the fittest is eliminated, but all the meta beasts that can survive in the dark forest have very strong fighting ability. The terrible wave swept through, and the Zihuang Kingdom's prodigy standing on the deck of the ancient warship immediately felt a cold and violent atmosphere. There are eyes as big as the moon opened, which is the star beast in the Holy Land. It is too big. Just opening one eye has already made these celestial heroes tremble. Bang! Some weak dog legs, they were scared to pee directly, their knees were weak, kneeling directly on the deck of the ancient warship. Shua! Shenmingxi is also frightened by the distant star beast. He immediately takes back the purple light and conceals his breath. Are you crazy? Shenmingxi has changed a set of purple and gold war armor, and his hair has also been coiled up. He has a phoenix crown on his head. She is full of spirit, and has a strong sense of war. She is a woman who is not a man. Her phoenix eyes were cold, especially her eyes fell on the cold body, and a trace of unhappiness flashed across her bright jade-like forehead. This Leng Xiao once pursued himself. However, it was obvious that his impression on Shenmingxi was very poor. In addition, he was familiar with his character, so he knew that today's thing was just this Leng Xiao. Leng Xiao is also shocked by Shenmingxi, who is in a rage. This kind of Shenmingxi makes him very strange, because although the original Shenmingxi is cold, he has never been angry like this. Mingxi, listen to me. Cold Little eyebrow heart flashed a touch of displeasure, but between the electric light and flint, it eased, and turned to a smile that thought it was very attractive. Leng Xiao was also calm and calm, saying, "Today's business is a complete misunderstanding. It was just a duel." Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng was clumsy and hid his real accomplishments, which seriously injured my followers. Everyone is going to take part in Shinshan's ranking. Qin Sheng's attack is so cruel. It's a bit excessive. This Leng Xiao is also estimated to be in high position in normal times. He has done too many things like playing power, so he can't be familiar with it anymore. Seeing this cold little turning right and wrong into black and white, Qin Sheng was indifferent and didn't have the slightest meaning to explain. Wen Yan, Shen Mingxi first looked at Qin Sheng, and then turned his eyes back to Leng Xiao. Leng said, "Are you an idiot?" Air. The Tianzi Jiazi on the ancient warship were stunned at once. The atmosphere was very awkward. No one thought that Shen Mingxi would scold Leng Xiao in public. Leng Xiao is also lost. His status in Zihuang is not too low. Especially after such a great change, Zihuang country has died many relatives and relatives. His Leng family's influence in Zihuang country is very powerful. Originally, I thought that his relationship with Shen Mingxi would be closer. In any case, it would not be because of this cultivation that only the ants outside the territory of Shenfu would turn against themselves. However, this reality is too cruel. Shen Mingxi didn't even punish Qin Sheng, but he didn't care about anything and scolded Leng Xiao directly. "Mingxi, you." Cold is not willing. He wants to say more. "Go away." Shen Mingxi's red lips opened gently, but a rolling word came out, even though the voice was not very loud, but the terror of semi-holy land was released. Leng Xiao was suppressed directly. He almost crawled on the ground and made a fool of himself. At the critical moment, the powerful of their Leng ethnic group, a real Holy Land strongman, stretched out his hand, and Leng Xiao, who almost crawled on the ground, flew by, and the terror pressure released from Shen Mingxi disappeared. Old people. Seeing the rescue of the family arrived, Leng Xiao suddenly felt relieved and wanted to complain. But the old man in the Holy Land slapped Leng Xiao directly and said indifferently, "You are really an idiot. Do you know where this place is? It's a dark forest. It's extremely dangerous. No one knows whether it will sleep in the Holy Land or even the meta beast of the little Holy Land. If it wakes up that horrible existence, all the people of our ancient warships will accompany you to hell." At the same time, the old man looked at Qin Sheng deeply and nodded politely. Cold Xiao was frightened because he knew that although this clan was not a patriarch or a supreme patriarch, he could also rank among the top 3 core strongmen in his clan. The elders of this clan are usually very arrogant, even the clan head doesn't treat them very well, and they are extremely silent, never praising the young generation. Now the old man of this clan nods to Qin Sheng to show his kindness. It's almost frightening and cold. "Little friend, if you offend me, please look forward to Haihan." The next words of the clan elder make Leng Xiao scared to death. Leng Xiao was completely confused. He was slapped by the old man, but he dared not interrupt. Qin Sheng squints and looks at the real strongman in the Holy Land. Unexpectedly, the strongman in the family of the Straw Bale has the vision to penetrate Qin Sheng. At a glance, he can see the hidden strength of Qin Sheng. "It's okay. I'll take a bad fly." Qin Sheng smiled, but didn't give face at all. "Zihuang is here." Qin Sheng really doesn't believe that the strong man in the Holy Land dare to do it himself. The face of the old man from Lin nationality was slightly cold, and there was a faint breath of Yin and sting between his eyebrows. No one has dared to say such a thing in front of him for many years. Qin Sheng Yu. He was described as a fly, and his anger continued to spread from the chest to the 4 limbs. "Shut up." The clan elders slapped Leng Xiao again, and directly exerted the taboo power. They would be blinded by anger. They could not even communicate. Offended, the old man arched his hand and left with cold. Qin Sheng looks at the old man who is leaving. His brow is slightly wrinkled. He didn't expect that the old man of this family could bear it. If he changed the strong man of the old generation, he would be suppressed directly. Are you okay? Everyone left. Qin Sheng and Shen Mingxi were left on the deck of the ancient warship. Shen Mingxi's face is a little red, and her heart is very unstable recently. Especially after seeing Qin Sheng, her mind is no longer so determined and shaken, and she will think of all kinds of pictures in Jin Lianqi and Qin Sheng. In particular, Qin Sheng breaks the picture of his bath. Whoops, what's the matter with me? Why do I always think of that shy picture? Shen Mingxi buried his head, his heart was like a lost deer, bumping around. After all, women are women, especially women whose hearts are broken. No matter how high their accomplishments and strength are, once they break their hearts, their IQ will drop dramatically. So in 9 days and 10 places, there used to be a sect, which is very famous. However, time has passed too many eras, and even the name of the sect has been lost for a long time. However, the disciples of that sect, both men and women, will practice a peerless heavenly skill, merciless record. All practices are too merciless, will gradually lose the 7 emotions and 6 desires, will only desperately practice. Obviously, Shen Mingxi is not that kind of person. His heart is broken and everything is centered on Qin Sheng. A group of flies, they didn't want to deal with it. Qin Sheng's words were relaxed, and it was obvious that he didn't pay attention to Ling Xiao at all. Although these flies are not very powerful, they are just too annoying. They are going to kill a large area with one slap. I didn't expect you to come at this time. Qin Sheng talks and laughs. If you change someone who is not familiar with Qin Sheng, you will absolutely laugh at Qin Sheng. However, Shen Mingxi is very clear about Qin Sheng's strength. His accomplishments seem to be not high, but his attainments in body and spirit are very high, and he can cross a big realm, or even 2 big realms to fight. The most important thing is that Qin Sheng is even more terrible than the medical saint. He can dispel the curse by waving. You should know that even the strong men of Holy Land have no way to deal with this curse. Talking and laughing, the holy mountain of Hunyuan finally arrived. A towering black mountain, like a spear, plunges into the sky from the sky. There are violent thunder around the mountain, pouring down like a rainstorm. This is Mount Hunyuan? Qin Sheng felt unprecedentedly depressed. The dark forest was dangerous enough. Unexpectedly, the Hunyuan mountain made Qin Sheng feel more terrible. Especially those thunders pouring down like torrential rain in the holy mountain of Hunyuan, not to mention the strong in the cave, even the most powerful in the Vientiane, once stained with a thread, a little carelessness will turn into a mass of powder. Right. This is Mount Hunyuan. Shen Mingxi nodded. Obviously, she could feel a little fear from her face. There is the holy mountain of Hunyuan in the secret land of Hunyuan, and there is the immortal mountain of the magic dragon in the magic dragon wasteland. Is this a coincidence, or is there some origin in the dark? Qin Sheng looks up at the top of Hunyuan mountain, there is a cloud shrouded in it. He can't see through it at all. Even though Qin Sheng's eyes are covered with a layer of death flame, he can see the cause and effect, but still can't see through it. It seems that the dark cloud is nothing, which blocks the Hunyuan God tree. Qin Sheng said in his heart. The God tree of Hunyuan is on the top of the mountain. If you want to get the mother gold of Hunyuan, you need to get the rank of God Mountain and get the rank. Shen Mingxi explained, without the place arrangement, even my father and emperor will be blown into powder by the thunder punishment of Hunyuan Divine Mountain. Well, when does Shinshan's ranking begin? Qin Sheng can't wait. Although there are only 3 ranking symbols, it's difficult to compete. In addition, Longwei is too greedy and eats too much mixed yuan mother gold. He sleeps and doesn't know when he will wake up. That is to say, Qin Sheng can't rely on Longwei for this time. Since that is the case, the earlier Shinshan ranking starts, the better. The longer the time is delayed, the greater the variables may be. Hearing this, Shen Mingxi also shook his head and said, I don't know the details, because I've never experienced Shinshan's ranking before. However, according to the records, I'm afraid it will take a while for Heifeng and Yingyue to start. Qin Sheng got it. Why are there 3 permutations? Isn't it that there are 3 big countries in Hunyuan's secret land? The Purple Phoenix Kingdom, the Black Wind Kingdom and the Silver Moon Kingdom, the 3 great powers divided up 3 positions to obtain the mature fruit of the Hunyuan divine tree. Boom. At this time, there was a violent vibration in the sky, and an archaic warship came from far away. The ancient warship is black. Before Qin Sheng got close to it, he felt the disgusting rotten taste. Heifeng Kingdom? Qin Sheng can recognize some old acquaintances in Heifeng at a glance. Qin Sheng, you didn't die. You're so lucky to step on shit. You can go to the last step. A sarcastic voice came from the ancient warship of Heifeng country. Qin Sheng looked at it, and his brow suddenly showed anger. Qin Soaring, I know fortune-telling, and I know you are a short-lived ghost. Although they are of the same family, they have the same blood of an old ancestor in their bodies, but Qin soared 3 times, and 4 times, to kill himself. And in the Qin nationality, the fight between the main vein and the branch vein has long been to the point where you die or I die. Since that's the case, Qin Sheng doesn't have to make a fuss. He's going to hurt others and say hi. That's the bottom of the story. Just a little bit. Give Qin a good disgust. Qin Sheng, you are the short-lived ghost. All your branches are short-lived ghosts. If you don't live to be 50, you will die. Qin's flying is not a fuel-efficient lamp either. His words are vicious to the extreme. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's eyebrows split. He made a soul oath. If you can leave the secret place of Hunyuan, Qin Sheng will not live for 10 years. Soul oath has become, Qin Sheng feels that the law of heaven and earth has absorbed his heart and brow, which also means that if Qin Gaoxiang can live to leave the mystery of Hunyuan, then Qin Sheng will be destroyed. This is a very cruel soul oath, few people will swear so. Qin Sheng has scales. His people are his scales. Since Qin soars with such a vicious mouth, Qin Sheng will swear to kill him. Seeing that Qin Sheng wanted to kill himself, he even wanted to make a soul oath, which also scared Qin Gaoxiang. Qin Sheng has been pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger all the time. He seldom acts recklessly like this. Qin Sheng, you. Shen Mingxi's face was a little worried. Qin Sheng grinned and comforted, it's okay. I've been hanging him all the time. I want to kill him as easily as killing a dog. Ha ha, you are Qin Sheng? A cold voice sounded, and a cold young man in a golden robe also appeared on the ancient warship of the Black Wind country. In the eyes of his sword eyebrows, he wore a crown of feathers. His feathers were extraordinary, and his lines were dazzling. At first sight, he knew that he was not an ordinary thing. Yu Chuan's face is proud, which is not intentionally let out. This arrogance is innate. What's the strength? The tone is quite big. Yuquana Junling's face was a little unhappy. He began to preach, you and I are from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland at the same time. We should work together to collude with each other, to get the gold. When Qin Sheng heard this, he could not help the man. The cold young man with a preaching face was from the Diwu dynasty. It was estimated that he was either the prince or the prince. Anyway, he had a high status and strong strength. Even though they were far apart, and two archaic warships were isolated, Qin Sheng could still feel the power of the young powerful man of the Diwu dynasty. Even Qin Sheng can clearly feel that the young strong man of the Diwu dynasty is better than the elder brother of the strongest young generation in the Black Wind country. "Who are you?" Qin Sheng couldn't help being funny. He said quietly, "When did you, an outsider, point out our Qin affairs?" Qin Sheng's tone was very bad, which made Yuchuan very unhappy. "My name is Yuchuan. I come from the Emperor Dayu, the 19th son of the Emperor." "Isn't that enough?" Yuchuan is cold and arrogant. He is very proud. His eyebrows are full of disdain. If he changes to the 36th imperial dynasty in the wasteland, Yuchuan will not waste words with Qin Sheng, a minion who only has Shenfu. Because, just with Qin Sheng's tone, the followers around Yu Quan would slap him to death. He is the 19th son of the Emperor of Diwu. With the 4 characters of Diwu, he can frighten a group of the most powerful people in the Vientiane realm, not to mention the small warriors in the Shenfu realm. It's even easy to say that Yu Quan let the Emperor of Dian destroy Qin Sheng's branch. That's the Diwu dynasty. The existence of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland is like a giant. It can be ranked in the top 3. It's a very terrifying existence, both in strength and in details. Qin Sheng felt the killing intention between the eyebrows of that Yuchuan. He also knew something about the royal dynasty of Diwu. However, Qin Sheng was not afraid. He pinched his finger and said, "No, I just calculated a divination for the 19 sons of the Emperor. You are suffering from blood disaster." "Shut up, lowly reptile." This time, Yu Quan didn't speak. Qin Gaoxiang, the dog's leg beside him, couldn't help shouting at Qin Sheng. Qin is the first royal family in Dian dynasty, but it will be suppressed by Dian royal family after all. If there is no special change, it is estimated that the Qin family will not make much progress in the next few thousand years. But now it's different. Qin Gaoxiang hugs Diwu's thigh, as long as he performs better. With the support of Diwu, it seems not too difficult to establish another dynasty. Yuchuan?" Qin Sheng grinned and pointed to Qin and said, "Take care of your dog's legs." Yuchuan is very angry. It's not easy for him to walk all the way. They are the strong ones with 9 caves. Except for him, all of them are dead and suffer heavy losses. It's all the elite of the imperial court, and each of them is also a leading existence among all the families of the imperial court, and most of them are also the existence of inheriting the family status. But now it's all dead. Yuchuan is under a lot of pressure. This time, he can't lose his position in Shinshan. That's the Hunyuan mother gold. 1 gene can be exchanged for 10,000 gene Hunyuan stone. If Yuchuan wants to get the support of Diwu Emperor, he needs to get Shinshan rank and dig out a lot of Hunyuan mother gold. Otherwise, he will inherit the throne of the Emperor, which is basically impossible. Boom. Yuchuan wants to say more. At this time, the 3rd Archean warship appeared, which came from far away. Yin Feng, who has a head of golden hair, is the prince of Yingyue country. He is very strong in cultivation. What stands beside him is Xiaoyue, who dressed as a man at the beginning. That demon didn't die? Qin Sheng was a little puzzled. At the beginning, he just threw Xiaoyu to the people of Yingyue country. Unexpectedly, the people of Yingyue country didn't take her or kill her, but also brought her to the dark forest. It was obvious that he would take part in the divine mountain ranking. Qin Sheng. Xiaoyu also saw Qin Sheng. She gnawed her teeth, blushed, had sharp eyes, and was violent all over, as if she was going out of control. He is your revenge? Yin Feng is very aggressive, full of blonde hair, as if he has the blood of the golden family in his body. His eyebrows are shining, and there are numerous and incomparable spiritual lines on the eyebrow bones. He just stands quietly with Xiaoyue, but it makes Qin Sheng feel very dangerous. Yes, I'll kill him later. Xiaoyu gnawed his teeth and didn't hide his killing intention. Shen Mingxi is a bit unhappy. Qin Sheng is a troublemaker. It seems that everyone has an eternal feud with him. Heifeng is a state-owned enterprise. I didn't expect that there was even Inu estate. Even if she hadn't stopped her, some of Zihuang's top sons would have sworn endless feuds with him. Don't look at me like that. I'm a victim, too. Qin Sheng's stall shows his innocence. When Shen Mingxi wanted to say something, the holy mountain of Hunyuan was shaken violently. The huge thunder punishment came down from the sky and landed on the ground. 2 big pits were smashed, and the smoke spread to all directions. Soon, the smoke and dust disappeared, the figure of the old and the young appeared in front of countless eyes. An old man in a gray robe, holding 3 position symbols in his hand, is too old. His eyes are muddy, as if he had a cataract. There is no element force fluctuation in his body, but no one thinks that he is a weak man. And beside the old man in the gray robe, there was a group of purple, gorgeous women, standing quietly. Qin Sheng looked at them and jumped up. Freezing in summer? Qin Sheng rubs his eyes hard. He doesn't believe it, but it's really Xia Bingning's breath. It's absolutely right. However, Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows are coagulating, because he feels that this summer Bingning is very strange. Xia Bingning is still gorgeous and vigorous, just like the 9 heavenly Zuan who came to the world from Zhuchangshan. The earthly and light temperament of rejecting people thousands of miles away made the 3 countries' arrogant sons all moved, especially the 19 sons of the emperor from the Diwu dynasty, whose tiger eyes ignited their desire. That woman seems to be a royal daughter of your Dian dynasty? Yu Quan's eyes were burning, and he asked Qin Feixiang indifferently. Yes, the weakest royal daughter. Qin Gaoxiang gives a smile. He is brave to live in the nest. Facing the emperor's efforts to squeeze out a smiley face, there is no place where the first successor of the Qin family is full of spirit. It's not pleasant to say that in front of the emperor's 19 sons, supporting dead is just a hunchback and wagging tail. Wen Yan, a pair of sword eyebrows of Yuchuan wrinkled, said indifferently, the worst royal daughter of Dian dynasty? I'm not from the same family. If it's other martial artists' comments on Xia Bingning, they will be absolutely cynical. But now it's Yuchuan, the prince of Diwu, who is far behind the emperor of Daiyan. My lord, Xia Bingning has something to do with some important inheritance in the north restricted area. Now even the royal family are afraid of their 2 points. Qin said. Oh? If there is such a thing, she can hardly be worthy of being the concubine of the emperor. Yuchuan's face is getting hotter and hotter. His indifferent voice is very small. It is similar to the voice transmission, but it is not the voice transmission. It forms a boundary between the 2 people, and no one can hear it. This is a secret method of Diyu dynasty. It's very powerful. You can't practice it without royal blood. As soon as Qin soared, he immediately smacked his lips. It's worthy of the fact that he came from the royal dynasty of Diwu. He was so domineering with all his hands and feet. Even the inheriting forces in the forbidden area in the north were not in awe of him, so he took over as a concubine. Ha ha, sir, you don't know. This summer Bingning is Qin Sheng's Taoist partner. Qin Gaoxiang tells Prince Yuchuan the truth intentionally or unintentionally. Prince Yuchuan really shows his disdain. He says, a man who is going to die is not worthy of a Taoist partner. The voice of indifference spread into Qin's flying ear, but Qin's flying color was trembling. It came from the top 3 royal family after all. It was so powerful that he almost crawled on the ground just because of his killing intention. Qin Sheng looks at Xia Bingning's familiar face. It's too strange. His instinct is that Xia Bingning is no longer the original one. Shua. Even so, Qin Sheng still turned into a rainbow light, in countless hot eyes, came to Xiao Bingning's side. Bingning, are you okay? Qin Sheng is close to Xiao Bingning directly. He reaches for Xiao Bingning's hand. Xiao Bingning's beautiful face in the golden age was cold, as if she didn't know Qin Sheng at all. A pair of phoenix eyes shot a faint sense of killing, and gave Qin Sheng a slap on the back hand. Pa! Qin Sheng's face was loud, and he flew backward. He hit the ancient warship of Zihuang country heavily, and set off a lot of broken spirit lines. Poof! The horror of Xiao Bingning is so powerful that it's semi-holy land. Xiao Bingning was just a martial artist in the cave when she entered the secret place of Hunyuan. Although her strength is stronger than that of the ordinary one, she must stay in the cave. Now time has not passed for a long time, but has continuously promoted the Grand Realm, surpassed the Vientiane realm, and directly reached the semi-holy realm. The strength of Emperor Shanyuan Yanjun of Dian is close to the semi-holy land. He has not yet reached that level. He also hopes that Qin Sheng will win the ore of Hunyuan and let him go back to practice and seek a breakthrough. Qin Sheng had to be shocked, that is to say, the strength of Xiao Bingning now can rival that of Dian Emperor. It's too strong. Well? Is that a delusion? Xiao Bingning's half-holy land's horrible breath disappeared in a flash. In addition, Yu Quan, the 19th son of the emperor, was not so keen in the archaic warship. It's hard to know for a while whether Xiao Bingning had reached the half-holy land. Cough. Qin Sheng got up. He was seriously injured, his face and bones were all broken, and a cold mysterious power of Yin and Sting penetrated into his body. The breath contained a terrible poison, which could easily poison the most powerful in a Vientiane environment. 9 Death Skill. Qin Sheng spits out some black blood and runs the 9 Death Magic skill crazily. Zhao Hua Tianbei is ready to move. The gold medal for avoiding death almost leaks out. However, fortunately, it was suppressed by Qin Sheng and not exposed. You are not Xiao Bingning. Who are you? Qin Sheng stood up, wiped the black blood on the corners of his mouth, narrowed his eyes, and faintly wanted to shoot out murderous ideas. I don't know you. Get out of the way quickly, or you will be buried at the foot of Shinshan Mountain. Xiao Bingning looks down at Qin Sheng with a light glance, as if the god of heaven is looking down on ants. There is no fluctuation in the beauty of the golden age, which makes Qin Sheng very cold. I don't care who you are, occupy the frozen body, get out. Qin Sheng stamped his legs, and his breath changed dramatically. He dared not use the spirit to attack him for fear of hurting Xiao Bingning. Arrogance. Xiao Bingning's grey-robed old man, whose turbid eyes suddenly became snowy, an old hand flashed out like lightning, just stretched out a finger, which seemed light and soft, like a dead branch, and catapulted to him at a speed Qin Sheng couldn't resist. Mingming's speed is not fast at all, but Qin Sheng just can't catch it. It's not only beyond the lightning, but also beyond the space. It has a great impact on Qin Sheng, just like a blink of an eye, and it's just around the corner. Poof. The fingers like dead branches seem to be extremely old. They will turn into powder at any time. In fact, they are as hard as mother gold. Qin Sheng's forehead is pierced like tofu, and the breath of terror comes in like jiaolong, destroying Qin Sheng's body and spirit. Qin Sheng's body is collapsing, and the soul light in the spirit is burning crazily. Master, please be merciful. The Purple Emperor burst out from the ancient warship, and his face was very anxious. Am I going to die? Qin Sheng's eyebrow began to crack, the imperial sword breath was released, and the shadow of the heaven steel appeared behind it, and the old man's face changed. Finally, Qin Sheng escaped a disaster. Under the joint suppression of Emperor Sword Breath and Zhao Hua Tianbei, coupled with the 9 death magic, Qin Sheng pulled back from the death line. Not dead? Both the Black Emperor of Hefeng State and the Silver Emperor of Inue State can't help being surprised. Others may not know, but the three emperors are very clear that what they stand in front of them is not an ordinary old man, but the mountain keeper of Hunyuan Divine Mountain. Holy Mountain of Hunyuan, look at the whole secret place of Hunyuan with respect and supreme awe. And how can it be too low to be a mountain guard? At that time it was not that no one who had no eyes had ever challenged the mountain guard, but only one move was to shoot the mountain guard to death with one slap. On the spot, the gods and the forms are destroyed. This scared everyone. Since then, no one has dared to step over the Hunyuan mountain. Well, the eyes of the mountain keeper in a gray robe are no longer sharp. He shoots a brilliant sword light, as if to shoot Qin Sheng through, because he has just been able to capture Qin Sheng's treasure, otherwise he would have been dead. Qin Sheng turns his hand, takes out 10 Jin of the mixed yuan mother gold from the acceptance of the precepts and gobbles it up. He has just been injured, so he must make up for it, or he will be in trouble if he falls down. That is what treasure. How do you look like Hunyuan mother gold? Someone felt the breath of the mother gold, and immediately smashed the pot. The mother gold of the Hunyuan was extremely precious. It took thousands of years to have a result. Now Qin Sheng even took it out to satisfy his hunger. This is a black sheep. Thank you for not killing me, elder. Purple Emperor's posture is very low. He looks like a mountain guard respectfully. He even handed a ring to the mountain guard and said, "There are 200 Jin mixed yuan mother gold in it. Please accept it." Oh? The two white eyebrows of the mountain guard picked slightly, which was obviously moving. The Hunyuan mother gold was a good thing, even the great saint was also a moving treasure. Although the mountain keeper is guarding the holy mountain of Hunyuan, the mother gold of Hunyuan is still in accordance with the rules and regulations established by the holy mountain since the ancient times. Even the mountain keeper dare not touch it. Who dares to touch it, even the great sage will be punished by terrible thunder and die. Cough, don't waste time, start now. The mountain guard coughed a few times and said, "I'll tell you the rules of Shinshan's ranking." When Yan, everyone listened carefully. The Shinshan ranking, which took place only once in thousands of years, is related to the distribution of Huanyuan's mother gold, which is absolutely the most important thing for the strong of the three kingdoms. Please tell me, sir. The three emperors are all respectful. They have no majesty of the peerless powerful in the little holy land, and their posture is very low. There are 3 positions in Shinshan, dividing up 18,000 Jin of mixed gold. As soon as the voice of the mountain watchman fell, there was a storm. It turned out to be 18,000 Jin of mixed yuan mother gold. Every Jin of mixed yuan mother gold is extremely precious, not to mention more than 10,000 Jin. This treasure will cause a massacre even in 9 days and 10 places. Shut up. The mountain watchman was a little unhappy. He snorted coldly, like thunder and fury. The heaven and the earth were gloomy. Everyone was under the threat of terror. Especially some weak fighters knelt on the deck of the ancient warship and dared not move. There was a dead silence in the 4 fields. The cold eyes of the mountain guard glanced around and saw that no one dared to speak again before they continued. "I only said the rules and sighed once. If you are not serious, even if you are dead, you should deduct the mixed yuan mother gold of your country. The condition is so harsh that it makes people feel nervous. No one who is close to the Holy Land can take part in this ranking." The mountain keeper said indifferently, "I advise those of you who want to fish in troubled waters, there is thunder punishment on the sacred mountain, and you know the power of rules. Even if the great sage comes here, he can't be changed." Hearing this, Shun Mingxi's face changed a lot. She was already semi-holy land. That is to say, according to the meaning of the mountain keeper, she could not take part in the holy mountain ranking this time. Zihuang country has just experienced great changes. A group of royal families are all infected with the poison of curse. The strongest generation of the years strong who clings to their royal family is the colder generation. However, it is useless, that is, the Vientiane environment. It can never be the main force. Shen Mingxi wanted to say something, but he was stopped by Zihuang. With Qin Sheng as a forerunner, who dares to interrupt the mountain watchman is doomed. The mountain keeper said lazily, Mount Shinshan is in the position. Let's start. Boom. As soon as the voice fell, the 3 archaic warships opened the border, and those who took part in the ranking of Shinshan rushed to Hunyuan Shinshan. Qin Sheng, it's up to you. Purple Emperor heavily explained, it is clear that he is also very clear that the cold little cannot be used. All right. Qin Sheng collected the sleeping dragon power into the ring that can store the living things, and then stepped into the Hunyuan Divine Mountain. Qin Sheng, I advise you to follow me, or you won't know how to die. At this time, Leng Xiao, under the support of a group of doglegs, ordered to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looked up, his eyes narrowed in a straight line, and said coldly, do you think the mountain guard has hurt me, or did you think the last lesson was not deep enough? Leng Xiao's face suddenly turned to pig's liver color. He wanted to pretend to be forced. Now Qin Sheng brings up the bad past. Boom. Leng Xiao's body's yuan force is beating violently. Before he enters the Hunyuan mountain, Zihuang country wants to fight against each other and let Haifeng country and Inuit country watch the opera. Warm reminder, you can't do it here. If you do it, you can also do it. Each of you will leave 100 Jin of mixed yuan mother gold, and you can do whatever you want. At this time a grey-robed mountain guard appeared like a ghost behind Qin Sheng and Leng Xiao. The cold breath made Qin Sheng's hair stand on end. It was like a falling inferno. 5 senses disappeared. Not only Yuan Li, but also soul force was frozen. Cold little as lightning, dare not move, sweat wet his armor. Seeing that they didn't mean to start, the mountain watchman left without interest. Isn't that bullshit? Even if you kill Leng Xiao, even if you kill the whole Leng people, you are unlikely to find so many Hunyuan mother gold. As Leng Xiao left, Qin Sheng also stepped into the Hunyuan mountain. Dead, cold. This is the first feeling that Hunyuan Shinshan gives Qin Sheng. It seems that this is another space. It's gray, and the power of spirit can only cover hundreds of meters. You should know that Qin Sheng's power of spirit can rival the power of Holy Land. This is a very terrible power of the spirit. It can only cover hundreds of meters here. Boom. All of a sudden, there are 4 lights of fire in the deathly silent mountain of Hunyuan. That is thunder light, which lights up the whole sky. The destructive breath falls from the sky and the thunder fire starts. Oh my lord, help me! Some people are screaming and some are running away. Unfortunately, all this happened too fast. The area of thunder and fire is very large. Some of the most powerful people in the Vientiane environment were infected and burned into a pile of powder. Escape. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate at all. His power of spirit is more powerful than that of ordinary martial artists, so he can detect the danger so quickly. Otherwise, if he was infected with thunder fire, even if he didn't die, he would have a lot of trouble. This Hunyuan mountain is not simple. Qin ascended into streamer, relying on the power of powerful spirit, propped up a large area of visible space, and predicted the thunder fire coming from the sky in advance. Bang! A ray of thunder fire fell on Qin Sheng's side without any sign. Although Qin Sheng was very careful, he was still contaminated with a flash of thunder fire. The horrible fire could not only ignite the body, but also the soul light. Qin Sheng groaned, silently running the 9 dead magic skill, his face turned pale, and finally consumed the thunder and fire. It's really powerful. If I didn't have the 9 death skill, I would have buried my bones here. Qin Sheng's face was afraid for a while, and he said to himself. Suddenly, Qin Sheng's face changed again, and soon he began to sneer again. "Come out, sneaky." Just after the voice fell, a group of young strong men came out of the gray fog. The first one was Yuchuan from Diwu dynasty, followed by the strongest young strong man in Haifeng country, codenamed One, and the last one was Qin Gaoxiang, who was adored by Waste. "Qin Sheng, don't roll over." When Qin Gaoxiang saw Qin Sheng, his face was cold and his brow was full of arrogance. He was arrogant and regarded Qin Sheng as a dying man. Qin Sheng frowned, his eyes narrowed into a straight line, showing a fierce sense of killing. He said indifferently, "The defeated general is also worthy of fighting with me?" Qin Sheng took the initiative to mention the original thing about flying Qin, which has always been the thorn in Qin's heart and has not been pulled out. Boom! Qin soared all over with Yuan Li's explosion. His hair and war clothes fluttered wantonly along with the horrible Yuan Li's fluctuation, and his chest was printed with the rune of a war sword, which was shining. Although it didn't show up, he could still feel the horror. There is no doubt that the horrible atmosphere of the Dongshenjing is more powerful than before. Has it raised a big level? Qin Sheng said with a smile, then looked at the emperor's 19 sons, and said, "It seems that it's useful to hold your thighs." Qin Sheng said so. Qin Feixiang blew up on the spot. He couldn't help but give Qin Sheng a hand. "Wait a minute." The magnificent voice rang. Qin looked back and saw that the source of the voice was Yuchuan. "My lord, what are you?" Qin Feixiang's chest is constantly fluctuating, and his chest is burning with hot anger. If someone else is changed, Qin Feixiang will not give face, and his backhand is a slap. Yuchuan's indifference, though only the 19th son of the emperor, has a very low probability of inheriting the emperor's reign, but in fact, his power is much more powerful than that of Qin Gaoxiang and Shanyuan Dongjun. For the time being, it's worth using. Yuchuan's voice is indifferent, just like the god's residence on Zhichangshan. His words are the holy edict. Whoever dares to disobey, there is no way to live, only one way to die. This spring is more arrogant than Qin Gaoxiang. It doesn't pay attention to Qin Sheng. It even treats Qin Sheng as a dog. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed more carefully, and the murderous meaning of the avalanche was more horrible. "Do you hear me? You are a local dog from the frontier. Don't roll over." Qin soared and shouted loudly. "Qin Sheng, I can give you away." Yuchuan suddenly showed a smile. "I know you are proficient in array, you lead the way, as long as you can reach the Hunyuan God tree, I promise you, give you and your branches a way to live." Having said so much, this Yuchuan originally took a fancy to Qin Sheng's array strength. It is estimated that he has collected a lot of information about Qin Sheng. You don't need to question my words. My prince's words are destiny. Yuchuan is very proud and stands with his hands in his hands, just like the spirit overlooking all living beings. He said indifferently, "There is a saying you should have heard. He who lives according to heaven's destiny will entangle himself in the fire of karma against heaven's destiny. He will never be able to surpass life." Qin Sheng looked at the past with a pair of squint eyes, so quietly looking at Yuquan's spirited outfit. "Qin soaring, do you know why I've been stepping on the bottom of my feet?" Qin Sheng squinted, and suddenly he flew to Qin. Hearing this, Qin Feixiang's first 10,000 wild horses galloped past, his forehead was sweating, and he shouted, "I lost once, when have I been trampled under my feet? Because you stood in the wrong team, I thought Shanyuan Dongjun could be relied on, but now I think this goods can be relied on." Qin Sheng's voice gradually became cold, and his sharp eyes gradually became full-bodied. When Yuquan heard this, he exploded. No one ever described him as a cargo. This kind of humiliation has never been experienced as the emperor's son. "Qin soars, let you kill the dog." "Good." Qin Gaoxiang's eyes twinkled with excitement. At Yuchuan's command, his voice didn't disappear, so he set off. The breath of terror exploded in a flash, and the gray mist was dispersed. The speed of Qin's flying was as fast as the extreme. It was like setting up a god bridge and crossing over. Its speed was no less than that of the ordinary Vientiane to the strong. With such a terrible speed, Yuchuan and Haifeng's Tianzizi are shocked. Qin Sheng raised his head and contracted his pupils. He is worthy of being the first successor of the Qin nationality. His talent is really not low. He is definitely worthy of a 500-year return period. This kind of speed, not to mention the martial arts in Shenfu, even the strong in Dongtian, would suffocate. But Qin Sheng's handsome face was not in any panic at all. He smiled and said, "Not slow, but not enough." Phew! Qin Sheng's eyebrows split, and a phantom sword burst out. "Be careful, it's a spirit attack. Yuchuan is worthy of being the prince of the Diwu dynasty. He has a lot of sharpness." Pooh! No matter how fast the physical attack is, it can't be faster than the spirit attack. Yuchuan's reminder hasn't fallen into Qin Gaoxiang's ear, and that illusory sword shadow has not entered Qin Gaoxiang's heart. Ah! Qin soars and rolls with his head in his arms. The deep pain in his soul makes him smash the hard rock with his head crazily. Bang! Qin Sheng stepped on Qin's flying foot. The battle armor of Qin's flying was shining, and the holy stripe was released. It was a defensive semi-holy weapon. It was precious in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, and even the most powerful in the Vientiane environment could not have it. Now Qin Feixiang has one thing, which is the horror of the family. "Qin Sheng, you humble branch bastard, dare to step on me." After a few breaths, Qin Feixiang survived, and his soul light was not wiped out. "Gee, you're afraid of death. You're wearing half-spirit level soul armor." Qin Sheng was a little surprised because the armor of half-spirit weapon was more expensive than that of half-spirit weapon. It is obvious that the Qin people attach great importance to the flying of Qin, and they should keep their lives by exerting the strength of the whole family. On the other hand, Hunyuan ore is very important to all the families of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Otherwise, the Qin people will not directly invest 2 semi-spiritual tools in Qin soaring. That's a half-spirit artifact. One is worth a lot of money. Many royal families can't even take out 1 half-spirit artifact, let alone 2 at once. I want you to take care of it. The lives of your branches are as cheap as the earth's mud. If you die, you will die. Qin Gaoxiang was trampled on the bottom of his feet by Qin Sheng. Although he was protected by a half-spirit weapon, he didn't suffer much damage. At most, it was humiliation on his face, but it made him crazy. The inheritor of the most powerful royal family in Dian dynasty will be the most powerful one in Vientiane in the future. It's certain to control Hufu. Unexpectedly, he was trampled by a branch ant. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded, especially that Yuchuan. He knew the strength of Qin Gaoxiang very well. He didn't expect that it would be so hard to clean up a warrior in Shenfu. The spirit attack that can penetrate the soul armor is worthy of being a genius who is proficient in array. In Yuchuan's heart there was a huge wave. Because even he can't do it. Thinking of this, Yuchuan had to take a deep look at Qin Sheng and began to have a warning to him. "Die, mouth is still so hard." Qin Sheng's face was cold and his mind was cold. The relationship between the main and the branch was irreconcilable. For so many years, the people of the branch had been oppressed. His father, Qin Zhongtian, was also calculated by the people of the main line. Otherwise, how could he be exiled to the ancient battlefield of the Forbidden Area in the north? Pa! Qin Sheng slaps Qin in the air, and the terrifying physical strength breaks out in a flash. Qin Soaring feels his head is in severe pain, and the half-spirit can protect him from death, but the pain is not relieved at all. Qin Sheng, go away. Qin soared and struggled desperately. His holy stripe lit up the sky, but he still couldn't resist it. Because Qin Sheng's spirit attack is so terrible. If he recovers a little power, Qin Sheng will attack the spirit. Even if there is half-spirit level soul armor, it can only weaken most of the spirit attack, and the remaining half will be borne by the spirit flying in Qin dynasty. Qin Sheng's spirit realm was only a little bit short of the holy spirit realm, which was much more powerful than the ordinary Vientiane realm. Even if Qin soared with 2 soul armor, he would not be able to withstand Qin Sheng's most powerful soul attack. Spirit attack is one of Qin Sheng's biggest cards. You can't kill me. At this time, Qin soared in a very awkward way, with his hair on his head and a lot of holy stripes on his chest. However, this semi-spirit device is still strong and indestructible, because a complete semi-spirit device cannot be destroyed even by the strong in the Vientiane environment, and it needs the strong in the semi-holy environment to be destroyed. Is it? Qin Sheng sneers, relying on his own personal strength, even if it's to sacrifice the breath of Emperor Sword, to build the Heaven Monument and so on, it's impossible to kill Qin Gaoxiang. Have you forgotten where it is? Qin Sheng's hand, like a pair of pliers, twisted Qin's neck and flew to the sky, close to the gray mist on the sky. Seeing this, Qin Feixiang is finally flustered. He seems to realize what Qin Sheng wants to do. Qin Sheng, are you crazy? Let me down. At last, Qin was flustered. His voice was shaking. Where is this? It's the holy mountain of Hunyuan. There is a terrible thunder punishment on the mountain. Once the thunder fire comes, even the saints in the Holy Land will be burned to ashes. Qin Feixiang's body is covered with physical defense and soul armor. There are no shortcomings in both physical and spiritual defense. In his opinion, no matter how powerful Qin Sheng was, he could not take his life. But Qin Sheng can't do it. It doesn't mean that Qin will be able to survive here. Qin Sheng glanced down at Qin Soaring, with a cold sneer on his handsome face, and said, I'm afraid now. Boom. All of a sudden, a thunder blew in Qin's flying ear. He was scared to pee in an instant. He was struggling frantically. His armor was shining and his eyebrows were going to crack. There was a thread of terrifying power lying in it, which transcended the cave. That was Qin's strongest card. Those who offend our Qin nationality will die. The magnificent voice spread to Qin Sheng, making him feel a cold, as if he had fallen into the ice cellar, and both the Yuan force and the soul force were frozen. A black shadow is projected from the bottom of Qin's eyebrow, which is a projection, a strong one reflects the most powerful one. The strong in Vientiane? Qin Sheng was shocked. The Qin people's inside information was really deep. He sealed a projection of the most powerful in Qin's flying eyebrows. Although the power of the projection just barely reached the threshold of the Vientiane realm, it has been able to sweep all the players into the secret realm of the Hunyuan. Even a projection is so strong, we can imagine what kind of situation the original master of refining this projection will be strong. It may be a semi-holy land, or even a holy land. Laozu, that's the bastard of this branch. Please kill him for me. This card is the most powerful card for Qin to fly. At the beginning, he just wanted to be safe and never thought that he would touch this card. You need to know how much resources Qin people have to spend to seal such a projection of the Vientiane environment on him, and this kind of seal can only be used once in a lifetime. Once used, it cannot be reused, because it will have unpredictable side effects. It turns out that this projection is the ancestor of the Qin nationality. Qin Sheng can't see its appearance clearly, but it can radiate the terrible pressure from its virtual shadow. Death. It's just a projection, not the Dharma body of a real god. It can only kill instinctively. It has no intelligence at all, and it's just a spirit body, that is, it's formed by the cohesion of soul power. Since it's only a soul, how can Qin Sheng be afraid? Die, too. Qin Sheng soared with his fingers together, and the rolling yuan force burst out from his eyebrow. At the same time, the breath of the imperial sword between his eyebrows turned into a golden soul sword. Sonorous. Qin Sheng's eyes were full of killing intention, and he carried the soul sword to the projection of the powerful Qin people. Buzz. Although it's only a soul sword, it integrates the flavor of the Emperor's sword, which makes Qin Sheng's whole temperament change dramatically. It transforms him from a cannon fodder-level warrior in the god's mansion into a god of killing all the gods and Buddhas. What kind of breath is that? In the distance, Yuchuan's face was terrible. The strongest young generation in Haifeng country, was lying on the ground with soft legs. No matter it's Yuchuan or Haifeng's one, they have never felt such a horrible atmosphere. That's the breath of the sword of the war emperor. There are no weak people who can witness it from ancient times to the present. Even the small Holy Land and even the big Holy Land are not qualified to witness it. Cut. Qin Sheng killed Lin Ran, wielded his soul sword, and cut into the projection of the Qin ancestor. No. The ancestor of the Qin nationality, who is composed of pure soul power, has a ferocious face. He wants to defend against it, but the breath of the Emperor's sword can't directly suppress it. Pooh! The golden soul sword swept by, and the projection of the ancestors of the Qin nationality was cut in two. The horrible spirit force breath made the soul body collapse at the speed that the naked eye could see, and finally it turned into nothingness with a bang. The 19th son of the Emperor of Dayu, who was watching the battle in the distance, was stunned. Such a strong soul attack can be transformed. If it's just his own, can he bear it? Yuchuan is very proud. He would like to say that he can carry the past, but in fact, he is very guilty. That kind of breath is not what he has, that is, with the help of external forces. Yuquan was awestruck. Even if I wear soul armor, I can only keep my life alive at most. No. Qin soared to the sky and screamed. The projection of the ancestor was cut off. Can his life be saved? Obviously, waiting for Qin to fly will be very sad. Qin Sheng's hands, like those of an iron tongs, soared with the imprisoned Qin, surrounded by the fiery thunder fire. No, I don't want to die. Qin Feixiong was finally scared. His voice was trembling, and he cried, Qin Sheng, you can't kill me. Hearing this, Qin Sheng stops, squints at Qin and says with a smile, which onion are you? I warned you not to provoke me. You don't listen to me when I go to the Holy Palace day by day, and you set up a deadly situation to try to ruin my reputation. When you are in the Demon Dragon Wasteland, you find a killer to chase me. Now comes the secret place of Hunyuan, still haunted. At this time, Qin Sheng was not worried at all, and slowly mentioned the source of this resentment. Now you're finally scared, thinking you're dying young. It's time to beg for mercy? Is it a little late? The more Qin soared, the more frightened he became. Who was he? The most powerful young generation of the Qin nationality, a genius once in 500 years, will eventually become the most powerful one in Vientiane. From birth to now, in addition to meeting Yuchuan, a powerful royal family, has never been soft, has always been arrogant and domineering. In particular, the main and branch of the Qin people have been fighting endlessly. It is a normal operation for Qin Gaoxiong to put Qin Sheng in a dead place and then quickly. However, Qin Sheng was too powerful to kill him across 2 realms. No, I can pay you yuan sure. Qin Feixiong said with a cry, how much do you want? How about 100,000 yuan stone? Qin Sheng heard it and immediately laughed. 100,000 yuan stone is 100 million yuan crystal. Qin Sheng would not put it in his eyes even before he entered the secret realm of mixed yuan. 1,000,000 yuan stone, 3,000,000 yuan stone, really can't be more. Qin Sheng ignored Qin soaring and said softly, do you think I lack yuan stone? I've got more than you. I'm on my way. No, Yuchuan, what are you doing? Help me. I'm dead. You must die, too. Qin Gaoxiang knows that he is going to die. It's time for him. He can't manage so much. He knows that Yuchuan can save himself. Being scolded by Qin Gaoxiang in public, Yuchuan's face was slightly gloomy, and his body did not move at all. Because in his view, Qin Gaoxiang is only the legitimate son of the royal family in a weak imperial dynasty, even the Prince of Dian didn't dare to point his finger in front of him. Seeing the unspoken Yuchuan, Qin immediately felt cool in his heart. Since you have made a dog's leg, you must have the awareness of the dog's leg. Qin Sheng patted Qin on the shoulder and said, comfort. Qin soared in the face of death. He was unwilling to be born. He was destined to have an extraordinary future. He also wanted to cross the forbidden area in the north and enter the legendary Tianyuan continent with hundreds of millions of emperors after this small extinction. If you die, you will die together. Qin soared with red eyes and blood seeping through his eyes. His whole body swelled and his horrible yuan and soul power were released. I guessed that you were going to explode yourself. The successor of the Qin family is just this way? Qin Sheng smiles contemptuously. Before Qin soars and explodes, he shoots 2 attacks from the brow. The terrible fluctuation of soul force makes Qin soar's eyes a little dull. That's how Qin Sheng uses the time between the lightning and flint to throw Qin soar to the sky. Boom! The thunder punishment of Hunyuan Divine Mountain came, a white lightning split in Qin soaring, accompanied by the extremely hot thunder fire. I'm not willing to fly. I should fly 9 days and 10 places. How could I die in such a place? Qin Feixiang is completely fresh. He lights the thunder fire all over his body. That semi-spirit instrument crackles, and a large number of spirit patterns are peeling off. Finally, with a bang, Qin soared into a pile of charred bones. The first successor of the Qin nationality, who was placed high hopes by the Qin nationality, even wanted to establish a new dynasty, finally died. After so many years of fighting between the main and the branch, they finally won once and for all. Qin Zhongtian won the battle between the main and branch of the previous generation, but because of the family's presence, even if Qin Zhongtian escaped back to Dian City, he was also arrested back to the prison, and now he is still in the north restricted area. Qin Sheng's face was cold, and his eyebrows were cold. If he changed to other martial artists in Shenfu, he would be absolutely scared to piss off. The revenge of Qin people could not be tolerated by a martial artist in Shenfu. However, Qin Sheng didn't care at all. The relationship between their branch and the main branch had been endless for a long time. Over the years, the branch didn't know how many talented people had been killed. Even a half-spirit can't carry the thunder. Yuchuan's face was so gloomy that he didn't think Qin Shengzhen would dare to be so cruel. Qin Gaoxiang is his dog's leg. It's up to him to beat the dog. Now Qin Sheng has beheaded Qin Gaoxiang in front of the public. He is so arrogant and domineering that he doesn't pay attention to him. The dog's legs around him are talking, but they dare to be angry and dare not speak. Yuchuan is changing. He is thinking about whether to fight Qin Sheng. Go. In the end, Yuchuan chose to leave. Qin Sheng was too obscure to see. He was obviously humble, but the spirit realm was too high and frightening. There was also a great chance in him. The smell of the Emperor's sword still scared him. Wait a minute. At the moment when Yuchuan wanted to leave with a group of followers, a voice accompanied by the banter breath sounded in the ears of all people. It's not very loud, but it's a little harsh in the quiet environment here. Well? A golden spring, he looked back at Qin Sheng, and the golden light rose to the sky. At this moment, the spring is like an angry star beast, on the edge of rage. As long as Qin Sheng says another word, he will be furious. What do you mean? The voice of Yuchuan was cold and piercing, and the breath of the most powerful was seeping through the whole body. At this moment, the whole void seemed to be solidified. Qin Sheng shrugged. His handsome face was not scared at all. He stared at Yuquan, who was on the edge of rage. He said quietly, "If you don't take care of the biting dog, should you be responsible?" Qin Sheng, don't deceive people too much. The Yuanli in Yuchuan is like a thin, active volcano. The billowing wolf smoke is released from its body. With Yuanli as the pen and heaven and earth as the drawing paper, a masterpiece is drawn. This is the terrifying scene of the most gifted Vientiane state to the powerful. Just being angry, it will change the color of heaven and earth and make all kinds of Vientiane grow. Once the ancient bloodlines are activated, that amazing work can turn all things into spirits. Of course, this is the legendary ability of turning stone into gold. Even the most powerful person in the great Holy Land can't do it. Seeing the ink-splashing picture of such a horrible Vientiane, Qin Sheng was only slightly using it in his heart, and there was no fear in his heart at all. He was not a nobody who had been run over casually by others. He practiced the 9 dead magic, refined a ray of imperial sword breath, and suddenly realized, creating the heaven monument. The body has gone through many natural materials and earth treasures, especially the main food of the gods, 9-turn gold lotus and the nourishment of the mixed yuan mother gold that even the most powerful people in the great Holy Land want to kill the red eye, which has long been a terrible blow to the extent of a powerful person in the cave. And the spirit state is only a little bit less than the spirit state, which can be comparable to the semi-holy spirit state. This kind of base card made Qin Sheng's strength soar unprecedentedly. If he could return to the 36 dynasties in the wasteland at this time, even if he directly shouldered the whole Qin people, he would not be without base. Of course, there is no bottom line in such details as the Diwu dynasty. Qin Sheng's strength is a little worse when he can be ranked in the top 3 in the 36th dynasty of the wasteland. Even with Long Wei, who is sleeping and undergoing transformation, 9 times out of 10, he will not be the opponent of such a behemoth. Just because of this, Qin Sheng couldn't let this spring go. Is it too much to deceive? Qin Sheng's joking smile gradually disappeared. Instead, it was the coldness of his face, and the killing intention between his eyebrows was not concealed. You let the dog bite me, and now you're bullying me by pointing at me? I'm afraid that under this day, only the Prince of Diwu can deceive people too much. Qin Sheng approached Yuchuan step by step, and the breath of the whole person was like a gradually reviving god of death. Ha ha, it's funny. What's your identity? What's your identity? Yuquan was furious and laughed. As the 19th son of the emperor, he was not really close to the core of power. However, its talent and strength are not equal to those of the marginal emperors in the middle and lower ranks. Even if Yuquan slapped Qin Sheng to death, he would not set off much waves. This is the foundation and spirit of Diyu dynasty. If it wasn't for the blooming of the god tree of Hunyuan, Yuchuan would take the overall situation as the most important thing, and don't want to affect the opportunity of collecting and scraping the mother gold of Hunyuan. How could Yuchuan leave in such a disgraceful way? I was going to let go of your humble dog for a while. Yuchuan is also arrogant and terrible. Qin Sheng fought against him 3 times and 4 times. If he left like this, such a disgraceful thing would definitely become a laughingstock for him if it was passed back to the emperor. Qin Sheng sneered and said, "Come on, dare to compete with me?" Smell speech, all people are some stupefied, they one by one is petrified, the face is full of shock and puzzle. What is the sanctity of Qin Sheng? It's a district of Shenfu, and it seems that it hasn't been a long time since Shenfu was just opened up. How dare you compete with Yuchuan on this strength? Yuchuan's followers couldn't help whispering. However, Qin Sheng has been able to fly a higher level than him since he was just a kid, which makes people doubt that Qin Sheng has a bigger card in his hand. Yuchuan's eyes are changing. No one knows what he's thinking. However, he doesn't let Qin Sheng wait for long. As you wish. Yuchuan didn't flinch. He set off. With a bang, he was incomparably strong. There were few better adjectives in the world to soften the prestige. Yuanli gushed out like a golden chariot, and the whole gray mountain became golden. He turned his hand and offered a golden saber. The saber is not very big. The broad blade depicts dense patterns of spirit. It's a real spirit, not a semi-spirit. Artifact? Qin Sheng was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, he underestimated the 19th son of the emperor from Diwu dynasty. He was able to use the complete and indispensable artifact. With the golden saber in hand, Yuchuan's breath has climbed to the extreme again. He approaches Qin Sheng without hesitation, and the prestige of each step must be stronger. This terrible pressure, if it is for the ordinary martial arts in Shenfu, has long been kneeling on the ground, the whole body bone burst. Yuchuan is the most powerful person in the Vientiane realm, and has the real power of spiritual tools. Such strength can definitely sweep the young generation in the same realm. Maybe this is the foundation of Yuchuan. I didn't want to expose the legendary Golden Family's saber in advance. Now I will sacrifice you with blood. As soon as Yuchuan's words came out, the Black Wind Country one standing beside him changed his face. Even if he had not owned the real spiritual tools. What's more, it's the legendary sword of the Golden Family. The Golden Family once lived for 9 days and 10 places, but it disappeared after the Great Extinction. It has been said that there are descendants of the Golden Family who want to revive the Golden Family, but it is only some rumors. There are tens of thousands of years of human beings who really have the blood of the Golden Family who have never appeared. More people would like to believe that the Golden Family has long been the dust of history with the Great Extinction, and it is impossible to reappear. This Yuchuan may have some big chance in the North Forbidden area. It's just that he got the weapons of the Golden Family. It's impossible for him to keep the golden blood in his body. I've heard for a long time that the royal blood of Diwu and the blood of Taiga Golden Family are inextricably related. It's really not groundless when I see it today. Well, I've heard that Da and the royal family have roots in the deepest forces in the North Restricted area. When the golden saber comes out, who can fight? That's right. Qin Sheng, who has been jumping up and down from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, is going to die today. Those who also came from the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland and one of the 6 great imperial dynasties, one by one, ran into a wall in the secret land of Hunyuan. Their hearts and minds were already dead and wounded. Otherwise, they would not follow Yuchuan. Sonorous. The golden saber is shining in the sky, illuminating the whole holy mountain of Hunyuan. Even the frightening gray mist has been dispersed. The cloud robbing by thunder punishment has to dodge its edge and slowly disperse. One will make 1,000 bones wither. Yuchuan's eyes also turned into golden eyes. Immediately, a horizontal knife reflected a horrible splash ink mural. His eyes seemed to lock Qin Sheng, as if they could see through many secrets of Qin Sheng. My prince's light is destined to light up the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties. All who fight with me will become pink skeletons, and you are honored to die on my golden saber. Qin Sheng raised his head and smiled indifferently, saying, "There is a lot of nonsense. I must remind you that you have made a mistake. It's my golden sword." Qin Sheng's voice just dropped, and all the onlookers were stunned. They couldn't understand what the secret card Qin Sheng had. Yuchuan was holding a real spirit knife, and it was from the legendary Golden family. If this changed them, they would be a man with their tail in their hands in the morning. They would tremble with fear and cry for their father and mother. Even if they were not so bad, they would never dare to challenge a powerful Vientiane state with a spiritual saber. I'm dying. Yuchuan's pupils suddenly contracted. In the dazzling golden light, there was a faint sense of Qin and sting. His legs shook and banged and turned into a golden rainbow bridge. If it moved quickly, it would appear in front of Qin Sheng in an instant. Boom! In this moment, Yuchuan's strength is absolutely breaking through the semi-holy land, and the Vientiane mural behind it is more and more real. It's an ancient tomb, and you can't see the real tombstone font, but it's absolutely nothing. Under the support of the murals of the ancient tomb, the golden dragon is more frightening. The whole Hunyuan holy mountain has become the center of the explosion, attracting everyone's attention. Qin Sheng's eyebrow is split, and the breath of an emperor's sword is suddenly broken. At the same time, the steel of heaven is also visualized by Qin Sheng. What is that? Vientiane? He hides his accomplishments? Between the lightning and flint, Yuchuan found a sudden change, with some fear, but he had to send. Pooh. A faint shadow of emperor's sword fell into his eyebrow, and Yuchuan was shocked. The golden saber that had locked Qin Sheng was also cut off. Qin Sheng dodged the mortal saber, as if the shadow were random, without any mercy, and stepped on Yuchuan's handsome face. Click! Yuquan was trampled on the hard ground of the Hunyuan holy mountain with too much strength. Even though his body was extremely strong, his flesh and blood were still blurred and his bones were broken. My face. Yuchuan is a little confused. His head is in sharp pain, and the soul light is eroded. If he had not possessed the soul armor of semi-spirit level, the soul light would have been completely eroded. How could this happen? How could his soul attack be so terrible? Yuchuan was shocked and angry. What shocked him was that Qin Sheng's attack was more terrible than he thought. What angered him was him disfigured. He is the prince of Dayu dynasty. He has the supreme background among the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Everyone is in awe of his heroism, but now he is disfigured. If it is passed back, his face will be lost, and he will definitely become the laughingstock of other princes competing for the throne. Qin Sheng, I want you to die. Yuchuan struggles desperately. The roar of the golden saber sends out the frightening blade. The frightening power makes the void explode. With the desperate wind blade, it rolls out the mat. Even the mountain of the holy mountain of Hunyuan is shaken apart. Boom! The power of Ling Dao even inspired the thunder punishment of Hunyuan Shinshan, and the thunder fire poured down like a rainstorm. Qin Sheng's face was sneering and murderous. He was not only fearless. Make the steel of heaven. The unreal and fuzzy steel of heaven was imagined by Qin Sheng. It was like a turning over seal. With the breath of terror, it was crushed under Yuchuan's head. Poof! Yuchuan has been wiped out for more than half of the time, and the spirit sabers from one family are clanging to the ground. It's a good knife. It can't work on you. Qin Sheng picked up the golden spirit saber and felt that there were only some instincts left in the spirit saber. It was not a high-level spirit. Qin Sheng closed his eyes tightly. He didn't see the Yuchuan under his foot. He felt the breath wave from the spirit saber. Ancient, frightening and unwilling, it's a spirit saber with a story. Qin Sheng can even capture the broken picture of annihilation. In the whole 9 days and 10 places of the Great Annihilation Ceremony, even the vast wasteland where the gods and Buddhas were buried was also affected. What kind of terrible disaster happened in the Great Annihilation Ceremony was too long ago. Even Longwei's memory was sealed and hard to recall. Cold. Qin Sheng felt that the spirit and body were frozen. The memory fragments he passed from the spirit saber's artifact only saw that there was a bell ringing in heaven and earth, and the god's blood was red in the sky. An indescribable light swept through the sky, and the whole 9 days and 10 places were broken, even the great wilderness was cut open. Qin Sheng is not sure whether it's sword light or sword light. Anyway, it's indescribable. Maybe it's the gods or even the fairies who can have such awesome power. Even though it is thousands of years apart, it's just a memory fragment passed by a surviving spirit saber spirit, which almost broke Qin Sheng's spirit. Boom. Quan is struggling to escape while Qin Sheng is in a daze. However, Qin Sheng's Lingdao can't be controlled. Qin Sheng finally woke up, endured a headache and wanted to crack, so he wiped away the spirit mark of Yuquan on the spirit saber. Whoa. Yuquan has used his soul power to cultivate this golden spirit saber for many years, which has left a deep brand of spirit. Even the strong of Vientiane can't erase the mark of spirit at any time. However, the spirit state of Qin Sheng is even more powerful than that of the most powerful in the Vientiane state. Even though the spirit has suffered some trauma, it is easy to erase the spirit mark. Yuquan felt that his body was hollowed out, his face was swollen and his nose was blue, and his teeth were crushed. At this moment, he was the most embarrassed and humiliated in his life. His face was trampled and his life soul saber was taken away. It was such a shame that he would never die in normal times. But Yuquan didn't dare to turn back and run away. Because he was afraid. He was really afraid that the holy mountain of Hunyuan would become his burial ground. Rumble. The fierce vibration of the holy mountain of Hunyuan, the distortion of space, the continuous generation of thunder and punishment, thunder and fire came to all the people without any difference, and those who followed Yuquan's 6 emperors became fiery people in an instant. That's the flame of thunder and punishment. The strong in the Vientiane environment may not be able to retreat all over. Their individual prodigy of Tianzong may have semi-spiritual tools to struggle for a while. There are several peerless Tianjiao. If they can return to the 36 dynasties from the Hunyuan secret land alive this time, they will definitely have a bright future. Unfortunately, they all hated and turned into a pile of burnt skeletons. People in Haifeng also lost more than half of them. The most powerful young generation of Haifeng, codenamed One, took a black spear and left. Thunder and fire pierced the ground, and even some of them penetrated into the void, causing a big explosion. Qin Sheng also left the right and wrong place with the golden spirit saber. The holy mountain of Hunyuan is very big, and a group of mobs in Haifeng country soon disappeared. Qin Sheng was also seriously injured. He found a secret place and ate 100 Jin of Huanyuan's mother Jin to completely reverse the injury. What is the beginning of the end of the world? It's just some memory fragments infiltrated from the spirit of utensils. It almost killed me. Qin Sheng's heart was still palpitating, and his face was frightened. He almost lost his soul light. At last, he relied on the 9 death magic power and swallowed 100 Jin Huanyuan's mother gold to survive, without falling down the root of the disease. That's the mother gold of Hunyuan. The size of a finger is worth a lot of money. It makes the most powerful man in the Holy Land kill his eyes. Now Qin Sheng has eaten 100 Jin to survive. It is conceivable that what kind of forbidden topic is the Great Annihilation. We can't talk, or listen to it. Huanyuan's mother gold comes quickly and consumes quickly. Even though Qin Sheng still has several hundred Jin of mixed yuan mother gold, his heart is bleeding. Because the mixed yuan mother gold swallowed by Qin Sheng is just pulling Qin Sheng back from the death line, which is not good for his body and spirit. That is to say, Qin Sheng's 100 Jin mixed yuan mother gold was thrown into the garbage can. This changes who also can heart drop blood. At this time, there was a throb in the distance. Although it was very vague, it was detected by Qin Sheng's sharp touch of spirit. Is it him? Qin Sheng's pupils suddenly contracted, and a ghostly smile appeared on his face. Shua. Qin Sheng left from the hiding place and appeared behind number 1 like a ghost, silent and colorless. Phew. Qin Sheng didn't hesitate at all. His eyebrows split and he flew out to attack the spirit. Ah! Number 1 covered his head and screamed loudly. He felt that his head was hit by the beast of the stars and the sky. It was extremely painful. It was a pain deep into the soul. He had no resistance. Qin Sheng punched him through the dantian. Poof. A big spit of blood. He looked down at his own dantian, and found that he had been beaten through. His face was dead, his eyes were full of despair. If you dare to kill me, even if you leave the Hunyuan holy mountain, you will be relentless in pursuit of me. 1.5 lay on the mountain, with a fierce eye. The people of Heifeng country are fierce people. They are all dying. They are so fierce. Hearing this, Qin Sheng sneered scornfully and said, "Your strength is not low, how can you be so stupid? Everything has developed to this point, and you are so naive to think that I will really be afraid of your black-wind country if you put a few cruel words casually? Ignorance, ridiculous." Number 1 didn't have a soft mouth, sneering, "You are so calm, because you feel supported by Purple Phoenix country, right? No one can depend on absolute interests. Tut tut, have you ever heard of the whole 10,000 gene mixed yuan mother gold? If you haven't heard of it, have you heard of the cunning rabbit's death and the running dog's cooking? I've said a lot. I have to say that this one is not so naive on the surface, and has some negotiating power. Go on." Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes, and showed an expression that I was interested in listening to. Now he is not in a hurry to send him on the road. He just knows some secret things about Zihuang Kingdom from his mouth. In fact, Zihuang country is not the real indigenous people in the secret land of Hunyuan. They can go in and out freely. Number 1 words caused Qin Sheng shock. Zihuang is not the native here? Is that possible? In Shen Mingxi's words, they are the original residents of this place, who have lived for thousands of years. They are the marauders who came from outside the country thousands of years ago. They have been called orthodox for thousands of years. In fact, they are liars and marauders. Number 1 went on to say, "I have a bigger secret. Can you get close to me?" I dare not speak, for fear of being caught by the strong ones who observe secretly. Qin Sheng squinted and took a deep look at number 1. Without much hesitation, he nodded, and then he fell to the ground near the wounded one, with blood pouring in his mouth. "I'll tell you." Number 1 opened his mouth, but the voice was really small. Even with Qin Sheng's current strength, it was hard to hear clearly. Suddenly, number 1's eyes turned scarlet, and a bloody symbol appeared on his face. A vigorous and frightening force exploded in an instant. "Die with me." Number 1 was abandoned, but Qin Sheng didn't realize that he had already activated the blood power in his body, but he had been sleeping all the time. It was estimated that Qin Sheng would be near and then launch an attack of the same depth. At this time I saw number 1's body constantly peeling off, instead of being hairy, and his mouth even had fangs. What kind of blood power is this? Number 1 claps his hands, his fists are split, and he stabs out the white tusks. Each tusk has a mysterious spirit pattern, which is so terrifying. Number 1 has fully activated the blood power that has been dormant in the body. Zihuang has the blood of Zihuang. I didn't expect that the young generation of Heifeng also has the blood power. However, this kind of blood force is very violent, and number 1's eyes turn black, as if they will explode at any time. Boom. Although there is no vigorous fluctuation of yuan power, the power of blood is more terrible than yuan power. Number 1 is just the Vientian realm, but it activates the power of blood and instantly expands to the semi-holy realm. The power of blood? Qin Sheng was also shocked. He never thought that this number one had activated the power of blood. He was always on guard against this number one's getting him close. It was definitely not good intention. He would definitely give himself a mortal blow when he was relaxed. At first, Qin Sheng thought that this number one would sacrifice spiritual tools, or curses and other poisons. Unexpectedly, it was the power of blood. This number one is deep enough to hide. I woke up my blood, and I have been dormant until now. Moreover, Qin Sheng can feel the blood power at such a close distance, which is definitely weaker than Zihuang's blood power. The instant explosive power can match the attack of the semi-Holy Land strongman. That is to say, with this single strike, number one can sweep across the wasteland the vast majority of the 36 emperors. This kind of strength is very terrible, almost invincible. Originally, it was thought that the secret place of Hunyuan was a small secret place. In the eyes of the 36 emperors of the wasteland, they didn't know how to mention it at all. Unexpectedly, it was so horrible and contained so many powerful people. Make the steel of heaven. After the shock of the lightning and firestone, Qin Sheng will sacrifice the stone in an instant. At the same time, he will sacrifice 100 Qin of mixed yuan gold from the stone. Rumble. The steel of heaven devoured 100 Qins of mixed secret territory, and then spit out a gold medal for avoiding death. The death-free gold medal is full of gold and has a complex pattern. It is quietly suspended on Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai, blocking the attack of number one who died together. What is that? Number one's face was shocked. He had never seen such a thing as the death-free gold medal. Besides, is there really a death-free gold medal in this world? Is not the death-free gold medal only existed in the murals of ancient myths? Number one didn't say a word again, and then the golden knife light flashed away, and his head flew high. The horrible knife gas immediately broke his head, and the soul light, like fireworks, first burst into a strong light, and then fell into darkness. The strongest young generation in Haifeng country, the strong one named One, die. Hoo. Qin Sheng gasped. He looked at the body of number one and became angry. He stepped on it with one foot to make it dead. His heart was bleeding. He didn't talk much. Instead, he lost 100 Qin of mixed yuan mother gold. It's really expensive. It takes 100 Qin of mixed gold to sacrifice the death-free gold medal. Qin Sheng's mouth took back the steel, and he murmured with dissatisfaction. Last time, it passively activated the heaven steel, but this time, Qin Sheng was active, so he naturally needed to sacrifice tributes. Qin Sheng is all over, except for the spirit saber of the gold family, which is the most valuable gold of the Hunyuan mother. However, in other words, although the mother gold of Hunyuan is worth a lot, even the strong man of the great Holy Land will kill Hong Yan when he sees it. Compared with his own small life, Qin Sheng really can't be vague. Wen. The god-made steel, which devoured 100 Qin of mixed yuan gold, soon fell into the soul sea of Qin Sheng. No matter how much Qin Sheng urged it, it could not be sacrificed. Qin Sheng went on his way and soon came to the top of the mountain from the mountainside. He didn't meet any prodigy. After all, there are more and more thunder and fire here. It's impossible for him to break through because of the low spirit level. If you dare to break through, all you have to wait for is the end of destruction. At the top of the holy mountain of Hunyuan, the golden light is brilliant, the sacred trees are in full bloom, and there are many mother gold hanging. The mother gold flowed brightly and the spirit lines were in full bloom. I could smell the very strong fruit fragrance before I came near. If a martial artist who can connect with the whole world cultivates here for a day, even if he doesn't eat the Hunyuan mother gold, he can connect with the 9 channels in a row just like the situation breaks. Because the mixed gold breath here is so strong that it can blossom and bear fruit once in thousands of years. Qin Sheng looked up at the towering Hunyuan divine tree, and his eyes were slightly moved. Well, it's time. Silent, colorless in the back of the Hunyuan God tree, the old and the young came out. It's the mountain guards and Summer Bingning. Freezing. Qin Sheng looks at Xiao Bingning. His eyes are hot. He wants to get closer. He asks Xiao Bingning again why he suddenly becomes so indifferent and strange. However, the watchman's muddy eyes took a look at Qin Sheng's side. Qin Sheng's chest was immediately oppressed as if he were oppressed by a sacred mountain and could not breathe. The strength gap between the two is too big. Mountain guards are the kind of peerless strong people who can beat a group of small holy land to death by turning their hands. You can even say it bluntly, as long as the mountain guard is willing, he can pull out a leg hair from his thigh and kill Qin Sheng. Of course, Qin Sheng can also sacrifice mixed yuan mother gold in exchange for death-free gold medal. However, in the face of absolute strength, how many mixed gold medals does Qin Sheng have and how many death-free gold medals? As long as the mountain keeper is willing, he can shoot Qin Sheng 100 times, 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. In the face of absolute strength, no tricks can be useful. Think of here, Qin Sheng is to take back his eyes, wait for his strength to improve, then to ask Xiao Bingning is not late. Very well. The mountain guard also took back his eyes, and Qin Sheng felt very relaxed. This time, the Hunyuan divine tree is also a big harvest, producing 18,000 jin of Hunyuan mother gold. As soon as the mountain watchman opened his mouth, all the people there breathed rapidly. Qin Sheng also finally noticed that there were only 4 people who could reach the top of the mountain successfully. They are Yinfeng of Yinyue, Shaiyue and Yuchuan of Daxia and Qin Sheng of Dian. For compete for 3 places, that is to say, only 1 person is kicked out. The rule is very simple. Within a single breath of incense, whoever gets the permutation will win the permutation. The mountain guard turned his hand and threw out 3 talismans, gold, silver, and bronze. Obviously, gold is the highest ranking, silver is the second, bronze is the worst. The platoon is suspended in the middle of the sky. The 4 contenders are all red-eyed and breathing rapidly. That's the ranking for the distribution of mixed yuan mother gold. Who is not interested? You guys, before the fight, I wonder if you can listen to my Yuchuan? Yuchuan's face was pale. He was obviously able to come here at a very high price. He looked at Qin Sheng indifferently and said, I have a proposal to kick some low-level warrior who doesn't belong here first. I think it's just the cannon fodder of a god's mansion. It's not qualified to share the treasure with me. Qin Sheng's face quickly darkened as soon as his voice fell. Yuchuan was so disgusted that he planned to join hands with others and kick himself out of the game. This remark can not only secure the bottom interests for himself, at least get a bronze rune, but also repay his hatred and plunder Qin Sheng into a land of eternal doom. Shua. With the sound of Yuchuan falling, everyone's sharp eyes fell on Qin Sheng. Especially Xiaoyu, who dressed as a man, was the first one to agree. Looking at Qin Sheng, Yinfeng was also indifferent and said, the cannon fodder in the Shenfu area is really not qualified to fight with us. I've heard about you. Yinfeng is handsome and bright. His eyes are full of disdain. He said, you can walk to the Hunyuan God tree, which is a little strength. But that's all. If you want to compete with us and divide up the mixed gold? Ha ha ha. It's just a fool talking in his dream. When Qin Sheng heard this, his face, which was so gloomy that it could dribble out of the water, showed a deep smile. He looked back at the mountain watchman and asked, Master, before the battle of ranking, I have a question. Qin Sheng, the city of Phnom Penh, had been prepared for a long time. However, he still felt that his eyes were just like a sword of ancient times. Qin Sheng is very clear that the mountain guards have been merciful. The old immortal is unpredictable. He can shoot a large group of small holy land strong people with his hands raised. For example, even if he has a god-made steel, he can offer a gold medal for avoiding death, but there are restrictions after all. Say. The watchman's voice was hoarse, and he was hostile to Qin Sheng, which was not a good omen. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and said, "If I kill all three of them, the 18,000 kilograms Hunyuan mother gold of Hunyuan divine tree. All for you." Before Qin Sheng finished speaking, the mountain watchman indifferently interrupted Qin Sheng's words. "It's time to start." When the mountain guard turned his hand, he took out a piece of incense from the ring. It was golden and bright. If someone paid attention to it, it was forged from the mixed yuan mother gold. This kind of big brush can only be made by the holy mountain of Hunyuan. Boom. The voice of the mountain watchman has not completely disappeared, so Yinfeng can't wait to make a move. As the strongest young generation in Inuit country, he has never been ridiculed in person. Platinum blonde long hair flying wantonly, the terrible yuan force fluctuated violently, holding the war sword, high-spirited, it's Qin Sheng. Yuchuan also approached quickly, but he didn't do it. He suffered a lot from Qin Sheng. Sonorous. The war was terrible. Qin Sheng attacked three spirits at one breath, almost draining all the soul power. Poof. Yinfeng fell down, his face was crazy, he never thought that there was such a strong spirit attack, but what made Yinfeng despairing was a golden knife light passing quickly. Poop, blood rain falls, Yinfeng's head flies high. "No, I can't die." Silver Peak shouted, but the spirit was annihilated in an instant. In Shinshan's row, a total of dead people came in. One person died between lightning and flint. Xiaoyu also lost his balance in a moment, he showed incredible eyes, and she also vomited blood. Escape. Yuchuan's face was pale. Although he had been prepared for it, he was still frightened by the terrible attack of the spirit. His head hurt and his reaction speed slowed down a lot. Qin Sheng passed like a ghost, just like a knife. Golden light, rising from the sky, dazzling and gorgeous, magnificent. At this moment, the 19th son of the emperor from the imperial court is not in the mood to enjoy the beauty of killing. He felt that he was going to despair, the spirit was suppressed, and the body was no longer powerful, but once the spirit was suppressed, he could no longer control the body. Qin Sheng's strength is the strength of the deep spirit, only a trace of which can break through the Holy Spirit state, which has surpassed the Vientiane state and can rival the legendary semi-holy state. No. Yuchuan's face was gray. He opened his mouth and shouted bitterly to Qin Sheng. He begged, "Qin Sheng, don't kill me. I'm the 19th son of the Emperor of Diwu. I can swear by my soul. The gratitude and resentment in the secret place of Hunyuan will be eliminated. It is not worth mentioning the Prince of Diwu, the noble lineage and the dignity of the royal family in the face of death." Yuquanch knelt down to beg for mercy. If it's the genius of other divine places, maybe it's exciting at this moment. At this time, you only need to let go of this Yuchuan, and even get the reward of soul oath. When you go back to the wasteland, the 36 emperors did not pursue and assassinate endlessly. Even the powerful royal family has no permanent enemies, only permanent interests. Like Qin Sheng, the prodigy of heaven even only needs to provide some raw materials, and his cultivation will skyrocket, which is absolutely worth investing. However, Qin Sheng shook his head and refused. "I'm sorry to tell you that I'm going to take you on the road today." Qin Sheng's eyes were full of fierce murderous intention. The golden spirit knife crossed a mysterious arc. With a puff, Yuchuan's head flew high and the blood rain came down. The 19 sons of Diwu, dead. On the god tree of Hunyuan, Xiaoyu's face was crazy. She was scared to lose color. She just resisted Qin Sheng's attack of the spirit. The spirit light was wiped out for more than half of the time. Her original face was also dimmed. Two big bags of eyes looked as if she hadn't slept for 10 days and nights. This is the sign of the exhaustion of soul power. It only needs to be done again. Let alone use the terrible spirit saber, Xiaoyu's spirit can't bear it at all, and the soul light will disintegrate. Escape. Hunyuan Mother Gold is very precious, but there is only one life. Qin Sheng took Yuchuan's ring into his pocket. Although the position of the 19th son of the Emperor of Dayue was not the highest among the royal families of Dayue, the small camel was bigger than the horse, and there were definitely many treasures in the ring. Xiaoyu, you're going to run now, aren't you a little late? Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and followed him without hesitation. The killing intention in his eyes didn't weaken with the killing of Yuchuan. He was not a rookie in his teens or 20s. He refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He knew that cutting grass should be rooted, and there should be no mercy. Qin Sheng and the great Xia dynasty's grudge, if you want to count it up, is really much thicker than the great courtyard dynasty. The area of Hunyuan Divine Tree is not large. Xiaoyue wants to escape, but he is a turtle in a jar after all. Qin Sheng. Xiaoyu's gorgeous face is full of fatigue, but his eyes are still full of hate. Qin Sheng is puzzled. This bad woman wanted to kill him at first. Now she looks back like Qin Sheng has done something heinous. On the way, Qin Sheng took up his last pity and turned the golden spirit knife into a blade. Where he passed, the fragile space collapsed inch by inch. This is a real terror power. Looking at the whole 36 dynasties in the wasteland, it is difficult to find a complete artifact. Even Yuquan was in the forbidden area in the north. It took him a lot of money to find such a spirit. Xiaoyu looks up. She is very proud. She is the most powerful daughter of the great Xia dynasty. In the future, she will become the terror existence of the woman emperor. But in this moment, in the face of Qin Sheng, who is 2 big realms lower than her own strength, she has no way but to wait for death. This is the absolute oppression on the realm of spirit. Qin Sheng's realm of spirit is much higher than the cultivation of martial arts, and also higher than the most powerful in Vientiane realm. Xiaoyu's spirit has been severely damaged. There is really no more base card to fight against Qin Sheng. At this time an old hand came out silently and colorless. The fingers were too old and full of wrinkles, just like the withered branches that had been broken for thousands of years. Let alone the strong ones in Shinfu, even the ordinary martial artists in Tongmai, only need a little touch, and they will fly into oblivion. However, it was the same finger as the rotten and withered branch that flicked gently on Qin Sheng's golden spirit knife. Chong. The harsh metal impact sound blew in Qin Sheng's ears, and the golden spirit saber filled with cracks at the speed that can be seen by the naked eye, followed by the disintegration of inch by inch, which spirit pattern can be annihilated by flying ash. Qin Sheng's face was furious. He threw the golden spirit saber at once. Otherwise, the terrorist power of the mountain guards would be passed on. Qin Sheng's body was very strong, but he would also be shocked to death. Senior. What do you mean? Qin Sheng was very dissatisfied. In fact, his heart had been scolding, his hands were shaking, the mouth of the tiger was split, blood was dripping on the cold ground. The old face of the mountain watchman turned around, unable to see the joy, anger, sorrow, and joy, but still able to show a touch of disdain and displeasure in his turbid eyes. This mountain guard doesn't like Qin Sheng very much. Is it necessary to break the rules and fight against Qin Sheng? Qin Sheng doesn't really care about whether he can kill Xiaoyu. But his spirit saber is a real spirit weapon. It's worth a lot of money. Even if it's not as valuable as the Hunyuan Mother Gold, it's very practical for Qin Sheng now. It's not interesting. It's time for the incense. The mountain guard's voice was very cold and merciless, and he had no apology for destroying Qin Sheng's Lingdao. I declare that the qualifying is over. The mountain guard's voice was cold and said, the 18,000 Jin Hunyuan Mother Gold, Qin Sheng's 15,000 Jin, Xiaoyu's 3,000 Jin. Because there are only 2 people left in Shinshan's row, that is to say, the 18,000 kilograms mixed yuan Mother Gold is divided by Qin Sheng and Xiaoyu. Although the golden spirit saber is lost, this power is great. It's so easy to cut off the most powerful people like cutting melons and vegetables, but it's definitely much more expensive for the 10,000 Jin mixed gold. The hybrid divine tree is radiant, the tree trunk is trembling, and a large number of the hybrid mother gold is like ripening and falling, as if proficient in spirituality, flying to Qin Sheng and Xiaoyu automatically. The whole 15,000 Jin Hunyuan Mother Gold Qin Sheng felt that his eyes are also golden. Take it. With a wave of his hand and a move of his mind, Qin Sheng collected the 10,000 Jin Mother Gold into the ring. When the Mother Gold of Hunyuan is collected, the God Tree of Hunyuan will become dim, the bark will be old and wither gradually. Well, Shinshan's ranking is over. You all leave the secret place of Hunyuan. The mountain watchman is so cold that he has to be driven down. Wait a minute. Qin Sheng's voice sounded. The mountain guard who was going to leave was unhappy. Looking at Qin Sheng, he said indifferently, what else can I do? Xiaoyu also feels funny. The mother of Hunyuan has collected all the gold. What else can I do? Master, I've destroyed my artifact, don't you think so? Qin Sheng met the watchman's sharp eyes and was not humble or arrogant. The mountain guard frowned in an instant, and there was a trace of violence between his eyebrows. Boom! When the mountain keeper was angry, the heaven and earth of the Hunyuan divine mountain changed color in an instant. There was a thunderstorm, and a terrible thunder punishment was about to come. Those are the thunder punishments of the holy mountain of Hunyuan. Even the most powerful people in the Vientiane world will be burned to ashes, with a trace of them. One after another, thunder and fire rose, as if the fire were burning like clouds. The void was burned through, revealing a large void crack. You say it again? The original turbid eyes of the mountain watchman became as frightening as the awakened star beast. The terrible pressure came out from his body. Let alone the warrior in Shinfu, even the one who had been promoted to Vientiane like Xiaoyu, was also charming and trembling. Qin Sheng, you are too much. Before Qin Sheng responds, Xiao Bingning has come to scold Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng looks up at Xiao Bingning, who is higher than before. He feels strange. He squints and asks, Xiao Bingning, you haven't answered me yet. Why do you think I'm a stranger? Ha ha ha. The mountain keeper laughed and said, boy, you and Bingning are strangers. She is the one you will never catch up with. Remember, stay away from her, maybe you have a chance to live. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you get closer to Bingning, even the great holy land can't save your life. Qin Sheng's heart sank to the extreme. The words of the mountain guard revealed a lot of information. Isn't Xiao Bingning the real Xiao's legitimate daughter? She's a lot bigger than you think. The watchman warned again and again. Xiao Bingning was very cold, and said, I am Xiao Bingning, not Xiao Bingning. Xiao Bingning of this era has died. I am Xiao Bingning of the last era. Qin Sheng Meng, what era, the last era? What is era? Era is the end of an era. And at the end of the last era, when everything is destroyed, isn't it a complete or total extinction? Qin Sheng's heart pounded, that is to say, Xiao Bingning, like Long Wei, came from the last era and existed before the Great Annihilation? Don't you believe it? Xiao Bingning's temperament is high and cold. It's not made on purpose, but it's really born with high and cold. Her green jade fingers in Qin Sheng's arms, light and color. Long Wei woke up, he was forced to wake up. Long Wei is also from the last era. His whole tribe is also my family's war favorite. Xiao Bingning said that Long Wei was also lost. He was just sleeping, and was forced to wake up. He was also said that the whole tribe was a war pet. Hey, you are Zhang Chong. The blood of Zulong is in my body. Your family is Zhang Chong. Long Wei is not good at stubble either, opening his mouth or swearing at war. Smell speech, summer bingning that bright and clean as jade eyebrows show a sharp color, her fingers gently in Long Wei's Tian Lingai on a little. Ah. It's killing me. Long Wei rolls around with his head in his arms. With a click, the memory shackle buried in the deepest part of Long Wei's soul light is forcibly opened. The storm-like memory is full of Long Wei's head. Xiao Bingning asked coldly, do you remember now? Long Wei's body is stiff. He looks at this scene inconceivably. Remember. Long Wei is paralyzed on the ground. He looks at Xiao Bingning. His eyes are full of scruples. What's the matter? Qin Sheng sent a message to Long Wei. What they said is true. Xiao Bingning came from the last era. Our whole tribe, including Zulong, were also served by them. Long Wei's mood was very gloomy. He thought he was the descendant of Zulong and had noble blood. However, he never thought that he was just a tribe who was just a work and leisure in the great wilderness. The gap between the two has to make Long Wei lose heart. Do you have a soul contract with him? Xiao Bingning frowns a little. Long Wei is her war favorite. Otherwise, she won't stay with her. Thousands of years have passed. It turns out that this is the so-called truth. Xiao Bingning is just a reincarnation, coming to this new era, and Long Wei is her favorite. Thinking of this, Qin Sheng is a little bitter. It turns out that even if he did, Xiao Bingning could not die. Long Wei is my war favorite. I can't let him complete the centenary following your soul covenant. Xiao Bingning frowned and said, in 1 year, you can choose a weapon from the Hunyuan divine tree. Qin Sheng's face was gloomy to the extreme. Looking at Xiao Bingning, he felt that with the awakening of his memory, the chance Xiao Bingning had disappeared without trace, and he had no gratitude to Qin Sheng. Besides indifference, it's more ruthless. What are you waiting for, boy? You know how many years has the Hunyuan god tree lived and how many eras has it passed, the mountain guard sneered mercilessly. If it wasn't for the last era when our family was defeated, how could it be your turn to cause and effect with our family? Who is very cold and arrogant, and looks like a superior person, he feels that his family is very noble. It is not a wasteland at all. 36. Woodlouse can be infected by causality in the place where the birds are not shit. Qin Sheng stares at the mountain keeper, who is also a man of temper. What, do you want to do it? The mountain guard sneered and laughed recklessly. Qin Sheng took a deep breath and finally forced the burning anger in his chest to the withered Hunyuan divine tree. On the trunk of the Hunyuan god tree, there are a lot of weapons. Most of the weapons exude a horrible atmosphere. Some of them are spirit weapons left after the great annihilation of the world. Some of them are spirit weapons, and some of them are treasure weapons. They are full of treasure patterns. They are not ordinary at first sight. There's still a treasure? Qin Sheng's heart is beating wildly. The spirit tools are very precious. The treasure tools are even higher than the spirit tools. Well? All of a sudden, Qin Sheng's eyebrows split, and the imperial sword breath emerged, locking a stone sword. The stone sword has a long history. I'm afraid it's the product of the last era. The tattoo of the sword has been blurred. It looks like an abandoned sword at all. However, it was this stone sword that made the imperial sword have strong interest. That's it. As soon as Qin Sheng clenched his teeth, the treasure was precious, but it was not worth mentioning for the flavor of Emperor's sword. What can make the Emperor's sword breath value? How can it be anything? Besides, there are many treasures around the Hunyuan divine tree, some of which are broken and some are intact. However, the imperial sword breath in Qin Shengmei's heart doesn't have any fluctuation to these treasures, which makes Qin Sheng more firm that this stone sword is absolutely extraordinary. Qin Sheng approaches the Hunyuan divine tree and observes the stone sword, which is inserted in countless precious tools. He reaches out to draw the sword. What he just touches is a cold wave. Then there is an arc. Qin Sheng's mind flashes through countless pictures. There are sky dragons hovering in the endless void, gold families who blow stars with one fist, and endless sword sea. Qin Sheng was awe-inspiring and said to himself, "This is the great achievement of the stone sword. Whether it's Tianlong or the golden family, this stone sword has been killed. That's the legendary dragon, the descendant of a powerful god, with a high bloodline. Not to mention the Gold Clan, there are countless legends in the last era, all of them are clans." It's a pity that those fleeting pictures in Qin Sheng's mind are not the spirit of stone sword, but the obsession hidden in it. Chong. Qin Sheng easily pulled out the stone sword. He didn't have the sword spirit and prestige he imagined. It's ordinary, just like a stone sword about to rot. I choose this stone sword. Qin Sheng looked up and met the watchman's eyes. He said lightly. The mountain guard looked at the stone sword in Qin Sheng's hand, and his face changed. It was ugly, and he seemed to remember some things he didn't want to remember. He chose that man's sword? The watchman's eyelids jumped wildly, and his face was livid. He lost his temper. He came from an old slave of the last era. His strength is immeasurable, but the owner of that stone sword is even stronger. He once had a grudge with the mountain guards. However, in the eyes of the master of Shijianyuan, the mountain guards can't even talk about their opponents. If he didn't come from the Xia nationality, the owner of the stone sword would have killed him thousands of times if he wanted a look. Only heaven envies the talented. The master of the stone sword is dying in the end of the world. His body and spirit are all destroyed. He has no chance to reincarnate. And his sword is gradually becoming rotten. This is just a stone sword about to rot. Are you sure you want to choose it? The mountain guard didn't want the man's sword to come out of the Jianghu again. He always felt that the man died so strangely that he could survive in the great extinction. How could he die? After all, the mountain guards are still a little selfish. Anyway, the stone sword has been on the edge of the god tree of Hunyuan for thousands of years. It can only become the nutrient of the god tree of Hunyuan. If it is selected by Qin Sheng, it may have a chance to nirvana and rebirth. This is also a scene that the mountain guards do not want to see. I can let you choose again, where is a top-grade treasure. If you nourish it with mixed gold for 2 or 3 years, you may become a top-grade treasure. The mountain guard bewitched, you should know how dazzling a treasure is. No matter spirit or treasure, they are divided into inferior, medium, superior, and best. Among them, the inferior level is the lowest, and the power is the weakest, the best level is the highest, and the power is the most terrible. The value of a top-grade treasure is even read to the strong in the great Holy Land. If Qin Sheng had a top-grade sword, the power he inspired would be able to kill a strong man in the Holy Land with one sword. Of course, the yuan force and soul force needed to wield a top-notch sword are far more than the essence of Shinfu. Even if it's a genius like Qin Sheng, whose strength is far beyond the ordinary Shinfu, even if he holds a top-notch sword and wields half a sword, all yuan force and soul force will be consumed. However, Qin Sheng's answer made the mountain guards doomed to be disappointed. No, I want this stone sword. Qin Sheng's face was firm and his eyes were burning. He was not moved by the temptation of the best sword. It's really stubborn. The mountain guard is also arrogant, and he has lived 2 eras, how can he again and again, and again and again with Qin Sheng 3 inferior 4? Qin Sheng had some doubts about the stone sword, but he saw that the mountain guard was so kind and persuaded him to choose another sword. This mountain guard has been very hostile to Qin Sheng all the way. At this time, how could he suddenly be kind to him? The stone sword is not as simple as it looks. Qin Sheng's heart pounded. In that case, go away. With a big wave of the mountain guard's hand, the strong wind blew on his face. Qin Sheng threw a ring to the Purple Emperor outside the god mountain of Hunyuan, which contained 5,000 Jin of Huanyuan's mother gold. Although all of them are going to leave the secret place of Hunyuan, Qin Sheng can get away with it. Even if there is a soul pact, Qin Sheng still has a way to break it. However, the cost is too high. Zihuang, there are 5 kilos of mixed yuan mother gold in the ring, and the soul contract between you and me will be terminated. Qin Sheng sent a message to Zihuang. Zihuang was immediately very happy. 5,000 Jin of mixed yuan gold far exceeded the national treasury of Zihuang over the years. Shenmingshi, I didn't get the transmission talisman. I can't take you out of the Hunyuan secret place. Qin Sheng turned her eyes to Shenmingshi's face. Her delicate body was shaking. Over the years, she had tried to leave the secret world of Hunyuan and go to the outside world. Although the heart is not willing, but Shenmingshi still nodded, the voice said, I understand, leave the matter of the secret place of Hunyuan, I will try again. That line, we'll meet again later. With Qin Sheng's voice falling, he triggered the keepsake, a vast force wrapped Qin Sheng, and then disappeared into the sky of the mysterious place of the Hunyuan. Zihuang and Shenmingshi look at each other, especially Shenmingshi. She looks at Qin Sheng's disappearing figure, but she doesn't speak for a long time. She loses her mind for a while. She recalled that these days she got along with Qin Sheng. First, she wanted to kill Qin Sheng. Then, she went to undress treatment, and then to save the whole Purple Phoenix country. It is the little-known and humble young king outside the country who left a deep imprint in Shenmingshi's heart, which became more and more hot with Qin Sheng's departure. Shenmingshi suddenly felt a pain in his heart, as if he had lost something. Well, I don't want to keep a girl. The Purple Emperor sighed and said, Dreamstream, do you want to go out very much? Hearing this, Shenmingshi looked up and said, Father, what do you mean? Purple Emperor didn't speak, just turned his hand, and there was a transmission talisman in the palm. Malong mining area, the atmosphere has never been suppressed. The 6 famous emperors, including all the emperors, gathered here. Flying, how can it be like this? Qin Ao's face is gloomy, his eyes are red, and he roars like a wild animal. Flying is a once-in-a-500-year-old prodigy. How could he die in a small plane? Qin is the first royal family in Dian, with great power. Its strength is only a little weaker than that of Dian. If you change the royal dynasty at the bottom of the wasteland, you can become a royal family. However, it is such a once-in-500-year successor who died in it. Even if the Qin people are not allowed to hurt their muscles and bones, it is certain that the blood drops from their hearts. After all, it's rare to see the history of the whole Qin nationality as a genius like Qin soaring. Qin Gaoxiong is also expected to become the first person to break through the Holy Land. With the disintegration of the Soul Stone, Qin Feixiong is dead, and the death knell has long been ringing inside the Qin people. Qin Ao's roar and the many forces waiting for him in the Malong mining area are also awe-inspiring. They all know how talented Qin Gaoxiong is and how many cards he has. According to the truth, it is difficult for him to be killed even if he is a powerful Vientiane state higher than Qin Gaoxiong. Chasm. Qin Gaoxiong didn't die for a long time, and the soul stone of the 19th son of the Emperor of Diwu was also broken. Who dares to dye the blood of the royal family of Diwu? The Emperor of Diwu roared to the sky. He was the most powerful among the 6 dynasties. He always had a calm and elegant face on his face. But now he is dead, and his mind suddenly collapses. When the Emperor of Diwu was angry, the wasteland changed color, and the terrible pressure swept across the mining area. All the spirits trembled and crawled on the ground, afraid to move. The 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland, the 3rd largest imperial dynasty in Diwu, are so horrible that their emperor has already reached the semi-holy land, and their strength is immeasurable. It can even be said without hesitation that a strong man like the Emperor Diwu was a god in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. He could kill a group of the most powerful people in the Vientiane realm by lifting his hand. The faces of the other 5 emperors changed a lot, especially Shanyuan Yanjun, who frowned because he knew something was wrong. Although the 19th son of the emperor is not the core. He is a genius who wants to truly inherit the position of the Emperor of Diwu. However, the blood of the Emperor of Diwu is still in his body. Now that he is dead, the Emperor of Diwu must thoroughly investigate. If the situation is too serious, there may even be a war between the 2 dynasties. Boom. At this time, the transmission array of the 6 great emperors' blessing was distorted, and a white light broke out. Someone out? After waiting for so long and dying of many prodigies, some people finally come out alive, which makes everyone excited. It's Shanyuan Dongjun. Some people shouted, "Royal Doctor, come quickly, Prince Dongjun is seriously injured." At this time, Shanyuan Dongjun was very embarrassed. The armor was all cracked, his head was full of hair, his eyes were dim, and one of his feet was eaten by a living bite. Look at the wound, it was still poisonous, and the teeth were covered with black gas. Dongjun. Shanyuan Yanjun's face is blue. He thought that there were some risks in the secret place of Hunyuan, but he never thought why the danger was so great. Qin Sheng died, and the 19th son of the Emperor of Diwu died. Although his son was still alive, he looked like he was dying. He not only lost a leg, but also was contaminated with a strong poison. This kind of poison is really not good for treatment. Soon, the royal doctor came, looked at it carefully for a long time, and finally shook his head. The emperor, the prince was hurt too much, and the strange poison was unheard of. The old minister was incompetent. The words of the royal doctor are very clear, which means that he can't save Shanyuan Dongjun. The imperial doctors of the 6 dynasties came to see my emperor's son. I will have a great reward when it's done. Shanyuan Yanjun's voice fell, and the other 5 royal doctors came to consult, including the great Xia dynasty, which had a grudge with the great Yin dynasty. A moment later, an old man with white hair, his eyebrows and heart were as bright as jade, and he was the royal doctor of Dayu dynasty. He was not only skilled in medicine, but also powerful. The Emperor of Dayan, His Royal Highness, is extremely poisonous, which can not only corrupt the body, but also gradually devour the soul and light. The chief court doctor from Dayu dynasty said indifferently, his voice was like the judge of death, giving Shanyuan Dongjun a talisman. No, I don't want to die, father. You can almost become a semi-holy land. If you are so strong, there will be a way. Shanyuan Dongjun is crazy. He desperately grabs Shanyuan Yanjun's hand and regards it as the last straw to save his life. Emperor Dayan, don't blame the old minister for being talkative. The strange poison in His Royal Highness is more terrible than that of the corpse emperor, and it is highly contagious. Boom. The voice of the chief court physician has not yet completely fallen. Shanyuan Yanjun pushes Shanyuan Dongjun away with one hand, and the terrible power lifts him away, making him more seriously injured and coughing up black blood. The emperor's house is so cruel. Besides, if Shanyuan Yanjun is poisoned, the whole Dayan dynasty is waiting to be destroyed. Father. Shanyuan Dongjun's face was as gray as death. He looked at Shanyuan Yanjun in despair, and there was some resentment between his eyebrows. Don't hate me. I will carry the whole imperial dynasty on my body. I will not be cruel until I turn around. Xuanyuan Yanjun is indifferent. Emperor, there is not much time. I'd better prepare for the things behind your highness. Wait a minute. Dayu Renhuang came over. His face was gloomy. Even though he tried to suppress the intimidating momentum, he still let Shan Yuan, who was critically ill, vomit blood for 3 times. Yu Chen. What do you mean? Shan Yanjun scolds fiercely. His son is going back to prepare for his death. The Emperor of Diwu is standing in the way. Yu Chen's face is indifferent, and he doesn't seem to put Shan Yanjun in his eyes. Even if they are the same emperor, the highest one who ignores power. However, Diwu is much more powerful than Dian. The 2 emperors are not one level at all. I have something to ask him. Yu Chen said indifferently, and then the frightening eyes locked on Shan Yuan and asked, what happened in the secret place of Han Yuan, in whose hand did my emperor's 19th son die? In the magic dragon mining area, there is silence. Everyone is waiting for the answer from Shan Yuan. In fact, before the beginning of the mystery of Han Yuan, there were the diviners of the great Zhao dynasty. The original divination was a sign of great ferocity. It was extremely dangerous, but it never occurred to me that even the emperor's son died in it. And the successor of our family, Qin Sheng, who has great fortune and spiritual tools in his hand, should not fall. At this time, Qin Ao is also close to Shan Yuan, the only survivor at present. Shan Yanjun's face was fierce and he wanted to be angry, but he was afraid of the oppression of other imperial forces. Shan Yanjun asked, Dongjun, what's the situation of the secret realm of Han Yuan? Cough. Shan Dongjun coughs up 2 big mouths of black blood, and his face is more decadent. A dead breath twines around his brow. Obviously, there are not many days left for him. There is a big world in it, with an endless area and many cracks in the void. If you are a little careless, you will be involved in the void crack, and the spirit will be destroyed. Shan Dongjun said with lingering fear, and there is a kind of terror creature called the starry beast in it. As huge as the stars, the strength is huge, and the adult astral beasts can rival the strong ones in the Holy Land. Shan Dongjuan's voice just fell, suddenly like a meteorite falling from the sky, falling heavily to the calm lake, setting off the waves, causing a terrible storm. A strong man comparable to the Holy Land? No way. Someone immediately questioned. Is Shan Dongjun right? The strong man of the Holy Land, let alone the disappearance of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, is hard to find even the endless forbidden area in the north. How can a small plane bear the power of a saint? Shan Dongjuan's face declined and his life passed quickly. He said, I know I can't live anymore, but do I have to lie? I know that you have died some geniuses, let alone them. Even if you go in, how many can you come out alive? Shan Dongjuan's face was gloomy, and he was almost at the end of his life. Moreover, he was extremely poisonous, and the emperor dared not approach him. I'm lucky to be able to come out alive. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid your talents are ahead of me. Shan Dongjun is in a state of madness. Obviously, those strange poisons have invaded his spirit and become delirious. Bang! Finally, Shan Dongjun turns into a blood mist, and the extremely corrosive poison penetrates into the land of the wasteland mining area. The mining area, which has been restored to life, is suddenly barren within 100 miles, and the weak ones are all dead. As time goes on, this place will gradually be called a Jedi. Those who are less powerful than Vientiane will be poisoned if they come in. Shan Dongjun died, and many people gathered in the wasteland mining area fell into gloom. They had long expected that there were many dangers in the mining area of Han Yuan, but they did not expect that there were Yuan beasts comparable to the Holy Land. The truth is too hard to accept. But that's what happened. A good end of the mixed Yuan mineral vein, unexpectedly, there are Yuan beasts guarding the Holy Land. Yu Chen waves his sleeves fiercely, and the power of terror is released to all sides. Han Yuan or, even the strong in the Holy Land, need to be envious. As long as they get some, it will be a great benefit to the emperor of the Vientiane level. It's hateful. Who can fight against the Yuan beasts in the Holy Land? Someone is not willing to. But what if you don't want to? There are Yuan beasts in the Holy Land, not to mention them. Even the real semi-Holy Land strongmen will die if they break into the Holy Land. Go to the Forbidden Area in the north to find those big universities and send the strong ones? Yu Qin's face is gloomy and changeable. The reason why his great court is so strong is that there are some connections between the large number of big religions in the northern Forbidden Area. Otherwise, it is impossible to dominate the group. But the Hunyuan secret place is a very tempting fat. Yu Qin has swallowed most of it. These 6 dynasties, to put it mildly, are the alliance. To put it mildly, as long as he controls the mineral vein of Hunyuan, Yu Qin can completely put out the other 5 dynasties, and will not set off too much waves. The 36 dynasties in the wasteland have always been in disorder, and various wars often take place. It is also common to create a new dynasty and destroy the old one. What Yu Qin didn't expect was that his emperor's 19th son died in it, and from the mouth of Xianyuan Dongjun, he knew that there was a Yuan beast in the Holy Land, which made it very difficult for Yu Qin to eat the fat meat at a time. There is no possibility. Yu Qin is very clear that even if it is a semi-holy land, the gap between the two is huge. Buzzing. At this time, the transmission array in the mixed Yuan secret realm sent another light. 2 white lights burst out. Shua. Countless eyes have been fixed on the figure coming out of the mystery of Hunyuan. It turned out to be a man and a woman. Qin Sheng, it's you. Good. Xianyuan Yanjun locked Qin Sheng in a moment, and he laughed. At this time, there was no pain of losing his son. I have seen the emperor. Qin Sheng restrained his breath and nodded. Good. Just come back. Xianyuan Yanjun patted Qin Sheng heavily on the shoulder. He felt that Qin Sheng had changed dramatically. In addition to smelting the Shenfu, the soul power between the eyebrows seemed to be much stronger. Of course, when Qin Sheng deliberately converged, if Xianyuan Yanjun found that Qin Sheng's spirit realm was only a little bit short of the Holy Spirit realm, he would be scared to piss off. Xia Yu. The hearty laughter of Xiamao of the Great Xia dynasty also resounded throughout the world. The power of the Great Xia dynasty is superior to that of the Great Yan dynasty. Now there are people on both sides who can return to the Magic Dragon Wasteland alive, which is the best result. Xia Yu's strength has been greatly improved, which has directly promoted a great realm. He has reached the Vientiane realm at the top of the pyramid of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Although the secret of women disguised as men is exposed, the promotion of such strength is indeed true. Is there any harvest in it? Can we find the Hunyuan ore? Xiaomao asked directly, with a look of expectation in her eyes. Hunyuan ore? Xiaoyu has changed his clothes and skirts. His tall body has outlined a very close arc. With the noble temperament of Vientiane, those who are powerful at the level of emperor can't help but have a look. No. Xiaoyu shook his head. The ore of Hunyuan in the whole Hunyuan secret place is in the Shinshan mountain of Hunyuan. However, there are terrible thunder punishments and thunder fires on the Shinshan mountain. Who dares to mine in that situation? Smell words, no matter Xiao Mao or other emperors, their faces are so gloomy that they can drip water. From the light jet of the Hunyuan vein to the mountain ceiling and treasure exploration, they are all close to the extinction. Although it was a small extinction, it was a catastrophe for the 36 emperors of the wasteland. If you get the Hunyuan ore before the coming of the catastrophe, then your strength will be promoted to a strong state, and you will have a new grasp to get through the catastrophe. The 6 emperors had a kind of expectation and fantasy for the Hunyuan ore, which was destroyed with Xiaoyu shaking his head. But I found a kind of treasure called Hunyuan Mother Gold. At the moment when the 6 adults were desperate, Xiaoyu turned his hand and pulled out a mixed yuan mother gold from the ring. This mixed gold is only the size of palm, and its shape is like a gold gourd, but its surface is flowing with a circle of complex and mysterious patterns. People with a clear eye can see that it is not ordinary. What? Mixed yuan mother gold? Xiaomao Emperor couldn't help screaming. He lost his temper completely. He hasn't heard of Huanyuan's mother gold. It's legendary. Even the most powerful people above the Holy Land want to kill Red Eye. Show me. Xiao Mao was excited and moved quickly. He grabbed the mixed gold in one hand and carefully held it in his heart, observing it as if it were a work of art. I can feel the power of the sanctuary, even though it is very thin, but still can feel it. Summer Mao's voice is trembling. The breath of the sanctuary? Others are shocked. Only by uniting the Holy Land can we become the real Holy Land saint. In fact, the presence of the Emperor, their bodies are more or less contaminated with some aura of Holy Land, but it is too weak, far from reaching the point of cohesion into a domain. Once the Holy Land is agglomerated, then in this region, the strong of Holy Land is the absolute master, and a large group of semi-Holy Land strong can be killed by lifting hands. And the reason why the semi-Holy Land strong can slap a group of the most powerful in the Vientiane world is also because the Holy Land breath in the body is very rich. Xiao Mao was so excited that when he turned his hand, he would take the Hunyuan mother gold, which was about a jin, into the ring. With such a mixed mother gold, as long as it is held in the mouth, or soaked in wine, and moistens his body and soul, Xiao Mao is fully confident that he will break through the semi-Holy Land in half a year. My lord, I've got 100 jin of these mixed gold. Xiaoyu fought back again, and a total of 99 Hunyuan mother gold trees appeared in front of Xiao Mao, just like the stars in the sky. Xiao Mao is going mad. He glares at Xiaoyu, who is not sensible. He yells at him and says, "No, you don't understand the principle of bearing the blame for it? If we say that a Hunyuan mother gold can be defended by his Xiaomao, but 100 Hunyuan mother gold can cause the temptation of the war between the emperors. With the Hunyuan mother gold, we can cultivate the Hunyuan or, not to mention Xiao Mao, even for those who are hidden in the forbidden area of the northern Holy Land, it is also worth killing people and crossing goods." Sure enough, the faces of the other 5 emperors changed when they saw Xiao Mao, especially Yu Qin. He died a prince and got nothing. Now the emperor, holding his thigh, got 100 jin of mixed yuan gold. This woman is really cruel. Qin Sheng takes all of Xiaoyu's money back to his eyes. He clearly knows that Xiaoyu has won 3,000 jin of mixed yuan mother gold. That is to say, Xiaoyu suddenly lost 290 jin of mixed yuan mother gold. If many of the people here know that they have been tricked by Xiaoyu, what kind of expression will appear on their faces? Qin Sheng, you can also walk out of the secret world of Hunyuan alive. How many jin of Hunyuan mother gold do you have? At this time, the voice of Xiao Mao's bad intentions resounded throughout the world. Well, your strength has also improved to a great level. I'm afraid you will also get 20 or 30 jin of mixed yuan mother gold. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he was going to scold the street. Xiao Mao was really damned. Jiang was still hot. In the first moment, the eyes of all the strong people were still paying attention to Xiao Mao. In the next moment, Qin Sheng was focused on. Smell speech. Xian Yuan Yanjun's face is also very ugly. He glared at Xiao Mao, indifference way, I die in imperial harvest, and round get you know? What a joke. Xian Yuan Yanjun is not a good stubble either. He knows that Qin Sheng is on the same boat as himself. Now, to protect Qin Sheng is to protect himself. Ha ha, brother Xian Yuan, that's a bad word. Yu Qin also spoke, and he said indifferently, the secret of Hunyuan was opened by our 6 emperors, and the profits should be shared equally by our 6 emperors. You all think I'm right? Yu Qin was very indifferent. He glanced at Xiao Mao first. Although Xiao Mao was scolding inside, the powerful and invincible emperor of Du dared not say no even if he borrowed 100 gentians from Xiao Mao. I agree. As soon as Xiao Mao clenched his teeth, he would share equally. At least there is still something left. The atmosphere just now is quite different. If we compromise, 9 times out of 10, Qin will be the only one to crack down on. At that time even a gene of mixed yuan mother gold will not be left. Too much to deceive. Shanyuan Yanjun is furious. His breath is like a rainbow, his teeth are bared and he wants to crack. Looking at Qin, he snapped, "You have died a son, I have also died a son, and it is still the prince. Don't go too far." Qin couldn't help laughing. Without any estimation, his long gold hair flew wantonly and said, "Dare you fight with me? What's your prince to comment on with my heirs? A piece of rubbish, dead." Boom. Shanyuan Yanjun couldn't help it. He wanted to fight, but at this time, Qin Sheng stopped him. "Emperor, don't be angry. You're in the middle of it." Qin Sheng said indifferently, without any fear on his face, and said, "I'm not afraid to tell you that I've got 1,000 gene of mixed gold in it." With that, Qin Sheng turned his hand and suspended 1,000 gene of mixed gold in the air. As dense as the stars, each Hunyuan mother gold has a faint aura of holy land. Everyone is crazy, even if it is the 6 kings, completely ignorant. 1,000 caddies? Xiao Mao is also stupid. Xia Yu is the most powerful man in the Vientiane realm, but he only gets 100 gene of Huanyuan's mother gold. Qin Sheng, who is just a subordinate in the Shenfu realm, can get 1,000 gene of Huanyuan's mother gold? He's lying. He's number 1 in Shinshan. He's got 10,000 gene of Hunyuan gold. At this time, Xia Yu announced loudly. As soon as the voice fell, there was another whirlpool in the wasteland mining area. A kilogram of mixed yuan gold can make the saints in the Holy Land kill their eyes. Now there are a kilogram of fat meat, which will definitely attract the attention of a large number of universities in the North Forbidden area. Fuck, this wicked woman. Qin Sheng's heart is swearing. What, he has 10,000 gene of Hunyuan mother gold? Xia Yu's words sounded like thunder, deafening, shocking the hearts and minds of the Emperor of Heaven. Little girl, are you serious? The eyes of Zhao Renhuang are red. Even if he is the most powerful person at the level of Emperor, he still loses his temper in the face of 10,000 Jin's mother gold. Even some people can catch a trace of greed from the deep pupil of the Emperor of Zhao. At this time all the Emperor's eyes fell on Xia Yu. She was already a terrorist existence at the level of Vientiane. She had a foundation in her heart for a long time. In addition, she was also the first genius of the great Xia dynasty. It took 500 years for her to produce the proud daughter of Xia Yu. I can swear without a lie. Xia Yu looked at Qin Sheng with a smile and said lightly, "Qin Sheng, do you dare to make a solof? Lenema." Qin Sheng scolded directly, without any mercy. He really regretted that he didn't kill her recklessly on the mountain. Xia Yu, a vicious woman. 3 times and 4 times, I will die. Qin Sheng mo light with hate. Shanyuan Yanjun takes a deep look at Qin Sheng, but there is a suspicion between his eyebrows. Even the Hunyuan's mother gold of 1,000 Jin is very frightening, and he can invite the saints in the forbidden area in the north to fight. Now Xia Yu even tells them that Qin Sheng still has 10,000 Jin of mixed yuan mother gold. What's the concept? This kind of news spread out, let alone make the 36 dynasties of the wasteland boiling, even the genius of the northern forbidden area, the immortal old man who has been sleeping for thousands of years, climbed out of the closed area and plundered the mother gold of Hunyuan. Qin Sheng, what she said is serious? Shanyuan Yanjun can't hold his breath at last. Even if the gold is genuine and smelts the whole Holy Land, he will fall into madness. So, even though Shanyuan Yanjun believed in Qin Sheng, he couldn't help but ask them clearly even if they had a soul oath. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he immediately frowned. As expected, those who can become powerful at the level of emperor will have a dark heart all the way. If there is enough interest to make them feel happy, it is impossible to be kind-hearted. Emperor, what do you mean by that? Qin Sheng's voice gradually cooled down. He had no respect for the Emperor Dian. Audacity, a little servant of God's mansion, your title is still divided by the Emperor. How can you speak to the Emperor in such a tone? The eunuch beside Shanyuan Yanjun scolded Qin Sheng on the spot, and the horrible Yuanli even directly locked Qin Sheng. This eunuch, Wu Hui, is the great red man beside Shanyuan Yanjun. He has been following the Emperor since the last little annihilation. His strength is so terrifying that he has already broken through to the Vientiane realm since the last little annihilation. Now that 1,000 years have passed, the strength of Wu Hui, the great eunuch, will only become more and more unfathomable. Kneel down. The terrorist force like the mountain came to Qin Sheng. With Qin Sheng's physical strength, we must fight against the powerful in Vientiane, and the old Vientiane powerful at the level of the 1,000-year-old demon. It's still a little tough. Click. Qin Sheng's bones crackled, and his knees almost fell to the ground. Kneel Nima. Qin Sheng roared, and the Yuan pulse of the spirit stage was activated instantly. The surging Yuan force broke out from his body. His god's mansion drew a halo, and his eyebrows and heart were split. It seemed that there was a terrorist force lurking in it, which would break out at any time. Shua. Under the hot eyes of countless Taoist priests, Qin Sheng resisted the pressure of the eunuch Wu Hui. How could it be? Although Wu Hui's strength can only be said to be average, it is 2 big realms higher than Qin Sheng. How can he not suppress the sun? I think this sun has a big secret and a great chance. It's worth us to tear our face and explore. The Emperor whispered to each other. They were not very friendly when they looked at Qin Sheng. Get out of here, you eunuch, for your part? Qin Sheng clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and silently operated the 9 dead magic skill, which was handed down from the deepest part of 9 days and 10 places. Its power was immeasurable. He secretly ate a gene of mixed Yuan's mother gold, and finally carried Wu Hui's Yuan power. The realm of Wu Hui's spirit is not very high, but Yuanli's pressure is terrible. At least Qin Sheng can resist Yu Chuan, who is just broken through the Vientiane realm, but only by Huan Yuan's mother gold's 9 death skill can he see the pressure of Wu Hui, the great eunuch. It can be seen from this, that even in the same grand realm, as in the Vientiane realm, the gap between strength is quite large. Bold, Qin Sheng. First you offend the Emperor, then you humiliate me. It's really an unforgivable sin. Our palace first abolished your god's palace, and then waited for the rise and fall of the Emperor. Wu Hui is so angry that he directly puts a big cap on Qin Sheng. He hates that others humiliate him as a eunuch. The horrible Yuanli blooms wantonly. His body is bathed in the divine flame. It seems that he is not much different from those who are powerful at the level of Emperor. Wait a minute, cried Qin Sheng. Oh? Are you afraid? Wu Hui stopped abruptly and said indifferently, now you have abandoned the Shenfu, I can save you from the pain of flesh and skin. Qin Sheng sneers. He ignores Wu Hui directly. Instead, he turns his eyes to Shanyuan Yanjun and says, Emperor Dian, is that what you mean? Shanyuan Yanjun smiled and said, Wu Hui's words are a little heavy. You give me the precepts. In the future, I will give you the share of the Hunyuan mother gold that belongs to you according to the share of the soul contract. This Zuanyuan Yanjun changed, with greed in the eyes. What kind of soul appointment? Qin Sheng is stupid. Soul pact is very powerful, but there is no way to break the contract. As long as you get the mother's gold of 10,000 Qin, plus Shanyuan Yanjun's accomplishments are so much higher than Qin's, even if you violate the soul pact and are backfired, it is estimated that you still have half of your life to live. 10,000 Qins of mixed Yuan mother gold, enough information, Shanyuan Yanjun 1,000 times, even 10,000 times. Moreover, in the face of absolute interests, Shanyuan Yanjun has no conscience at all. Ha ha, what a tiger father without a dog. Qin Sheng laughed angrily and said, your prince killed me 3 times and 4 times. Now it's your turn. Well, Shanyuan Yanjun, you once told me that you had a relationship with the Qin branch. It seems that our relationship still benefits you? Qin Sheng sneers, remembering the conversation between Shanyuan Yanjun and him. If you want to come now, what kind of grace, what kind of social relations are all fake? Qin Sheng smiled, laughing that he had thought too naive. You didn't come out to help our branch, because the power of Qin's main branch is too strong and the branch has no use value, right? Hearing this, Shanyuan Yanjun's face slightly changed. He frowned and said, what are you doing? Hand over the acceptance and punishment. This is my purpose. Shanyuan Yanjun's voice is like thunder, with a light sense of sanctity. His strength is in the realm of Vientiane, which is also the most unfathomable group. Only a trace can reach the semi-holy realm. And in the Dian dynasty, his words are the words of the gods, who dare not follow, kill the 9 families. The emperor of human beings, he is also making a lot of nonsense with such low-ranking subordinates. At this time, Qin Ao also approached Qin Sheng, and he was frightened, angry, and hateful in his eyes. Qin Sheng and Qin Gaoxiong are the descendants of the Qin nationality. However, Qin Sheng, as a humble branch, was able to walk out of the secret world of Hunyuan alive, and he was also pregnant with thousands of Qin of mother gold. Qin Gaoxiong, their main hope in the future, died in the secret world of Hunyuan. This psychological gap made Qin Ao completely lose his square inch. The son of this branch can't stay any longer. If he is allowed to grow up and live through the small extinction, the consequences will be unimaginable. Qin Ao's eyes were full of murderous intentions. He has moved his heart completely. He can't wait to kill Qin Sheng for a moment. Moreover, judging from the performance of Qin Sheng just now, he is very strong. Even though he is 2 levels lower than the Vientiane realm, he can withstand the full power of eunuch Wu Hui. This is not a good thing for the whole Qin nationality. Hearing this, Shanyuan Yanjun glared at Qin Ao and said indifferently, why, do you want a share? You Qin people are a little over. Qin Ao could not help but sink in his heart. He knew that Shanyuan Yanjun should be dissatisfied. The emperor misunderstood me. I dare not. Qin Ao said faintly, but there was not much respect in his voice. They even dyed their heirs. Besides, it was not easy for the Qin people to survive this small extinction. The Qin people had to share a share in the mixed Yuan family. Shanyuan, that's wrong. At this time, the emperor of Diwu also stepped in and said in a deep voice, my emperor's 19th son is also in the secret place of Hunyuan. Give this son to me, and I will interrogate him. Give Qin Sheng to you? Zuinyuan Yanjun was angry. He stood in front of Qin Sheng and shook his head. No way. Yu Chen, don't play with your little tricks in front of me. Shanyuan Yanjun said coldly, Qin Sheng is my emperor, who can't move. Now Qin Sheng is a big treasury, but he has 10,000 Jin of mixed Yuan mother gold. How can Shanyuan Yanjun let him escape with this fat meat? Yu Chen smiled and laughed angrily, saying, this time, we started the mystery of Hunyuan, which came from our 6 dynasties. Moreover, there were many deaths and injuries in our 6 dynasties. I propose that Qin Sheng be brought out for public trial. I think it will be able to distinguish whether Qin Sheng is related to the death of the genius of each dynasty. Funny, Yu Chen, this is the biggest joke I've heard in my life. Xianyuan Yanjun still disagrees. Qin Sheng's strength is among many places the weakest, and your people are all armed to the teeth. What is Qin Sheng's ability to kill your 19th son? Yu Chen sneers, does it matter? Soul-searching will know. Yes, soul-searching will know the truth. Many people, including Qin Ao, agreed directly. Yu Chen's eyes are cold, and there are 4 other emperors. They are all in the same breath. They want to encircle Xianyuan Yanjun. Xuanyuan Yanjun's face changed a lot. He finally woke up. He also suffered a lot of crimes. Ha ha, the Emperor of Dian, we are not in a hurry. We can give you a quarter of an hour to think clearly. Yu Chen is calm, but his voice is a little intimidating. In fact, he is threatening Xianyuan Yanjun. Xuanyuan Yanjun's face changed from cloudy to sunny, and he could not swallow such a large piece of fat when he finally bit his teeth. If it's only that Yu Chen, he can cope with it well, even if it's to start a royal war with Diwu. After all, it's the mother gold of 10,000 Jin. In order to be such a treasure, how about offending the Diwu dynasty, which can be ranked in the top 3 among the 36 dynasties in the wasteland? The worst plan is that the whole Dian dynasty will be destroyed, and his Xianyuan Yanjun will become a bereaved dog, so he can only escape. But if he can escape with 1,000,000 Jin mother gold, Xianyuan Yanjun will not hesitate. Even with so many Hunyuan mother gold, he has a 90% chance of promotion to the Holy Land. As long as the Holy Land is reached, even if he leaves the wasteland for the 36 dynasties and goes to the wider forbidden area in the north, he will be able to live a windy life. The 36 dynasties of the wasteland seem to be very vast and boundless, but for the forbidden area in the north, it's just a drop in the sea, which is not worth mentioning at all. In the north restricted area, there are more powerful and unimaginable strong players. There are traces of a large number of great religions, but also a variety of unfathomable, only existing in the heritage of ancient murals. Therefore, if Xianyuan Yanjun has this huge fortune, he can escape to the north restricted area and live a better life. But now the situation has become very bad. Many people, led by Yu Chen, are blindfolded by Wan Jin's mother Jin, and they are ready to deal with him at any time. A Yu Chen, he Xianyuan Yanjun may be able to carry for a while, but with the cooperation of the 5 great emperors, Xianyuan Yanjun can't be able to enjoy the gold even if he is proud. Finally, Xianyuan Yanjun compromised, sighed, and said, Wu Hui, seize this son and search for the soul. Hearing this, the emperor laughed, especially Yu Chen. He laughed the most happily. As for the death of the 19th son of the emperor, it's no big deal for a long-time emperor like him that his son can be reborn when he dies. However, the mother gold of Hunyuan is not the same. It can be met but can't be asked. Even the saint should be moved. Yes. Wu Hui smiled grimly and immediately approached Qin Sheng. Boy, you must have heard that too. The emperor's life can't be disobeyed. You'd better go easy. Wu Hui's body was filled with a bloody wave of yuan power. His hair was flying with the breath of terror, and his hands flashed out as soon as he opened them. With the frightening yuan power, he became a big hand. Old brand Vientian realm to the strong hand, the world changes color in an instant, thunder and lightning, mountain collapse. I advise you, don't resist if you are wise. Otherwise, my soul-searching is not skilled. If you resist, remind you warmly, you may become an idiot. This Wu Hui is an old dog. It's really hard to hear. Okay, I won't resist. You search slowly. Qin Sheng didn't move. He didn't resist at all. Ha ha, that's right. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Wu Hui smiled. He really thought Qin Sheng gave up resistance and walked to Qin Sheng. His old hand was on Qin Sheng's Tianlingai. Wu Hui's eyebrow is shining, and a surging soul power bursts out from his eyebrow and spreads to Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai along his palm. Don't move. Soul searching will be soon. Wu Hui warns Qin Sheng that his spiritual realm is not low, lighting up 7 soul stars. The cultivation of the spirit is different from the martial arts and the promotion of the spirit realm. It takes a terrible price to light a soul star. Wu Hui, a veteran of the Vientiane realm, is very old. At the peak of his youth, 8 soul stars are lit. However, after so many years, Wu Hui's soul power began to decline. The 8th soul star died out not long ago, and became only the 7 life soul stars. Even if it's life, soul, and 7 stars, it's more than enough to search for a minion in Shinfu. It's not worth mentioning. Wu Hui's soul power is very cold. It turns into a poisonous snake and penetrates into Qin Sheng's spirit sea. This boy also lights up the soul star? Wu Hui had some accidents. He had been practicing in the Deep Palace for a long time. If it wasn't for this time, he would not have been out of the pass. Therefore, the great achievements of Qin Sheng's generation were only heard. Wu Hui is so old that he is going to experience the second small extinction. It's almost 2,000 years. What kind of genius has he never heard of? This idea, genius is the least valuable. No matter how powerful a genius is, it's not worth mentioning if it doesn't really grow up. It can be strangled in its cradle at any time. However, in the next moment, Wu Hui's face was a little confused, because he saw that he lit up 9 soul stars over Qin Sheng's soul sea. 9 stars of life and soul? Wu Hui's heart was stormy. He had never seen the 9 stars of life soul. Even if it was the great Fire Emperor, his master son was the 8 stars of life soul. It's too difficult to cultivate spirits. It's very rare to see the whole wasteland even in the 36 dynasties. Absolutely is the rare existence. Escape. As a great eunuch who has experienced a small extinction, Wu Hui has seen a lot of big storms and waves. After the consternation between lightning and flint, he can't understand even how to think about it. What kind of means does Qin Sheng use to achieve his 9-star life? Moreover, what makes Wu Hui despair most is that Qin Sheng's soul power is far beyond the 9 stars of life and soul, and it is possible that only a trace of Qin Sheng's soul power can reach the Holy Spirit state, which is only half holy state in the legend. Run now? Is it a little late? Qin Sheng's soul sea sounded a banter-like smile, turned into a black snake like Wu Hui's soul force was swallowed up by Qin Sheng directly, and there was no residue left. Poof. Wu Hui's spirit was severely damaged and his mouth was spitting blood crazily. Emperor, help me. He. Chong. A dim sword light flashed away, and Wu Hui's head flew high, and his body was different. Bang. Wu Hui's eyes widened, and his headless body was bloodstained in the cold wasteland mining area. Wu Hui is dead. How could it be? What happened? In the eyes of countless astonishment, Qin Sheng held a stone sword, took out his handkerchief and dried the blood. It seems that the stone sword is rotten and has no power at all, but it resonates with the imperial sword breath of Qin Sheng's eyebrows. In addition, the spirit of Wu Hui is severely damaged by Qin Sheng, and the body has no defense. Under a lot of factors, Qin Sheng was able to cut off an old brand of Vientiane to the strong. Qin Sheng, you are so deceiving. Zuinyuan Yanjin is frightened and angry. It's amazing why Qin Sheng became so powerful. Even if he did it himself, he couldn't kill Wu Hui in such a short time. What's angry is that Wu Hui followed him for more than 1,000 years and was going to live through 2 small annihilation confidants. How could Qin Sheng kill him? Dog beating also depends on the owner, let alone Wu Hui, an old dog. Be careful, everyone. Qin Sheng's spirit state is very high. At this time, Xia Yu said without hesitation, Diwu Emperor, in the secret territory of Hunyuan, Yuan was attacked by the spirit of Qin Sheng, and then beheaded. What a vicious woman, why didn't you just say that? Xianyuan Yanjun is also angry. The most powerful genius from the Great Xia dynasty is too much. It's clear that Qin Sheng's spiritual realm is so high that he didn't remind his people. When Yuan heard this, he was furious. Recently, the emperor of the semi-holy land emerged a golden fighting Buddha behind him. It was so terrifying that the whole wasteland mining area began to collapse and the mountain collapsed. When Qin Sheng saw this, he was awestruck. Unexpectedly, the Diwu emperor had a real relationship with the Golden family. The magic Vientian was also a legendary golden fighting Buddha. The so-called golden fighting Buddha is the legendary Buddha. It is terrifying and has killed countless holy mansions. It is said that he has enough strength to become an immortal and has immortal roots. Unfortunately, this kind of Buddha also died in the Great Annihilation of 9 days and 10 places. However, Yuan even thought of the illusion of the golden fighting Buddha. Qin Sheng, you beheaded my emperor's 19 sons and took my life. Yuan's hand turned to infinity, covering the sky and blocking the sun. It was like the hand of a god, full of holy lines, making all the spirits tremble. Qin Sheng, the fear of flying is also related to you. Take your life. Qin Ao also fell to the ground. He locked Qin Sheng in with a pair of vicious eagle eyes and hit the most powerful fist technique of the Qin nationality. He wanted to kill Qin Sheng completely here. Qin Sheng, the prodigy of Tianzong in the Great Xia dynasty, also died in your hands. Take your life. Qin Sheng came with his life. For a while, the 6 emperors all wanted to fight Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng, who had 10,000 Jin of mother gold, became the target of public criticism. The cunning rabbit dies, the running dog cooks, the Xianyuan Yanjun I and your soul ask you to tear up like this? Qin Sheng's heart was cold, and his eyes turned to Qin Ao again. I killed Qin Gaoxiang, the old dog of the main vein. Your main vein has killed many talents of our branch over the years. A Qin Gaoxiang can only take back some interest. Xiao Mao, I have no enmity with you in the Great Xia dynasty. I think it's because we have a double fault, isn't it? Ha ha ha, come on, this account, I'll figure it out with you once. Qin Sheng's voice is like thunder. He offended the 6 emperors at one time and was angry at the level of the emperor. Xianyuan Yanjun shook his head and sneered, it's really stubborn. Without the cultivation of my great Yan dynasty, how could you come to the fore, and how could you have the chance to break through the mystery of Hunyuan? Emperor Renhuang, he also talks nonsense with his subordinates in the Shenfu area. He just slaps them to death. Is the treasure of Huanyuan's mother gold also the branch of this lowly minion? Qin Ao sneers, and his eyes are full of killing intention. His heart is beating wildly. He always feels that if he doesn't kill Qin Sheng today and wants to kill Qin Sheng later, it will be difficult to go to the blue sky. What's more, Qin Sheng's speed of progress is too fast. Qin Ao has a feeling that even if there is a small extinction immediately, this humble branch can survive. If Qin Sheng could survive, it would be a huge hindrance for the whole branch of Qin nationality. I can give you a decent way to die by giving up the precepts. Xianyuan Yanjun decided to violate the soul contract. He sneered, I know you have many cards. Isn't your little lover Xia Bingning sleeping in the secret place of Hunyuan? She can't help you now. Without women as a support, do you think your people seem to be the capital of Dian Emperor? Xianyuan Yanjun's voice was not loud, but every word was not concealed, which was to threaten Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng's eyes were red with blood, he shook his head and sneered, saying, I didn't expect that the emperor would be so angry, but he used such a small trick as threatening my people. I really have 10,000 Jin's Hunyuan mother gold. If I want to, I will exchange my life for it. Qin Sheng wanted to hide his strength. After going to the ancient battlefield in the forbidden area in the north, he searched for his father, and then killed. Now it seems that we can't wait. The most powerful people in the Vientiane realm, the 6 emperors, are greedy for Huanyuan's mother Jin. It's impossible to let Qin Sheng go safely. Ignorance. Xuanyuan Yanjun sneered. He started, covered with battle armor and armed to the teeth. He knew that Qin Sheng's spirit state was very high, and he had a very high guard against the attack of Qin Sheng's spirit. The horrible Yuan force broke out from his body, turned into 3 python dragons, hovered in the air and hanged like Qin Sheng. Roar. When Emperor Xuanyuan strikes, it's a stone that breaks the sky and blocks out the sun. His Vientiane is a python dragon. It's the legendary dragon family. It has high blood. Where it passes, it's crying and howling, and the void will crack. War, war. Qin Sheng bares his teeth and wants to split his eyebrows and heart. He imagines the God of Heaven monument. The magnificent God of Heaven monument is as terrible as the mountain of heaven, and it is also illusory. From a distance, it looks like the illusion of the Vientiane environment. Imperial sword. Qin Sheng's bottom card has not been reserved. His eyebrow shoots out the breath of Emperor's sword. At the same time, he spits out a stone sword in his mouth. The stone sword is ordinary, covering a layer of Yuan force and imperial sword breath of Qin Sheng. It changes in a moment. The stone sword seems to be slow. In fact, it's coming out to the extreme and stabs the Xuanyuan emperor's armor. Chong. The fire is everywhere. The battle armor of Xuanyuan emperor is made of high spirit grain gold, which is much more valuable than ordinary rune gold. It has amazing defense power and is a real defense spirit. It's stupid to use a stone sword to cut my emperor's spirit armor. Xuanyuan Renhuang is very confident. His spiritual armor defense is amazing. Even in the deep of the forbidden area in the north, he once met the strong in the semi-holy land to chase and kill, and he once blocked the attack of the strong in the semi-holy land without dying. Of course, there were cracks as a result. However, this kind of crack has been restored by Xuanyuan emperor. The degree of completeness is as high as 99%. Even if you meet the peerless strongman of semi-holy land level again, you will not be easily destroyed if you fight. This is the horror of the artifact. I can cut you, but you can't hurt me. Click. A sound like the broken porcelain peace rings in Xuanyuan emperor's ears. The familiar sound makes Xuanyuan emperor's original calm and confident smile solidified in an instant. How is it possible? My spiritual armor. Xuanyuan Renhuang looked down and found that there was a crack in the valuable lingjia. It was too late to shock. The crack on the lingjia became more and more serious. Pooh. At last, lingjia was pierced by the stone sword which seemed to be decaying and pierced the shoulder of Xuanyuan emperor. Ah! The attack is far from over. When the heavenly steel was suppressed, 3 pythons imagined by Xuanyuan emperor were shattered. The sword breath and spirit attack were hanged along the wound to the sea of the spirit. Xuanyuan emperor screamed and fell on the magic dragon wasteland. Life and death are unknown. This inconceivable scene made countless eyes catch. One by one were scared, especially the other 5 adults, all stopped and stared at Qin Sheng. It's the Emperor Xuanyuan who lies on the wasteland and rolls about. It seems that the Emperor Xuanyuan has been hanged? Is Qin Sheng really in Shenfu? How can he think of a stone tablet behind him? The stone tablet looks familiar to me, like the stone tablet of heaven making in the holy palace day by day. What, Qin Sheng has refined the steel of heaven? Including the 5 great emperors, they were whispering, their eyes were shocked, looking at Qin Sheng, and they dared not do anything for a while. At this time a cold breath locked Qin Sheng. The black dagger cut through the sky faster than the lightning. It was necessary to cut Qin Sheng's head. However, Qin Sheng's reaction speed was faster and he retreated in an instant, but the sharp dagger blade still left a bloodstain on Qin Sheng's neck. Chatter, just a little, can cut off your head. Qin Ao's bleak voice sounded. The breath of awe made the weak onlookers feel as if they were in the ice cellar of the abyss, and even Yuanli could not work. Qin Sheng said with a sneer on his lips, I've heard that people in your main vein are like rats. They always hide their heads and tail. Qin Sheng even looks like a rat. Sure enough, Qin Ao's face was red with blood and said, it's such a mean thing, with sharp teeth and sharp mouth. Take your life. Emperor Shanyuan was hanged and beaten. His life and death are unknown. No wonder Qin Ao is afraid of it. It's obvious that Qin Sheng relies on the stone sword, which looks like waste. It's not difficult to avoid the attack of the stone sword with his strength. That is to say, in Qin Ao's view, Qin Sheng just has a spirit tool that can hurt the most powerful in Vientiane. Other attacks and speeds are far inferior to the real powerful in Vientiane. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Qin Sheng looked at Qin Ao, who came from the slaughter, not only without any fear, but also with a touch of excitement on his face. Well? What's wrong? Originally Qin Ao was excited all over, because he felt that he only had to avoid Qin Sheng's stone sword attack, and he was wearing soul armor. Even if he was seriously injured, he could only crush Qin Sheng with speed and strength, and beat him to death with a slap. Once Qin Sheng is dead, he will not only let the peerless genius that threatens the main vein of Qin nationality strangle in the cradle, but also get the Hunyuan secret place of 10,000 Jin to carve up. Of course, Qin Ao can't think of swallowing so many Hunyuan matrices alone. He doesn't ask for much. As long as the Hunyuan matrices are divided into 1,000 Jin, then the whole Qin nationality doesn't need to estimate the Dian royal family, and directly open up a large area of territory and stand on its own. Qin Ao's eyes gleamed with excitement when he thought of the beautiful things that would happen in the future. However, Qin Ao felt something was not right between the lightning and the firestone. As a strong man who was close to the level of emperor, he was always aware of the danger waiting for him. Close the door and let Long Wei go. Qin Sheng claps the ring in his hand and Long Wei is released. Moo. Long Wei was forced to wake up by Xia Bingning when he was in the mixed secret place. Knowing his identity, he was depressed all the time. He is a man of 7 feet, with the blood of Zulong in his body. How could it be that the whole tribe is the war favorite of the labor force? However, it's useless to be depressed anymore. 1 year later, he will leave Qin Sheng and return to Xia Bingning's side. At the thought of getting along with Xia Bingning, who is as indifferent as the ice goddess, Long Wei wants to die. With Qin Sheng, you can eat hot and drink hot. With Xia Bingning, you are not free at all. Thinking of this, Long Wei is furious with Long Yin. Holding a toad's mouth, he breathes out a breath of dragon's breath. Long Wei has eaten hundreds of Jin of mixed Yuan mother gold, and its strength has been restored to the Vientiane realm. In addition to its ancestral dragon blood power, its combat power has been able to match the real semi-holy realm power. Poof. Qin Ao was choked by a breath of dragon breath, which armor, what soul armor, all broken. 1 foot was trampled on the foot by Long Wei. How do you? Qin Ao's mouth was coughing up blood. His chest was crushed by Long Wei. What God's mansion, what war spirit, what blood power, all of them collapsed. Qin Ao's strength is very strong. He is infinitely close to the existence of terror at the level of emperor. However, we should know that even the 6 great emperors, their strength is only infinitely close to the semi-holy land, and they have not reached the real semi-holy land. Qin Ao can survive the attack of Long Wei, a powerful semi-holy land fighter with real combat power. It has been proved that his blood power is very strong. Otherwise, the simple breath of Long Wei will be destroyed. You old dog, can't move to use honorifics? Long Wei's mouth frothed, the cold voice of the question, this is Long Wei, which onion are you? Long Wei, bring the goods here. Qin Sheng gave an order. Here we are. Long Wei smiles and brings Qin Ao, who is half dead, to Qin Sheng. I didn't expect that, the chief of the main line, that's the strength. Qin Sheng sneers, don't move. I'll search your soul. Qin Ao immediately peed. If he was searched, even if he didn't die, he would lose a layer of skin. No. Qin Ao was so scared that his legs were soft and his body trembled that he almost peed. Save me, you kings. This son is merciless and ruthless. He will report to me. Now I am searching for souls. The next one may be all the emperors here. It has to be said that Qin Ao can be the head of the Qin nationality, and he can tie many emperors to a ship in 3 words. However, the 6 emperors, including Xianyuan Emperor, who has stopped crying, are pale as if his whole body had been hollowed out, without any blood. Xianyuan Renhuang suffered unprecedented damage to his body and soul, and even his cultivation seemed to be about to drop. He was only a step away from the semi-holy land, but now he seems to be about to fall back to the Vientiane land. Xiaoyu's face was also shocked. His face was a little worried. She had known for a long time that Qin Sheng was very terrible, especially the most powerful person in the realm of spirits who could kill the Vientiane realm. Even if the most powerful person in the Vientiane realm was wearing a soul armor, he would suffer a heavy blow from the spirits. Even Yuchuan and Yin Feng, the powerful Vientiane strongmen, died in Qin Sheng's hands. It can be seen that Qin Sheng's strength is not measured by common sense at all. Now I left the secret place of Hunyuan, thinking that Qin Sheng's strength is not so strong. In addition, there are 6 emperors in the wasteland mining area. All of them are only 1 step away from the semi-holy place. This strength, even if we look at the whole wasteland of the 36 dynasties, is also a force that should not be underestimated. However, it never occurred to me that out of the dragon's power of Qin Sheng, a toad claimed to have the true blood of an ancestral dragon in his body. Qin Sheng's war favorite was more terrifying than Qin Shenggang, and directly reached the semi-holy land. Qin Ao was suppressed by turning over his hands. Even though Qin Ao's strength was a little different from their 6 emperors, even if they were changed, it would hurt Qin Ao's vitality to suppress Qin Ao, which was impossible to do so lightly. The 6 kings looked at each other, and no one dared to move. Very well. Qin Sheng sneers and puts his palm on Qin Ao's heavenly cover. No, Qin Sheng, if you dare to search my soul, I will destroy your whole branch. Qin Ao's eyes were red with crazy shouting, but his eyes turned white in the next moment. Because Qin Sheng began to search for souls. After dozens of breaths, Qin Sheng's eyes were red with tears. Damn your whole main line. Qin Sheng's voice is hoarse. He has just searched his soul and found many things in Qin Ao's memory that the main vein of Qin nationality can't see light. Among them, there are many memories of killing their branch, Tianzong genius. Qin Sheng's branch is favored by heaven. Every few decades, there will be some prodigy of Tianzong once in 100 years or even once in 100 years, and the rate of success is very high. Once in a few hundred years, there will be 1 genius in less than 100 years. Such a terrible talent, even among the 36 royal families in the wasteland, cannot be achieved. However, the most abhorrent is the main vein of the Qin nationality. Whenever there are some emerging talents in their branches, their main vein will send the strong to hunt for them. That's right, hunting. This group of damned Qin's main lineage, they will capture the Tianzong wizards of the branch lineage. If they can capture the living, they will extract the Yuan lineage, the soul of war, and even some talented and intimidating branch talents have begun to awaken the power of the blood lineage. They will be extracted and transplanted to the genius of their main lineage. This kind of hunting genius, seizing the Yuan Mai, war spirit and blood of the branch genius, is not only cruel, but also condemned by heaven. This kind of thing has never been discovered by the world. Maybe the Emperor Shan Yuan knows about it, but he just keeps his eyes open and his eyes closed. In the end, it's still the internal affairs of the Qin nationality. I, Qin Sheng, swear by my soul that I will clean your whole Qin clan's main line. Qin Sheng's eyes were red, because his ancestors were all hunted, and his father Qin Zhongtian was the last to suffer. If it wasn't for Qin Zhongtian to apply for the ancient battlefield in the north restricted area, I believe it would have been poisoned by Qin's main vein. Ha ha, do you know? Qin Ao's eyes were cold. The 6 emperors were afraid of Long Wei's strength and would not help each other. He knew that he would die today. Since they are all doomed, why waste your words to beg for mercy? The internal fight between the main and the branch is cruel. If you don't die, I will die. Qin Ao's voice was cold, as if he was talking about the most ordinary thing. The people of your branches have killed the genius of my main vein. Qin Sheng was silent, and his eyes shone with a frightening light like a beast in the sky. With a grim smile, he said, "Do you think I will kill you like this? I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed." When Qin Ao heard this, his eyes were shining again, saying, "In fact, the enmity between the main and the branch cannot be solved. After all, we all have the same blood of an old ancestor. In this way, you let me go. After all, a small extinction is coming. We two keep warm together. We need to get through this difficulty before settling old grievances." Qin Ao's words are very pleasant, but how can Qin Sheng believe them so easily? Qin Sheng didn't take care of Qin Ao. Instead, he put his hand on the top of the Tianlingai again. Qin Ao immediately panicked and asked, "Let go of your hand. What do you want to do?" Hearing this, Qin Sheng smiled and said, "Well, of course, take out your spirit, and then light the soul lamp, so that you can enjoy the coming of Xiamishi and how your main vein died." Soul lamp? Qin Ao was scared to death. He struggled desperately and even wanted to end his life. However, he was suppressed by Long Wei. The strength gap between the two is so large that we can say without hesitation that Qin Ao has no chance to seek short-sightedness. Qin Shengma recites the mantra silently. The surging soul force directly pulls out Qin Ao's spirit, and there is no extra resistance at all. After that, Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out a soul lamp from the ring. The soul lamp was excavated in the magic Dragon God Mountain before. It was a bit dilapidated, but it has been repaired by Qin Sheng. "Go in." Qin Sheng grabs Qin Ao's spirit, and then takes a hard pat to put it on the soul lamp forged in ancient times. "No, let me out." The unreal Qin Ao beats the soul lamp as hard as he can, but how can he shake the soul lamp with the power of his spirit? Ignition. Without any hesitation, Qin Sheng directly lit the soul lamp, burning Qin Ao's spirit with different fire and making a hissing sound. "Ah, let me out." Qin Ao's spirit and shadow knelt down to beg for mercy. It's only a few breaths. He can't bear it. Hearing this, Qin Sheng looked cold and indifferent. "When you were hunting my branch genius, they must have asked you too, right? But the result?" Qin Sheng sneered and said, "You light up 8 soul stars. With your powerful soul power, you can be lit on the soul lamp for at least 100 or 200 years. Qin Ao almost fainted when he heard it. Unfortunately, he was in a state of spirit. He had no chance to faint at all. He could only bear the pain of burning the spirit with different fire. This kind of deep soul pain is simply not what ordinary people can bear. Qin Sheng, you are an ant. If you are wise, you will kill me." Qin Ao really hurt so much that he could not help cursing Qin Sheng. "You torment me by this means, and you will be punished by heaven and caught in the fire of karma." You will never be born again. Qin Sheng is too lazy to waste his time talking with the dying man. Anyway, the soul lamp will light up for 100 years, so that he can afford their ancestors. In the wasteland and mining area, there was a dead silence. Even the 6 great emperors still heard Qin Ao's howling. How is it? Do we still do it? Shanyuan Yanjun asked Yu Chen and other emperor. The 6 lords looked at each other, and Yu Chen said, "You are willing to give up the 10,000 Jin Hunyuan mother gold? Those 3-eyed ice toads are afraid of blood variation. I can feel the dragon breath, but it's not difficult for us 6 to work together to suppress this evil animal. After that, can we divide the 6 of us equally?" Yu Chen's words are like a shot of a heartthrob. Here, Yu Chen has the strongest strength and the strongest background. I'm afraid that Yu Chen alone will take the largest share of the Hunyuan mother gold. It's not impossible, and it's probably going to happen. But Yu Chen even said that they should share equally, so they have no worries at all. Shall I make a covenant? The Emperor Shanyuan suggested. Yes. Yu Chen is also very straightforward. After a few breaths, he makes a soul pact. Then do it. With the fall of his voice, Yu Chen's eyes suddenly became sharp. His eyebrows and heart were split, and there were all kinds of things. A gold sword condensed from his back. It was not an expensive metal, but a piece of bone. Yu Chen even came up with a bone sword. It's golden and flows with numerous and incomparable spirit patterns. The breath of terror and awe spreads from the gold bone sword to all directions. This is just a bone sword that was visualized by Yu Chen. It is not a real gold bone sword, but it has already made other people panic. Brother Shanyuan, you follow me to suppress this evil animal, and other emperors, to suppress Qin Sheng. Yu Chen orders all the emperors directly, but they are not dissatisfied at all. In the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, the strength of Yu Chen was significantly higher than that of other people in the world where the strong were respected. Moreover, the Hunyuan mother Jin made a soul pact this time, and the 6 of them shared equally with each other. All right. Shanyuan Renhuang's face is not very good looking. Both his body and spirit have been severely damaged. Now let him face the dragon power that can rival the semi-holy land. It is unbelievable that there is no conspiracy against Shanyuan Renhuang. Maybe if one person died, they could share more. However, the general trend is such that even the Emperor Shanyuan has to bow his head. When? At this time, the ancient bell of the wasteland rang, loud and clear, and spread throughout the whole wasteland 36 dynasties. The faces of the 6 kings who heard the sound of the bell were appalling. No, little annihilation is coming. The sound of the bell was long and spread throughout the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, but it was bleak and miserable. Small extinction is coming. The 6 emperors in the wasteland and mining area are all pale. Even though they try their best to control them, their bodies are still out of control. They are the most powerful people at the level of emperor. Even if they look at the whole wasteland and the 36 imperial dynasties, they are the most powerful pyramid-like terrorist existence. They even hear that small extinction is coming. It can be seen how terrible the legendary little annihilation is. How could this happen? Yu Chen's face was gloomy. His long gold hair was flying wantonly, and his eyebrows were full of iron. He didn't go through it, but he died every time. The most important thing is that this time the small extinction came too suddenly, without any sign at all. According to the great diviner's infinite soul power, it is at least 1 or 2 years before the small extinction comes, and it can fully support this journey of the mixed secret land. You guys, small annihilation has come. Now the ultimate speed is to suppress this man, one animal, and divide up the mixed gold. After the moment of Yu Chen's meditation, he said, with the Hunyuan mother gold, we will have a great increase in our assurance of surviving the small extinction. Yu Chen is the most powerful man who is only one step away from the semi-holy land. Even though he was scared by the bell of the ancient clock in a moment, he soon returned to his mind and knew how he could survive this small extinction. Well, brother Yu, I'll be at your service. Xiaomao nodded and said in a deep voice. Boom. Yu Chen takes a little lunge and turns into a mirage. He holds a golden bone sword, which is a sword to Long Wei. Hiss. The void splits, and the golden sword flashes out, and cuts a void crack. At the same time, the golden storm of the blade blows. This sword of Yu Chen uses the strongest attack. Brother Shan Yuan, what are you waiting for? Yu Chen looks back and yells. Shan Yuan Renhuang looks pale. He has just suffered from Qin Sheng's heavy injury. Now, he still has some cards. Originally, Shan Yuan Renhuang planned to work hard, muddle through, and retain some power. What's the strength of Long Wei? Shan Yuan Renhuang is very clear. If he was taken by Yu Chen as cannon fodder, if he died, the whole Dian Emperor would give it to others. However, people are not as good as heaven. Shan Yuan Emperor didn't expect that now Xiamishi has come ahead of time, and soon there will be a wave of great terror. Therefore, if the Emperor Shan Yuan chooses to be humble at this time, he will definitely seek death. Without Huan Yuan's mother gold, what does Shan Yuan Emperor use to fight against the sudden terror and the hunters? Thinking of this, Shan Yuan people dare not hide themselves anymore. They turn their hands and offer a piece of broken rune paper from the ring. This rune paper is almost rotten. There are even moths on it. But it's such a rotten rune paper. Emperor Shan Yuan carefully held it in his hands and read an unknown language in his mouth. Maybe it's a kind of mantra inherited from ancient times. Kill evil. Finally, the Emperor Shan Yuan roared, and the rotten rune paper was ignited in an instant. A vast and terrifying force spread from the burning rune paper. The magic power of black covers the Emperor Shan Yuan and turns into armor and wings. In a flash, Shan Yuan Emperor's breath soared 10 times, from the original fault of Yantian, and then soared to semi-holy land. Long Wei sneers, his body size soars, the whole body sends out the purple gold dazzle light, opens the mouth to spit out a dragon breath, annihilates the golden sword which cuts. Poof. Is not a level of existence at all. The dragon breath has seriously damaged the Emperor Yu Chen. His coral oozes blood and flies backwards. Yu Chen, you are waiting. I will soon kill this beast. With the help of the mysterious power of rune paper, the strength of Shan Yuan Emperor directly promoted a great realm and reached the legendary semi-holy realm. What power is this? Yu Chen's face was startled, his handsome face was shocked, and his eyes like stars were full of unbelievable light. If a piece of rune paper is about to decay, it can forcefully promote a great realm, then the Shan Yuan Yanjun is deep enough to hide. Even his Diwu dynasty can't have this treasure. It seems that there is a terror at the level of emperor. You can't look down on other emperors at will. Who knows if other emperors have a more terrible card? Shan Yuan Emperor's breath is like a rainbow, with the breath of Yin and sting. Yu Chen only has a few eye contact with it, but he feels it is extremely cold, and his whole body is hard to operate. Not only that, Yu Chen also felt the loss of soul power and was swallowed up by Shan Yuan Renhuang. What kind of terrible rune paper is it, eating my soul power unconsciously? Yu Chen's face changed greatly. He took back his eyes and hid far away. Those who know the current affairs are Junjie. Now Shan Yuan Renhuang is the strongest state. Yu Chen has also seen many big waves. He has not wasted his so-called self-esteem to fight with Shan Yuan Renhuang. Shan Yuan Renhuang's indifferent eyes lock on Long Wei. With the mysterious power of rune paper, he feels more confident than ever. Evil animal, suffer death. Shan Yuan Renhuang's business is cold. He ignites black flames all over his body. The armor made of black rune paper emits black light. the whole world becomes a huge black hole. Click. The cracks on the magic dragon wasteland are all over the sky, flying sand and stones, shattering the void. Roar. Longwei is full of strange light. If he opens his mouth, he will roar and frighten all the creatures within 10,000 miles. But in the next moment, the black hole formed by Xianyuan Emperor will swallow up Longwei. Longwei. Qin Sheng couldn't help shouting. He was worried about Longwei, because he lit up 9 soul stars and could keenly feel his soul power moving towards Xianyuan Yanjun unconsciously. Chatter, this is the time, still worried about their own war pet. At this time, Xiao Mao's bleak voice sounded in Qin Sheng's ear, send you on the road. You should be proud to be able to die in this turbulent world. Xiao Mao is extremely cruel. The black spear stabbed out like lightning, locking Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai. The whole heaven and earth seemed to have a virtual shadow of the spear. Qin Sheng could not hide anywhere but bear the spear. This is where you bury your bones. There was a glimmer of excitement in Xiao Mao's cold eyes. He had been dreaming of winning Qin Sheng's acceptance ring. He got 10,000 Jin of mixed yuan's mother gold and then fled. What's the soul oath of the half-yuan mother Jin? Damn it, with so much mixed parent metal, Xiao Mao can sneak to the northern forbidden area and find the backfire of large amount of enlightenment to solve the soul pact. Money can make the devil push the mill. If Xiao Mao has so many mixed yuan mother gold, what's the fear of this small extinction? Bang! Qin Sheng's shoulder is pierced. He is not really a strong Biantian environment after all. Even though his body can sweep through the cave, there is a big gap between him and Xiao Mao, who is only a little short of that, and can be promoted to semi-holy land. Once Qin Sheng is in close combat, he feels unable to avoid, and his body begins to collapse. Boom. At this time, Qin Sheng's god-made steel glowed, and a golden gold medal, to avoid death, was suspended on his Tian Lingai. This is? Xiao Mao is ignorant. He has never seen the legendary treasure of the death-free gold medal. In the next instant, Qin Sheng's flesh body, which was on the verge of collapse, recovered at a speed that the naked eye could see. What a magic treasure! Xiao Mao's eyes flashed a flash of greed, the gold medal, for avoiding death. Even he had never seen it. Now it's a small death, and there's a big terror at any time. If he can get the treasure that can bring back the dead, it's not equal to an extra life. Humble godhouse environment reptile, with your strength, you deserve to have such a treasure against the sky? Xiao Mao snorted, all your treasures are mine. Xiao Mao stabbed a spear again, destroying the sky and destroying the earth. The void exploded. Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart split. He shot out the most powerful spirit attack. He fell into Xiao Mao's head with a puff. Xiao Mao snorted. His face turned white because of the severe pain. He was ready for Qin Sheng's attack, and he wore 2 soul armor. Therefore, even if Qin Sheng lights up 9 soul stars, the power of the spirit is far more powerful than Xiao Mao, but it still resists most of the spirit attacks by its soul armor. Even the attack of the spirit is invalid for me. There are 2 or 3 realms between you and me. Give up and bear the blame. You will surely die today. Xiao Mao's voice is indifferent with endless killing intention. Is it? You are also the son of my day-to-day sanctuary? At this time, a cold voice blew in Xiao Mao's ear, which made Xiao Mao sweat. Under the sky, there was an icy rain, with bursts of sword qi, tearing a large gap in the void. The seemingly ordinary sword qi was actually extremely sharp. Xiao Mao's black spear was divided into countless sections. Who is it? Xiao Mao's face was also torn by the horrible sword qi, and the blood was oozing from the milieu. He suddenly turned around and found a man and a woman in his sight. You? Xiao Mao's face was gloomy, and he said, haven't you been lonely for a long time? How come you want to take advantage of the chaos and fight with my great Xia dynasty? Senior brother, second senior sister. Qin Sheng looked intently and found that it was not others who came to rescue, but He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi. Hearing the speech, He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi nodded with Qin Sheng and asked, "Are you okay, younger martial brother? We have a delay in the north restricted area." Zhang explained. Qin Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, "This kind of slag can't kill me. However, if elder martial brother and elder martial sister come a little later, I will run away. Then the next thing is up to us." He Tianqing's breath is vigorous, which has changed dramatically compared with the previous period. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi have gone to the North Forbidden Area for adventure. Now their accomplishments have soared so much. It seems that their strength is no less than that of Xiao Mao and Wang, with a terrible threat between their actions. Ha ha, it's a joke. When Xiao Mao heard this, he immediately sneered. Naturally, he had heard of the two younger generations, He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, but only heard of them. How could such a rising star be put in the eye of such a horrible existence at the level of emperor? How many geniuses are there, and how many can be crowned? He Tianqing smiled and said, "Xiao Mao, a powerful warrior like you, has not even reached the semi-holy land, but it is nothing in the north restricted area." Xiao Mao's face was colder and colder. He had been to the North Forbidden Area many times. It was indeed boundless, which was many times larger than that of the 36th dynasty of the wasteland. There are a lot of large-scale inheritance of great religions, where is the real heaven of cultivation? Well, what are you doing? He Tianqing suddenly smiled. I don't think you're in the North Forbidden Area much, so I can only say that you don't want to sit on the sidelines too much. Zhang Mingxi's pretty face was cold, and gradually a little bit of murderous thought appeared on the face of Qin Sheng. He said, "Naturally, if you say so much to a dead person, killing is it?" Zhang Mingxi is more grumpy than He Tianqing. Because of his extremely short guard, her younger martial brother was bullied. How could she bear it? Who is the emperor? Maybe she is a big man in the 36th dynasty of the wasteland. But if you look at the vast north restricted area, it's like a minion. Too much to deceive. Xiao Mao's anger can't be stopped. With one hand, two black spears appear in his palm. This is a set of spirit weapons, which has amazing killing power. Moreover, it is tainted with the poison of rotting corpses in the ancient battlefield of the north restricted area. Take your life. Xiao Mao yelled, and turned into a streamer, beheading to He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi. Xiao Mao, you go to deal with those two younger generation, Qin Sheng will give it to us. The other three emperors gave an order, and then they all approached Qin Sheng. Pooh! A dazzling sword light burst out, and the sky went down again. In the next moment, Xiao Mao's headless body fell powerlessly on the cold wasteland mining area. Air. The emperor of the Qin dynasty, the emperor of the Zhao dynasty, and the emperor of the Zhou dynasty are stiff. They look down at the headless body of Xiao Mao in an inconceivable way. Is it true? The body is Xiao Mao? It seems it's like summer grass. How can it be? The three face-to-face warships were in a state of bewilderment. Xiao Mao's strength was no less than that of them. However, they lost their lives in one breath. Xiao Mao is the emperor, not a cat or a dog. It has a lot of survival cards. What does this mean? It means that He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, who come from the sun-chasing holy palace, are far more powerful than Xiao Mao. For this reason, Xiao Mao was killed immediately. How could that be? In the distance, Yuchen Renhuang was also shocked. He just looked at He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi. His pupils suddenly contracted, and his brows rose up in fear. Because even he can't kill Xiao Mao. Bang! At this time, it turns into a black hole, a Xianyuan emperor who devours Long Wei suddenly spits out a black blood, and the black hole on the back turns into fragments. I want to swallow me in one bite, too, just for that? Long Wei is so powerful that his whole body radiates the light of Nyobi. His feet are like a giant print. He steps on Xianyuan Yanjin's head melon seeds with one foot. Boom! Xuanyuan Yanjin was kicked off, his nose bone was broken, and blood gushed out. Evil animal, dare you step on my face in full view of the public? Xianyuan Yanjin is shocked and angry. What's surprising is that he has lit the biggest card, a mysterious rune paper that is about to decay, to gain the terrorist power that can enhance a great realm. Never thought that, even so, Xianyuan Yanjin could not compete with Long Wei. What's angry is that he broke his face. Xianyuan Yanjin was the emperor of Dian. He experienced a lot of blood storms. He didn't experience anything, but he was trampled on his face. This is still few. At the moment when Qin Sheng just left, a red light appeared in the original place of Qin Sheng. This time, Qin Sheng finally saw it clearly. It was a red tentacle, with countless eyes, and it looked very dense. Ah! Help me! Xianyuan Yanjin cried loudly. Now he only has his upper body, and desperately fled to the direction of Yuchen Emperor. Go away! Yuchen wields a golden bone sword and carves out a golden sword. It is so shocking that it seems that one can cut through the world. The horrible sword Qi shakes the Xianyuan Emperor, who is only half of his body. Yuchen, if you don't save me, you still dare to fall into the well. Xianyuan Yanjin's furious roar, two tentacles with dense eyes wrapped around Xianyuan Yanjin. No, what is it? Get out of here. Xianyuan Yanjin's face was white, as if he wanted to escape, but his tentacles were wrapped around half of his body. Those tentacles didn't know anything about terror. They were so horrible that they could grow tusks on their eyes. At one bite, they would break Xianyuan Yanjin's skin and absorb his flesh and blood. Xuanyuan Yanjin's scream was heard in the sky over the wasteland mining area. Only after a few breaths, his body withered and his flesh and blood were sucked dry, as if it had become nutrients. Bang! Bloody and full of tentacles with sharp fangs and eyeballs, release the dead Xianyuan Yanjin's body. The body falls to the ground and turns into powder. Too sinister, too domineering, even there is no bone left. Elder Martial Brother, what is that? Qin Sheng witnessed this scene and couldn't help but take a breath of cool air. Smell speech, He Tianqing's face is a little dignified. Wei, Qin Sheng, you must follow me closely, this is the big terror of the small annihilation. These are the terrible things that have been sealed since the great annihilation of the world. Some people call them evil spirits, and some people call them mysterious substances. Anyway, they are mysterious. Every 1,000 years, the seal will come out loose and absorb nutrients arbitrarily. Even he was born with a dignified look. You can imagine how terrible these great terror things are. The weak warrior will not be stared at by the great terror. However, you are a once-in-a-thousand-year genius with excellent talent. Even the wandering emperor hunter looks at the great terror. Then even I can't save you. He Tianqing said a lot between the lightning and flint. Rumble. The world shakes again, and the blood light rushes to the sky. In the next scene, everyone flees around, because a huge eyeball, as big as a star, rises up. There are countless tentacles around it, and among them, there are countless eyeball tentacles with sharp fangs appear in everyone's frightened eyes. Qin Sheng was shocked by this scene. A star eyeball appeared in front of him with a strong smell of blood stasis, which was more shocking than that of the adult star beast. Blood meat. Stars and eyeballs can even spit out people's words. Their voice is extremely hoarse, and they attack with terror. The Emperor of Qin, the Emperor of Zhou, the Emperor of Zhao, the three powerful emperors had no resistance, their eyes had no spirit, and their faces were dull towards the stars. You? Yuchen roared, and his spirit was hurt. He almost went to the stars. But at the critical moment, a trace of extremely thin blood of the Golden family woke him up. Click. The three emperors just walked to the eyes of the stars, then they opened their blood plates and swallowed them up. Go. This is not a place to stay. Qin turns his hand and takes out a paper boat from the ring. This paper boat is ordinary, only with a big palm, without any holy stripe or array, but it can withstand the storm and carry the three Qin Sheng to leave. Chatter. Countless bloody tentacles came from all sides of the world, and all the people of the 6 dynasties were drowned. Even the world of Yuchen was also entangled. His whole body erupted with the blood power of the Golden family, which shattered dozens of bloody tentacles, but he was still unable to fight, and finally was drowned. Boom! Yuchen Emperor chose to explode himself, breaking thousands of red tentacles. The star eyeball makes a strange cry. Its eyes are sharp, as if there are billions of eyeballs staring at the white boat. Clang and clang. Countless red tentacles are like countless red lightning, constantly falling on the top of the white paper boat. Hum. The white paper boat emits a soft halo to resist all attacks and cross into the distance. Roaring. The Emperor Yuchen blew himself up. The most powerful man who could be ranked in the top 3 in the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland even chose the way of self-explosion to end his brilliant life. Yuchen has gone through several times of small annihilation, but it never occurred to him that this time of small annihilation was just coming, and he met with great terror beyond his strength. The sky, like a round of stars, rises slowly. The rotten smell of blood spreads to the whole wasteland mining area at an incredible speed. The rotten smell is disgusting, especially the weak warrior is directly suffocated. The bloody tentacles in the sky burst out and shot at the white paper boat, which was full of mysterious halo. Who? Just a little bit, we are dead. Qin Sheng took off his strength and lay on the white paper boat, panting. I'm so tired. Give me 300 or 500 Jin of Hunyuan mother gold, and I'll make up my body well, said Longwei's smiley face. Pa. Qin Sheng slaps Longwei and says with a smile, go away, what are you, cabbage? 300 or 500 Jin. The value of 1 Jin of Hunyuan's mother gold is very high. Qin Sheng didn't give up the hundreds of Jin of Hunyuan's mother gold, but he couldn't waste it, so he had to spend it in a long-term way. When you need to use it, you can't save it. For example, in life and death, it's worth sacrificing mixed Yuan mother gold to get a gold medal of death-free. Hunyuan mother gold? Tianqing's face was slightly surprised, and he said, the legendary treasure, which even the great saint would fight for, Qin Sheng you got. Hearing this, even Zhang Mingxi, who was driving a white paper boat, is shocked. She obviously knows what Hunyuan's mother gold means. Qin Sheng smiled and admitted, yes, elder martial brother, I got a lot of money from the mother of Hunyuan in the secret place of Hunyuan. Qin Sheng didn't hide it. Although he didn't contact with Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi for a long time, he was sure that these two people really took care of him as a little younger martial brother. What's more, Qin Sheng's spirit state was so high and sharp. However, Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi still did not catch a trace of greed in their faces. As for the killing intention of killing people and surpassing goods, it is even extinct. Congratulations, younger martial brother, ha ha. Tianqing is very pleased. Tianqing knows that Qin Sheng's journey is not easy when he leaves his name on the steel of heaven. The most important thing is that Tianqing knows very well that the branch of Qin nationality where Qin Sheng is located has been suppressed by the main vein, may die at any time, and be strangled in the cradle by the vicious people of the main vein. All this was very difficult for Qin Sheng. In addition, Tianqing, the secret place of Hunyuan, has not never heard of it. Tianjiao of the 6 great emperors gathered in a small secret place. Now it seems that Qin Sheng has won a great victory and gained many benefits. Qin Sheng turns his hand, and there is a full 2,000 Qin of mixed gold floating on the white paper boat. This is. On the white paper boat, the golden light is brilliant, and a very strong fragrance pervades all around. He was born ignorant and Zhang Mingxi was stunned. This is Huanyuan's mother gold. It's 2,000 Qin in total. It's for the elder martial brother and the second elder martial sister. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Tianqing opened his mouth wide, and he was also a little evil once every 1,000 years. However, the number of great terror and evil spirits that came was different. This time, the great terror and evil spirits that came from little evil obviously were more powerful than those of the previous times. It's very obvious that the most powerful people like Yu Chen and Xianyuan Yanjun, who have passed through many times of small extinction, actually fell down just after the small extinction. We can imagine how terrible the small extinction will be. In addition to being a treasure of practice, Huanyuan Mother Gold is also a treasure of life preservation. At the critical moment, it even has one more life. Just imagine how Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi could accept such precious mixed Yuan Mother Gold, which is still 2,000. Qin Sheng looked serious and said, "Take it, elder martial brother and elder sister. The gold of Huanyuan Mother is very precious. Even the Holy One will be jealous when he sees it. But what is the difference between these Huanyuan Mother Gold and my younger martial brother's life? I'm afraid it's very difficult to get over this barrier if it's not for senior brothers and sisters to come to rescue." Qin Sheng said a lot in one breath, most of which are also true. Although he has a semi-holy land level war pet, who has no base card. If Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi didn't come to rescue, Qin Sheng would take off his skin even if he didn't die in this battle. In a short time of dozens of breaths, Qin Sheng was beaten by Xiao Mao, who sacrificed a gold medal to save himself from death. If he continues, Qin Sheng will not be able to leave the wasteland mining area alive until he spends more than half of the mixed gold. Here. Tianqing hesitated. He looked at Zhang Mingxi's meaning. "Elder martial brother, don't put it off. Even if I give you 2,000 Qin of mixed gold, I still have 8,000 Qin of mixed gold." Qin Sheng said with a smile. At first, several emperors said that you have 10,000 Qin of mixed Yuan Mother Gold. I still have some doubts, but I didn't expect it to be true. Zhang Mingxi squinted and looked at the younger martial brother. She has a feeling that Qin Sheng is better than the big teachers in the North restricted area. Of course, it's just extrapolation. I think more about it. Zhang Mingxi said with a wry smile. The forbidden area in the north is endless and vast, which can't be explored at all. There are many large-scale universities hidden in it. There are disciples of great inheritance. They can pick one of the most common registered disciples and hang the so-called top talents of the Dragon and Phoenix list. It's not that Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi have been pretending to be inferior to each other, but they have learned from the observation that they have been cultivating on the edge of the North restricted area in recent years. Now Qin Sheng's feeling to Zhang Mingxi is that the single-round talent and the fighting ability of overstepping the level, Qin Sheng seems to be no less than those Tianzi Jiazi who are inherited by a large number of universities in the North restricted area. Of course, the feeling went away in a flash. Since the younger martial brother said that, we will not be affectable. Tianqing turned his hand and accepted the Huanyuan Mother Gold. Bang! At this time, the white paper boat was chopped by a bloody lightning, which ignited the holy stripe. The paper boat was burned through a hole, and the bloody tentacles burst into Qin Sheng like lightning. What? Not out of that horror yet? Qin Sheng's body was shocked. All this happened too fast. The spirit responded, but the body still didn't respond at all. This is the difference between the spiritual realm and the physical realm. Evil. Tianqing roars. He hunts in a white robe and makes a sound. The great Yuan force erupts from his body. He inspires the power of blood. There are 3 gems in his palm, which are floating and emit frightening light. He Tianqing claps his hands, and the void splits. The white paper boat is crumbling, and his fingers are shining with a sharp cold light. He grabs the bloody lightning. Chatter. It is a tentacle full of eyeballs, with barbs. As an ordinary Vientiane strongman, he is pierced through the skin, and the spirit toxin spreads into the soul light, and dies dull. However, He Tianqing's 3 gems were obviously of great significance. They shattered the bloody tentacles and turned into a blood mist. What is that? Qin Sheng looks at the blood fog on the white paper boat. He looks scared. Just now, it's really dangerous. Just a trace away, Qin Sheng's eyebrow will be pierced, and his flesh and soul will be swallowed up. He Tianqing shook his head and said, "Big terror or big evil spirit, I don't know. According to the intelligence records, it's probably big evil spirit." The last small extinction didn't appear. The white paper boat crossed quickly. Before long, Qin Sheng and others returned to the capital of Dian. At this time, the Emperor of Dian wailed all over the country, and those, especially the Emperor of Dian, fell directly. The large transmission array is full of all kinds of strange breath, which is obviously no longer available. Let's go back to the pilgrimage first. He Tianqing's face was a little ugly, and the scope of the small extinction was even more terrible than he imagined. In the whole Dian dynasty, when the power is in the Shenfu realm, it will also become the target of the great evil spirit to absorb blood and flesh. This kind of phenomenon has never existed in the past few small annihilations. Good. Qin Sheng didn't have any opinions. The whole people of Qin's branch moved to their mountain. The transmission array of the capital of Dian is covered with a large number of mysterious substances. It's obvious that the great evil spirit has closed this place. "You're back?" Uncle Yu's tired voice sounded in Qin Sheng's ears. He took a look at Qin Sheng and felt that Qin Sheng was stronger. He clapped Qin Sheng on the shoulder. "It's a miserable situation. The emperor is going to collapse." Uncle Yu's words shocked everyone. How tragic is the collapse of the emperor? Since the Great Annihilation, the 36 dynasties of the wasteland have never collapsed because of the small annihilation. You can imagine how terrible the small annihilation is. Qin Sheng asked, "Then I will go to the Holy Palace day by day?" Uncle Yu shook his head, and his heart was obviously bottomless. "I spent 100 years, once divined once, was backfired, a lot of longevity." Uncle Yu has no energy. He feels that his life is coming to an end. He is telling the story behind him. "Uncle Yu, don't lose heart. You can't die with me." Qin Sheng holds Uncle Yu, who is about to fall. Uncle Yu shook his head and said, "As a mountain guarding beast, I have seen a lot of wind and rain that I don't know how much, and I have long looked down on life and death. However, the only pity is that I am so old that I have no chance to follow your master, my master, to fight in the forbidden area in the north." Uncle Yu's turbid eyes cast a faint sense of war. When he was young, he followed Lord Feng and fought in the north restricted area. What a high-spirited day it was, but it was a pity that it suffered a great deal because it offended the genius of a large university. Even though Lord Feng took a hard breath for Uncle Yu later, he still fell ill. In order not to interfere with the Lord of the Mountain, Uncle Yu returns to the sun-chasing holy courtyard alone and makes full use of his own waste heat to become the mountain-guarding beast of the sun-chasing holy courtyard. Uncle Yu's soul light began to escape. He Tianqing has red eyes and sighs. As soon as He Tianqing turned his hand, he put a gene of mixed gold into Uncle Yu's mouth, which melted into the purest energy and moistened his dry body. Not only that, everyone on the scene can obviously feel that Uncle Yu's soul power is so powerful. Uncle Yu is saved. Zhang Mingxi's eyes shine with excitement. Her relationship with Uncle Yu is also very deep, and naturally she is not willing to see Uncle Yu's oil dry. However, before Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi were excited for a long time, their faces became extremely ugly. Bang! Tianqing's fist fell on a rockery. Even though he didn't use yuan force, he only used the strength of the body, but he still turned the rockery covered with numerous amulets into powder, and a big mountain pit appeared. The great noise generated by the great power spread throughout the whole Dian capital. No, how could that be? Uncle Yu's body is no longer dry, but more and more crystal clear, crane hair and young face. However, Uncle Yu's soul power dissipates faster and faster, which is much faster than the speed of refining the Hunyuan mother gold. That is to say, even if Uncle Yu eats 100 Qin, 1,000 Qin, or even a 10,000 Qin mixed yuan mother gold, it is impossible to reverse the escape of soul light. Shou Yuan has been used up. It's dead. Uncle Yu has seen through life and death for so many years. If he hadn't been given a lot of Tian Kai and Dibao by the leader of the peak these years, he would have been scared out of his wits. This time, he tried his best to predict the extinction of the world, which touched the law of heaven and earth, and was backfired by terror, and his life was exhausted. Uncle Yu again. This time, he will eat 10 Qin. Zhang Mingxi can't help crying. She tosses 10 Qin of Huanyuan's mother gold with one turn of her hand. Uncle Yu also marvels. Huanyuan's mother gold is a strange thing. It's only heard in the legend. He has seen it in some ancient books, but never witnessed it. Don't waste it. It's a blessing to be able to taste the mixed gold before dying. Uncle Yu pushes away Zhang Mingxi's Hunyuan mother gold. Uncle Yu, you can't die. You can live for thousands of years. At this time, Qin Sheng jumped out and said with a smile. When Uncle Yu heard this, he was immediately happy and said, "Little guy, you are so kind. I know you know some medical skills, but there is no way for me, an old monster." Uncle Yu is very clear about Qin Sheng's details and excellent medical skills. He can be cured both physically and spiritually. Uncle Yu, let me try. Qin Sheng seriously said that Uncle Yu always treated Qin Sheng well. He once stood out for Qin Sheng and offended many high-level officials in the Holy Palace day by day. Hearing this, Yu Shiyu was shocked. He didn't believe it. A strong man of his level, the root of his illness, in a word, is that Rome wasn't built in a day. His illness has been deeply rooted and can't be saved by ordinary people. If the peak master is around at this time, there may be some ways to save it. The Heaven Monument. Qin Sheng murmured. The sound of Qin Sheng didn't dissipate for a long time, and the whole holy palace was boiling day by day, shaking the earth and shaking the mountains, and the 6 main peaks seemed to collapse. A tablet of heaven came down from the sky, floating on the top of Qin Sheng's Tian Lingai. The Heaven Monument? Uncle Yu's turbid eyes shot out 2 fine ons. Qin Sheng, can you even call up the heaven steel? The God-made steel has a great beginning. It was dug out by Lord Feng and placed directly at the gate of the sun-chasing holy palace. In addition to acting as a mirror, it can also let many heaven's arrogant children practice. In normal times, even the once-in-a-100-year-old genius can't resonate with the steel. Now Qin Sheng has called the steel the mystery of the celestial steel. Shifu once said that it may not come from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, or even belong to the forbidden area in the north. Tianqing remembers that Lord Feng once mentioned the past of the steel. Even the cheap elder martial sister, who came from the 9 dead areas and practiced the 9 dead magic skill, was deeply afraid of it. In addition, as long as she sacrificed enough treasures, she could sacrifice even the death-free gold medal. Money makes the ghost push the mill. As long as it is rich enough, even Qin Sheng, the gold medal of death-free, can produce productively. Qin Sheng turns his hand and throws 100 Jin of mixed yuan mother gold onto the steel. Boom. The steel of the heaven of nature shrinks rapidly, and becomes as small as an embroidery needle, which shrinks into Qin Sheng's ear. In a short time, Qin Sheng had a slap-sized, death-free gold medal in his hand. Qin Sheng didn't delay either. He directly hung the gold medal of avoiding death on Uncle Yu, whose soul light was about to disappear. The most magical scene happened. Uncle Yu, who had been continuously escaping soul light, stopped escaping and accumulated more and more soul light. I feel like I'm going to break through. Yu Shu, who was supposed to run out of oil and run out of light, suddenly turned red. He opened his mouth to spit out 3 big mouths of black blood, full of putrefaction and corrosion, and became very light. Soon, Uncle Yu's body clicked, as if something had broken. The breath suddenly rose, and the whole person's momentum changed dramatically, sending out the spirit of Holy Land. Semi-Holy Land. Yu Shi's face is unbelievable. He felt that his oil ran out and his soul ran out in the first moment. In the next moment, he was cleared of all the roots of the disease. Instead of dying, he went further and broke through from Biantian to Semi-Holy Land. Although it is only semi-holy, it is generally believed that maybe in the wasteland of the 36 dynasties. There is a big difference between the Vientiane realm and the semi-holy realm. There is also a big difference between the semi-holy land and the real Holy Land. As for the small Holy Land and the great Holy Land behind, the gap between them is even greater. Good. Uncle Yu was so spirited that he took a deep look at Qin Sheng and couldn't help saying, "Qin Sheng, I admit that I still underestimate you. Blue is better than blue." He Tianqing was also very excited. He exclaimed, "My younger martial brother can use the steels for his own use. It will definitely be a glory in the future. What's your plan next, younger martial brother?" He Tianqing asked with words. Hearing this, Qin Sheng also nodded and said, "Little annihilation is coming. It may be safe for a while in the Holy Palace day by day, but I'm going out for 2 days." Zhang Mingxi's face was straight, and he said, "You are right. In this turbulent period when the world was destroyed, you offended the royal family of Dian and the main vein of the Qin people. You need to cut the grass to get rid of the root." Qin Sheng nodded his head in recognition and said, "That's what you mean, younger martial brother. If you cut the grass and root, I'm upset to go to the ancient battlefield in the north restricted area." Qin Zhongtian is in the ancient battlefield of the north restricted area. In order to save his father, Qin Sheng has to break through even though the ancient battlefield of the north restricted area is more dangerous. As for the branch of the Qin nationality, Qin Sheng can't take them to the north restricted area. In the north restricted area, even the strong ones in Shenfu area, they may just exist like cannon fodder. Besides, Qin Sheng's grandfather is very old, so he shouldn't take risks with him. To say the least, although the branch of the Qin nationality is in the Holy Palace day by day and guarded by Uncle Yu, who knows what will happen after Xiamishi. Xiamishi is chaotic enough, but it will also spray out many treasures. If the royal family and the main vein of the Qin people get a huge chance to fight against Yushu enough, then the branch of the Qin people will be in danger. "I'll go with you." Uncle Yu even offered to accompany World War I. "Uncle Yu, you'd better not go out. After the Great Terror comes, there will be hunters." He Tianqing said, "If you are stared at by the Emperor Hunter, you will be in trouble." "King Hunter?" Qin Sheng was puzzled and asked, "What is a hunting man?" Hearing this, Uncle Yu's face changed a little and said, "The so-called Emperor Hunter is some prehistoric soldiers. They are powerful and terrible. They catch the powerful people at the level of Emperor, or eat them directly, or put on the chain of souls and take them back to the forbidden area in the north as slaves. As the name suggests, if the cultivation does not reach the level of Emperor, those hunters will not see it at all." Qin Sheng asked, He Tianqing said, yes, you can understand that. I'll go out with you. I have the secret method to block the heaven's chance and suppress my accomplishments. Well, then, thank you, elder martial brother. Qin Sheng is not hypocritical either. He Tianqing and Qin Sheng left the sun-chasing holy palace together. Qin people's fiefdoms, which are full of wolves and smoke, are in a state of disrepair. This is the core area of the main vein of the Qin nationality. Many runes, and even holy stripe arrays, have been depicted here. In other words, even the most powerful in Biantian cannot enter here at will. Now, Qin Sheng and He Tianqing are walking in the heart of Qin's fiefdom. The main line of the Qin nationality is over. He Tianqing looks around, his powerful soul power covers 100 miles from his eyebrow. There is no wave of life. It seems that the main vein of the Qin nationality has been severely damaged. Maybe there was a great terror or a great evil spirit coming, which directly devoured all the life breath. He Tianqing said indifferently that his face was blue, not because he pitied and sympathized with the main vein of the Qin nationality, but because such things were rarely recorded even in the previous few small annihilations. No matter the great terror or the great evil spirit, they are all chasing the powerful human warriors. If they don't completely cross the storm and thunder, they won't answer at all. However, now the main pulse of the Qin nationality has been destroyed, even the baby has not been let go, and all have been sucked clean. It's over? Qin Sheng is a little confused. He came here to cut the grass and root, to solve the resentment between the main and the branch for so many years. But I didn't want to throw myself in the air. Little younger martial brother, go and see if there are any missed fish. He Tianqing said with a smile, I will sweep the array for you. Hearing this, Qin Sheng nodded and said, thank you, elder martial brother. Qin Sheng has always believed in keeping a front line for everything. He will see each other in the future, but the main vein has been damaging their branches all these years, so there is no need to keep a front line. Now what Qin Sheng has to do is to kill them all. Walking in the territory of Qin's main line, although Qin Sheng hated the main line very much, he had to lament that the main line of Qin was really much stronger than he thought and arranged many large arrays. Even if He Tianqing, the senior brother of Qin Sheng United, breaks through the battle, it will definitely cost a lot of money. Well? What is that? In front of Qin Sheng, a deep ditch caused him to marvel. It's not deep enough. Maybe it's hundreds of meters deep. What kind of hard rock? The rune array is all penetrated by this deep ditch. At the edge of the deep ditch, there was still a mysterious smell that Qin Sheng felt very uncomfortable. Before he was near, he felt that his pores would be up. Fast back. At this time, He Tianqing yelled, his handsome face twisted and turned into a streamer, pulling Qin Sheng to escape. Elder martial brother, what is that? Qin Sheng's head was a little dizzy, but he felt as if he was being stared at by something horrible. Don't ask, it's the breath of great terror, far beyond the Holy Land. I'm afraid it's left by the level of small Holy Land. He Tianqing frowned, because he thought it was too strange. Looking at the whole wasteland of the 36 dynasties, the strength of the Dayan Emperor can only be barely calculated as the middle and lower level. How can the great terror of the Dayan Emperor come over the Holy Land? Generally speaking, the stronger the strength is, the deeper the foundation is, and the greater the terror and evil spirit attracted are. What makes He Tianqing feel puzzled is that how can a small big inflammatory capital cause such a terrible invasion? Cough. Just as Qin Sheng and He Tianqing were preparing to stay away from this place of right and wrong, several coughs attracted Qin Sheng's attention. Senior brother, there are still living mouths in it. Qin Sheng's face was slightly coagulated, his eyebrows and heart were shining, and a surging soul force caught a wave of life at the edge of the deep ditch. He Tianqing stops, and his soul power also sweeps past. He finds that there is still a living mouth. Elder Martial brother, if you wait for me here, I'll go and see. If it's a person of the Qin family, I'll cut the grass and root. If it's another big terror, even a big evil spirit, I won't try to be brave. Qin Sheng said with a serious face. Tianqing still shook his head and said, don't go. I don't think the deep ditch looks like a good thing, and it seems to be penetrated by a knife. Even if the ancestors of the Qin people were attacked by the great terror above the Holy Land, even if they did not die, they would not be threatened at all. I advise you not to take risks. Don't forget to save your own life and go to the ancient battlefield in the forbidden area in the north to save your father. Tianqing's spirit realm is also very high. He has already lit up 8 soul stars, and only a little can light up 9 soul stars. Elder Martial brother, I'm not willing to go. It's because I want to go to the forbidden area in the north. In order to have no worries about my own future, I want to cut off the main vein of the Qin nationality and the royal family of Dian. Qin Sheng's mind has been determined, and his eyes are full of firmness. Tianqing saw that Qin Sheng was so firm, but he didn't continue to struggle. He turned his hand and took out the white paper boat from the ring. The place where he had been pierced by the bloody tentacle had been repaired. Go ahead, I'll be behind you, plundering the array for you. Tianqing said cautiously, you can't be careless. This time it's beyond imagination. Qin Sheng nodded and said, okay. Kiki. Qin Sheng just got close to the deep ditch and saw an old figure, half lying in the rubble. It's just a man with hair and blood stains. One hand is corroded by the unknown secret power, leaving only the white bones. The white bone is covered with complicated runes, which are dense and dense. In terms of the degree of runes on the bone, it is definitely the strongest one, far beyond the ordinary Vientiane environment. What shocked Qin Sheng most was that this man was too miserable. Half of his head was about to fall off by an unknown living creature. The wound was interwoven with holy lines, but the exposed brain tissue could still be seen. God, I can't die even if I lose half my head, and it seems that I'm poisoned. It's my strength to conceal the spirit exploration of Qin Sheng and Tianqing. Who are you? Qin Sheng kept a safe distance and asked lightly. The old man, who lost half his head, had only one eye bead left, and was still bleeding. It was very frightening to watch him. Dead, the whole Qin people are annihilated. The old man only glanced at Qin Sheng and saw that his accomplishments were not high, but only in the state of God's mansion. Even though he was suffering a lot now, he would not be able to recover for 100 or 200 years. However, the old man can still knead the minion of this divine state with his fingers. Tianqing, who was behind Qin Sheng, attracted the old man's attention. Tianqing of the temple every day? Qin Fenggang coughs up black blood, frowns and doubts. The relationship between the Qin people and the day-by-day holy palace is just the same. A few days ago, the first successor of the family was installed, that is, the once-in-500-year-old genius Qin Gaoxiang. You are? Tianqing hears that his war clothes are hunting. In the memory of his brain, he searches for the wounded old man in front of him. I haven't seen you. Tianqing shook his head and replied. Ha ha, I didn't expect that my Qin Fenggang disappeared for only 1,000 years, but no one knows me. Qin Fenggang looks up to the sky and smiles, but the smile is a little lonely. Qin Fenggang? Tianqing listens to it. He is stunned at first, then looks shocked, as if he were a ghost. Qin Sheng flees quickly. He is the ancestor of Qin Fenggang. He is powerful and invincible. He has crossed the world several times and has broken through the semi-holy land. Tianqing sent a message to Qin Sheng, with a tremor in his voice. How can the Qin nationality be a king at ease when it can cross several small annihilations? Its strength is terrible and invincible, and it has broken through the semi-holy land? He Tianqing seemed to understand Qin Sheng's doubts at a glance, and hurriedly spread a message to explain, it has been a long time since this incident happened. It is said that he and the ancestor of Shenyuan royal family were stared at by the hunting people of Emperor Renhuang, took the chain of souls and exiled to some Jedi in the forbidden area of North Earth. However, what was unexpected was that the transmission was false. Qin Fenggang didn't die at all, but remained dormant in Qin's fiefdom for thousands of years. He Tianqing had to admire Qin Fenggang's endurance. He was hurt too much and didn't die in the hands of the Emperor Hunter. Semi-Holy Land? Qin Sheng's face changed a little. Even though Qin Fenggang lost half of his head, was still deeply poisoned, and his combat effectiveness plummeted, Qin Sheng still couldn't fight it. Qin Sheng quietly wants to leave. Chatter. A dark wind blew by, and the rotten smell of blood poured into Qin Sheng's nose. When he looked back, he found that Qin Fenggang, with only half his head, blocked Qin Sheng's way. Why do you walk so fast? I can feel the blood of the Qin people in your body. Qin Fenggang only has one eye bead left, but looking at Qin Sheng, he is very greedy. Yes, it is greedy. Qin Fenggang didn't know that Qin Sheng was pregnant with 10,000 Jin of Hunyuan mother gold, but he was still greedy for Qin Sheng. I see. You are a humbled branch. Qin Fenggang's blood-stained eyes showed a touch of disgust and said, well, the blood of the branch is a little humble. Come here, I am the ancestor of the main vein. I like your skin bag. I'll use it for 10 years and 8 years. When I find a better leather bag, I'll find a random grave for you. Qin Fenggang's voice is hoarse, and his mouth teeth seem to be missing a lot. I don't know if they are decayed or broken, and they all leak. Qin Fenggang is callous and ruthless. He is superior. In his eyes, the people with branches are either human beings or pigs. They can torture the main pulse of Qin people. Qin Sheng looks back, his body is stiff. If he didn't see in front of him and hear in person, he really didn't know that the main pulse was so strong. Why, I'm the ancestor of the main vein. I like you. It's the blessing you have cultivated in your 3 lives. Qin Fenggang was a little unhappy. He said in a deep voice, when you die and accumulating virtue, I promise you will be born into my main vein in the next life. Good, old dog. You'd better listen. Qin Sheng's voice was cold and his eyes were full of murderous ideas. There is no main vein in the wasteland from now on. Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but he was full of murderous intention. There was no doubt that the spirit of the peak of Shenfu realm could rival the peak of Dongtian realm. That is to say, Qin Sheng can stride across a great realm just by the breath. In a rage, Qin Sheng's strength has improved a lot. Oh? Qin Fenggang had some accidents. I didn't expect that this branch pig was still a little bit hard. The slogans are very well shouted, but in the face of absolute strength, the slogans are more powerful. Once they are broken, they will make fun. Qin Fenggang's voice was quiet. He stood up and walked with some twists and turns, but each step exuded a horrible atmosphere. Qin Sheng, get out of the way. He Tianqing arrived. He stood in front of Qin Sheng. Seeing this scene, Qin Fenggang's face changed and said in a deep voice, He Tianqing, I know you are the rising star of the day-by-day holy courtyard, but your hands are too long. This is the internal affairs of Qin people. Get out of the way, even if the dean of your day-to-day sanctuary seems to be a little guy called Huanyu, he shivers when he sees me. He is not brave to make a mistake. Qin Fenggang's tone was very big, and He Tianqing was not in the eye at all. Chong. In the face of Qin Fenggang's threat, He Tianqing's handsome face did not have any fear, but pulled out his sword. Dare to draw a sword at me? Qin Fenggang's bloody hair is flying without wind, holding half his head up, and his eyebrows are full of disdain. For many years, I was the Emperor Hunter for the last time. The Qin wind is vigorous and violent. Tianqing and Qin Sheng looked at each other twice. There was no wave on their faces, but there was a huge wave in their hearts. Qin Fenggang is too powerful. It can escape in the hands of the Emperor Hunter. It's absolutely terrifying. The hero doesn't mention that he was brave in those days. Your old dog must have been seriously injured by the legendary hunter of the Emperor of Man, right? Qin Sheng's killing intention was awe-inspiring. He shouted in a deep voice. Then he stamped his legs and roared. The vast power broke out. Two ferocious cracks split. Qin Sheng turned his hand and immediately cut to Qin Fenggang with a stone sword. Ants. Qin Fenggang saw this and couldn't help shaking his head. His fingers, which had been corroded by the unknown secret power, were only severely clawed by the defeated bone. The void was directly cut, and the violent void cracks were blown open. Basin's bone and hand were like a white lightning, which was extremely terrifying. If Qin Sheng is caught, the fly ash will be annihilated directly, and there will be no more vitality. However, Qin Sheng was not an ordinary warrior in Shenfu. Spirit pulse. Qin Sheng murmured that the spirit in his body was like a waking dragon. The violent Yuan force broke out from his body. The purple and gold Yuan force had a frightening smell. In addition, his eyebrows and heart were split, and the Emperor's sword breath was added to his body, which made his momentum soar to the same level as the ordinary Vientiane situation to the strong. Cut you off. When Qin Sheng waved the stone sword, there was no move to destroy the sky and the earth, and no fancy sword formula. It was such a simple sword. The fat may shake the tree. Qin Fenggang is also violent. His white bone hand rises up in a white fog, and even the void can decay into a big hole. If Qin Sheng is infected with a thread, it will directly turn into a mass of powder. This Qin Fenggang fights. He doesn't even want Qin Sheng's skin bag. Sonorous. Under Tianqing's gaze, Qin Fenggang's patience and hand bone was cut into two parts and fell on the hard and incomparable ground. How could it be? Qin Fenggang's face changed dramatically, and his arm was in sharp pain. He felt that there was a force spread to his shoulder, which was more poisonous than that of the Emperor Hunter. There's nothing impossible. Take your dog's life. Qin Sheng's eyes ignited a strong sense of killing, and he took the stone sword and cut it. Qin Fenggang is worthy of being the most powerful man who has crossed the world for several times. He was once a semi-holy land. If he had not met the Emperor Hunter, because of the last time, he would not have been hurt so badly. His real combat effectiveness is not 1 in 10. He is extremely quick, even at the peak of his life. You have no chance. Qin Fenggang put away his contempt for Qin Sheng. After all, Qin Sheng is not the real Vientiane to the strong, and its absolute speed is much slower than the real Vientiane to the strong. Phew. It's too fast. Qin Fenggang's iron palm wants to clap on Qin Sheng's Tianlingai. If it is hit, Qin Sheng will use the gold medal to avoid death. At this time, the sound of a chain collision rang and burst into Qin Fenggang's head. No. Qin Fenggang roared, struggled wildly, and the violent Yuan force erupted from his body. At this moment, the Yuan force of the semi-holy land was like a mountain, which was pressed on Qin Sheng. Poof. Qin Sheng was shaken to fly, 7 or 8 ribs were broken, his throat was sweet, he could not bear it any longer, and he vomited a mouthful of blood. What is that? Qin Sheng kneels down on one knee and looks up at the sudden scene on the sky, which makes Qin Sheng feel frightened. I saw a dragon horse covered with black scales flying over the sky, with a terrible breath, which was no less than the human strongman in the semi-holy land. But was there a whole body covered with armor on the dragon horse, only a man with a frightening and sharp look? The man was ruthless, holding a spear and holding several chains. No, it doesn't seem to be a real chain. Is that the chain of souls? Think of here, Qin Sheng's heart set off a storm. Senior brother, that's the emperor. Hunter? Qin Sheng directly sent a message to He Tiansheng, but he didn't get any response. Looking back, he found that He Tiansheng was shivering on the ground, and his handsome face was really directly on the ground, and he didn't dare to look up, let alone give Qin Sheng any response. The hunter of the emperor has long been like thunder. He has heard of it several times, and Qin Fenggang has also mentioned it several times. Now it's Qin Sheng's turn to witness the legendary hunting man, who feels like falling into the abyss. Both soul force and yuan force are frozen. Master Hunter, please let me go. My strength is not up to the level of emperor. At this moment, Qin Fenggang is so arrogant that he almost kneels down to beg for mercy. However, the emperor hunters did not pay attention to the Qin Fenggang, but directly pulled the Qin Fenggang. No, I'm not going. I'm not going to hell. Qin Fenggang resisted directly, even the rest of his hand would fall on his half-head with a slap, trying to commit suicide. Let me go to purgatory. It's better to make death happy. Qin Sheng was frightened and jumped with courage. Who is the emperor hunter and what is his origin? Should the level of the emperor, close to the semi-holy land of the human warrior, catch a place called purgatory? Qin Sheng didn't hear about the purgatory either. However, the purgatory once appeared in the records of many emperors. Some people said it was in the demon-dragon wasteland, some said it was in the sea of the underworld, and some said it was in the forbidden area in the north. Anyway, there are different opinions and no real answer, because all the human warriors who have been to purgatory have never returned. The emperor hunter snorted coldly. The sky and the sky would split. The endless thunder poured down like a rainstorm. Under the pull of the chain of souls, Qin Fenggang suddenly became stiff and suffered a lot. He could not even commit suicide. The spirit of Qin Fenggang runs through the soul chain, and no longer has the idea of resistance, following the dragon and horse of the emperor hunter. In addition to the Qin Fenggang, there are dozens of powerful people at the level of emperor who are pierced by the chains of souls. Seeing this scene, both Qin Sheng and He Tiansheng could not help but take a breath of cool air. There are so many powerful people at the level of emperor in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. Qin Sheng's mind set off a storm, which means what it means, as each of them is qualified to create a dynasty. And it's just a hunter of the emperor. Who knows how many hunters of the emperor came this time? In the next scene, Qin Sheng and He Tiansheng almost peed, and the emperor hunter came to He Tiansheng with his soul chain in his hand. Senior brother. Qin Sheng is worried. He Tiansheng is also the existence of emperor level. Although he has secret means to suppress his cultivation, no one can guarantee that the hunter of emperor will be cheated. Clang and clang. The soul chain makes a metal-like forehead sound, and strokes on He Tiansheng's neck, giving off a light black light. In the end, the hunting man left. With a wave of his soul chain, he shot at Qin Sheng's eyebrow and heart, and wanted to penetrate his spirit. How could this happen? Qin Sheng was struck by lightning, and a chill spread from his back to his limbs. He wanted to resist, but both yuan and soul were sealed. Not only that, Qin Sheng felt that he couldn't breathe. He was about to suffocate and turn around for a while. The gap is too big. This is the terror of the emperor hunter. He fell into a field and had no ability to resist at all. The so-called field, in fact, is the real sage. Qin Sheng was not a strong man who had never met the Holy Land, but whether it was Zihuang or Yinggu, its Holy Land was far less powerful than the current emperor hunter. Boom! At the moment of life and death, the god-made steel that had been dormant in Qin Sheng's body came out and smashed heavily on the chain of souls. Chasm. The burst of the soul chain turns into powder, and it's not over yet. With great power, the hunter's armor splits, and he coughs up blood, kneels on the ground. The huntsman looked up at the steel. He was frightened and left with a group of slaves of the rank of emperor. Bang! Qin Sheng watched the emperor hunter leave in a hurry, and then immediately fainted. Don't know how long has passed, Qin Sheng wakes up in a daze. Little brother, you finally wake up. Tianqing asked with concern, with excitement in his eyes. Where am I? Qin Sheng asked blankly. Day by day. Tianqing replied. Qin Sheng stood up and felt that his brain seemed to be torn by the most powerful man. He felt great pain. When he turned his hand, he took out a gene of Hunyuan Mother Gene and swallowed it. How long have I been in a coma? How can I feel so hungry? It's not enough to eat one gene. Qin Sheng takes out another 10 gene of mixed gold, swallows them all, dissolves in the mouth, and eats half full. Tianqing looks silly. What Qin Sheng eats is not food. It's the Hunyuan Mother Gold that even the strongmen of the Great Holy Land should be jealous. Even if it's only a gene, it will make the strongmen of the Holy Land level kill the red eyes. Now Qin Sheng even used it as a meal? What's more, you can eat 10 gene at a time. You are really a loser. Uncle Yu watched in the distance, and felt his eyelids jumping wildly. Although these Hunyuan mothers were not his, they still felt blood dripping from their hearts. There are few such treasures of genius in the world. They can only mature once in thousands of years. Even if they are the size of thumbs, they should be used to refine pills, utensils, and talismans. How can they eat them without processing? Qin Sheng, you are too wasteful. You are just a monster. Uncle Yu can't help it at last. He persuades Qin Sheng to get up. When Qin Sheng listened to this, he nodded awkwardly. He naturally understood what Uncle Yu wanted to express. Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. Naturally, he knew that if the mixed Yuan Mother Gold was refined into a pill, the effect created would be more terrible. Qin Sheng knows the truth, but he just woke up and felt really hungry. No matter in the body or in the spirit, the feeling was hollowed out. He needs to replenish energy quickly. Uncle Yu, I met the Emperor Hunter and lost half of his life. I have to mend my body. Qin Sheng said with a smile. What? Uncle Yu was frightened, his face became liver color, his body could not help shivering. This is not because Uncle Yu counsels, but because the words Emperor Hunter are too terrible. Uncle Yu has gone through many times of small extinction, but he has never met the legendary Emperor Hunter, because all the people who meet the Emperor Hunter lose contact with the powerful from the Emperor level, and the spirits are carried through the chain of souls, and they are taken to a place called purgatory to be slaves. By nature, why don't you tell me about it? Uncle Yu questions Tianqing. It's very important. Tianqing's face became unnatural. He dared not speak, but only spoke. He said, Uncle Yu, it's not that I don't want to hide you, but because you also know how terrible the hunters are. I've heard about them in the North Forbidden area. Some people have mentioned the hunting people of the Emperor many times. Before long, the hunting people of the Emperor really appeared. The soul chain runs through their spirits and takes them away. Tianqing preaches that both pupils contract suddenly. No one knows what's going on. The only explanation is that the Emperor Hunter is too powerful. Even if you mention his name in a very remote place, it will cause waves in the dark, and then come to hunt you hundreds of millions of miles away. Uncle Yu pondered for a moment, digested for a long time, and then recovered. He has reached the semi-holy land. If exposed, he will definitely be noticed by the Emperor Hunter. Qin Sheng suddenly asked, what's the end of the big brother? Tianqing smiled and said, your spirit is almost penetrated by the soul chain of the Emperor Hunter. At the critical moment, the God-made steel that lies dormant in your body is blown out. If I don't read it wrong, the Emperor Hunter should be injured, and then left in a gray way. It's actually a steel of nature. Qin Sheng was surprised. He didn't expect that even the hunters of the Emperor could suppress the steels. It was so horrible. It has always been thought that this Zhaohua Tianbei has great potential. Even the elder martial sister from 9 days and 10 places highly praised it. However, it never occurred to me that at the time of Qin Sheng's life and death, Zhaohua Tianbei even protected the Lord's heart and jumped out to suppress the hunters of the Emperor. That's the Emperor Hunter. He turned his hand and smashed a group of king-level Vientiane most powerful people. According to He Tianqing's inference, he could become the Emperor Hunter. In fact, his power is at least a small holy land, and even some very powerful hunters can reach the great holy land. This is the chance. Lord Feng once said that the steel is very mysterious. Even he can't smelt it. Uncle Yu looked at Qin Sheng happily and said, When? All of a sudden, a loud bell rang all over the world. Uncle Yu and He Tianqing couldn't help but be overjoyed. Uncle Yu couldn't help laughing. Good. He Tianqing's eyes are still excited, saying, the end of the small extinction. Qin Sheng was a little confused and said, this is the end? The little society of annihilation, which made the Emperor shiver, rolled its seats for 9 days and 10 places, with countless tribulations, and ended so quickly. How do you feel? Like a little bit of a tiger? Longwei can't help whispering. Uncle Yu was a little annoyed at this. He looked at Longwei with a straight face and said in a deep voice, what do you know about the toad? The time of the coming of the little extinction has always been long and short. Didn't you see the great terror of the coming of the little extinction? Did the great evil spirit make people despair? Yes, if this kind of small extinction lasts for a while, then the most powerful of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland will die. He Tianqing explained. With the sound of the big fire clock disappearing, Xiamishi came to a close. This disaster covered the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties, among which more than 10 were directly destroyed. The loss of Dian dynasty was also very serious. The main vein of Qin nationality was destroyed directly. Shanyuan royal family was also absorbed, all the flesh and blood overnight, by a big evil spirit. There were not many people who could escape from the Forbidden City. That is to say, not only the Qin people are yellow, but also the Shanyuan people are cold. The destruction of all the big families in Dian dynasty doesn't mean anything to the whole wasteland. What sets off a storm is that the top 3 Diwu dynasty has also been destroyed, and the dynasty has changed. The collapse of the Diwu dynasty was also expected by Qin Sheng. After all, their emperor also died in the wasteland mining area. Without the most powerful emperor in a dynasty, it happens to encounter a terrible extinction. How long can it last? Even if there is no small annihilation coming, the fall of Yuchen will cause the cruel terror of other royal families and even other imperial forces. This is the cruelty between the emperors. There is no pity and sympathy of human feelings. In this way, the enemies who had great enmity with Qin Sheng were basically destroyed, and the Shu people were also killed and wounded. They didn't know where to get the information about Qin Sheng's transformation. They fled the Dian dynasty all night and went to a criminal place near the forbidden area in the north. There are all kinds of warlords, all kinds of chaos, where there is no royal law, whose fist is big, who is the royal family. Because of this small extermination, Shu people had already broken their vitality, and they were afraid that Qin Sheng would kill them all. They fled the Emperor Dian all night and went to the evil place, which was not much better than Qin Sheng's pursuit. Qin Sheng didn't hunt down the evil place. Now his strength has soared, and he doesn't even look like a Shizu minion. Boom. Qin Sheng and other people are building the day-by-day holy courtyard. The original day-by-day holy courtyard has undergone earth-shaking changes. In this small secret environment, Qin Sheng has arranged many large arrays, one after another, enough to arrange 108 large arrays. Each layer of array covers a gene of mixed Yuan mother gold as the core of the array, so it can fight against the most powerful in the Vientiane environment. Little younger martial brother, you are really luxurious for the sun chasing holy palace. Even He Tianqing could not help sighing. Simply arranging the array, Qin Sheng spent more than 100 gene of mixed Yuan mother gold, plus the rewards for other Qin people, to refine pills and weapons. Qin Sheng spent more than 1,000 gene of mixed Yuan gold. Even a pig can cultivate a strong semi-holy land. What's more, the most important thing for the mixed gold is to lay golden eggs. As long as a little mixed gold is combined with the array, it can continuously nourish the mixed stone. Qin Sheng arranged a total of 108 layers of large arrays in the holy palace day by day. These large arrays can not only attack and defend, but also nourish the earth. A stone can also become a precious Hunyuan stone under the nourishment of the Hunyuan mother gold. Although the value of the mixed Yuan stone is far less than that of the mixed Yuan mother gold, it is also the existence of the treasure level for the most powerful of the Vientiane level. Once the mixed Yuan stone is encountered, it will kill the eyes. Qin Sheng now uses Hunyuan stone to cultivate Qin nationality disciples from Dian City. This kind of big hand is not to say that those royal families of Ho nationality can't even look at the top 10 of the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland. Having done all this, Qin Sheng just wanted to leave the Xingyuan without any worries. Because, he will leave the magic dragon wasteland and step into the North Forbidden area. In the cultivation room, Qin Sheng is madly activating the 9 dead divine skill, which can sweep all the Lingjia martial arts of the 36 imperial dynasties in the wasteland. Boom! A vast force erupted from his body, and Qin Sheng Shenfu gradually evolved into Dongfu, which is usually called Dongtian. The cave is made of mixed Yuan mother gold. It's not big. There's a cubic meter at most, and even one weapon can't be put down. Moreover, the cave is still desolate. There is nothing but violent Yuanli. Chong. Qin Sheng suddenly opened his eyes, shot out substantive eyes, and penetrated a large array. Fortunately, the array has a strong healing ability, and Qin Sheng has not had too much Yuan force to escape. Is this the state of the cave? Qin Sheng's eyes glistened with excitement. He clenched his fist and felt that a vast force was accumulating, and the void was about to crack. Go out and try. Qin Sheng twinkled, his body twisted, and then disappeared into the cultivation room in the next moment. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi are still in their turn in the day-by-day holy courtyard, and there are a lot of students from the day-by-day holy courtyard around. Well? All of a sudden, He Tianqing stands up abruptly, his eyes are sharp, he looks at the distance. Big brother, give me a punch. A flash of red light came, accompanied by the storm, the void was distorted. As soon as the sound came, a luminous fist print appeared in front of He Tianqing. Qin Sheng? He Tianqing frowns. Since this month, Qin Sheng has been cultivating in the room, which is to impact the cave. Now Qin Sheng is out of the pass. Has he successfully attacked the cave? Only in the past month, it's the Dongtian realm. At the beginning, He Tianqing spent 3 years. He never slept until he melted the Dongtian, breaking through the Dongtian realm under the strongest. Between the lightning and the firestone, He Tianqing's brain produced countless ideas. It was such a short time that Qin Sheng's fist seal reached his eyebrow. Qin Sheng's fist is covered with a layer of Yuan force, which is burst and powerful. It is not only a simple layer of Yuan force, but also has a surface that is twinkling with spirit lines similar to Jinlian. It's not very difficult to mark lines on the skin, even on the muscles and bones. It's all the means of rotten streets. But the inscription on Yuanli is a terrible thing that He Tianqing has never heard of. How much soul power does it take? It's too big. He Tianqing can't help sighing. Let go. This month, He Tianqing received the nourishment of Huanyuan's mother gold, and became a pill. He finally broke through the final boundary and became a real semi-Holy Land strongman. He Tianqing just held out a finger and gently pointed it on the shining fist that had fallen into his eyebrow. Bang! Qin Sheng is shaken to fly, the tiger mouth splits, the blood mildly drops on the cold ground. Push, push, push. Qin Shenglian stepped on 6 strides, directly crushed the mountains, and the void split. What a pain! Qin Sheng's fist was shaking, and there were some cracks in the bones. After 9 deaths, the cracks on the bones healed at the speed that the naked eye could see. Offended, elder martial brother. Qin Sheng smiles. Although he can't take He Tianqing's finger, he is still beyond his expectation. Qin Sheng is very satisfied. He Tianqing is the most powerful man at the level of semi-Holy Land. His pinky can obliterate a group of the most powerful people in the Vientiane world. Qin Sheng is just a tiger. The most important thing is that Qin did not use the magic of 9 dead, the breath of Emperor Sword and the steel of heaven. The younger generation is awesome. Congratulations to your younger martial brother, who has become a melting cave. He Tianqing smiled happily and said, if you use all your cards, I'm afraid that it's my elder martial brother who lost. Qin Sheng nodded and asked, Elder martial brother, I don't know how competent it is for me to break into the North restricted area with my current strength. When it comes to the forbidden area in the north, whether it's He Tianqing or Zhang Mingxi, or even Uncle Yu in the distance, their faces become dignified one by one. It's all gone. With a wave of his hand, Uncle Yu beckoned the sons and daughters who came to ask for help to leave. Obviously, such taboo topics as the forbidden area in the north and such secret things have obviously exceeded the strength of these saints. Sometimes, it's not that the more you know, the better. In the forbidden area in the north, even the strong man in Holy Land doesn't necessarily say that he can walk horizontally. Brewing for a long time, He Tianqing said slowly, do you know why I and your elder martial sister don't want to return to the north restricted area? Qin Sheng shakes his head as soon as he hears it, saying he doesn't know. Ah. Zhang Mingxi sighed and said, we almost died in the north restricted area. With our strength, even if we were promoted to the semi-holy area, it would be very difficult to make a personal appearance in the north restricted area. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, his face went down again. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi went to the north restricted area when they were half walking in the Vientiane environment, and they almost died in it. We can imagine how dangerous the north restricted area is. It's a joke for those martial artists in Shenfu to say that they are going to break into the north forbidden area. In the end, they are not at all breaking into the north forbidden area, at best, the edge of the north forbidden area. He Tianqing also sneers, even some martial artists have never been close to the forbidden area in the north in their whole lives, but have wandered in the evil place for a lifetime. The land of sin? Qin Sheng asked, should people seem to have escaped to the place of sin overnight? Yes, all the way north from Dian Dynasty, across the North Sea, among a group of islands, that is the land of sin. He Tianqing said, there is no royal law there, only the strict and bloody jungle law. There are too many evil places. There are more than 10,000 islands, each of which is occupied by the evil people. He Tianqing said, Nua, I once laid down an island there and became the owner. He Tianqing turned over his hand and gave the keepsake of the island lord to Qin Sheng, saying, anyway, it's not very useful for me to keep it. Even if you go to a place where you have a foothold, you can find it. Qin Sheng took the keepsake of the island lord directly without affectation. It was a wooden card. It had been blacked out for a long time, but there were numerous and mysterious spiritual patterns inside. It was like a keepsake, but it was more like a key. Tianqing also seemed to see Qin Sheng's doubts, and said with a smile, "It's like a key, like a key." It said that gathering the keepsakes of all the islands can open a big treasure in the place of sin, which is a treasure that even the great sages should be moved by. As soon as Qin Sheng heard about it, he was interested in it. Even the great Holy Land was a treasure that moved his heart. It was nothing but a bitter smile when he thought that there were more than 10,000 islands in the whole evil land. Like Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, their strength at that time was no less than that of a powerful man in Vientiane, but in the land of sin, they were just island owners. How can it be possible to gather all the keepsakes of the islanders and jointly open the great treasures that even the great saints should be moved by? It's afraid that only the real value of the Holy Land can subdue 10,000 island masters who have reached the Vientiane realm and are also vicious. All of them have been mixed into the place of sin. How many are really good people? Their hearts have been dark for a long time. Their favorite thing is to eat black. How can the criminals easily get together and jointly open the big treasure? When will you leave? Tianqing's explanation is almost the same. Tonight. Qin Sheng said lightly. Qin Sheng, take me with you. All of a sudden, Long Wei jumped out. He had a good time in the holy palace day by day. All kinds of saints and daughters followed Long Wei and asked about the practice. No, you can stay in the temple day by day and be the flower protector. Qin Sheng shook his head. Qin Sheng, the northern forbidden area is extremely dangerous, and it is not a bad thing for you to take Long Wei. At this time Uncle Yu is also a little confused. Yes, I'm here. It's more than enough to be the king of the mountain stronghold in the evil place with my own strength. Long Wei smiled smugly. No way. Qin Sheng still shook his head and refused, saying, your soul agreement with me has been modified. There are only a few months left. I hope you can watch my people and guard the sun-chasing holy palace in these months. As for where you want to go in a few months and return to Xiaobingning, that's your business. Qin Sheng is very cold. He thought of Xiaobingning, that strange picture. The heart is very uncomfortable. Of course, when Qin Sheng was leaving, he also asked people to take care of the Xia nationality. Xiaobingning's father was severely damaged because of the small destruction of the world. Qin Sheng also directly refined the mixed yuan mother gold into the elixir, which made Xiaobingning's father reborn in the blood. He went a step further, and now he has reached the semi-holy land. My God, Qin Sheng, you have changed. Long Wei shouted, how can you say that I will give up if you don't know how to fight for it? Long Wei's heart is swearing. Xiaobingning has not been Xiaobingning before. Now her memory is completely the memory of her last life. It's cold and heartless. It's like cultivating the merciless record of the Supreme Lord. He goes back to follow Xiaobingning and doesn't have any good fruit to eat. While following Qin Sheng, although he has a thick skin, he often works like a dog, but there is real blood in his body. How can he work like a dog? However, Qin Sheng's reward is very considerable. He eats all kinds of delicious food and spicy food. Even the mother of Han Yuan, Jinta Long Wei, has eaten more than 1,000 jin. The main food of the gods, even if it is not fully mature, has eaten a lot. This kind of treatment, return to Xiaobingning's arms, I'm afraid it's impossible to enjoy it again. It's too late. Qin Sheng shook his head. You and I are destined to meet again in 9 days and 10 places. After settling in, Qin Sheng is ready to leave. Qin Sheng, when you go to the evil place, you must be careful of the greedy wolf clan. When Qin Sheng was about to leave, Tianqing mentioned the greedy sect. Tianqing's eyes were burning with anger. It was obvious that he had a deep resentment towards the greedy wolf clan. Oh? Please tell me in detail. Qin Sheng's face was straight and he asked for advice. Who? Tianqing took a deep breath, and his eyes became cold and said, "The Greedy Wolf sect is a small sect gate attached to a big religion in the northern forbidden area. Every big sect in the forbidden area in the north has a terrible foundation. A native can also sweep a group of powerful people in the Vientiane. The reason why this Greedy Wolf sect can survive in the forbidden area in the north is obvious. The main sphere of influence of the Greedy Wolf clan is still in the evil land. More than 30% of the islands are under the management of the Greedy Wolf clan." At this time, Zhang Mingxi could not help saying. Wen Yan, Qin Sheng also had a general understanding of Greedy Wolf clan. In the land of Sin, can there be a strong semi-sanctuary? Qin Sheng asked. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi looked at each other. At last, He Tianqing replied, "It's said that even the strong in the Holy Land will come down occasionally. But we have never seen the strong men of the sanctuary. As for the strong in the semi-Holy Land, yes." He Tianqing said seriously, "And there are not many. Those who are at the level of island owners will not mention that the strength of some big island owners can be compared with the existence of the level of emperor, like the core strongman of Greedy Wolf clan. The existence at the level of a patriarch is a strong semi-holy land." He Tianqing added, "If you meet the Greedy Wolf clan, you'd better not meet them hard, which will only pay off. Farewell to He Tianqing and others, say goodbye to his grandfather, Uncle Yu and others." Boom. The white paper boat rises, carrying Qin Sheng and disappearing into countless hot eyes. There is no limit to the yellow sand. A big sun is burning the yellow sand under the ground. The temperature here is extremely terrible. Like some warriors who have not gone through multiple storms and thunderstorms, if they come here, they will even be exposed to the sun. Buzzing. A white paper boat is shining on the sky with dazzling brilliance. At last, he left the 36 dynasties of the wasteland. On the white paper boat, Qin Sheng stands on the deck, overlooking the world. Even though the small extinction has come to an end, the next one is at least 1,000 years later. Although the time of this small extinction was not long at all, it caused extremely terrible destructive force. Many imperial dynasties collapsed and countless lives were destroyed. No matter how Qin Sheng exclaimed, those dead creatures could not be resurrected. As for the rise and fall of the imperial dynasty, it had nothing to do with Qin Sheng. The closer to the land of Sin, the more thieves there are. Qin Sheng killed another group of sand thieves. Sand robbers are thieves who are very close to the place of sin. Once they stare at them, they will pursue them as if they were pawns. Phew! Suddenly a black lightning burst out of the endless yellow sand, stabbing the white paper boat. Hum! The white paper boat shuddered suddenly, and the spirit lines on the surface were rippling violently, almost punctured. Although the paper boat is not so amazing in defense, even the most powerful in Vientiane is extremely difficult to penetrate. Unless it is the strong inversion upgrade, it cannot destroy the paper boat. Phew! 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 The white paper boat pauses for a moment, then continues to move forward, but in the next moment, under the endless and hot yellow sand, there are countless black lightning bursts out, wrapping the white paper boat tightly. What is this? Qin Sheng had some accidents. He looked up at the sky and saw the endless black tentacles under the yellow sand devouring the energy on the white paper boat. Not only that, Qin Sheng also felt his soul power being absorbed. Chatter, the prey I've been staring at has never been able to escape. A faint laugh came into Qin Sheng's ear, and he saw a man and a woman first. The man has a pair of eagle eyes and a crooked nose, which looks like an eagle and a carving. There is a violent air between his eyebrows, and there is a sense of substantial killing all over his body. The woman has a plain and close-fitting dress, which looks like no city fall, but it is absolutely unique. Moreover, it has a kind of nobility to cooperate with his temperament that is not compatible with thieves. Maybe it's the existence of a princess in a family. It's just that I can't mix with the thieves. This road I open, this flower I plant, want to pass, leave to buy road money. The arrogant voice blew from the sky, even across the white paper boat, but Qin Sheng still heard it very clearly. Sand thief? Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng's face was a little unhappy. He had been on his way for nearly a month. Because of the destructive power of Xiamishi, the large transmission array along the way could not be used at all. But Qin Sheng can only rely on the white paper boat to cross the whole wasteland of 36 dynasties, and he is about to come to the land of sin. But what Qin Sheng couldn't think of was how there were a group of sand thieves. The so-called sand robber is this large area of yellow sand. In fact, the area is extremely vast. If it is calculated simply from the area, this area of yellow sand is much larger than the area of Dian dynasty. And these sand thieves are hiding in this vast area of yellow sand. Ha ha ha. A group of sand robbers burst out of the yellow sand. Qin Sheng was dizzy at the moment because there were more than 100 sand robbers floating on the edge of the white paper boat, and the worst was the existence of the Vientiane level. My God, that's the most powerful one in Vientiane. Even in the early days of Vientiane, in fact, its power can't be underestimated. In the Dian dynasty, it's also a prince with great power. However, Qin Sheng met a group of sand thieves here, more than 100 of whom were all the most powerful in Vientiane. The whole Dian dynasty did not know whether there were more than 100 most powerful in Vientiane. It's funny. It's the most powerful in the Vientiane world, not a cat and dog. Although Qin Sheng had seen a lot of great scenes, the strong in the semi-holy land were not dead, but there were more than 100 strong in the Vientiane land, and all of them were sand thieves. What does this mean? It means that the strong in the evil place are more terrible. As for the forbidden area in the north, it's really hard to imagine. At first, Qin Sheng felt that He Tianqing was a bit exaggerated, because He Tianqing didn't get into the core area of the forbidden area in the north. In fact, most of his activities were in the evil place. Ha ha, boy, don't get out yet? This man is called Sand Sculpture. He yells at Qin Sheng, this paper boat is good. It's covered with many holy lines. I want the sand sculpture. Qin Sheng was speechless for a while. The goods were called sand sculptures. Their names were terrible. It's really fresh meat. Sand Sculpture licked his dry lips, and even looked at Qin Sheng with some possessiveness in his eyes. Qin Sheng's muscles, bones and appearance have been forged for many times. His skin is more beautiful than that of a woman. Besides his dignified appearance, his eyebrows are also full of some heroism. At a distance, it's just a piece of fresh meat. Even the man is amazed when he sees it. Hey, boss, I don't know if he's deaf or dumb, but I still ignore you, boss. Just at this time, a dog's leg came to the sand sculpture's side and asked for help. Eldest brother, this kid looks young. Why don't you take him back as your house filler? That dog leg's words are disgusting to the extreme. Qin Sheng is really angry. That's a bad mouth. Qin Sheng laughed in a cold voice. Although the voice is not big, it can spread to every sand robber. All of you listen to me. If you don't get away, all of you will break your neck. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Although there was a smile on his handsome face, the deepest part of the smile was full of terrible murderous meaning. With Qin Sheng's voice just falling, everyone fell into a quiet moment, and then burst out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, where's the kid from? It's naive enough to break our necks. We are sand thieves. Boss, otherwise, I will give this baby to the boss, knead it well and teach it well. There are hundreds of sand thieves in Vientiane. One of them is a big man with triangular eyes and a ferocious scar on his forehead. This little boy is a little interesting. Sand Sculpture looks at Qin Sheng, slowly possessive in the eyes, and looks at Qin Sheng's scalp hair. What the hell is this evil place? It's really a snake and a dragon. Everyone has it. Qin Sheng couldn't help but say in his heart, maybe it's too bloody here. If it's a little bit careless, it's going to fall down, causing a psychological distortion. The land of sin was once there in the magic dragon wasteland. It was all the land of roving bandits of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. It was swept by Qin Sheng at the beginning. I didn't expect that there was such an evil place outside the forbidden area in the north. Of course, different from the evil city of the magic dragon wasteland, the strong hidden in the evil land are more terrible. Imagine that even the sand robbers outside the evil land are a group of the most powerful in the Vientiane. Even though most of them are forced to rise by external forces, there are 3 nails in the rotten ship, which is the strongest in the Vientiane environment. When the number 1 minion heard this, he smiled grimly and walked with heroic steps. It seemed to be very slow. In fact, it was almost to the extreme. It was definitely beyond the sight range of those who were strong in the cave. If the ordinary martial artists in Dongtian realm face the attack of this big minion, they will definitely cry for their father and cry for their mother. However, Qin Sheng has been tempered by a lot of mixed yuan mother gold. Even Dongtian is made of mixed yuan mother gold. Qin Sheng's body has been strengthened very much. As early as in Shenfu, Qin Sheng was able to blow up the warriors in Dongtian with one fist. Now Qin Sheng has melted Dongtian, he is able to deal with the Vientiane realm in a higher level. Pa! Qin Sheng's slap is faster than lightning. It's like a blink of an eye. It's hard to beat the number 1 minion. With a click, the number 1 subordinate's head turned a few circles, his neck broke, and Qin Sheng's spirit attack was contained in his palm. Bang! The number 1 minion was planted in the hot yellow sand. In the hot eyes of countless ways, those sand thieves are all scared and ignorant, one by one, just like being pricked, motionless, looking at the number 1 minion who has no sign of life. Has been watching the war, as if the high rule in a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly contracted, the pupils shot out the surprised brilliance. How could it be? Rulan's pretty face is full of shock. A warrior in the cave, who beats the most powerful in the Vientiane with one slap. What is the origin of this? If Lan had thought, even genius, at most, is to fight across a great realm, and maybe win miserably in the end. But like Qin Sheng, he beats a strong man higher than him to death with one slap, which is really unheard of. Dead? The sand sculpture was stunned at first, and then he was furious. The number 1 minion was his male pet. He was flattered every day, and he was very popular with the sand sculpture. However, what the sand sculpture never thought of was that Qin Sheng, who was lower than the number 1 minion, was shot dead with one slap. Boy, you want to die. Listen to me. Don't beat me to death. I'll go back and rub it slowly. The sand sculpture is mad. At one command, a group of sand thieves from Vientiane will rush in. Boom. The yuan power of hundreds of Vientiane and powerful people is extremely terrible. Just like the arrival of gods, the mountains collapse, the sea of yellow sand cracks, revealing some abandoned sites. Of course, all those sites have been opened one layer after another and searched again and again. There has been no treasure for a long time. I really don't see the coffin without tears. Qin Sheng is also angry. He kills people with awe-inspiring intent. He's in charge of whatever sand robber you are and everything you are in. He blows one head and 1 foot blows one sand robber. The white paper boat quickly dyed red and turned into a dreadful ashram. In less than 10 breaths, more than 100 sand robbers died, more than half of them. No, run away. He's the devil. I won't fight. Please let me go. At first, the group of sand robbers swarmed in, but waiting for the blood-stained yellow sand, the sand robbers began to be afraid of running away. Well, I'll kill you like a dog. Qin Sheng also killed Red Eyes, a pair of eyes with a terrible sense of killing. Let those sand thieves who are a higher level than him fall into the ice cellar. It's terrible. I'm obviously a higher level than Qin Sheng. But when they face Qin Sheng, they feel that Qin Sheng is a higher level than themselves. No, it seems that Qin Sheng is two higher levels. In fact, those sand robbers are also very keen. The spirit realm of Qin Sheng is indeed higher than them. In addition, the flesh body has cultivated the 9 death magic skill, and has been nourished by 9 turn golden lotus, mixed yuan mother gold, etc., which has been strong and unimaginable for a long time, and the body has been able to compete with the most powerful in the Vientiane realm. Even Qin Sheng felt that the strength of his blood was about to burst out, and his blood was about to awaken. However, that feeling just lost in a moment. Qin Sheng still has some time and opportunity to awaken his blood power. Take your life. The body of the sand sculpture emits the bloody yuan force, which covers its body, as if it ignites a different fire. It's terrible. What a joke. Qin Sheng sneered, not only did not change the chaos, but also became more belligerent. His brow and heart shot a soul sword with a layer of imperial sword breath, which fell into the head of the sand sculpture with a hiss. Ah, it's killing me. Sand sculpture in the spirit of attack, the moment fell on the hot yellow sand, rolling all over the ground. Bang! Qin Sheng beat the water dog and fell from the sky, stepping on the chest of the sand sculpture. Chasm. Although the sand sculptures are wearing battle armor and the spirit patterns are dazzling, they are still dim with the speed of the naked eye, and finally are trampled by Qin Sheng. Poof. The chest of the sand sculpture collapses, the bones are crushed, and the mouth keeps spitting blood. Do you have any last words? Qin Sheng's voice was cold and heartless, and every word contained infinite killing meaning. The sand sculpture failed? In the distance, Rulan's heart jumped with fear, and her pretty face was full of unbelievable looks. It's all happening so fast that it's like the end of the lightning. That is to say, in a blink of an eye, the leaders of the sand robbers, the sand sculptures, were defeated, and they were defeated so miserably that their limbs were trampled off and their chests were trampled through. Yes, Qin Sheng didn't even use the spirit tools, so he slapped the sand sculpture down. Soul-eating flower. The sand sculpture shouted, and the soul-eater burst out towards Qin Sheng with countless hands, covering Qin Sheng's body in an instant to suck the spirit. That's ridiculous. Qin Sheng sneers, his mind moves, instantly sucks up the yuan power of soul-eating flower. Bang! The soul-eating flower has withered. There is no soul power at all. It is all transformed into Qin Sheng's pure soul power. It's a little closer to the Holy Spirit realm. If you swallow more than 100 or dozens of soul-eating flowers, you may be able to achieve the Holy Spirit. Qin Sheng still has some ideas. What? The sand sculpture's face was as gray as death, and cried out in horror, my soul-eating flower has also been obliterated by flying ash? He looked at Qin Sheng, a strange young man, and saw that the cultivation of martial arts was not high. He didn't expect that the physical power was so terrible. Now even the soul-eating flower, with high achievements in spiritual attainments, has been absorbed by clean soul power in turn, so that the flying ash will be annihilated. Is there any other way? Qin Sheng looked down at the sand sculpture with contempt. If there is no last word, go on the road. Qin Sheng's fist seal is shining, which integrates the power of the heaven steel. One fist can let him see the Buddha. Please think twice, my lord. At this time, Rulan woke up from the shock and hurriedly stopped Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng listens, the fist print that raises high also floats in the air, did not fall. Qin Sheng squints at the pretty female sand thief. From the beginning to the present, the female sand thief named Rulan never gives Qin Sheng a hand, and Qin Sheng is too lazy to give a hand to a woman. He was curious about what medicine the female sand thief sold in the gourd. Everyone started to Qin Sheng, but Rulin didn't dare. I want to hear why. Qin Sheng squinted and looked at Rulin deeply. Just a sand thief, just a mob. Why should I think twice? How about killing it? Qin Sheng's posture is very high, which is totally inconsistent with his apparent strength. My lord, the sand carving comes from the greedy wolf clan. It can't be killed. If Lan's posture is as low as possible, she doesn't want to offend this unknown young king. Oh? Greedy wolf clan? Qin Sheng squints. Qin Sheng of Greedy Wolf sect also heard He Tianxing mention that his elder martial brother suffered a lot in Greedy Wolf sect. Even when he was promoted to semi-holy land, he did not dare to come to the evil place again. Just from this point of view, how terrible this Greedy Wolf clan is. Yes, yes. When it comes to Greedy Wolf clan, the sand sculpture immediately returns to the spirit of energy. No one has just knelt down like a dead dog to beg for mercy. Boy, I'm from Greedy Wolf clan. If you dare to touch me again, it's equal to beating Greedy Wolf clan's face. Qin Sheng's fist fell down hard before he finished, threatening the sand sculpture. With the power of the heaven steel, he blew the sand sculpture's head. Sand carvings, sand robbers, die. Dead? Blood in the hot yellow sand set off a very strong smell of blood. Rulin was shocked. She was just persuasive. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng, the young king, from nowhere, was so cruel. All the people died, especially the mobs who followed the sand sculptures. One by one they were stunned. Sand sculpture is the leader of their mob. With the background of Greedy Wolf clan, with such a level of identity, their plastic alliance can walk horizontally in Huangsha area. Ah, my lord, you are in trouble. I don't know why. Rulin was worried about Qin Sheng. As soon as Qin Sheng reached out his hand, he received the dead sand sculpture and the rest of the mob's Neji. He smiled at Rulin and asked, "What's the trouble I've done?" Greedy Wolf clan, very powerful? Rulin said with a wry smile, the Greedy Wolf clan is not only powerful, let alone in the yellow sand area, even in the land of sin, it can walk horizontally. Oh? Is it? Qin Sheng wanted to know more about the Greedy Wolf clan and said with a smile, tell me more about it. Rulin was embarrassed to see other scattered mobs. Although she was only temporarily allied with the sand sculpture, she was also an ally. How to talk about it? Rulin seems to be Qin Sheng's dog leg, helping him out. Well, are you still going? Do you want to leave your last words? Qin Sheng understood that the cold voice echoed over the yellow sand sky, accompanied by the pressure that would suffocate the most powerful in the Vientiane environment. Run away. After Qin Sheng's oppression, the mob fled and soon ran away. They could not be found anymore. Now, then, can we say that? Qin Sheng smiles at Rulin. Qin Sheng is very keen. He always feels that Rulin is not an ordinary sand robber, and his origin must be noble. Because at the moment when the two people's eyes contact, Qin Sheng's sharp spirit can feel Rulin's nobleness. That kind of nobility is not pretended, but born from childhood. Have you ever heard of sin? Rulin said, the Greedy Wolf clan has absolute authority in the land of sin. And I've heard that the Greedy Wolf sect has a source with a large religion in the North restricted area, and has been supporting the Greedy Wolf sect. Qin Sheng nodded and said, go on. The Greedy Wolf clan has always lived in a way of brotherly alliance, and that sand sculpture is one of them, and it ranks 108th. Rulin said, if you kill the sand sculptures now, you will surely be sent back to the evil place. The Greedy Wolf sect will report to you, and then you will surely come to kill the adults. I advise adults to leave the right and wrong place as early as possible. Rulin finally said. Is it? Qin Sheng smiled. Do you know the island of the seal? Smell speech, if orchid Jing, show a trace of doubt on pretty face way, heard of, but there is very chaos now. I advise adults still don't mix this muddy water. Lead the way. Qin Sheng waved and smiled. Lead the way? If Lan is confused, he immediately says in a hurry, My lord, you have offended the greedy wolf clan, and you are going to Tianqi Island? It's not a good place. It's absolutely right and wrong. Rulan's unique face is full of unwilling colors. No? Qin Sheng is indifferent. When he turns his hand, he suspends the ring of a group of sand thieves, such as the newly destroyed sand sculpture, in front of Rulan. Qin Sheng said with a smile, Show me the way. It's all yours. All for me? Rulan was stunned at first, and then there was a little hesitation on her gorgeous face. The Neji in it is a group of sand thieves, who are rich in oil. The first one is a sand sculpture with the background of greedy wolf clan. Sand sculptures are terrible in strength, and they are very old. Even if we look at the whole greedy wolf clan, in fact, they can also rank 108th. That is to say, his lifelong wealth is also the lifelong wealth of a strong man at the peak of the Vientiane realm. If it is said that Rulan is not moved like this, it is absolutely deceitful. If she is not greedy for money, what does she do as a sand thief? Promise him. Rulan had an impulse in his mind to agree to Qin Sheng at once, but he wanted to lead Qin Sheng to the island of Tianqi. Rulan's inner impulse was like being drenched with ice water. The great changes have taken place on the island of Tourmaline some time ago, and offended many nearby islands. There is definitely a stream of turbid water. Whoever dares to get close to it will definitely provoke a body of dirty water. What are you still hesitating about? Qin Sheng frowned and said, You should know the weight of the wealth in this ring. I am full of sincerity. You just followed a group of sand thieves to kill me. Qin Sheng's voice is very light, but Rulan's heart is thumping, showing a very scared face. She can feel Qin Sheng's killing intention. This sense of killing is definitely not released by ordinary warriors in the cave. In fact, Qin Sheng's meaning is very clear. If you don't lead the way, you can give Rulan a fortune. If you don't, I'm sorry. Qin Sheng can't swallow the breath that just surrounded Qin Sheng. How strong the sand sculpture is. It's not that Qin Sheng has no resistance. Even if Lan had been born in an extraordinary family, she had some cards, but the probability of fighting against Qin Sheng was too low. I will. Rulan's unique and noble face is changeable. At last, she clenched her teeth to show her willingness to lead the way. Very good. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Qin Sheng didn't dawdle either. He directly threw all the rings in his hand to Rulan. This wealth may have a high attraction for the most powerful man in Vientiane, but it has no attraction for Qin Sheng, a local tyrant with thousands of kilograms of mixed yuan's mother gold. And with Qin Sheng's spiritual realm getting higher and higher, he can see more and more things. He always feels that the wealth hidden in the sand theft ring is contaminated with bad cause and effect, that is to say, these are all unjust wealth. If Qin Sheng takes them for use and accumulates them in the back, he may be caught in fire. What is karma fire? In fact, it's the fire of sin. The more sin you get, the stronger the fire of karma will be. Of course, it's hard for the gods to appear such a fire, and it's impossible for the state like Qin Sheng to appear. Even the great Holy Land is unlikely to appear. My lord, please get on my boat. Rulan put away all the precepts and said respectfully to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng smiled and said, Okay. The boat is not big. It's only 20 or 30 meters long, and the whole body is only covered with a layer of holy stripe. Some of the coral rays are broken. Qin Sheng doubted whether the boat could cross the North Sea. My lord, sit still. The interior decoration of the flying boat is simple and crude. You can even say it rudely. The flying boat is a bit broken. Qin Sheng was not choosy either. He came to the evil place as a springboard. He went to the North Forbidden Area to find his father Qin Zhongtian's whereabouts. Roaring. The boat is on, emitting black light and disappearing in the vast yellow sand area. The yellow sand area is very close to the land of Sin, which is less than 10,000 li. And although the boat is very broken, it's really fast. One night later, it came to Beihai. Rulan looks at Qin Sheng, who is practicing with his knees crossed, and wonders what terrible skills Qin Sheng is practicing. How can she feel the terror and death from all over Qin Sheng even though she is a higher level than Qin Sheng? It's true that the dead Qi, especially Qin Sheng in the process of deep cultivation, does not look like a human warrior at all. It looks like an evil god enshrined in an ancient temple in the mountains. In addition, Qin Sheng's strength is so terrible, and his fighting power is so strange and frightening. This kind of reason makes Rulan feel that Qin Sheng is not a minion at all. Maybe untying his background will frighten a large number of islanders in the evil land to death, or even those big teachers in the forbidden area in the north. My lord. Thinking of this, Rulan took a deep breath of cool air. After a while, he summoned up his courage and woke up Qin Sheng. We're in the North Sea. Hula. The waves in the North Sea are very big. Even though there are still hundreds of miles to the sea, you can still smell the salty taste of the sea. Good. Hearing this, Qin Sheng and Mao Ran opened their eyes, and there were two weird death rays peering out of their eyes, all of which were the performance of cultivating the 9 death magic. My flying boat is too broken. We need to take the Black Snake Ferry first, enter the real land of Sin, and then go to the island of Seal. Rulan explained patiently. Because of the terrible storm in the North Sea and the coming of the terrible thunder, Rulan's flying boat, though covered with a layer of holy stripe, could not cross the storm circle of the North Sea after all. Lead the way. Qin Sheng is silent. The closer he is to the North restricted area, the more depressed his mood will be. His father has been in the ancient battlefield of the North restricted area for 10 years. It is necessary to know that Qin Zhongtian's exile to the ancient battlefield of the North restricted area has not included the smelting god's mansion. According to Yi Tianxing, even if he is powerful, he can be regarded as a genius among all powerful people. However, he still dare not go too far into the forbidden area in the north, just to mix up some famous schools in the evil place. This shows how dangerous the North restricted area is. Many warriors from the 36 dynasties in the wasteland, even the Shenfu kingdom, said that they had been to the forbidden area in the north. In fact, they just took a long look at the forbidden area in the evil place by ferry. As far as the martial artists in Shenfu are concerned, even if they are as strong as Qin Sheng, their real strength can span 1 or even 2 realms. But came to the North restricted area, is still the lowest artillery-like existence. Qin Zhongtian's talent is terrible, but for Qin Sheng, it may be worse. If you want to really live in the forbidden area in the north, and it's still an ancient battlefield, where gods lived for 10 years. The chance to survive, quite remote. But Qin Sheng still had to fight back. He felt that his father was very light. In Dian City, even in Dian Emperor, he also made many records. It was definitely not those waste materials. In addition, he had a frightening mother with unknown origin and high status. Qin Sheng's mother is also a mystery, even his grandfather is not very clear about his identity, but it can be guessed that it is not low. Qin Sheng also asked his father about all this. Father, I have finally arrived in the North Sea. I will soon cross the land of Sin and come to the forbidden area in the north. Qin Sheng murmurs and follows Rulan to the Black Snake Ferry. The so-called Black Ferry, in fact, is a metal life, more than a kilometer of body, has been hollowed out and divided into boxes, which also have spiritual lines to cut off the breath. Because of the power of unique metal, even the strong in the semi-holy land cannot talk about finding out the box inside the black snake fairy. The strength of metal life is very poor, especially the auxiliary metal life, which is at best the level of the early Vientiane environment. Any sand robber can destroy the black snake metal life. However, the law of heaven does not kill all life, even metal life. The black snake's metal life can prevent electricity even though its strength is poor. The thunderstorm that sweeps freely over the North Sea can cross the storm circle even if it happens once in 100 years. There are many people who want to cross the Beihai storm circle. They can bring thousands of people at a time. It's very busy here. Outside the metal life gate, there are cold-faced guards in red armor blocking the way of Rulan and Qin Sheng. The cold-faced guard breath is cold. There is a very ferocious wolf head on the bloody armor, adding its cold and merciless breath. Who, where? Cold-faced guards look at Rulan wearing a black hat. The black hat is covered with holy stripe. Even the Vientiane strongman is not so easy to see through his appearance. Although Rulan's appearance is unique, the most important thing in the land of sin is women. You should know that it is a place of sin. It is located in the middle corridor between the 36 emperors of the wasteland and the forbidden area of the north. Its geographical position is very superior. No matter the treasure race from the forbidden area of the north, or the treasure or race from the 36 emperors of the wasteland to the forbidden area of the north, it is also a place of sin. It can even be said without hesitation that this evil place is actually the forbidden area in the north and the gold-selling cave in the wasteland of the 36 dynasties. What can't be found in the 36 dynasties of the wasteland at ordinary times may be easily found in the land of sin. In the face of the cold-faced guard's question, Rulan's delicate body trembled a little. She once had a noble identity, but she had lost her family. In fact, there were terrible enemies in the evil land. Wanderer, go to Three Flame Island. Rulan's voice has been transformed and becomes extremely hoarse. What about you, boy? Cold-faced guard turned his eyes to Qin Sheng, and his face was full of disdain and ridicule. He was just a minion in the cave. When he went to the place of sin, he could not see the sun tomorrow. Poets and tourists. Qin Sheng said indifferently. Fart. You are the only one who can recite poems? Where else can you go with the strength of this summit? Qin Sheng listened, not angry, but narrowed his eyes and smiled. If I said, I am the owner of the island? Qin Sheng's voice was not loud, but he let the fighters in and out turn around. The islanders? Cold-faced guard is a lung first, then show more arrogant sneer between eyebrows. There are more than tens of thousands of islands in the land of sin, and the island with the worst strength is also owned by the strong in the later stage of Vientiane. What are you? Can you be the master of the island if you were just in Dongxinjing? What a joke. The voice of the cold-faced guard was very loud, but Qin Sheng's smile became more and more terrible. Finally, the cold-faced guard fainted. In the next moment, his neck was caught by a pair of iron tongs, and the sense of terror choked him. Air. Cold-faced guards are ignorant, and his strength is not bad. He has reached the early stage of the Vientiane realm since he was young, and he is also a disciple of the outer clan of the Greedy Wolf clan. As long as he sets up military skills later, he can become the brother of the Greedy Wolf clan, and later he will be popular and hot. All the way, cold-faced guards are used to being arrogant and domineering. They didn't expect to be provoked in public, and the other side is only a subordinate of the cave. My lord. If Lan's heart was broken, she would have told Qin Sheng to keep a low profile when he came to Beihai. Unexpectedly, Qin Sheng would still die and offend the fairy guards. He's a greedy wolf. Don't touch him. Rulan was very anxious to send a message to Qin Sheng. The Greedy Wolf clan's people are extremely protective. If you offend their people today, tomorrow's army may be going to kill them. Not in the way. Qin Sheng responded with indifference. My God, what's no trouble? That's the greedy wolf gang. Although Qin Sheng has killed the sand sculptures of the greedy wolf gang for a long time, he can't get into the opponent's bottom card and make trouble, right? The sand sculptures are dead. Those sand thieves are also a group of mobs. It's not likely that they will venture back to the land of sin to avenge the sand sculptures. Sand robbers are a group of selfishness, extremely black-hearted thieves. They don't care about the death of sand sculptures. In addition, over the years, the reputation of sand sculptures in the mob is not very good. In addition to the deep water and dark heart, they also set many rules. It's all about taking those sand robbers as cannon fodder. That is to say, the sand sculpture is dead in vain. Although there was no death of the sand sculptures that affected them to enter the land of sin, Qin Sheng could not offend the people of Greedy Wolf sect in full view of the public. Greedy Wolf clan is very powerful, but it is just a group of mobs after all. With Qin Sheng's strength, it's hard to hang the whole Greedy Wolf clan, but it's easy to hang a subordinate of Greedy Wolf clan. Listen. Qin Sheng raised the cold face guard in the early stage of Vientiane. The terrible suffocation made the cold chain guard look like a pig's liver. His eyes stared at the eldest, and he looked a little desperate. I am the owner of the island. Have you heard of the Seal Island? Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and smiled. Then he turned his hand and took out the keepsake of the island lord from the ring. All kinds of exclamations were made by the people present. It's really the owner of the island. Are you such a young island lord? In terms of strength, the cultivation realm is too low. It's the cave realm. Do you still value these things in the evil place? Moreover, I don't think this young king is a cave. In all likelihood, his realm is too much higher than ours. Yes, in other words, we can't see through it. Don't think too much about the possibility of an island owner with a cave. People who are landing on the Black Snake Ferry are talking about each other. Anyway, they are all watching. But the cold-faced guard was stunned. As expected, he was the island leader. Although the identity of the cold-faced guard is not low, it has some relations with the Greedy Wolf sect, but it is still a long way from being a real Greedy Wolf sect brother, and Qin Sheng is a real island lord. Even if the island is not peaceful recently, it may be destroyed anytime, anywhere. It's still an island master. My lord, spare my life. Cold-faced guard finally counseled. He sent a message to beg Qin to rise. Bang! Qin Sheng throws cold-faced guard on the ground directly, which can absorb fresh air again, making him as if he has been reborn. Thank you very much for letting it go. Cold-faced guard finally put away the arrogance and ridicule on his face. In the place of sin, the strong are more respected. If you have the strength, you will get the greatest respect. Cold-faced guards arranged the best box for Qin Sheng and Roland, which surprised Qin Sheng a little. In the box, Roland took off the black veil, and finally the face of the city came out. Are you Roland? Qin Sheng was stunned because Roland, who took off the black veil, had changed again. It was already unique. Now it is even more so than when he first saw her. It is no less than the 9 heavenly Zuanv, who only exists in the picture. Qin Sheng's luck is really good to the extreme, just left a summer beginning, now there is another Roland. The temperament of the two women are absolutely gorgeous. If let the third party see, it is absolutely jealous of Qin Sheng. What's more, Qin Sheng also had a wife, Chu Qiao, who had gone to the ancestral place for baptism. She had been baptized for almost 2 years, and in the middle of the baptism, after a small extinction, the two people completely lost their message. Although Chu Qiao is Qin Sheng's wife, and the procedures of going to the hall and entering the cave have been completed. Even Qin Sheng's extremely vague memories, he doesn't know whether the old immortal of the previous dynasty was cheating him. But it was Qin Sheng's wife after all. If it wasn't for the small annihilation, he would have broken off the contact completely. In addition, he would go to the ancient battlefield in the Forbidden Area in the north to find his father Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng will still take the initiative to find Chu Qiao's whereabouts. Rulan's temperament is very noble and elegant. She nodded gently and said, "If you promise to change it, you have always treated your adult with a false face. Please forgive me. I have a reason, too." Rulan said, "I used to be an island lord's successor, but my father was killed by a traitor and has fallen." "Nothing." Qin Sheng said, "You only need to take me to the island of Tourmaline. I don't care about other things." Rulan looked at Qin Sheng, but he didn't think that there was no greed and strong possessive desire of ordinary men in his eyes. Qin Sheng didn't answer, so it's very difficult for Rulan to follow. In the box, there was a brief embarrassment. After all, it's a lonely man and a widowed woman living in the same room. Moreover, Rulan is such a gorgeous woman, and her charming body still exudes an attractive fragrance. Finally, Rulan bit his teeth and said, "Young master, do you know if you have ever heard of Scorpion Tiger Island?" As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he shook his head and said, "I have never heard of Scorpion Tiger Island since I came to the place of sin for the first time." Rulan clenched her teeth and her hair was flying. She was surprised by some accidents, and her face looked amazing. "What? Is this your first time in the land of sin?" Qin Sheng smiled and said, "It's really the first time I've come to this evil place. Otherwise, I'm wasting so much wealth." "What are you doing as a guide?" Such as Lanny, listen, really, this is the common sense problem, has been ignored by her. The Scorpion Tiger Island is the biggest force in the whole evil land, much stronger than the greedy wolf clan. If Orchid Light introduction way, just how sounds in the voice, lets a person feel some sadness. Qin Sheng squinted, looked at Rulan deeply and said, "Let me guess. Your father used to be the owner of this Scorpion Tiger Island, and you are the successor." At last, for some reasons, he was expelled from Scorpion Tiger Island and reduced to become a sand robber. Qin Sheng's words made Rulan panic, unprecedented tension, and finally thought of the tragic death of his father, a sad, heavy rain pear blossom like crying. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng was embarrassed. He was afraid that the woman was crying. "Well, don't cry, and don't waste your beauty on me," Qin Sheng said in a deep voice, "I'm just passing by the evil place, and I'm going to have the forbidden area in the north in the end. So, I don't have time, and I don't have the heart to help you get revenge." Rulan wiped away his tears, and his eyes were full of shock. Qin Sheng was too scared. He just said a few words and poisoned his way directly. "Since you are going to the North Forbidden Area, you should help me to recover Scorpion Tiger Island," Rulan suddenly said with a clench of his teeth. Qin Sheng's face was a little cold, and he said, "You are too confident, don't you? What's your secret card that I will help you?" Smell speech. If Orchid never spoke again, just said, "You will know in a few days." Rumble. The storm circle in the North Sea is too terrifying. There are lightning and thunder. The metal life of Black Snake spans the whole storm circle, almost crossing. At this time a bloody sword light came down from the sky, with a terrible smell of destruction. Bang! The Black Snake's metal life explodes in an instant, and the unlucky eggs in the split are killed directly by the town. Shwa! Qin Sheng and Rulan sprang out of the box and were suspended in the cold sea. What a cold sea! Qin Sheng has some accidents. The North Sea is really terrible. There are not only terrible storms and lightning, but even the sea is so cold. It is necessary to know that Qin Sheng's body has been tempered by many treasures. The strength of his body is no less than that of the most powerful in Vientiane. When he uses other cards, he can even knock out the strong in the early stage of Vientiane. Even so, Qin Sheng still felt the cold water hitting his face. Boom! Above the sky, as if someone were fighting. There are still people fighting in the storm circle? Rulon, as the gold of Scorpion Tiger Island, has a wide range of knowledge. She knows that the North Sea storm circle is terrible, and she has never witnessed anyone fighting in the storm circle. Thunderstorms in the storm circle should be considered by even the semi-holy strongmen. If they are a little careless, they will be destroyed by both the body and the spirit. Is it the fighting of the strong at the level of semi-holy land? Someone asked in amazement. Possible. Semi-holy land is rare, but it has not never appeared in the land of sin. Seeing this scene, Qin Sheng's face was a little dignified. It seems that this evil place is not as simple as it is supposed to be. Even before Qin Sheng and his family had broken through the storm circle and entered the real land of sin, they met the fight between the two semi-saints. It's terrible. Qin Sheng raised his head, his eyes were shining, and he emitted the light containing the supreme spirit pattern. He wanted to see the two semi-saints fighting each other in the storm circle. One of them seems to notice that someone is peeping, snorting coldly, which contains the spirit attack. It's the spirit attack of the most powerful man in the real and semi-holy land, which immediately follows Qin Sheng's eyes. Pain. Qin Sheng covered his eyebrows with his hands, and he felt as if his head was about to crack. Finally, he was a warrior who could compare with himself in spirit realm, and the other side was a strong semi-saint realm. Naturally, he was able to suppress Qin Sheng. The most important thing is that the attack of the spirit is too sudden. Qin Sheng could not have been prepared for it. Pretty strong. Qin Sheng was awestruck. It seems that I can't provoke the strong in semi-holy land for the time being. At least I can't provoke the strong in semi-holy state until my Holy Spirit state reaches Holy Spirit state. Now Qin Sheng's cultivation is only in the cave. If he looks at the whole wasteland and the 36 dynasties, he is afraid that there are many followers who live a nourishing life like the stars holding the moon. But come to the land of sin, the warrior of the cave? I'm sorry, but I can only be coolie, and even in some cases, I will be reduced to the same cannon fodder as Shenfu. Fortunately, the semi-holy land strongman who just attacked Qin Sheng did not pursue Qin Sheng, but continued to fight with another semi-holy land strongman on the storm circle. The fight between the two became white hot. The storm circle of the whole evil place was crushed and burst, and a hole of hundreds of miles came out. Qin Sheng witnessed the battle and saw it with some horror. Because the battle between the two semi-holy places is much worse than that in the secret place of Hunyuan. Only one hand can cover the sky and stir to form a storm circle of 10,000 years. Finally, the war ended, and they cut each other's hand. The war situation was very tragic. Now that the battle is over, there should be no more danger in the storm circle. The cold-faced guard from the greedy wolf sect turned his hand and took out another spare black snake fairy metal life from the ring. In addition to a few unlucky people who were killed alive, most of them are still safe, including Qin Sheng and Rulon, who continue to march towards the evil place. The final journey was very peaceful, and there were no more storms and strong ones. The semi-holy strongman, it's not easy to get involved in any relationship with the holy words these days. From another point of view, what a rare existence a semi-holy land strongman is, and what a cat and dog can't meet anytime and anywhere. Now, gentlemen, the land of sin has arrived. Langsheng, the cold-faced guard, said that his eyes had been on Qin Sheng for a very long time. He thought about it for a long time. Now he has arrived at the place of sin. There are guards of the greedy wolf sect nearby, some of them are powerful. However, when he saw that Qin Sheng's eyebrows were dormant with terror, the cold-faced guard gave up and didn't dare to provoke Qin Sheng again. The land of sin is calm and the islands are far away. If the whole land of sin is a star map, then these 10,000 islands are the stars on the star map. Let's go to the island of the seal, my lord, he asked, lowering his voice. All right. Qin Sheng nodded lightly. He looked at the cold-faced guard from the greedy wolf sect in the distance. He seemed to realize that he didn't dare to tell the news, which made the greedy wolf sect's intention rotted in his stomach. Qin Sheng is very satisfied with this. Finally, there are no so-called fools. If you can't beat the seat, go back to move the soldiers. Qin Sheng said with a sneer. In fact, if the cold-faced guard really does this, in fact, he is going to run on the road, while running, while fighting. Boom. Rulan offered up his broken boat and rode on the calm sea in the land of Sin. Looking at the calm sea like a mirror, Qin Sheng couldn't help but say to himself, where is this evil place? It's a secluded paradise. Smell speech, if orchid smiled first, smile is a little stiff and cold, way, because it's day now, if it's night, it's another scene, all kinds of ghosts and snakes will appear. Is it? The expression on Qin Sheng's face, instead of surprise and shock, was totally indifferent, as if he had not put the evil place in his eyes at all. His eyes flashed a very strong sense of war, said, I really want to see it. The boat, the wind and the electricity soon arrived at the long-awaited Seal Island of Qin Sheng. The whole area of the island is not very large. The diameter of the island is about 100 li. It is also a small and not too small island. But now the atmosphere of the island of Tourmaline is very strange. It's heavily guarded here. The general security is the terror of the peak of Yantian in the middle or even the late stage of Yantian. This kind of strength person, as long as can live in the evil place, then, is the legendary person king. Who, stop. Qin Sheng and Rulan were not close, but were scolded by the guards of the Island of Seals. The strength of the island is not very strong, but the guard is also the Vientiane realm. As for those who are strong in the cave realm? Sorry, there is no one willing to accept the martial arts at the level of Dongshenjing. That is to say, the martial arts at Dongshenjing are not qualified to guard in the island of Tianqi. It can be seen that the evil place is pushed out of the sky by cattle, and even the guards are the strongest in the Vientiane environment. You're islanders. Qin Sheng told the truth. What island lord? The group of guards immediately bustled, one by one, like lightning, paralyzed. In addition to shock, there is no other expression. Fart, my lord of the island of Tourmaline, is he Tiansheng, a handsome man? When will it be the turn of a female? A guard raised his doubts. I suspect they are spies, especially the woman, and many of these eyeliners recently. Qin Sheng was embarrassed when he saw this. Obviously, the guards of the Tianqi Island didn't pay attention to Qin Sheng at all. How could a subordinate in the cave be the master of the island? Who would believe that? So it's easy to do. Kill the men and catch the women. Let me have a good interrogation. The guard of the island of the Heavenly Seal suggested that, however, he looked at Rulan with some hot eyes. These days, they are also choking. The environment in the island is very bad. Recently, they have some frictions with the major islands, and even have disputes, with countless deaths and injuries. Hearing such an arrogant voice, especially when the guards of the Tourmaline Islands look at Rulan with unfriendly eyes, it's just bad intention to look at him. To die. Rulan wanted to start, but was pulled by Qin Sheng. Rulan's delicate body suddenly trembled. She looked back at Qin Sheng in a daze. Let me. It's really hard to be ignored. Qin Sheng put on his nose awkwardly. Just now, Qin Sheng has explained that he is the master of the island, but he is still ignored by a group of guards, and he also shouted to kill Qin Sheng. All right. If Lan is not a flirtatious woman, and now she uses her real face to show people, she already has expectations. In this evil place, there are countless men who want to get their own body. Have a good time. Qin Sheng walked out of the boat and gradually flew to the sky over the island. You said the man killed it? Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a branch line, his mouth pulled out a joking arc, and directly asked one of the thin guards of the island of Tourmaline in black armor. The thin guard has a pair of eagle eyes and purple lips. The whole man looks like a ghost eagle in the abyss. If he only looks at it, he will be scared to piss off. That's right. The ants in the cave are like the ones who break into the land of the Seal Island? The thin Hawkeye guard shouted in a cold voice, although I'm in a bad mood, I'm not the one who can step on your feet. Die for me. The thin eagle-eye guard is holding a black sickle and reaping the life of the gods like death. The black Yuanli light is full of cold and stinging. Ding. Qin Sheng only used 2 fingers to hold the black sickle of the thin eagle-eye guard. What? The face of the thin Hawkeye guard is horrified. His black sickle is a real attack spirit weapon. Although it's a bit broken and the core spirit array is damaged, it has been repaired long ago. It's not much different from the spirit weapon just released. In addition, he is a strong man in the Vientiane realm. Among the leaders of the island, his strength is not the weakest one at all. Go away. The thin eagle-eye man snapped, his words full of command. When Qin Sheng heard the words, he suddenly frowned. His eyes narrowed into a straight line, gradually showed a trace of killing. Okay. Qin Sheng let go, and the black sickle crossed Qin Sheng's face in an instant. Dalian's void of power was twisted and full of terrible destruction. Qin Sheng's fist is shining, and his seal is shining. His eyebrow and heart are attacking. Everything comes too fast. Air. The thin Hawkeye guard lost consciousness instantly, and the fist light was as dazzling as the sun, hitting him hard on the chest. Click. The black armor breaks, and then comes the sound of bone breaking. The sun's dazzling fist marks make some guards of the Tianqi island close their eyes. We can imagine how terrible Qin Sheng's fist technique is. The fragmented pieces of armor, like falling meteorites, exploded in all directions. Some of them even pierced the void directly. And the sound of the broken bones made the guards of many Tourmaline islands startled. Bang! Thin Hawkeye's heavy fall on the sea, a look at the past. No, out of gas more, less air intake, sea will live today. What? What kind of boxing is that? If there's an enemy attack, send a signal. Finally, the guards of the Tianqi island went to call for people, and they sent out signals, one by one. They were heavily guarded, and they set up their array to deal with Qin Sheng carefully. At this time, who would like to believe that Qin Sheng is still a warrior in the cave? The signal went, Qin Sheng did not continue to attack. He is still thinking about his fist. It's not a fist technique. It's just the power of the body and the 9 dead magic skill. The fist seal is naturally generated. There is no way to win or to fight. Qin Sheng's unknown fist technique can really knock out a strong man in the Vientiane realm with one fist. Who dares to offend me, Seal Island? It was not long before the signal was sent out that an old man with white hair came here. He was very old, but his spirit and spirit were terrible. His eyebrows were long and burning with black flame, which was extremely hot. The fire on the eyebrows is more intense than that of the 36 dynasties in the wasteland. Is Jiawei really hot? Qin Sheng had some accidents. He felt that the old man in front of him was very difficult. I've seen the deputy islander. The guardians of the island of Tourmaline couldn't help shouting respectfully. The old man of black flame, double eyebrows, nodded. He first looked at 2 unexpected guests, Qin Sheng and Rulin. Qin Sheng was directly ignored by him. He was just a small warrior in the cave, a big realm lower than himself. This kind of warrior in the water can be countless in evil places, and can be cultivated in large quantities. However, the combat effectiveness is really limited through the external force to enhance the cultivation of the martial arts. It's just a batch of cannon fodder. It's not worth mentioning at all. Why, sir, do you violate my Seal Island? The face of the old man, who was burning black flame and eyebrows, was gloomy. He directly looked Roland and said indifferently, "You are familiar with me. Have we seen it somewhere?" The old man with black and flame eyebrows was slightly coagulated and could not help asking. Roland said indifferently, "Fugo, last year we met on Scorpion Tiger Island." Scorpion Tiger Island? Fu Ji's face changed for a moment. The strength of Scorpion Tiger Island also exists like a giant in the whole evil place. As a deputy island leader, he had the opportunity to attend the annual Island Leaders Conference and once visited Scorpion Tiger Island. You should know that Scorpion Tiger Island is never open to the outside world at ordinary times. Only when Tianqing Island owner didn't want to participate, Higu was allowed to participate. Fu Ji's originally turbid eyes stared at Roland not far away. First, he was grateful for his familiarity, and then a person's name appeared in his mind. "You are you. The leader of Scorpion Tiger Island." Fu Gu is ignorant. He doesn't know about Scorpion Tiger Island. It's very tragic. Roland Master? Fu Ji's eyes became sharp, his breath had to spread, and his mind was a little unstable. "Little Lord of Scorpion Tiger Island, even if it's down to earth, there are 3 nails in the rotten boat. In any case, the inside information of its body is far beyond the small seal island. No small lord, no small lord." Roland smiled, but there was a bit of embarrassment and bitterness in her smile. She was not very happy on her face. She said, "You must be clear about the scorpion-tail tiger. There will be no small owner in the future. Scorpion Tiger Island has nothing to do with Roland." Roland said quietly. Smell speech. Fu Ji's eyebrows also wrinkled a little. He also seems to want to understand. Heard that Scorpion Tiger Island offended a child in the North Forbidden Area, was washed. Even in the city of Sin, the 4 characters of the Forbidden Area in the North are heard everywhere, especially the young men from the big religion. They come to the Shaojin cave in the land of Sin, which is just a wave. It is not really experience at all. Don't think that the Forbidden Area in the North is very common. The subordinates in Shinfu can also live on the edge of the Forbidden Area, but that's just a good wish. It's hard to get into the Forbidden Area in the North. Who? Fuga took a deep breath and asked calmly, "I don't know what it means for Roland to come to our Seal Island. I advise Miss Roland to come back. Just killed a guard on the island of Tourmaline. Let's be some predestination before the 2 islands. We will not violate the well water in the future." Fuga said coldly, "Let's say goodbye to each other. No delivery." Fugo's attitude is clear and callous. In fact, it can't be surprising that he, as the deputy island leader of the island of Tourmaline, has been stuck in a stalemate because of the sudden departure of He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi. What's more, Scorpion Tiger Island has offended many enemies, and now it has been purged. Isn't it because of the inspiration of the young man who has the background of the Forbidden Area in the North? The island of Tourmaline has been miserable enough. Recently, it was killed by Shueisha Island. Its real strength and heyday are different. Please come back. You don't know what's going on in the island of Tourmaline. Fu Gu, an old man, has gradually extinguished his eyebrows, which have ignited a black flame. Obviously, it's a little boring. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi, 2 peerless Tianjiao, have left. Moreover, he doesn't know when they will return. He's broken-hearted. Roland didn't move or leave. "Fugo, I think you misunderstood." Roland's voice was cold and said, "I'm here today to lead the way. To introduce you, this is your new island lord, Qin Sheng." Roland introduces Qin Sheng to everyone. Nonsense. A pair of eyebrows, which had been gradually extinguished, immediately became angry when hearing Roland's words. The voice sounded like the archaic god clock, and there was a terrible voice, which made Roland feel frightened and scared. It is worthy of the existence of the sub-island master level. In fact, it is no less powerful than any one of the 36 emperors in the wasteland. He's right. He Tianqing is my senior brother, Zhang Mingxi is my senior sister. Qin Sheng came out with the light touch of the indifference. It didn't seem that he had any timidity because of the fury of the Fu Gu. Boom. I said enough. Fu Gu was so angry that his white hair ignited the black flame at the same time, which made the void twisted. He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi are both noble people. I said that we can only follow them. I didn't expect that Fu Gu, He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi had such a past. Don't believe it? Qin Sheng said lightly. Then he turned his hand and put on the ring. The ring was shining instantly. He took out a keepsake. This is the keepsake that Elder Marshal brother and Elder Marshal sister gave me, and he also gave you a letter. Qin Sheng directly gave all these things to Fu Gu. Fu Gu took those keepsakes from Qin Sheng's hands and looked at them for a whole hour before he was sure that they were the keepsakes of He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi. Bang! Fu Gu knelt down directly and shouted respectfully, I have met the Lord of New Island. The other guards of the Tourmaline Island were immediately blindfolded. The deputy islander knelt down? Is the little child in the cave really the Lord of New Island? Isn't it fantastic? Those guards also lost their souls and spirits. One by one, they were shocked, unwilling to believe this scene. Fu Ji's deputy island leader looked back at the gaping seals island guards. In the cold they were oppressed by the terrible spirits. The guards spat blood and knelt on the ground, shivering and crawling. Haven't you met the Lord of New Island? Fu Gu shouted. I have met the Lord of New Island. The guards of the Tianqi Island shouted loudly. They didn't know if they were sincere, but they finally admitted Qin Sheng's identity. Lord, please come to the island with the old slave. It seems that Fu Gu is not simple, but since he saw Qin Sheng's keepsake, he was respectful to Qin Sheng, and did not want to do anything. It seems that he treated Qin Sheng sincerely. Good. Qin Sheng nodded with satisfaction. Boom. Fu Gu, deputy leader of the island, waved his hand and shot out 108 flags. He turned his hand from the ring and took out a piece of jade slips, which is the core of the array. On. Fu Gu recites the mantra silently. It's very old. The island of the seal is finally opened, and a dead breath spreads in an instant. Come in, Lord of New Island. Fu Gu respectfully leads the way, but Qin Sheng hears that there is a dead breath, and it still has a rotten smell, and there is a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. The area of the island is very large, but the scene is very embarrassing. Too many guards have been injured, and occasionally some dead bodies have not been dealt with. As for those who are still alive, they have red eyes and evil spirit in their eyebrows. At first sight, they know that they are poisoned, and they are still poisoned. Vogel, what's going on? Qin Sheng's face was gloomy, because it was so miserable. He died and was hurt. Moreover, the injury was definitely calculated by poisoning. Hearing this, Fu Ji's deputy island leader first looked unnatural, and then he was full of violence and shouted, it's not a good thing for Shuasha Island. Their strength has always been inferior to that of our island, so when He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi go out, they poison our island. Fu Gu said fiercely, his voice was full of resentment, because his son also died early in this poisoning. Roar. When Fu Gu fell into endless sorrow and resentment, a poisoned guard beside him, his red eyes were bleeding, his violent breath exploded in an instant, his body expanded several times, his hair grew at the speed that the naked eye could see, and the whole part was shining with sharp light, which was extremely sharp at a glance. Kill. The mouth of the out-of-control guard is like the fangs of a corpse, which will fall on Fu Gu's shoulder. Chasm. Fu Ji's inner armor, although only a semi-spiritual weapon, is also extremely terrifying in defense. Even so, it is pierced by the fierce poisoned guard. Go away! Fuka screams, and then a fist blows the poisonous guard's head. The horrible Yuanli bursts out. Poop, that accomplishment is far less than Fuji's guard's direct head is exploded, and he can't die anymore. Damn it, I was bitten. Fuka looked down at his shoulder. The half-spirit level armor had been split, the wound was blurred, and it had become black. Fuji's face was as gray as death. He said sadly, I am poisoned. Qin Sheng's hair was creepy. He was curious about what poison the people of the Seal Island were contaminated with. It was really not terrible. At the moment before the poison attack, he was dying. It was estimated that the real strength of the martial artist in Vientiane could only be half of that of Vientiane. However, when the poison attack occurred in his body, his strength soared so much that even Fu Ge, who was wearing a half-spirit weapon, could not resist it. He was bitten at once. If I can take advantage of this poison, it will be a huge increase in my strength. Qin Sheng thought of a lot of them. In the final analysis, Qin Sheng's spirit smelt the inheritance and memory of the Emperor of 10,000 calamities. Other martial artists may be afraid of this kind of nameless poison, but Qin Sheng's face not only has no color of fear, but also wants to try, showing some excitement. Your Excellency, you have seen the situation of the island. Fu Ge was soft on the ground, with a sad look and no desire to survive in his eyes. He said quietly, at present, more than half of the people and horses in the island have been poisoned by this kind of blood poison, and the island of Seal is finished. Blood poison? Qin Sheng finally knew the name of this strange poison. It was released by Shuasha poison. That's why it's called Shuasha poison. Fu Ge coldly nodded and explained, yes, this kind of poison comes from a kind of spirit pill called blood evil pill. When Qin Sheng heard this, his face suddenly changed. There are 9 kinds of elixir, and the so-called elixir is above the 9 kinds of elixir. The real elixir is worth a lot of money. Only the strong in Holy Land can enjoy it. But this Fuji's mouth, the blood evil spirit Dan, actually is a kind of spirit Dan. This lets Qin Sheng some surprise. After all, Fu Ge is still a strong man at the peak of the Vientiane environment. Even though he is very old, his blood chi begins to dissipate, and his combat effectiveness is far less than that at the peak, but he is still very terrible. In just a few decades of breathing time, he temporarily suppresses the blood evil poison, and his spirit and spirit are better than just now. He stood up again and saw the meaning of Qin Sheng's words. He said, the real blood evil pill is the spirit pill. The spirit pill produced by the blood evil pill is not the real spirit pill at all. It has a great side effect. It needs to take the antidote that only the blood evil island has. Oh? Qin Sheng frowned and said, you mean that this bloody pill is not a real elixir, but a semi-finished product, with great side effects? Fu Ge nodded and said, it can be said that, looking at the whole land of Sin, only Shuasha Island can produce such semi-finished products. Although this is only a semi-finished blood evil pill with great side effects, it still can't resist the pursuit of the strong. Fu Ge said in a deep voice. As long as you take the antidote prepared by Shuasha Island, you will not be poisoned by Shuasha. At the same time, your combat effectiveness will at least double. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, his eyes immediately jumped, and his combat power doubled. If he was fighting for life and death, let alone doubling, even half doubling, he could sweep the enemy. It's no wonder that so many people in the evil land pursue this kind of blood poison. Even if the side effects are great, the attraction for life preservation is huge. Fu Ge is right. Shuasha Island can provide this kind of elixir to improve combat effectiveness. We need to buy a batch of it every year. At this time, Rulan also said, it's just that even if you don't take the antidote, you can't get out of control. In fact, every pill produced by Shuasha will carry the poison of Shuasha. It depends on the degree of poisoning. Generally, the side effects of taking the antidote sold by Shuasha Island will not be too great. Ruolin means that the condition of the island of Tourmaline is obviously much more serious than the ordinary blood poison. Fugu groaned coldly. His eyes lit up his anger and said, "It's not the bloody island pit." After Tianxing Island leader left, they came to us and said that there was a higher version of Shuasha pill, which not only had a low level of Shuasha poison, but also could inspire 3 times the original combat power. And then you were deceived? Qin Sheng raised his eyebrows, and there was no one who could come to the place of sin. People on the island of the seal were afraid that they would not be such idiots. It's terrible to double the combat power. Now it's tripled. That is to say, as long as the warriors in the early stage of Vientiane swallow a bloody pill, their combat power will be comparable to the strong ones in the later stage of Vientiane? And there are no side effects, no sequelae? This kind of unprecedented thing, said that 3-year-old children do not want to believe, let alone the evil land of these people. It's not pleasant to say that the martial artists who can be in the evil land are either wanted criminals who are hunted down by the 36 emperors of the wasteland or thieves who are exiled from the forbidden area in the north. None of them are clean. Even if they are like Ruolin, they are the 2nd generation of villains. Of course, we can't rule out that there are very few other people who have no way to live before they come to the place of sin to survive. Like the Shuzu who offended Qin Sheng in Dian. Qin Sheng was too lazy to hunt down the Shu nationality. The Shu nationality, at that level, could not survive even in the evil place. Fugu shook his head and said, "Of course not. If Shuasha Dan was so fierce, Shuasha Island would have risen and swept the whole land of sin. In fact, it's the whole evil land of Shuasha Island. In fact, its power is even worse than that of Tianqi Island. As you can imagine, Shuasha Dan is not a hot cake. However, everyone will buy 1 or 2 Shuasha Islands in case of being in a desperate situation. You don't have to choose to take it. The blood evil pill at the beginning is really terrible. It can be increased 3 times, and with those antidote pills, the side effects can barely bear." Fuji's deputy island leader said in a deep voice, "But good scenery is not good. Soon there will be a situation. The blood poison will spread like a plague." It didn't take long for that to happen. Fugu looked serious, his face is as gray as dirt, which means he gave up completely. After all, in this period of time, he has seen too many disciples of Tianqi Island who died of poison. Even if it was Fuji's son, he didn't save his son's life at all costs. This bloody island is really not well-intentioned. Qin Sheng couldn't help but sink. At this time, some rapid footsteps came, threatening. They were well-equipped, threatening, one by one. Their eyes were frightening, their Yuanli breath was powerful, and they had no symptoms of poisoning or blood poisoning. "Vogel, who are they?" The cold sound, accompanied by the terrible breath, makes the temperature on the island of the seal seem to have dropped a lot. People are like falling into the ice cellar, shivering and afraid to look up at it. Qin Sheng once heard that a pair of sword eyebrows were tightened. Looking back at the cold voice, he saw a big bald head. On his hair, there was a spirit pattern of a poisonous snake. It was lifelike, as if an ancient poisonous snake was sitting on his head. Fan An's eyes are cold and indifferent. He is really like a poisonous snake without any human feelings. He wanders around Qin Sheng and Ruolin wantonly. Qin Sheng's strength is not in his eyes at all. However, he heard that the people under his hand were killed by his fist, which is a little strange. A warrior who can cross a large realm and kill everything with one fist is not without such strength in the evil place, but only a handful of them can count. Fan An's eyes are more focused on Ruolin, a gorgeous woman in distress. People in the whole evil place are looking for this Ruolin lord, who is coveting his beauty and temperament. Today, it is really extraordinary. Looking at the whole evil place, no one has more temperament than her. Maybe only the sons and daughters from the northern forbidden area, the place where the great religions and great heritages come from, will surpass this rule and master? Fanan's eyes are full of desire for possession. If Lan is so keen, she is not unaware of her appearance and temperament, plus she is the most beautiful woman in the whole evil land. This title will have a strong interest, no matter which man is changed. However, Rulan was dissatisfied with the hot eyes of the man who was lying in front of him. He even felt extremely disgusted. Fanan, what do you mean? Fuji's face was also cold, and he shouted, "This is not a cat and a dog, but the new owner of our island of Seal." Fanan hears the words, that pair of eyes full of hot possessive desire suddenly become cold and incomparable. The killing intention between the eyebrows is more obvious undoubtedly. The spirit lines on the head reflect the faint and frightening light. New Islanders? Fanan pulled out a delicate arc from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were full of disbelief and ridicule. Just by him? Before he came here, someone had informed Fanan. Fugo, are you out of your mind, because you've lost your son? Fanan is full of violence. His eyebrows are iron and green. He doesn't give Fugo any face at all. A person of unknown origin, one of whom is the former leader of Scorpion Tiger Island. Now he is chased and killed by various forces. Don't you bring such a person to the island of the seal, to the point where it will never be destroyed? Fanan comes up and holds a plate of shit for Fugo. He takes the lead in occupying the highest moral point. It doesn't matter. The waste of the cave is also worthy of being the owner of the island of Tourmaline? Fananue said that the killing intention in the eyes is more and more intense, because he has always regarded the island owner as a thing in his pocket. If it wasn't for that man and woman who were killed halfway, the island owner's position would be his. Fugu and Fan and can also see that he Tianqing and Zhangmingxi are extraordinary. They are too dazzling. They are also going to leave the land of sin and go to a wider restricted area in the north. That is to say, the island leader is one of them. Even though the recent situation of the island of Tourmaline is very miserable, his people and horses in Fanan are strong, and have not been greatly affected. In addition, Fugu is so old that he is not qualified to compete with Fanan for the position of island leader. However, Qin Sheng, who suddenly killed in the cave, has an unknown origin. It's just Dong Tian. Fanan can suppress a group of people when he raises his hand. Ha ha, isn't it? Qin Sheng smiled, his eyes narrowed into a branch line, but in the smile, there was a hidden danger. He Tianqing is my brother, Zhangmingxi is my sister, is that enough? Boom. Fanan was out of control immediately. His powerful Yuan Li was violently scattered. He wanted to split his campus. His face was red and he was deeply frightened. He Tianqing and Zhangmingxi, a man and a woman from other places, have been fighting in evil places, killing many powerful islanders. They have no pursuit of fame and wealth, and even give Fanan a feeling. No matter he Tianqing or Zhangmingxi, they came to the evil place and felt that they wanted to refine themselves. So even though they killed many islanders, they didn't take the island as their own. The only reason why they chose to practice here was because of the beautiful environment and the jade of soul jade. Now Qin Sheng says he Tianqing and Zhangmingxi's younger martial brother? That is to say, Qin Sheng's background is not obvious. If Fanan dares to offend Qin Sheng, this kind of news reaches the ears of he Tianqing and Zhangmingxi. Once they are offended, Fanan's fate. Thinking of this, Fanan's legs began to soften and his head was full of sweat. Zhangmingxi could not say that no one saw her, but he Tianqing did kill decisively. If he offended his island lord, he would die or not. Welcome to the islanders. Fanan's face is also a thief's thick. In the first moment, he still despised and ridiculed all kinds of things, and he had a strong sense of killing Qin Sheng. Ha ha, face is the least valuable thing for people in the evil place. They pursue life and interests. Fanan's face turned faster than his book. It was obvious that Fugo had already experienced it. Master of the island, many of the disciples in the island have been poisoned by blood. This kind of blood feud, we can't just forget about Tianqi Island. Fanon said, the people of Shuasha Island are very deceiving. Fanon wanted to kill them for a long time, but unfortunately, these days there is no such backbone as the island owner in Tianqi Island. Smell speech, Fugu, a pair of burning black flame eyebrows ring up. He has lived so many years, and worked with Fanon, so it must be no good intention. The island master, you must not. Shuasha Island is now strong and strong. They have swallowed more than 10 islands by using the poison of Shuasha. We have killed them in the past. It is no doubt that moths put out fire and ashes annihilate. Well, what do you know? Fanon said, you are not poisoned by blood. If you don't kill the past now, you will die here. Kill the past, maybe there is still a thread of life. If you wrongly beg for survival on the island of Tourmaline, you will only die. Fanon and Fuji fight against each other. Because Fuji was poisoned by blood evil and all Yuan forces were used to suppress it, Fanon's momentum is not an opponent at all. Poof. Fugu was so angry that he vomited blood directly. The blood was twisted with black color. It was obvious that the poisoning was too deep, and the violence between his eyebrows was more and more serious, as if he could not suppress it anytime and anywhere. Stop. Qin Sheng waved his hand and let everyone stop. He took a deep look at Fanon and said, do you want me to attack Shuasha Island and be killed? Fanon hears the words, he is ignorant, unexpectedly Qin Sheng asks so straightforward. Fanon couldn't say a word for a while. Shua. The speed of a shadow passing by is too fast. It's no slower than those real Vientiane strongmen. However, with Fanon's strength, it's easy to avoid Qin Sheng's attack. After all, Fanon's strength is far beyond the ordinary Vientiane realm warrior. Poof. Unfortunately, in the next moment, a translucent sword burst out from Qin Sheng's eyebrow, and Fanon was hit between the lightning and flint. Ah! Fanon screams. In the next moment, a sense of suffocation comes from him. He looks down and finds that his neck seems to be held by a pair of iron tongs. The terrible force is constantly infiltrating in. In addition, his head is in severe pain, and his spirit is seriously injured, so he can't run Yuanli resistance at all. Your dog's gall is very big. I think your people are strong, and they are not poisoned by blood. Qin Sheng narrowed his eyes and forced him to ask, I suspect you are an internal spy. No, I'm not a traitor. Fanon began to be frightened. His face was frightened. A breath of death came from him. I'll find out if it's a traitor. Qin Sheng said with a smile, remember not to struggle. Soul searching is very dangerous. If there is any difference, you will become an idiot. Soul searching? No, I don't want to search. Fanon is scared to pee. He hasn't tried to search for souls in the evil place. However, when 10 warriors are searched, at least 7 or 8 of them will become idiots. With such a high probability, Fanon is afraid of it. Boom. At this time, the great array of the island of Tourmaline was blown away, and a terrible force invaded. Enemy attack, enemy attack. The guards of the island of seals are speaking. The sound of panic spreads to every corner of the island. Terror spreads like a plague. Fuga roars, is really deceiving too much, the blood evil island's person blows open our defense, big array. No, Fugo, you are wrong. Qin Sheng said with a smile. When Fuga heard this, he was stunned at first, and then showed doubts. He was puzzled and said, what's wrong with me? Isn't it that they're going to call? Yes, no. Qin Sheng smiled mysteriously. His eyes gradually fell on Fanon, who was wringing his neck. He said with a smile, "Is that what you put in Shueisha Island?" Fanon hears words, some inconceivable, can't help but look at Qin Sheng deeply. The people of Shueisha Island suddenly burst into a fierce battle. According to the tradition of the land of sin, the island of Tianqi is afraid to be destroyed. At such a critical moment, Qin Sheng's head is not so clear-minded as a young man, but rather more like a scheming strategist. "Chatter, since you know it, don't let me go?" Fanon sneered, confident, and said, "If you let me go now, and kneel to me a few more times, I'll think about giving you a good time. There won't be much pain before you die." "Haha, then I don't want to be grateful to you?" Qin Sheng's clean face didn't have much panic. Instead, he pulled a joking arc from the corner of his mouth and asked with a smile, "Can I not die?" Fanon shook his head and said, "You are also a smart man. I know you are He Tianqing's younger martial brother. Do you think I can save you a living? How terrible He Tianqing is. He Fanon is very clear. Even they are in the same realm, but the killing is absolutely unambiguous. If you know that He Fanon betrayed Tianqi Island and calculated his younger martial brother. So it is self-evident that we are waiting for Fanon's tragic ending. Not only are you going to die, they are all going to die." Fanon's voice was cold. "Don't resent me, cut grass and root. It's common sense." "Very good." Qin Sheng asked during the smile on his face, then pinched it hard, and with a click, Fanon's neck broke. The attack of the spirit fell on his spirit, and the spirit light was wiped out in an instant. All these changes have come too fast. Both Fugo and Rulin are shocked. Between the lightning and flint, the former moment is still shouting, and the next moment is dead. Qin Sheng took Fanon's body, which was weak and paralyzed, and met the powerful Shueisha Island. The strongmen of Changsha Island come with a menacing force. They wear blood-colored bone armor one by one, which looks like bone. In fact, it's not, but a special product of Changsha Island. It's covered with a layer of fake spirit lines on the surface. Its defense is also extremely amazing, and it has a terrible effect, that is, the increase in yuan force. What do you mean? In fact, as long as you wear this set of blood-bone battle armor, the combat effectiveness will be increased. As for how much you can increase, it depends on the level of blood-bone battle armor. Fanon is dead? The first one is wearing the same blood-bone and armor, and there is an additional heart-protecting mirror of the same color in the middle. It is obvious that this blood-bone and armor is higher than other Blood Evil Island strongmen. You killed it? This is a cold young man. He is not very old. He seems to be no more than 30 years old. He is not much older than Qin Sheng. He is a pair of high, negative hand and stand, eyes light with disdain, but when his eyes are a bit confused color. Because the yuan power fluctuation of Qin Sheng was not strong, at most it was the level of Dongshenjing. How many waves can a warrior in the cave raise? It's not very pleasant to say. With his strength, Pinky can crush it into powder. Hearing this, Qin Sheng's sword eyebrows wrinkled. This group of people in Shueisha Island didn't put the island in their eyes. They just looked at everything in the air and blew up the defense array of the island. Then they questioned Qin Sheng in front of the public. This attitude, this tone, let Qin Sheng's eyebrows show some iron green color. This is the internal affairs of the island of Tourmaline. Are you too broad in your management? Qin Sheng just looked at the cold young man with the head's blood and bone armor, and then he immediately took back his eyes and looked indifferent. Cut. The cold young man in the blood-bone armor flashed a trace of warm anger between his eyebrows and sneered, "Fanon is a dog that my blood dog is planted in your Seal Island. You killed my dog now. Who will work for me, will you?" The language of the blood table was sharp, without any scruple for Qin Sheng's face, and even less did he put the declining island of the seal in his eyes. It's just an island that has been poisoned by blood evil. If its strength doesn't exist, it will be able to destroy all by itself. Bloody, you are so deceiving. You have conspicuously planted traitors in my island of Tianqi. Now you dare to humiliate our island lord as a dog? Fu Ji's angry face, red eyes, and scalding Yuanli burst out from his body, especially the black flame eyebrows on the temples, which soared in the wind and turned into two black fire python, which was hot and frightening. No, 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 it's too much deceiving, it's people. Feel the fury of Fugo, and the terrible momentum of his face. There is not much fear on his cold face, but more calmness and disdain. Are you sure that you bloody pigs are human? Boom. Fuganu can't rest. His eyebrows turn into two python dragons that ignite the black flame. That's his Vientian. With the influence of blood poison, his combat power soared 2 or 3 times. In this moment, Fugu faintly returns to the peak. It's a pity that in the next moment, Fugo's breath is a little unstable, and there is a blood-dead air between his eyebrows, which is like robbing clouds to cover his eyebrows. Ho ho! Fugu gasped heavily, and his tusks seemed to break out. No, the deputy island leader is going to be poisoned. Run away. An ordinary seal island guard's poisonous hair can also hurt Fugu. If Fuji's poisonous hair is killed, it will definitely open in the seal island. At that time, the seal island will become a human purgatory, which will make life miserable. At this time, Qin Sheng took an arrow step and came to Fuji's body. His hands flashed out like lightning. They were covered with a layer of black dead air, holding his shoulders. The rolling dead air penetrated into Fuji's body. After a few breaths, Fugo, who was on the verge of violence, gradually woke up. I just had my hair poisoned? Fugu felt afraid for a while. Master, you have detoxified me? Fuji's red eyes gradually returned to clarity. He felt a little tired, but he didn't feel too much. Even Fugu turned Yuanli around for a while, feeling that he had been cured for many years. Here. How could it be? Fuji's eyes were round and almost rolled out. Take a deep breath. Those old wounds and Yuanmai were blocked. Now, there is a feeling of muscle washing and marrow cutting and bone changing. It's amazing. Fuji's eyes were shining, then he knelt down on one knee and said respectfully, "Thank the island lord for his great kindness." Qin Sheng held him up with both hands, but there was not much pride between his eyebrows. He said with a smile, "It's just a little bloody poison. It's just some tricks of a clown jumping over a beam. It's nothing at all. It's not easy to kill the blood poison. At least in this evil place, we can't find the one that can crack it." But who is Qin Sheng? He refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He had never seen any poison. In addition to the 9 death skill, he was able to absorb and assimilate the gas of death. Seeing this scene, he was dazed with blood, and a large amount of iron green appeared on his cold face, especially on his eyebrows, which was so gloomy that he could drip water. He was frightened and angry. What's surprising is that Fugu is clear that the oil is exhausted and the blood poison is already poisoned. Qin Sheng, who was unknown, how could he be able to dissolve the blood poison so easily? You need to know that there is no one who can dissolve the blood poison in the whole evil place. Even if they are on the blood island, they can only alleviate the blood poison. Can they carry it or not? Look at your physical fitness. What's angry is that Qin Sheng is so eloquent that he can't get on the stage. Tianqi Island is not the same as it used to be, especially after he Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi left, their strength plummeted. Moreover, they are not the same island as they used to be, and they are backed by a large force. Even the greedy wolf clan dare not look down on them so much. Finished? Bloody was cold all over, his hand was flying, and a long bloody gun was born, turning the edge of blood. He waved a few gun flowers, finish, then die. Boom. When he started, he turned into a bloody shadow, which was so fast that even the early fighters in Vientiane could not catch him. Come on. Qin Sheng turned his hand and turned out the stone sword. He didn't know when his eyes would turn bloody red, as if something had broken. Qin Sheng's breath expanded 5 times in an instant. That's right. This is the feeling of Vientiane? Qin Sheng holds the stone sword tightly in his hands and feels the surging power coming out from his body. He has a feeling that if he uses all his strength, he may be able to smash the void if he sacrifices the god-made steel. Well, how can it be so strong? His face was covered with a circle, and all his contempt had been restrained on his cold face. Blood will not kill the gun. The blood dog roared, and the blood gun in his hand pierced the sky. The cultivation of Vientiane peak is really too high. The combat effectiveness can rival the existence of Fu Ge as a sub-island leader. Qin Sheng shakes his head, as if to say that the blood is too weak. He stabs a sword casually. The stone sword is dim and ordinary. In the hot eyes of countless ways, one sword and one gun hit each other. Click. The blood gun is broken, and the fragments explode in all directions, making terrible marks. Pooh. The stone sword didn't stop, and the lightning and firestone pierced the shoulder of the blood dog. In the island of the seal, there was a dead silence, and countless eyes were all dull and scared. Ah. The stone sword provokes the blood cud, and his face is twisted. Although the stone sword has long been rotten and the blood groove has long been destroyed, once it is activated, it will drink blood crazily. You dare to hurt me, mole ant. His face was twisted with blood, and he was in great pain. The sharp pain on his shoulder spread to all parts of his body, and he convulsed wildly. Qin Sheng's eyes are red, and his cells are boiling with the power of blood evil. He feels that there is endless power in his whole body. Listen, I will not only hurt you, but also kill you. Qin Sheng's killing intention is more and more strong. Under the effect of Shuasha pill, the killing intention of Qin Sheng makes the onlookers in the distance feel creepy. You hide the cultivation. A bloody rune paper is offered by the blood dog. The twisted and twisted runes on the paper depict the complicated characters, and the mysterious power spreads. The stone sword is shining, and Qin Sheng's breath of the eyebrow and the heart and the emperor's sword is also boiling. With a puff, Qin Sheng cuts his arm. Blood rain all over the sky, pouring down, dyed the world red. The bloody rune paper fell on the stone sword. Qin Sheng was shaken by a cold force. This force transcended the Vientiane realm and approached the semi-holy realm. A suspected holy realm obstacle resisted Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng wanted to hunt down the blood animal that had been cut off. But just after taking a step, he felt that it was hard to move. Not only that, but also Yuanli could not be mobilized. Qin Sheng. When he fled to the blood table in the distance, he turned around viciously with the help of his companion, and Jair wanted to shout out the name of Qin Sheng. As the strongest young man in the island, he would become a terrible existence at the level of the island's leader. In addition, now the sails of the blood table are so hot, the position of the blood table in the evil place will only be higher and higher. Even the blood dog will have the chance to step on the North Forbidden Area and enter the North Forbidden Area in the future, which is the dream of every outlaw in the evil land, and the blood dog is no exception. However, now Qin Sheng has cut off his arm and his combat effectiveness has plummeted. Let alone go a step further. It's better not to be hit by a fall. There is no shortage of substitutes in the land of sin. Today, the blood tablet falls to the altar. Soon, a new blood tablet will appear again. Qin Sheng snorted coldly. Although he fell into a semi-holy field, that piece of bloody rune paper was forged by the strong semi-holy land in 9 out of 10. This kind of rune paper is terrible. If you change it to someone else, there may be no way. However, Qin Sheng is different. His spirit realm can be compared with the strong semi-holy realm. He only sees his eyebrows and heart shining, his powerful yuan force bursting out from his heavenly cover, and a small sword generated from the naked eye. Go! Qin Sheng snorted, and the translucent sword in his eyebrow was like an arrow from the string, which cut through the void in an instant, and fell into the head of Shui with a puff. Ah! Blood Jiao hugs his head and screams. The deep pain makes him feel miserable. Qin Sheng, wait for me. Next time, I will take Zushaowei to step on your island of the seal. Finally, Shui put down such a cruel word and fled with a group of people from Shuesha Island. After dozens of breaths, bang, Qin Sheng's semi-holy field finally lost its effect, and Yuanli also resumed its operation. The rest of the disciples of Tianqi Island burst into cheers of victory one by one. Island Lord, mighty! Island Lord, mighty! The atmosphere of the original Seal Island seems to have come back. Previously, under the leadership of He Tiansheng and Zhang Mingxi, they were invincible. Although they could not sweep the whole island, they had never been bullied. Entering Shuesha Island was a menace. I thought that the island would become history after today, but I never thought that the cultivation was just the new island leader of Dongtian, who was so brave and domineering. With a single sword, he picked up the bloody animal and cut off his arm to let him escape. Qin Sheng turned his hand and took back the stone sword. Suddenly, he felt a whirl of the sky and the surging power retreated like the tide. No, the effect of Shuesha pill is starting to fail. Qin Sheng sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and adjusted his body. Island Lord. You are. Fuji's deputy island leader cried out in a hurry. For a long time, Qin Sheng finally slowly opened his eyes, which were slightly tired. It doesn't matter. I'm just because the medicinal power of Shuesha pill has passed, and my body is not fit for it. It's only because I'm out of strength. Qin Sheng squinted and smiled. Hearing this, Fugatan breathed a long time and put down his heart. Today, the vitality of the island of Tourmaline is greatly damaged, more than half of the dead and wounded. In addition, Fanon has been executed, and he has completely torn his face with the island of Changsha. I'm afraid that in the near future, there will be endless revenge from the island of Changsha. Therefore, Qin Sheng's safety is related to the life and death of the island. Island Lord, do you need to cultivate for a while? Fugo pondered for a moment, and finally asked. The incubation period of Shuesha poison was sooner or later. Qin Sheng may not have poisoned hair for the time being. However, when Fuga rang, didn't his Shuesha poison be released by the master himself? No need. Qin Sheng shakes his head. His body is tempered by 9 turns of Jinlian and Huanyuan's mother Jin. Although the blood evil pill overdrafts its energy, its recovery ability is extremely terrible. Fuji's face was sad, and he said, the master of the island, the people of Shuesha Island will report. This time, you cut off your arm, waiting for the Seal Island may be endless revenge. Before that, it was good that Shuesha Island was just a shock. It didn't kill all of the island. Now it has completely fallen out with Shuesha Island, so it's impossible to have less revenge. It's okay. I'll go and arrange a big battle formation. It's impossible to break in by their means. Qin Sheng gave the order without hesitation. First, all the wounded disciples of the island of Tourmaline were treated. The blood poison they were infected with was very deep, and they could be poisoned anytime and anywhere. The treatment lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Qin Sheng collapsed directly. Ruolin, go and have a rest. Qin Sheng ordered. Yes, sir. When Rulin left, she still looked at Qin Sheng strangely. She had lived in the evil place for so many years. In this sea area, no one was as powerful as Qin Sheng. The cultivation of martial arts is not high, but when fighting, it's like the legendary ancient cultivator. One fist blows a warrior who is higher than him in a big realm, but the spirit realm is far higher than his peers. At least in Rulin's observation, none of the warriors in Vientiane realm can withstand his spirit attack. What shocked Rulin most was that Qin Sheng could arrange a large array and cure diseases. This is almighty, without any weakness. Generally speaking, this kind of person can rise up like a star in the land of sin even if there is no deep family background. Boom! Outside of the island, the flying boats of Shueisha Island spread all over the world. They bombed the island for a while. Unfortunately, the island has a terrible spiritual array blessing. Ordinary attacks can't hurt the foundation of the island at all. The fury is gone, and the island of the seal is still intact. There are few animals. The seal island is covered with a layer of spirit array. I'm afraid that you need to move the master of the island to shake his points, said an old man in a bloody robe, with a white hair and a childlike face. Shui has recovered. He was beaten half dead by Qin Sheng some time ago. Only half of his life is left. But the severed arm can no longer be connected back. The stone sword was tainted with the rotten breath, and there was no life for the broken arm. Even if the strong man of Holy Land came in person, he could not come back from the dead. If you lose one arm, your combat power will be reduced by at least 30%. Fart. The resentment on the face of Shui fell on the old man's face with a slap of his hand. A small island of seals also want to disturb the master of the island? It's up to you to bear the responsibility of destroying the island lord's impact on the Holy Land. The old man of crane hair and child face covers the hot old face, but he dares to be angry and dare not speak. It's well known that the master of Shueisha Island is attacking the Holy Land. However, he's afraid of disturbing the master of the island and influencing his practice in seclusion. In the end, he's not afraid to be known by the master of the island that he's beheaded. In a rage, he may change his successor. Listen to the order, Shui Town's arms shouted. Hundreds of Shueisha guards, each with excellent weapons, exuded a strong sense of killing. They are the real elite of Shueisha Island. Only 100 blood evil pills can cultivate a strong one in the Vientiane environment. The real combat effectiveness of this kind of Vientiane realm warrior, trained by the blood evil pill, is far from being promoted by his own strength, and his lifespan will be very short, maybe he will die in decades. Only 100 ordinary disciples of Changsha Island can cultivate a Changsha Wei. That is to say, Changsha Wei is 1 in 100 terrible beings. Yes. Neat and uniform loud voice, like thunder, mountains, and rivers broken. Surround the island of Tourmaline. You can't let any mosquito go. Come out and kill one. He hated the people of the island, especially the unknown Qin Sheng. I don't believe it. The island of Tourmaline doesn't need supplies. It can stay out of the sea forever. The blood dog flicked his sleeve and left. Qin Sheng didn't know everything about the outside of the island. In fact, even if Qin Sheng knew it, he would not take it to heart. He spent thousands of kilograms of mixed yuan mother gold to arrange the spiritual array. Even if the Holy Land strongman came in person, it would take a lot of time to destroy it. This 1000 gene mixed yuan mother gold cost Qin Sheng soul power, plus a lot of rare treasures, to arrange. The so-called spirit array, which is beyond the scope of the ordinary big array, is full of spirit patterns. Generally speaking, only those who are really good in Holy Land can arrange it by themselves. The spirit array is divided into 4 levels: ordinary spirit array, small spirit array, big spirit array, and holy spirit array. The gap between each level is very big. Like the most common spirit array, At least it should be arranged only by the saints in the Holy Land or the strong ones who have reached the Holy Spirit state. Qin Sheng can't arrange the spirit array according to the principle. However, Qin Sheng Kai was so generous that he sacrificed 1,000 jin of mixed yuan mother gold directly to complete the holy array. Who? Qin Sheng took a breath of black air and murmured, "It's time to alchemy." In the cultivation room, there is a pile of spiritual materials. These are all the last stocks of the island of Tourmaline. They are all important materials for refining the blood evil pill. Island Master, Donlu is ready. At this time, a message from Fugue came from outside the cultivation room. Qin Sheng waved, the door of the training room opened, and 2 disciples from the island of the seal came in carrying a black Donlu. Donlu has a long history. It is full of black, with ancient sculptures, 1 dragon and 1 phoenix. Master of the island, this Donlu was dug out by us from a spirit complaining ship 100,000 miles under the sea. Fugu took a look at the Donlu, but he even dodged in his eyes. This Donlu is very strange. Anyone who has been in contact with it will have bad luck. It will die miserably in a short time. That's a terrible situation. At the beginning, our alchemist in Tianqi Island also highly praised this Donlu, because the Donlu's Donli rate was as high as 90%. Fugu thought of the fear of the past, but every one of his masters will die miserably. Are you sure you want to use this furnace again, Island Master? At last, Fugu advised, I think the islanders should think twice before they go. This Donlu is really unlucky. Smell words, Qin Sheng looked at this strange Donlu, a little surprised. For an alchemist, a Donlu with a rate of 90% has a fatal attraction. That's 90% of the Dan rate. The most powerful alchemist, even if equipped with the best Dan furnace, is only 60% of the Dan rate. Now, even if it's dug out on a spirit-complaining ship, the Donlu, which comes out of the sea at a distance of 100,000 miles, may be tainted with the spirit of spirit complaining, but it doesn't hinder the previous master's love for it. No problem, you all go out. I'll let you know if you need to. Qin Sheng waved to see off the guests and threw them to 2 disciples of Tianqi Island, each carrying a Donlu, 100,000 yuan stone. They thanked each other and left without stopping, as if they were afraid of being contaminated by resentment. In the quiet cultivation room, Qin Sheng looked around the Donlu for a week, and his hands touched the surface of the Donlu, and he found that there was bleeding water. Well? Qin Sheng was a little surprised, but in the next moment he showed a sneer and said, this little trick is trying to deceive me? Boom! Qin Sheng's death flame covered the whole Donlu. Little friend, don't burn it. A clear voice sounded in Qin Sheng's ear, I am the spirit of Tai real furnace, not the spirit of complaint. Is it? Qin Sheng sneers, still doesn't believe it, and says, since it's a spirit, why are you sneaking around and playing tricks? I don't know something about you. I came from 9 days and 10 places, and I was beaten by a god. I have been in the North Sea for almost 10,000 years. Qi Ling recalled the past, don't worry, I won't hurt you. It's feasible to extinguish the flame first? In the open cultivation room, the shaking voice roared. That's the voice of the spirit of Donlu from the spirit boat. The spirit from 9 heaven and 10 earth? It's shameless to pull the tiger skin of gods. Qin Sheng keeps a distance from the real stove of Tai and is deeply on guard. Just now, Fugu has made it clear that there were several masters of this Donlu, but without exception, they were very miserable in their old age, even some of them died early in middle age, and their situation was also miserable. It can be imagined how black the heart of the Qi spirit of the Tai real furnace is and how ruthless it is to start. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Sheng's flame of death became more and more vigorous. The spirit of the weapon died and came alive. It shrieked and shrieked. Little friend, spare your life, little friend. Qi Ling's voice of begging for mercy echoed in Qin Sheng's ears. Give you a break? Qin Sheng sneers, what benefits can I get? I can increase your pill-making rate to 90%, no 10%. The spirit voice was very fast, he was very worried, and said, my previous masters, their spirit realm is far inferior to my little friends, their highest Dan rate is only 90%, and you have 10%. I'm not really boasting or cheating. I'm the Tai real stove. Even if I look at the whole 9 days and 10 places, I can't find the second one. This artifact has a name. It's called Dragon Da Wei? What do you have to do with Long Wei? Qin Sheng asked jokingly. Hearing this, Long Wei was suffering from the fire of death. He asked, calmly, little friend, I don't know who is Long Wei, is it also an artifact? Qin Sheng shook his head and said with a smile, no, he is the descendant of Zhu Long. There is real blood in his body. Che, I thought that the dragon power was just a dragon descendant. With pride and disdain in his voice, Long Dawei said, in 9 days and 10 places, Zhu Long is not a rare existence, let alone a dragon descendant. Little friend, I really like a fake bag for Tai real stove. There is only one for the whole 9 days and 10 places. Please let me go. It seems that Long Dawei really has reached the limit to bear the flame of death, and his voice is shaking. If it wasn't for the great annihilation of that year, the descendants of real person Tai were all dead, I would not have ended like this. 9 days and 10 places are too big, it's almost endless. There are many races living on it. The common life is the divine family, and the divine family is the more ethereal fairy family. It's obvious that real Tai is the legendary fairy family. Of course, Tai Zhenlu is just a Donlu used by Tai Zhenlu. It is the descendants of Tai Zhenlu who really control Tai Zhenlu, that is, Shanzhu. Even though it's only a fairy, it's also quite terrible, and its strength is even more terrible than the gods. Of course, these are all the past events of that year. The great annihilation of the 9 heavens and 10 earth years ran through the ancient, and near-ancient times. The legendary immortal disappeared for a long time, and I don't know how many eras I haven't seen. Even if his immortal descendant also very few can meet, the god is 9 days, 10 earth's domination. However, after so many years, even Long Dawei doesn't know what the situation is now. This is the evil land of the North Sea. Between the forbidden area of the north and the 36 dynasties of the wasteland, you need to cross the forbidden area of the north to enter the Tianyuan continent. The forbidden area in the north has been endless, with a lot of large-scale inheritance. It's hard to imagine how vast the Tianyuan continent will be after crossing the north restricted area. Besides the Tianyuan continent, there are the most terrible 9 days and 10 places. If you think about it, you can think of how vast the universe is. Wen Yen, Qin Sheng's forehead out of 3 thick lines, whispered, this Dragon Dawei and Dragon Wei character is really a bit similar, are like brag force. The identity of Long Wei is not obvious. Xiao Bingming's family's war pet in his previous life, who can use Zhu Long as the war pet, can imagine how huge its background will be. There, but 9 days and 10 places, it's not the land of Tianyuan, not to mention the small place like the forbidden area in the north. And the Tai real stove is even more terrible. The immortal's Donlu can have a higher level of horror than the gods. Even if the immortal is only the descendant of the immortal, its identity and status are no less than the gods. Even if some strong immortal comes across, they can kill a group of gods in a rage. Less nonsense. Qin Sheng felt that he was too talkative with this Dragon Dawei. He was not a little boy. How could he be frightened by the so-called immortal descendants in 9 days and 10 places? I'm going to refine the blood evil pill now. If you don't die, my heart will be upset, and it's not easy to refine the spirit pill. Qin Sheng's eyes gradually cooled up, between the eyebrows flashing the death of killing. No, 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 my little friend, brother Qin, I will be promoted. Long Dawei is really flustered. As he can jump out now, he will definitely crawl on his knees and beg for mercy. Although Long Dawei is only an artifact spirit, it has already produced wisdom. It is also a spirit among all spirits. It is also a soul and a life. Say, the owners of the first few years of Taizan Stove died so miserably that none of them could have a good ending. Qin Sheng sneers. He feels that the Qi Ling has been concealing the truth. He paints big cakes for Qin Sheng. What's the 10% success rate? It's okay to deceive others, but Qin Sheng refined the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He didn't see any deception. What does it have to do with me? In the end, they are too greedy. Long Dawei finally opened his mouth and mentioned the past of the former masters of Tai Real Stove. Taizan Stove is not something that can be used by a cat and a dog. To fully activate Taizan Stove, at least it must be a holy land. Long Dawei sneered, my former masters are all scum, and the most powerful one is only semi-holy land. I have achieved 90% of the success rate for them. I've been fighting for my life. Long Dawei sighed and said, Qin Shao, I will not hide you. Tai Real Stove, even imitations, can suppress what you call the forbidden area in the north. Long Dawei is very sure. Hearing this, Qin Sheng frowned and asked, since you want to start the Tai furnace, at least the great holy land, how did your previous masters do it? Very simple, the strength is not enough, then take life to make up. Don't get me wrong, they're Shouyuan, I didn't get it. Long Dawei shows his hands. It's true that Shouyuan is too ethereal, but there are real uses. Qin Sheng did not sacrifice Shouyuan in Dian City. However, Qin Sheng didn't really know where those Shouyuan would eventually flow after sacrifice. Even in the memory of the Emperor Chongju, Qin Sheng couldn't help but ask, who in the world took those Shouyuan? If the mixed gold can increase Shouyuan, what is more valuable than harvesting Shouyuan directly? Thinking of this, Qin Sheng had a bold idea to harvest those who confiscated Shouyuan. Qin Sheng was shocked by this idea. If Long Dawei knew this idea, he would be scared to the bottom of his head. At any cost, he should stay away from Qin Sheng. This cargo is too dangerous. Anyone who has anything to do with it will find a connection. Shoo, no words. Although I didn't see the face of Long Dawei, I still heard his shaking and fear from his voice. Qin Shao, don't talk about this topic in the future. In any case, my previous masters were too greedy. They not only spent their lifetime Shouyuan, but also overdrawn their next life and even the next life's Shouyuan. Long Dawei's voice was very heavy. You promised so many longevity dollars, but the soul charmer came here and found that they have overdrawn to the next life. How are they going? Boom. There are dark clouds gathering in the sky, revealing a lot of thunder scenes, which is extremely frightening. Even the semi-holy level strong people dare not fly in the sky at this time. No, it's a revelation. I will be damned, cried Long Dawei. A piece of tattered rune paper falls from the real furnace of Tai, floats to the middle of the sky, and thunders land, illuminating the whole sky. It's thunder, but it's more like a divine sword, the sword of divine punishment, which comes down from the sky and splits the ragged rune into two parts. The Fuan paper ignited and turned into ashes. It even burned through the whole sky. A large amount of empty storm rolled in. Several unlucky islands were rolled in and turned into powder in an instant. Even when the cultivation reached semi-holy land, it would die. Soon, the clouds are gone and the sun is shining again. Qin Sheng looked curious and asked, Long Dawei, what kind of rune paper did you just throw out? How can you hide from the sky and cross the sea so that you can bear the scourge? I beg you, Qin Shao. Don't ask. It's the last one. It's the talisman for death. Long Dawei's bitter cry. Oh, yes? Qin Sheng sneers, opens his mouth, and spits out a big flame of death. No, it's killing me. Qin Sheng, I have one, and the last one. Please let me go. Long Dawei is also a soft bone. The flame of death only ignited several breathing times, and even threw a talisman for death. Qin Sheng took this ragged talisman for death, but he didn't know the truth. However, he didn't dare to bully him. Death Substitute and Death-Free Gold Medal have the same function. However, Death-Free Gold Medal still needs to bear the pain, and Death Substitute is directly hiding from the world. Then, let's talk about the bloody pill. Qin Sheng said with a smile, you should know that this is a fake elixir, not a real elixir, but I just want to make an optimized version of the elixir of blood. It's also a real elixir. Qin Sheng squinted, looked at the real stove of Tai, and asked with a faint smile, I don't know if you can do it? Lingdan? It's not me. With my great power of dragon, Qin Shao's alchemy will definitely add strength to the tiger. Let alone the spirit pill. Even if it's the treasure pill, the spirit pill is nothing. Long Dawei began to draw pancakes again. I won't waste a second of show you on. Qin Sheng squinted and said with a smile. Once Long Dawei heard this, he was silent immediately. If he didn't sacrifice Shou Yuan, the effect of alchemy was not greatly weakened. Qin Shao, if you don't want to sacrifice your life for a second, there is nothing you can do to refine the holy elixir of real value. Is it? In that case, what's the use of keeping you? Qin Sheng claps his hand, and the flame of death drowns the whole Tai furnace. That's the true flame from the 9 death magic. It can not only refine the body, but also the spirit. For Qin Sheng, it's just exercise, but for other spirits, it's a disaster. Stop, stop, stop. Long Dawei roared. The whole Tai real stove would explode. I have a way. I have a way. Don't burn me. Now there's a way? Qin Sheng took a deep look at Tai Jinlu and said with a smile, what can you do? Long Dawei took a deep breath and said, the bloody pill in your mouth is actually a kind of elixir that can overdraw your life. This kind of prescription is too bad. If it's 9 days and 10 places, no one will pick it up. Well, it is. Qin Sheng laughs. He has the inheritance and memory of the emperor. He knows that there are many elixirs to increase combat effectiveness in 9 days and 10 places. However, to find the elixir without any side effects, it is either not, or very rare. Qin Sheng doesn't have no Danfeng in this respect, but with Qin Sheng's current strength and the materials needed, it really can't be refined. After all, it's still a matter of cost. If it's refined, the people in the evil place can't consume at all, then it has no effect. As for the enhancement of combat effectiveness, some of Qin Sheng's gold coins are mixed Yuan's gold coins, which can also be sacrificed through the 9 death magic skill, or the gold medal for avoiding death can also be sacrificed through the heaven steel, which can also enhance the individual's combat effectiveness. And it's time-saving. It's too time-consuming to refine pills. 3 days later, the first batch of bloody pill finally came out. Boom! The hot incense rose to the sky and lifted the real furnace of Tai. Phew! A bloody elixir bursts out like a bloody lightning, breaking the border in an instant. Ha ha, it's worthy of the spirit pill. It's really more violent than Jiuping pill. Qin Sheng put out his hand and turned it into a big hand to block out the sun. Now Qin Sheng is the strength of Dongshenjing. In fact, he is no weaker than Vientian. With the strength of his body, one fist can knock out the most powerful person in Vientian. It's easy to catch this real elixir. Shueisha Dan's crazy struggle, it has already had the spirituality, the blood gas soars to the sky, only close to smelt a mouthful. Qin Sheng felt the pore all over the body erect, absorbed a violent force. After eating this bloody pill, I think I can reach the peak of Vientian realm, or even semi-holy realm in a short time. Qin Sheng couldn't help taking a deep breath. No mistake, this is an elixir without any side effects, and its power is not understandable by ordinary people. Long Dawei's words seemed powerless, as if his body had been hollowed out. Qin Sheng turned his hand and directly put that elixir into the ring. This kind of weapon can only be used when it is critical. Don't pretend to be dead. Keep working and create a batch of optimized blood evil pills. Qin Sheng said with a smile. Although Qin Sheng only spent 3 days with Long Dawei, he had a great understanding of Long Dawei. He knew that he was pretending to be dead. To be built? Long Dawei scolded in his heart, but he dared not resist. A gene of tourmaline soul jade, for an optimized version of non-toxic blood evil pill, just need a fake spirit pill. Qin Sheng said lightly. The spirit jade of the tourmaline is a special product of the island of Tourmaline and the only source of the Yuan stone of the island of Tourmaline. The so-called soul jade is the jade to increase soul power. The spirit jade of the seal has a high reputation in the whole evil land, even in the 36 imperial dynasties of the wasteland. In these days, Qin Sheng also refined a lot of tourmaline soul jade. He felt that the soul power between the eyebrows was more and more abundant. If he practiced on Tourmaline Island for another year, he would really step out of the last step and become a holy soul state side by side with semi-holy land. Holy Spirit Realm, this level of Spirit Realm, is just amazing. Really? Long Dawei's voice is very excited. The spirit jade of the seal can recover its consumption. He didn't enjoy it less in those years. However, his former masters are all dead soon. Besides, those predecessors' abilities are limited, and they can't give Long Dawei much soul jade. Seriously. Qin Sheng waved and let Fu Ge in. He was carrying a soul jade that was afraid to be 1,000 Jin. The so-called tourmaline soul jade is black in general, and its surface is very hard, but some body fluid flows inside, with delicate fragrance. It's soul jade, give it to me. Long Dawei was very excited. With this 1 kilogram of tourmaline soul jade, I can recover a little energy. I don't need to live in the dark, real furnace. I can break the question and see the outside world. The master of the island, the soul is here. Fu Ge said with a smile, this is the best soul jade unearthed in the past 100 years in the island of Tourmaline. The soul power contained in it is very pure, and it is absolutely 1,000 miles a day for the spiritual cultivation of the island master. Alright, just leave it here. Qin Sheng was very satisfied with the fugue deputy island leader and managed the island well. Qin Sheng has been practicing in the practice room for so long, and Fu Ji has never disturbed him. In fact, Qin Sheng is very clear that the island is in a state of panic. Even though he has cracked the poison, the whole island is surrounded by the island. If he doesn't find a way, the disciples of the island will go mad sooner or later. Work hard for another period of time, give me another 3 days, and then you will be able to break the situation. Qin Sheng is confident. To break the situation, we need to break the stone, which is heroic, but Fugue is very clear, it is absolutely difficult. There are many difficulties waiting for Qin Sheng to break. The first is to break the blockade of Shueisha Island. Second, it is to stabilize people's minds and offend the island of blood evil. Even if there is no threat of blood evil, the disciples of Tianqi Island will disappear secretly. Third, behind the bloody island, there is the support of the greedy wolf clan. That is to say, the biggest enemy of the Tianqi Island is the greedy wolf clan. With the strength of the island of seals, it's not easy to fight against the whole greedy wolf clan. In the above 3 points, Vogel believes that even the former islanders will return. That is to say, He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi can't match each other. Greedy wolf clan is too terrible. At the beginning, He Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi both suffered some small losses. However, Fu Ji's eyes even showed a firm look, which was very strange. He even had a kind of inexplicable blind trust in Qin Sheng. He felt that Qin Sheng must be able to do it. I'm looking forward to the moment when the master of the island leaves the customs. Fu Ge leaned over and left, respectful to Qin Sheng. Qin Sheng sat with his knees crossed. After 12 hours, he suddenly opened his eyes and said, "Let's start." Good. Long Dawei can't hold on to Nanai for a long time. He has been salivating at the 1000 gene top-grade spirit, Jade. Rumble. The blood evil stone secretly transported into the Tai real furnace, Qin Sheng's eyebrows and heart glowed, and the rolling soul power erupted from his Tian Lingai, all poured into the Tai real furnace. Dan fire. Qin Sheng opens his mouth and spits out a black flame of death, which is derived from the 9 death magic. It can not only burn the body, but also burn the soul light. The flame of death, wrapped by Qin Sheng's soul power, burns the blood evil stone into the purest liquid. The Tai real furnace is really a treasure of alchemy. If it is replaced by other furnaces, it is absolutely impossible to refine such pure materials. Qin Sheng took a deep breath, looked at the Tai real stove suspended in the air and murmured, "Then the next step is detoxification." The most difficult thing for Shuasha Dan is detoxification, because Shuasha stone is buried in the undersea volcano in the North Sea, and I don't know how much poison gas it has absorbed for hundreds of millions of years. It's extremely difficult to detoxify. How much can be detoxified, that is how much the blood evil pill looks like. Before, Shuasha Island used a group of blood Sha pills that didn't detoxify at all, to fool the disciples of Tianqi Island. Naturally, the blood Sha poison, contaminated with it, is terrible. Moreover, it is said that there is an ancient land sealed on the island of Shuasha, and there are all kinds of terrible poisons under the ancient land, which are not able to be endured by ordinary warriors in Vientiane. Boom! Open the furnace! Qin Sheng burst up and clapped the Tai real stove with great force. Blood-red and golden holy lines came out. It didn't seem to have any toxin. Try it first. Qin Sheng directly swallowed a blood pill, which was optimized. Boom! Qin Sheng's eyes are red, and he feels that his power has increased 10 times in a flash, which is exactly 10 times. Originally, Qin Sheng's cultivation was only at the beginning of the cave, but he ate an optimized version of the blood evil pill, which suddenly soared to the peak of the cave, and only one step away can he break through the Vientiane. It's amazing. It's 10 times as effective and has no side effects. From Qin Sheng's eyes alone, there is absolutely no negative emotion of violence and stinging. This optimized version of the bloody pill, as long as spread out, will definitely cause a sensation. Qin Sheng murmured. He felt that he could never use up all the yuan power in his body. He felt that one punch could break the top of Vientiane. That is to say, after Qin Sheng devoured an optimized version of Shuasha pill, Qin Sheng's combat effectiveness has been able to be compared with the existence of the sub-island master level. This has not been added with Qin Sheng's spirit attack, Emperor Sword Breath, Making Heaven Steel, and many other cards. What scares people most is that there is a real blood evil pill in Qin Sheng's receiving ring, and there is a terror at the level of spirit pill. The door of the cultivation room was opened, and a violent force was released from Qin Sheng's body, forming a shockwave that can be seen by the naked eye, and covering the entire Seal Island. In another part of Tianqi Island, Fu Ge raised his head and felt the terrible atmosphere of violence. He turned into a streamer and rushed to Qin Sheng's practice room. Lord of the Island. When Fu Ge approached Qin Sheng, he found that his eyes were red and his brows were full of violence. Even he felt the horrible and murderous spirit. You are? Fu Ge feels Qin Sheng's whole body is covered with a layer of bloody breath, which makes Fu Ji's heart sink to the bottom of the valley. Fu Ji's heart jumped violently for no reason, almost jumped out, and said to himself, "The master of the island is not bloody and poisonous, is he?" Build up a team, let's get out of this siege. Qin Sheng's eyes were red, but his mouth was clear. It didn't look like he was suffering from blood poison. Out of the siege? As soon as Fu Ge heard this, his heart was boiling with blood, because his son's big feud was finally to be solved, but he sank again in the next moment, shaking his head and saying, "Master of the island, I'm afraid it's going to take a long time. Because the bloody animal has set up a big array of 9 towers of bloody animal. If we go out in a hurry, we'll be killed and injured seriously." Fu Ge took a deep breath and explained the situation outside at one time. Smell speech, Qin Sheng's blood color eyes light suddenly bright, suddenly dark, ask, blood evil 9 heavy tower? No mistake, it's a terrible spiritual array. It's only arranged on the island of Shueisha. However, I don't know what method those bloody animals used to transplant a major array, that is, to drive us all out. Spirit array? Qin Sheng sneers. He also arranged in the Tianqi Island, except that it was a large defensive array, and judging from the information disclosed by Fu Ge, the 9 towers of Changsha is obviously a killing array. It's other martial artists in Dongtian. When they heard the famous bloody 9 towers, they were scared to cry for their father and cry for their mother. But Qin Sheng had many cards, and the array was his specialty. Long Dawei, you can carry the spirit array of 9 pagodas of blood evil? Qin Sheng suddenly sent a message to Long Dawei. Hearing this, Long Dawei suddenly looked up and said proudly, "What bloody 9 heavy pagoda? Do they know what 9 heavy pagodas are? It's ridiculous. It seems that after the end of the world, the 10,000 ethnic groups have withered. What a cat and a dog dare to call themselves the 9 tower. The 9 pagodas in the mouth of Long Dawei are a kind of great array, capable of killing gods and killing immortals. Now in the place of sin, a remote place where birds do not shit, even a small spiritual array dare to call itself the 9 tower. Is it?" Qin Sheng took a deep look at Tai Zhenlu and said, "I'll give you the matter of breaking the battle later." Long Dawei didn't want to do it. He had just tempered so many optimized versions of Shueisha pills. His soul power had been dry for a long time, and he needed a lot of supplement to the spirit jade of the seal. Now his Taizan stove has not cooled well. Qin Sheng even gives Long Dawei such a thankless task. "Qin Shao, it's not very good. My soul is not strong enough to support me," said Long Dawei. "Oh? Is that so?" Qin Sheng sneers, turns his hand and takes out a small bottle from the ring. The little bottle is crystal clear and emits a lot of soul power. Tai's real stove jumps wildly, and the hidden dragon, Dawei, yells, "Soul jade marrow? Give me a drink, my soul is exhausted and dying of thirst." This dragon has lost his temper. He was also a great weapon spirit of the last great extinction, and he is also a legendary Zhenzu weapon. Unexpectedly, he met this kind of spirit jade marrow. In fact, it can't be completely attributed to Long Dawei. 10,000 years ago, he was beaten by a god and fell into the abyss of the North Sea. Over the years, he has been in debt of soul power. Next, what Qin Sheng has in his hand is soul jade. What is soul jade pith? As the name suggests, it is the essence of soul jade. So to speak, if 1,000 gene of soul jade can only purify 3 or 4 drops of soul jade. A gene of spirit jade is also expensive and frightening. Even the most powerful people in the Vientiane environment, with their financial resources, they need to buy a gene of spirit jade of the seal with some pain. If it's 1,000 caddies of soul jade, it's just to kill their old life. In the place where the resources are so exhausted, the ordinary Vientiane to the strong, especially in the place where the resources are so exhausted, 1,000 caddies of soul jade may be equivalent to a lifetime wealth of the Vientiane to the strong. And Qin Sheng's little bottle is afraid of thousands of drops of soul chalcedony? Qin Sheng is so rich that he is a bit of a loser. "I'll give you 3 drops. I'll break the 9 towers of blood evil later, and I'll give you 10 more drops of soul chalcedony." Qin Sheng said with a smile, only with bewitchment in his smile. Dragon Dawei smelted 3 drops of soul chalcedony at a single breath, and the Tai real stove gave out dazzling light. The texture of this pithy jade is really ordinary. Qin Sheng takes a sip, at least 20 or 30 drops, and the pure soul force entrance melts into a small dragon and rushes into Qin Sheng's sea of spirits. Now Qin Sheng's sea of spirits has been expanded many times. In a word, it is boundless. The soul power of 23 drops of soul jade marrow expanded Qin Sheng's sea of spirits, but it was still a line away from the Holy Spirit. Don't look down on the distance in this line. It seems very close. In fact, it's like a gap. Many strong people can't cross this gap in their whole lives. The taste is really average. Qin Sheng frowned and murmured. Hunyuan Mother Gold can also increase soul power, and it is much more effective than this soul jade. But Hunyuan Mother Gold is so precious that Qin Sheng can't help but don't really want to move those Hunyuan Mother Gold. Although the soul jade pith is better than the seal soul jade, it is still a bit worse than the mixed Yuan Mother Gold. The soul chalcedony was found by Fu Gu from the island of Tourmaline. In fact, there is a huge array in the deepest part of the island of Tourmaline, which can produce a drop of soul chalcedony every day. But because Yi Tianxing and Zhang Mingxi left, no one can use that array. It is for this reason that soul chalcedony is cheaper than Qin Sheng. My God, this human being is so hateful, but it's soul chalcedony. How can it say that the taste is average? Long Dawei was confused at first, and then cursed in his heart. There are at least 1,000 drops of soul chalcedony there. If it is all given to Long Dawei, it will definitely be able to leave the Tai furnace and become a real spirit. Boom. There is a terrible force breaking out outside the Seal Island. My lord, the power of terror is coming from the island of the seal. In between the lightning and the flint, the people of Shuasha Island report to Shuai. The blood dog received such important information, and suddenly pulled out a joking arc from the corner of his mouth. Qin Sheng, you are going to jump out after all. His eyebrows were full of killing intention, which was so strong that he could drip water. He raised a blood gun on the table and turned it into a fine on, and came to the 9 towers of the blood demon. Bloody is full of vitality. His long blood-colored hair moves with the terrible wave of the 9 towers of blood evil. His spear says coldly, listen, array. I want to wash the island of Tianqi with blood. A fly can't leave alive. Blood washed the island of Tourmaline. Blood washed the island of Tourmaline. One by one, the blood evil guards were full of fighting spirit, which seemed to ignite a different fire. Click. At this time, there was a ray of light breaking out of the island of Tourmaline. It was a red tripod, black and rusty. Although some reliefs could be seen from the surface of the tripod, it was still a rotten metal. Ha ha, beat the stone with an egg. Bloody smears, waving the flag of 9 towers of blood evil in her hand, her eyes flashed a sharp flash, and then she waved it fiercely. Boom. The sky seemed to crack. One day, blood drops fell down, and the boundless blood tower fell on the real furnace of Tai. If the ordinary Vientiane strongman was suppressed by the 9 towers of blood evil, he could only support 1 breath at most. But it's the true furnace of Tai, a product spanning several eras. How could it be a big array of 9 pagodas imitated by Shanzhai? Long Dawei is too lazy to pay attention to the strip shape of the blood tablet. He is the spirit of Tai real stove. He controls Tai real stove and falls heavily on the 9 towers of the blood demon. In the next moment, there is a ferocious crack and a large number of spirit stripes are peeling off. Several array flags ignited directly, and the bloody 9 tower collapsed at a speed that the naked eye could see. How could this happen? He was stunned by the blood, and his face was crazy. It was the 9 towers of the blood evil. The spirit array of the Blood Evil Island dug from the Jedi was extremely lethal. And the reason why this bloody island is feared by so many people is actually because of this holy array. However, this holy array, which even the semi-holy strongmen are afraid of, was broken by a black and rusty tripod. It was broken and separated. No one was perfect. Poof. The fierce and terrible pressure rolled the mat to all sides, and the blood dog fell to the North Sea like a broken string kite. Back, back. Shui loudly transmits the sound to all the people of Shueisha Island, but his speed is still slower. Most of the Shueisha guards have been killed by Longdui town, and the blood flow has been drained. Kill. Kill all the people of Shueisha Island. The guards of the Tianqi Island rushed out. One by one, Mogwan became red, their bodies expanded several times, and their yuan and soul power were also improved. The sudden scene made the people of Shueisha Island confused and flustered. They died and were badly injured. They left with a salute. Master Island, your optimized version of Shueisha pill is so powerful that it has no side effects at all. Fuji's eyes are bright and red. With murderous intention, he feels that he has eaten an optimized version of Blood Evil pill, and his strength has been increased 5 times. Qin Sheng said with a smile, "Take me to the Evil Dragon Castle. I have a lot of blood pills." There are 3 trading places in the land of Sin. They are Evil Dragon Castle, Evil Tiger Castle, and Evil Leopard Castle. That is, the legendary dragon, tiger, and leopard. Among them, the level of Evil Leopard Castle is the lowest, and the vagrants below the Vientiane level can enter. The Evil Tiger Castle, then, requires the strong above the Vientiane realm to be qualified to enter. As for the Evil Dragon Castle, it needs more strict conditions. The strength not only needs to reach the peak of the Vientiane realm, but also needs to have little reputation in this evil place. At the lowest level, it also needs a terrible existence at the level of Sub-Island Master to be qualified. Master of the island, you want to take these bloody pills to sell in the Evil Dragon Castle? Fuji's eyebrows, which were burning with black flame, were tightened. After a while, if he could not help saying it, he said, "Please think twice about it." When Qin Sheng heard this, a trace of displeasure flashed between his eyebrows and asked, "Why?" It's very simple, that Shueisha pill covers a wide range. As far as I know, this Shueisha island is just an agent, and its real controlling force is the greedy wolf clan. Fuka said lightly, "I know that the islanders are young and promising and have an unlimited future. But the greedy wolf sect is not a bloody island after all. Its real strength is far beyond that of the bloody island. As far as I know, there are no less than 3 super strongmen at the semi-holy land level. I know what kind of sensation this optimized version of Shueisha pill will make once it is launched in Sin Longbao." Fuka said in a deep voice, "Cutting people's clothes and food is like killing parents. I suggest that the islanders bear with us for a few more days, and wait for the opportunity to move when the wings of our island become fuller." Qin Sheng had the patience to listen to Fuji's words. He was not only appreciative but also dissatisfied with this Fugu. What we appreciate is that this fugue is worthy of being the elders of several dynasties. We can see through the advantages and disadvantages of this matter from the point of view. What we are dissatisfied with is that this fugue is old after all, and whatever he does is too considerate of the overall situation. I've heard your advice, but I'm not afraid of Wolf Clan. Qin Sheng said with a smile, "Lead the way." What greedy wolf sect is not worth mentioning in Qin Sheng's eyes. With Qin Sheng's fighting power of 10 times, or even 100 times, as well as some of his previous cards, he is not afraid of the semi-holy strongmen at all. Besides, Qin Sheng is to challenge the greedy wolf clan. He is to follow the springboard of the evil land and enter the north restricted area. In fact, even he Tianqing and Zhang Mingxi wandered on the edge of the forbidden area in the north through the land of Sin. The time left for Qin Sheng was not much, and his father didn't know how he was doing in the ancient battlefield in the north restricted area. Smell speech, Fugu, some worry, but still follow the meaning of Qin Sheng, took him to the Evil Dragon Castle. Evil Dragon Castle, said to be Dragon Castle, is actually a black castle, with a one-horned two-winged python carved on the top of the castle. Along the way, after the Evil Tiger Castle and the Evil Leopard Castle, the flow of people in the Evil Dragon Castle is significantly less than before. Stop. Before Qin Sheng and Fugu got close to the Evil Dragon Castle, they were wearing black armor and holding custom-made spirit tools, which were only the lowest level of spirit tools. A grain of spirit. But even so, combined with the awe of the guards, it seems that they are elite, and their strength is comparable to that of the general sub-island master. Qin Sheng suddenly looked at the two guards who were equivalent to the level of deputy island leader, and his face was shocked. The strength of the Evil Dragon Castle is really strong, even the strength of the goalkeeper is so strong. Qin Sheng sends a message to Fugu. Fugu nodded, his voice was not too loud, and said, "The background of the Evil Dragon Castle is very deep, even the greedy wolf clan dare not go wild here. I heard that there are people in the North Forbidden area in the Evil Dragon Castle, and the water depth is very deep. Once upon a time, the wandering strongman of Holy Land broke out here and made a scene. But 3 days later, the head of the troublemaker of Holy Land was hung on the Evil Dragon Castle." Mention these past events, Fugu also deeply taboo to this evil Longbao, and never dare to speak more. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he felt even worse. He said to himself, even the strong in Holy Land can be killed. Can we say that this Evil Dragon Castle also has the unique, strong in Holy Land? Or is the strong man from the Forbidden area in the north the real strong man of Holy Land? Fugu shook his head, saying that he was not very clear about these. Fugu turned his hand and took out the token from the Neji. As a strong person at the level of Deputy Island Lord, he is qualified to enter the Evil Dragon Castle. Seeing this, Qin Sheng turned his hand and took out the keepsake of the Island Lord from the ring. The two men, wearing black armor and holding custom-made Yuan spirit wear, have a surprised color in their eyes. The Islanders of Dongshenjing? One of the guards, with a hoarse voice, contains a soul attack. This is not intended to target Qin Sheng, but the soul power, from instinct, escapes. Even though they are well informed, they have never seen the island leader in the cave. Breaking the law? Qin Sheng squinted and asked with a smile. The guard of the Evil Dragon Castle made a cold hum. The whole world was covered with dark clouds. Even there were thunderstorms in some places. He locked Qin Sheng in this way, and a sense of killing spread. Qin Sheng's face was calm and calm. He said coldly, "Are you a rare shopkeeper? I'm not an ordinary thing when I enter into the thing I want to trade. If it's delayed, you will be blamed for your Evil Dragon Castle. I'm afraid you can't bear it." Qin Sheng's voice is not loud, but it has attracted the attention of many people around him. Some of them are terrifying existence at the level of the Island Lord, and some of them are independent and special practitioners. But their accomplishments are all the existence at the peak level of Yantian. Don't be ashamed. How dare a little island master dare to be wild in front of my Evil Dragon Castle? Take it. The two guards, talking to each other, buttoned Qin Sheng's big hat and started directly. Stop. That is, at this time, a clear and melodious sound sounded like the voice of a fairy coming down to earth in the ears of all. Countless hot eyes follow the sound source to see the woman's voice. Even Qin Sheng had to marvel at a woman with good temperament. Little Castle Master. When the two guards of the Evil Dragon Castle saw who was coming from Chu, they immediately looked frightened, knelt down on one knee and saluted respectfully. As for the coldness and arrogance between the eyebrows, they had disappeared without trace. Vogel has seen the young castle master, At the same time, he also quickly sent a message to Qin Sheng, saying, "Master of the island, this despicable woman is the little stronghold owner of the evil dragon castle. She has a prominent position and can never be offended. Step back." The reign of Shangguan's poems shows the plain hands like jade, and the delicate faces, like art, show a touch of indifference. Remember the rules of our evil dragon castle? Do you treat our guests like that? Shangguan Shiyu's voice was not loud, but when the two asked him, they almost scared the two guards out of their wits. With a puff, both guards knelt on their knees. "Go ahead and get 100 fire dragon whips." The voice of Shangguan's poetry reign is indifferent, but it contains supreme authority. When the two guards heard that they were being punished with 100 fire dragon whips, they were relieved at first, and then their faces were lustful for tears. The crime of death has been exempted, but the punishment of 100 fire dragon whips will undoubtedly cost them most of their lives. They took a look at each other, then at Qin Sheng. They felt that they were really unlucky, but they questioned an island lord in the cave. In the land of Sin, the martial artists at the level of Dongxinjing, in addition to the descendants at the level of island master, can only enter the evil tiger castle. When can they enter the evil dragon castle? I didn't expect that because of such doubts, they had their own misfortune, just met the reign of Shangguan poetry. Let's go. Although 100 fire dragon whips have to lie in bed for half a year, they have saved their lives after all. One of the guards of the evil dragon castle was unwilling to preach. After the two guards left, Shangguan Shiyu is stepping on the lotus step, which is closer. Qin Sheng is amazed by his appearance and temperament. Semi-Holy Land? What shocked Qin Sheng most was that the so-called Shao stronghold leader's accomplishments had reached the Semi-Holy Land, and he was a real Semi-Holy Land strongman. Shangguan Shiyu seems to be 2 or 3 years older than me. He has already been Semi-Holy Land. Qin Sheng's heart set off a huge wave. The land of Sin is really more powerful than the wasteland of the 36 dynasties. It can cultivate the strong. In fact, Qin Sheng did not think of a problem. If all the vagrants in the land of Sin unite, this force can absolutely sweep the whole wasteland for 36 dynasties. However, Qin Sheng couldn't understand why it didn't happen. Qin Sheng? Shangguan Shiyu's eyes fell on Qin Sheng. He was neither aggressive nor superior, but there was a kind of indifference like the ice goddess, which made people feel that it was like keeping thousands of miles. Yes. Qin Sheng's eyes toward the Shangguan Shiyu were not trembling, but calm. It seemed that the momentum of the semi-saint did not frighten him. Seeing this scene, Shangguan Shiyu finally believed in the information about Qin Sheng, which was probably true in 9 out of 10. This little man from the remote area of the 36 imperial dynasty in the wasteland, even though he made a lot of noise in the magic dragon wasteland, still made Shangguan Shiyu a little unbelievable. However, whether you believe it or not, you can see it with your own eyes. In fact, the news that Qin Sheng was pregnant with 10,000 Jin Huanyuan's mother gold didn't spread. As a result, all the people in Xiamishi were almost dead, especially those in the 6 dynasties who were able to go out alive. I don't know what's the deal with you coming to Sin Dragon Castle? Asked Shangguan Shiyu. Bloody pill. Qin Sheng said quietly. My lord, Qin Sheng, and they have entered the evil dragon castle. At this time, Qin Sheng chose to enter the evil dragon castle. Whatever the reason, just after he left the evil dragon castle, kill him halfway. His face was gloomy and his eyes were full of murderous intent, which made his followers around him panic and tremble unconsciously, like falling into an ice cellar. This blood dog hates Qin Sheng. If it's not the evil dragon castle in front of it, and the background is high, it will catch people. The running water of the evil dragon castle is turbid and profound. It has existed in the place of evil for many years, and it still stands. It can be imagined how intimidating the power behind it is. When he stepped into the evil dragon castle, Qin Sheng felt that there were many arrays here, which were arranged layer by layer. Besides the very individual large array of level 7 or 8, there was also a half-spirit array and a spirit array in the deepest place. Looking at the scale of the array, even if Qin Sheng wants to break it, it will take a lot of time. Shang Guanshiyu carefully observed that Qin Sheng, a young man of his own age, had dissolved the blood poison like a pawn, which could not be solved by a senior alchemist. Qin Sheng, you want to sell the bloody pill to our evil dragon castle? Shang Guanshiyu brings Qin Sheng and Fuga into a trading room, which is a closed space with complicated semi-spiritual array blessing. Even the semi-holy land strongman doesn't have the courage to play wild in it. Shuasha pill is undoubtedly an expensive pill for the general Vientiane martial artists. Even though it has terrible side effects, once used once, it can't be taken again for a year due to its terrible toxicity. And after taking it, it has strong sequelae, which needs to be completely rid of, and then it has to bear a lot of pain. Even so, the blood evil Dan in the land of sin has always been a valuable market. After all, this is a place of sin. If you don't pay attention to it, it may fall down. Even if the sequela is very troublesome, you will have a chance to live. In the trading room, an old man appeared like a shadow. He was a little surprised, and 3 doubts flashed in his mind. The first question is, where is the young man in front of us? How can we expect the young master to receive him in person? The second doubt is that although the blood evil pill is also precious, especially the high-purity blood evil pill, it doesn't need to come to the evil dragon castle to trade. The high-purity blood evil pill only has a strong effect on the martial arts of the great realm of Vientiane, even if it's not very cost-effective for the semi-holy realm level. The third doubt is that Shuasha Dan has been monopolized by Shuasha Island, and the back of Shuasha Island is the Greedy Wolf clan. Can't this young man come from the legendary Greedy Wolf clan? The old man dressed in black robes only showed his green eyes. Although he was very curious, he had experienced a lot after all, which was quite calm. In addition, he was very familiar with the character of the little lord. He dared not speak more. Hearing this, Qin Sheng smiled, nodded, and said with a smile, yes, it's the blood evil pill, which has no side effects. Shang Guanshiyu listened to the first half of Qin Sheng's sentence, and there was a glimmer of disappointment in her gorgeous face like the perfect art in the world. But in the next moment, her phoenix eyes suddenly flashed a dazzling light, staring at Qin Sheng, and she was surprised. What, the bloody pill without side effects? In the land of sin, the blood evil pill is very loud. It's just that the output of Shuasha pill is not very high all the time, and there are terrible side effects, which everyone knows. There is no side effect, that is, there is no soul. If there is no side effect, then the sales volume of Shuasha pill will definitely soar at an incredible speed. Because there is no side effect at all, the wanderers in the evil place will not have any scruples when using it, and they will not be afraid of being killed by other wanderers who are covetously after the weakness period of Shuasha pill. That's impossible. Qin Sheng hasn't responded yet. He has been silent in the trading room, just like an old man with a dumb shadow. It's not impossible. There is no side effect of the Shuasha pill refined by Mytianchi Island. Qin Sheng's face slightly coagulated, but he was not angry. After all, there was no side effect of Shuasha pill. People in the evil place had never heard of this situation. Because they have always used Shuasha, Dan Tong Tong has side effects. Even if it is combined with the antidote of Shuasha Dan, it is just to reduce the side effects a little. If there is no side effect of Shuasha pill at all, then we should pay attention to it. In all likelihood, this person is a liar. Ha ha, young people remind you that this is the evil dragon castle, not the distribution center where all the cats and dogs can gather. The old man in black robe has a pair of bright green eyes. Although the words don't sound very big, they make Fu Gu around Qin Sheng horrified. Obviously, the old man in black robe, whose eyes are full of frightening green light, is far stronger than the deputy island leader of Vogel. Lord of the island. Fugu lowered his voice and gently pulled Qin Sheng's corner, as if to remind him. It doesn't matter. Qin Sheng's eyes narrowed into a straight line. If you think I'm a liar, you can give me a drug first. True or false, then it will be clear. Qin Sheng didn't ask. He knew that the old man in black robe was very powerful. He could at least rival the emperor level of universal realm to the strong one, which was just a line away from the legendary semi-holy realm. Hearing this, the old man in black robe looked back at Shangguan Shiyu, who nodded softly to approve the medicine test. The efficiency of Evil Dragon Castle is very high. After dozens of breaths, a guard at the beginning of Vientiane environment stepped into the trading room. Young man, come out with the blood pill. The old man in black said indifferently. Qin Sheng turned his hand and added a small bottle in his palm. It's a bottle for taking the ring. There's a lot of space in it and put a lot of blood evil pills. Qin Sheng poured out a bloody pill. The whole body of this blood evil pill is red and dazzled. It's pulsing. It's dormant with the power of terror. This blood Sha Dan looks no different from the blood Sha Dan of the blood Sha Island. It has a very terrible and violent atmosphere. Try the medicine. If you die, your family will get a considerable pension. The old man in black robe looked cold and ordered the guards in the early stage of Vientiane to start testing medicine. At the beginning of the Vientiane realm, the guard hesitated for a moment. The one he wanted to test was Shui Sha Dan. Some time ago, he also heard that there was something wrong with Shui Sha Dan. Many homeless people died of poison. However, since we have chosen this road, there is no room to retreat. The guards of Vientiane realm ate the bloody pill Qin Sheng gave him, and the violent power exploded instantly. Roar! The bodyguard of Vientiane has doubled, the customized armor has been spread out, the blue tendons have been exposed, and they are twisted like a dragon. The experimenter's eyes are fierce and frightening. The violent atmosphere has soared from the early stage of Vientiane to the later stage of Vientiane. 5 times better. How do you feel now? The voice of the old man in black robe was very indifferent. He asked the experimenter. The experimenter's eyes are bright and blood red, but the divine sense seems to be clear. Unlike those who took the blood evil pill before, they entered the violent killing mode, regardless of the enemy or me. Killing all the time. Strong, I feel stronger than ever. The experimenter's voice was hoarse, but his face was still a little excited. The place of sin is the place where the strong are respected. He is just a warrior in the early stage of Vientiane. Moreover, he takes medicine to improve the realm by force. His real combat effectiveness is very poor. Now, after eating the blood evil pill, I feel for the first time what is the most powerful in the Vientiane realm. At this moment, I feel stronger than ever. Generally, it can increase the strength by 5 times, and the time limit is 10 times that of those cheap goods in Shueisha Island. Qin Sheng said with a smile, and I repeat that again, there will be no side effects. What? The old man in black robe was shocked on the face. His body seemed to be shocked. His whole body was stiff and his voice was shaking. The blood evil pill produced by the blood evil island can only increase its strength by 3 times at most, which is the limit. No matter how much it is improved, the body and spirit can't bear it, and it will explode and die. Moreover, the blood evil pill produced by the blood evil island is not only terrible in its sequelae, but also has a maximum effect of only 1 breath of incense. After 1 breath of incense, it can only enter a terrible period of weakness. Seeing this scene, the poem Reign of Shangguan, who has been silent, does not contain any defects, and the perfect pretty face also has ripples. She has been to the forbidden area in the north and has seen some elixirs of the major religions. Among them, there are no elixirs that have the effect of Shuasha elixir, and the side effects are much less, but they are many times more expensive. That kind of price, even if she is the little stronghold owner of the evil dragon castle, she also feels heartache when consuming, let alone the wanderer in the evil land. It's really a long time since the time of 10 jaw sticks passed, especially the fight between life and death. The old man in black robe observed the experimenter for a long time, and saw Qin Sheng's eyes change dramatically, from indifference and disdain to passion and flattery. It's really daunting. There are Qin Sheng's little friends in the island of Tourmaline, and it's destined to rise. I think it won't be long before I can compete with Scorpion Tiger Island and other big islands. The old man in the black robe even flattered, I think Qin Sheng's little friend has improved the blood evil pills Dan Fong. If you like, I'm willing to spend a lot of money to buy this Dan Fong. As soon as Qin Sheng heard this, he raised his eyebrows, and there was a trace of unhappiness between his eyebrows. He said, how can I give you this kind of blood evil pill without any side effects? Obviously, the blood pill's prescription is a hen that can lay golden eggs. The old man in black really goes too far. He wants Qin Sheng's hen when he comes up. The old man in black robe was also blindfolded. There was a trace of unhappiness under the face of black robe. He also had a high position in the evil dragon castle. Now he was scolded by Qin Sheng. His old face was hot and could not show his face.